reincarnated as a Charmander, only to discover the trainer is a future champion prodigy. Charmander? Charmander. A soft, melodic voice stirred Su Yun awake. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of long, slender legs clad in white stockings, leading up to an exquisitely beautiful face. But why did this white-haired girl appear so tall? Or rather, why was he so small? Charmander, you don't look so good. Are you okay? The white-haired girl crouched down, her tone filled with concern. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his head, and unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Su Yun looked down at his chubby, orange-eared claws and finally realized the truth. He had been reincarnated as one of the fire-type starter Pokémon. And the stunning girl before him, named An Zhixin, was the trainer who had chosen him as her starter Pokémon just 10 minutes ago. Before he could fully process his new identity, a sudden system notification rang out. Congratulations on binding with the ultimate looting system. Immediately after, detailed information about An Zhixin appeared before his eyes. The school beauty of Azure Academy, only 18 years old, and the inheritor of the power of Vidian. But what shocked him even more was the potential listed under her profile. Champion Trainer. This wasn't just any ordinary protagonist setup, this was a cheat-level existence. System, is that all you can do? Su Yun asked cautiously. This system allows the host to detect and collect light orbs scattered across the world, using their power to grow stronger. As Su Yun glanced around, his gaze suddenly froze on a nearby massive stone statue. The statue, depicting the legendary dragon Reshiram, had a dazzling golden orb resting in its mouth. Hiss! A golden legend. Could this be my first great opportunity after crossing over? Su Yun's eyes lit up, his gaze locked firmly on the golden orb of light in the mouth of the massive stone statue. He was certain that only he could see it. The people around him, including his trainer, An Zhixin, seemed completely unaware of its presence. The unusual golden orb in the statue was impossible for Su Yun to ignore. Could this be connected to Reshiram? He cleared his throat lightly, pondering to himself. Reshiram, the legendary Pokémon, the Dragon of Truth, immensely powerful and reigning at the top of the Pokémon pyramid. To find its statue here, this place was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Su Yun understood that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The golden orb before him was the most important thing he needed right now. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the statue. Charmander, where are you going? An Zhixin called out in confusion, quickly following after him. When they reached the statue, Su Yun finally noticed its details. The surface was rough and somewhat weathered, with the marks of time making it appear ancient. Seeing this, An Zhixin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She smiled and said, "What? You like this statue? This is the statue of the legendary Pokémon, Reshiram, you know?" She continued explaining. This statue is a symbol of Azure Academy. It has been here for countless years, and the Academy has always preserved it as a cultural relic. Almost everyone at Azure Academy knows about it. But An Zhixin clearly misunderstood Su Yun's intent. He wasn't there to admire the statue. His eyes were filled with urgency. His only concern was the golden orb in the statue's mouth. Su Yun circled the statue and noticed its uneven surface, making it relatively easy to climb. He quickly found a suitable foothold, grabbed the edge of the statue with one hand, and began climbing upward. This action startled An Zhixin. She quickly shouted, "Hey, Charmander, what are you doing? Get down. You can't climb this statue, and it's dangerous. You can't fly, what if you fall?" She hurried forward, trying to pull him down from the statue. However, Su Yun moved swiftly, scaling the statue in no time. An Zhixin couldn't reach him and could only anxiously look up as he climbed higher. She called out in an attempt to coax him. "Charmander, be good and come down. I'll take you to get something delicious." But Su Yun ignored her completely, shouting back without turning his head, "I'll come down after I get the orb." There was no way he would make the foolish choice of giving up one opportunity for another. He wanted both the golden orb and the promised treat. Only children make choice. She wouldn't. Once he secured the golden orb, he could let An Zhixin take him for something delicious afterward. No rush. At this moment, the people nearby also noticed Su Yun perched atop the statue, and they curiously gathered around. Whose little fire dragon is this? How did it end up on the statue? It's a groundbound creature that can't even fly. What's it doing climbing so high? Isn't it afraid of falling? Who knows? Maybe it's trying to jump off and practice flying like a baby dragon, hoping to grow wings sooner. The crowd quickly grew, and a chorus of chatter filled the air. They all stood below, watching the scene unfold, but none of them made any effort to stop it. Although Kanglan Academy had strict rules prohibiting students from climbing the giant stone statues or causing damage, no such restrictions were ever placed on magical creatures. Even if they wanted to intervene, they wouldn't know how. Su Yun's ears twitched slightly, indicating that he had heard the crowd's comments below. However, his gaze remained fixed on the top of the statue. His claws gripped the stone's surface tightly, and his tail balanced his body as he continued his climb with determination. Persistence paid off, and before long, he successfully reached the statue's mouth. There, The glowing orb he had spotted earlier lay quietly on the stone's surface, emitting a faint golden light, as if it had been waiting just for him. This orb is definitely extraordinary. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Taking a deep breath and without hesitation, he extended his claws toward the glowing sphere. The moment his claws touched the orb, the golden light suddenly vanished, as if it had turned into liquid, and flowed directly into his body. Immediately after, a clear notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a fragmented Reshiram Bloodline 1. Su Yun froze in place, staring blankly at the system notification while his claws remained in midair. Reshiram Bloodline, he murmured softly. The next instant, his eyes lit up with excitement. His entire body trembled slightly with exhilaration, and the flames on his tail flared over a foot higher. His offhand guess had turned out to be spot on. This glowing orb was indeed connected to Reshiram, the Dragon of Truth. Does this mean I might one day possess the same power as Reshiram? Su Yun's heart raced as anticipation surged through him. Just then, the system displayed a detailed description of the Reshiram bloodline. Fragmented Reshiram Bloodline 15 contains a trace of Reshiram's power, which can be activated in critical moments. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Fragmented Reshiram Bloodline 15. Fire-type power boost has been significantly enhanced. 150-180. An 180 Fire-type power boost? That's insane. It's like having a power-enhancing item equipped. Su Yun exclaimed in disbelief, utterly awestruck by the potency of the Reshiram bloodline. Under normal circumstances, a fire-type creature like him would only receive a 50 boost when using moves of its own type, resulting in a total of 150. But now, the power of the Reshiram bloodline had directly increased his fire-type boost to 180, an additional 30. What was even more astonishing was that this was just a fragmented Reshiram bloodline. If it were complete, the fire-type power boost would likely be even greater. As for its ultimate potential, he couldn't even begin to imagine. Perhaps only when he collected all the fragments of the Reshiram bloodline would he truly understand. And this doesn't even seem to be the true essence of the Reshiram bloodline's power, Su Yun said, his expression turning serious as he studied the system's description. The fire-type boost is just a side effect. The real strength might lie in that trace of Reshiram's power that can only be used in life-threatening situations. Since he had only obtained a fragmented piece of the Reshiram bloodline, he couldn't freely unleash its full potential. For now, its most powerful abilities could only be accessed in moments of dire need, which left him somewhat frustrated. It looks like I'll need to find more fragments of the Reshiram bloodline, Su Yun muttered as he scanned his surroundings. To his dismay, there were no other Reshiram statues in sight, let alone any more golden orbs. Huh? What's that little Charmander doing up there, clawing at the air? It looks like it's trying to grab something, but there's nothing there except air. Could it have something wrong with its head? Below the massive stone statue, the crowd of onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, watching Su Yun's strange actions as he scratched at the empty space on the statue. Many couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the laughter came to an abrupt halt in the next moment because the flame on Su Yun's tail, which was originally about the size of a fist, suddenly surged, shooting up to nearly a foot high. At the same time, it emitted a faint but unmistakably powerful aura that sent a chill down everyone's spine. What the heck is going on? One of the spectators exclaimed, his eyes wide. Why did the flames suddenly grow so intense? Did you feel that? That powerful aura just now? I did. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Could it be? There's actually something to this whole clawing Gathier thing? Among the crowd, An Zhixin's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unmistakable shock. Born with the power of verdant force, her innate sensitivity far surpassed that of ordinary people. While others might have only vaguely sensed something, she clearly perceived the momentary change. The energy that erupted from Su Yun wasn't just fire energy. It was interwoven with the aura of dragon energy. But Charmander doesn't have dragon attributes. Even when it evolves into Charizard, it doesn't. An Zhixin furrowed her brows, her thoughts racing. How could it possibly release dragon energy? Could it have climbed the statue for this purpose? But how did it do that? Is it really just clawing at air? An Zhixin, is that Charmander yours? A stern voice interrupted her train of thought. A middle-aged man strode over, his face clearly expressing displeasure. The Reshiram statue is a landmark of the Academy. How could you let it climb up there like that? Get it down right now. It hasn't even evolved into Charizard yet, so it can't fly. What if it falls and gets hurt? An Zhixin snapped out of her thoughts and recognized the face of her homeroom teacher, Wang Deming. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, teacher. They'll get it down immediately. She looked up at Su Yun, who was perched atop the statue, and pleaded, Charmander, please come down, okay? Having just obtained Reshiram's bloodline, Su Yun was in an excellent mood. Seeing that there was nothing else he wanted on the statue, he grinned down at An Zhixin and called out, Trainer, here I come. With that, he leaped off the statue, landing precisely in An Zhixin's arms. You little rascal, always so mischievous. An Zhixin held him close, pretending to scold him, though her fingers gently stroked his head. Far from resisting, Suyun nuzzled happily against her chest, a wide grin on his face. Hee, so soft, so fragrant. The only downside was that it felt a bit stifling. As the Charmander descended, the homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, refrained from saying more. The classroom quickly became lively as other students arrived one after another, each accompanied by their chosen starter Pokémon. Wang Deming scanned the classroom and began to speak slowly. Class, first of all, congratulations to everyone for receiving your starter Pokémon. His voice was warm yet firm. Regardless of whether you're satisfied with your chosen partner, I hope you treat them with the respect and care they deserve. They will be your most important companions on the journey ahead. He paused, his tone growing more serious. Secondly, I encourage you to apply the theoretical knowledge you've learned to real-world training and battles. In 2 weeks, the Academy will hold this year's freshman tournament. His words immediately commanded the class's attention. The rewards for this tournament are exceptionally generous, and outstanding performers will even have the chance to be recommended for advanced Pokémon academies. I hope each of you will showcase your full potential in the competition. The classroom erupted in excitement. Caterpie, let's do our best. A boy clenched his fist. I'll make sure to prove your worth in the freshman tournament. Sandshrew, let's work hard together. Another student exclaimed passionately. The future is unwritten. You will be the next Groudon, and I'll be the next champion trainer. Nidoran, let's give it our all too. In the midst of the commotion, An Zhixin stood quietly, lost in thought. As a tradition at Azure Academy, the freshman tournament was held annually after students selected their starter Pokémon, symbolizing their official journey as trainers. However, judging from Wang Deming's tone, this year's tournament seemed to be on a much larger scale. She glanced down at Suyun, the Charmander beside her, her eyes brimming with confidence. Charmander, how about we work together to win first place in the freshman tournament? Her confidence was far from baseless. An Zhixin was born with the power of Vidian, a gift that seemed to mark her as destined to become the strongest trainer. From the moment she entered the academy, she had consistently ranked first in every evaluation. Even during the process of selecting her starter Pokémon, things had gone unusually smoothly. Simply standing there, she had attracted numerous Pokémon eager to partner with her. In the end, she chose Suyun the Charmander, a decision guided by her Vidian power, which allowed her to sense the unique potential within him. She firmly believed that with their mutual trust and synergy, winning the freshman tournament was far from an impossible dream. What? You're aiming this high right from the start? Suyun was taken aback by An Zhixin's ambitious declaration. But recalling the system's evaluation of her Vidian power inheritor, future champion in the making, it all started to make sense. For a prodigious trainer like her, only the champion's throne seemed fitting. Besides, he himself was no ordinary Pokémon. With the strongest loot system at his disposal, his growth would undoubtedly surpass that of any other Pokémon. Together, he and An Zhixin were an unstoppable duo. If even they couldn't claim the freshman tournament championship, then no one else stood a chance. All right, since you insist, I suppose this dragon can make an effort for you, Suyun said, clenching his fists as a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, An Zhixin immediately caught on, her lips curling into a delighted smile. That's great. But confidence alone won't cut it. Strength is what really matters. Over the next 2 weeks, I'll create a professional training plan for you. So no slacking off, okay? As the top student of Kanglan Academy, even though it was her first time training a spirit, she was confident she could tailor a perfect plan for Suyun. Suyun chuckled inwardly, curious about An Zhixin's training plan, though he knew the real ace up his sleeve was the unique power hidden within him. Not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, he swayed his tail lightly and let out a gentle fire dragon to show his cooperation. That soft sound delighted An Zhixin like a child receiving a gift. Unable to contain herself, she picked Suyun up and rubbed her cheek against his. The once aloof little fire dragon had become so docile, almost as if it were indulging her. I must be overthinking this, An Zhixin thought to herself, shaking her head. It's just a newly hatched fire dragon, after all. Class, that's all I have to say. Homeroom teacher Wang Deming's voice echoed through the classroom. Go home and nurture your starter spirits well. A bright future awaits you. As soon as he finished speaking, the room buzzed with chatter, and the students began leaving, each accompanied by their respective spirits. Let's go, little fire dragon. Time to head home, An Zhixin said as she prepared to leave, only to be blocked by a girl with fiery red hair tied in a high ponytail. Hold it right there, An Zhixin. Ren Shue's sharp voice pierced the air. In such a hurry to leave? Afraid of being exposed, are you? Huh. I've always known you were just a book-smart academic, completely useless in real combat. Ren Shue, a narrow-minded classmate, had always harbored an inexplicable hostility toward An Zhixin. She couldn't stand that someone could outshine her in both looks and academics, let alone the fact that An Zhixin was widely regarded as the school's beauty queen. This animosity extended beyond school life. Ren Shue, leveraging her wealthy background, frequently caused trouble at the places where An Zhixin worked part-time. even using her connections to get her fired. As an orphan who had lost her parents early in life, An Zhixin relied on the small apartment and modest savings her parents had left behind to get by. To cover tuition and living expenses, she had to take on part-time jobs during weekends. Despite Ren Shui's relentless bullying, An Zhixin always chose to endure in silence, unwilling to drag down the kind shop owners who hired her. However, her tolerance only emboldened Ren Shui further. Now, on this significant day of receiving their starter spirits, Ren Shui seized yet another opportunity to stir up trouble. What? Am I wrong? Why don't we have a battle of spirits then? Let me see if the top student of the academy is as impressive in real combat as in academics. Ren Shui's voice was sharp and grating, laced with mockery and challenge. Her piercing gaze locked onto An Zhixin, filled with disdain. An Zhixin's expression remained icy, and she offered no response. She cast a brief, indifferent glance at Su Yun beside her, then said in a low, firm voice, "Not interested." Her tone was cold and resolute, as if Ren Shui's provocations were too insignificant to warrant her attention. She turned, intending to leave with Su Yun. Though her refusal might seem to validate some of Ren Shui's taunts and potentially impact her reputation at the academy, An Zhixin didn't care. She knew that others' opinions, whether good or bad, had no bearing on her true strength. To her, what mattered was self-improvement, not the judgments of others. Why waste energy on irrelevant remarks? Without a hint of hesitation, she began to walk away, distancing herself from the meaningless confrontation. But Ren Shui was clearly unwilling to let her go so easily. Just as I thought, huh? You're scared I'll defeat you in a real fight and ruin your precious top student image, aren't you? Ren Shui's laughter grew more brazen, her voice louder and more cutting. How about this? If you can beat me, I'll forget the money you owe me, and I'll even give you an extra 10,000 yuan. 10,000. That should save you months of working odd jobs, right? Someone as poor as you, surely you're tempted. Her words dripped with mockery and provocation, her intent to humiliate An Zhixin through this challenge unmistakable. To Ren Shui, the money was insignificant, a mere number. What she truly wanted was to see An Zhixin embarrassed in front of everyone, to expose her weakness for all to see. An Zhixin's silence seemed to fuel Ren Shui's triumph, her smugness growing with each passing second. Yet An Zhixin did not stop. Her eyes flickered with a trace of contemplation before she finally came to a halt. She wasn't avoiding the challenge out of fear for her reputation. Rather, the promised 10,000 yuan caught her attention. She recalled how she had been trapped into debt during her part-time job at Ren Shui's parents' store. If she could settle that debt and even earn extra money through this challenge, it might be worth considering. After a moment of quiet deliberation, she nodded slightly. Fine, I accept your challenge. She turned to her little Charmander, her gaze firm and full of trust. Charmander, this will be our first time fighting together. Can I count on you to stand by my side? Su Yun's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He raised his sharp claws with determination, his voice resolute and spirited. Leave it to me. The enemy's already throwing down the gauntlet, why hesitate? Bring it on. His response was direct and unwavering, brimming with confidence. He was clearly ready for the battle ahead. An Zhixin allowed a faint smile to appear on her face, as though everything was unfolding just as she had foreseen. She understood that this battle was not only a retort to Ren Shui, but also her chance to showcase her strength to everyone watching. Seeing Su Yun agree to fight alongside her without hesitation, a trace of emotion flickered in An Zhixin's eyes. She patted her chest and solemnly promised, "Thank you, little Charmander. I'll make sure we win this first battle together." Her bold declaration, paired with her graceful figure, left Su Yun momentarily stunned. Ren Shui, noticing An Zhixin's sudden change in attitude, was initially taken aback, but then broke into a smug smile. You fell for it. You don't even know what my starter Pokémon is, yet you dared to accept my challenge. Just wait and see, I'm going to crush you and your little Charmander in front of everyone. Alright, glad you're ready to lose. Let's start now. Ren Shui, afraid the other side might back out, quickly confirmed the match and called out sharply, "Squirtle, come out." Squirtle, Squirtle. A small blue turtle punched the air with its tiny fists and strutted forward with its unique gait. Since both Pokémon were newly hatched from their eggs and at their baby stage, a random open space was enough for the battle. There was no need for a professional arena. It was then that An Zhixin realized Ren Shui's Pokémon was also one of the starter trio, and, coincidentally, a water-type Squirtle that had a natural advantage over her Charmander. No wonder Ren Shui had been so eager to challenge her. However, An Zhixin didn't feel worried. She knew her little Charmander was anything but ordinary, especially after its wild display atop the Reshiram Statue, which had unexpectedly granted it a boost in power. She leaned down and said to Su Yun, "Charmander, this battle might be tough for you, but as long as you follow my lead, we still have a good chance of winning." Su Yun glanced at the Squirtle across the field and smirked dismissively. Having just received Reshiram's Bloodline infusion, his fire abilities had been enhanced by 180. A mere water-squirting turtle, he could take it down single-handedly. After shooting An Zhixin a reassuring look, Su Yun strode confidently to the center of the makeshift battlefield. The air grew thick with tension. Students who had been about to leave stopped in their tracks and turned back to watch. Even the homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, stood to the side, joining the growing crowd of spectators. It wasn't surprising Azure Academy had always championed combat and encouraged battles as long as they didn't damage property or disrupt others. This fierce school culture had produced countless powerful and renowned Pokémon trainers over the years. Oh wow, this is going to be interesting. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. I never thought I'd get to see a showdown between two beauties before heading home. The onlookers enthusiastically debated over who would emerge victorious. If we're not talking about skill, I'm rooting for An Zhixin. If we're not talking about looks, I'm going with Renua, someone declared loudly. Charmander versus Squirtle? Isn't the outcome obvious? A boy pointed at the two Pokémon in the arena. As much as I want to support Goddessin, type advantage is a fact. How could Charmander possibly win? He gestured toward the restroom in the distance. If Charmander wins, he'll eat 2 pounds of soap on the spot. Quite the statement. He'll join you and eat 2 pounds of liquid soap, someone chimed in immediately. Hearing the overwhelmingly one-sided support for herself, Renua's lips curled into a smug smile. Whenever she appeared alongside An Zhixin in the past, all the attention was always on her rival. But today, finally, it was her moment to shine in the spotlight. An Zhixin, however, paid no attention to the chatter around her. Instead, she gazed tenderly at her Charmander. Don't let their words affect you. As long as I believe in you, I know you can do it. Her concern was clearly unnecessary. The flame on Charmander's tail flared up dramatically, leaping a full foot higher as it radiated an overwhelming aura of strength. And Zhixin could see it was ready for battle and immediately gave the command. Let's begin. Charmander, use Ember. Bring it on, buddy. Charmander grinned wide, unleashing a scorching burst of fire. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Renua responded calmly, directing her Pokémon. The two attacks collided in midair. To everyone's shock, the water didn't extinguish the fire. Instead, it evaporated instantly. What was expected to be a one-sided match turned out to be a surprisingly even fight. What's going on? The spectators stared in disbelief. Could it be that we've misunderstood how type advantages work? All eyes turned to their homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, seeking an explanation. He took a deep breath, his expression grave, and said, if fire isn't being overpowered by water, there's only one explanation: this Charmander's flames are far beyond ordinary strength. As his words sank in, someone in the crowd suddenly recalled the strange incident earlier when Charmander climbed the Reshiram Statue. A stunning possibility began to take shape in everyone's minds. Could it be that this Charmander had inherited Reshiram's power? What? How is this possible? How could that Charmander's flames evaporate my Squirtle's water gun? The onlookers were equally stunned, their faces reflecting the shock of what they had just witnessed. Among them, Renua, one of the main participants in the battle, was even more shaken. Her body trembled slightly, and her pale face was filled with disbelief. Although her academic performance at the academy wasn't top-notch, she had a solid understanding of basic type advantages. Based on her knowledge, a water-type Squirtle should easily overpower a fire-type Charmander. It was precisely this reasoning that gave her the confidence to challenge An Zhixin. However, the unfolding scene shattered her understanding entirely. An Zhixin's Charmander was holding its ground, even in a disadvantageous type matchup. This unexpected turn of events was a massive blow to her. The sheer power of those flames was beyond her comprehension. Is my Charmander really this strong? She muttered to herself, her voice trembling. At the same time, An Zhixin was equally astonished by Su Yun's extraordinary flames. Although she had always known Su Yun was stronger than the average Pokémon, she never imagined its flames would possess such overwhelming power. Even when directly facing Squirtle's water gun, Su Yun's flames not only remained unyielding, but outright evaporated the water stream. The intensity of this fire was clearly far beyond that of an ordinary flame. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could Su Yun have gained some kind of power related to Reshiram's flames while standing before its statue? Otherwise, how could it wield such incredible firepower? Could it have been some kind of rare upgrade? Meanwhile, the focus of everyone's attention was entirely on Charmander. Amid the stunned expressions of the crowd, Su Yun ignored the astonished gazes and kept its eyes fixed on the ground ahead. There, a few faintly glowing blue orbs shimmered, having appeared right after the clash between its flames and Squirtle's water gun. These orbs seemed to be linked to the battle somehow. Could they be items dropped during the fight, rather than something one could only find by chance? This thought flashed through Su Yun's mind, and without hesitation, it sprang into action. Whoosh! With a powerful leap, it dashed towards Squirtle's direction. The spectators, still reeling from the earlier events, were utterly baffled. What's Charmander doing? They murmured in confusion. And Zhixin hadn't issued any commands, so why was the Pokémon acting on its own? Renua, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to taunt. Ha ha ha! And Zhixin, your Charmander's ignoring your commands and acting on its own? Could it be that it thinks you're too incompetent to follow your lead? she sneered, her confidence seemingly restored as she conveniently forgot how effortlessly Su Yun had evaporated Squirtle's water gun moments ago. But An Zhixin didn't respond. Instead, she kept her gaze fixed on Charmander, her eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. As someone gifted with the ability to sense Pokemon's feelings and intentions, she could tell that Charmander didn't exhibit any strong signs of aggressive intent. This meant Su Yun's flames weren't driving it to act impulsively. So, why was it disregarding her commands and charging toward Squirtle? Just as she was puzzled, Su Yun, who was charging toward the Squirtle, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Before anyone could react to what was happening, his eyes lit up like he had discovered a treasure. He began clawing furiously at the air as if he were trying to catch something invisible. Su Yun's chubby, orange-eared little claws moved so quickly that they left afterimages in the air. His actions were astonishingly fast. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Water Attribute Essence 1. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Water Attribute Essence 2. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Water Attribute Energy 3. System, what are these things? Su Yun asked while continuing to grab at the strange glowing orbs in front of him. It was his first time encountering such a phenomenon. The system immediately explained, attribute energy can be used to improve the proficiency of corresponding skills ranging from beginner, skilled, expert, to mastery. Attribute essence can either awaken a new attribute or enhance the power of an existing one. Su Yun's pupils widened in astonishment. Attribute energy was straightforward. It improved skill proficiency, which consisted of 4 levels according to the system. Unfortunately, he wasn't a water-type Pokemon and had no water-type skills, so water attribute energy was useless to him. But attribute essence was a completely different story. It could potentially allow him to awaken a new attribute. If he collected enough water attribute essence, he could acquire the water attribute outright. A water-type Charmander? The thought made his heart race. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. What excited him even more was the possibility of collecting essence from other attributes. Didn't that mean he could awaken every single attribute? To possess all 18 attributes in one body, wasn't that something only the legendary creator god, Arceus, was capable of? In terms of attributes alone, he might already be on par with Arceus. The mere thought sent a surge of exhilaration through Su Yun. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left stunned by the bizarre scene unfolding before their eyes. They froze in place, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Wait, what is that Charmander doing? Clawing at the air? Wow, those moves, is it practicing some kind of massage technique? It looks like something you'd see at the spa next door. Honestly, it seems like it's enjoying itself. Did it lose its mind or something? The disconnect between humans and Pokémon became glaringly evident. Even An Zhixin was baffled, her soft red lips slightly parted in confusion at Su Yun's inexplicable behavior. Oh no, could it be that the Charmander has lost its mind? She thought, a hint of worry flashing across her face. Huh, An Zhixin, your choice of Charmander is absolutely ridiculous. It's trying to claw at the air in the middle of a battle. What a joke. Is this some kind of dumb dragon? If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face. Renua burst into laughter, seizing the opportunity to taunt her. She felt a surge of satisfaction. Earlier, she'd been annoyed by the Charmander's indifference toward her, but now she was relieved. If this seemingly dim-witted Charmander had chosen her, she wouldn't even dare to let it out in public. Shut up, you idiot. Su Yun couldn't hold back his anger after hearing Renua's relentless mockery. He shouted furiously in response. To be fair, the glowing orbs dropped by Squirtle were exciting to Su Yun, offering glimpses of limitless possibilities for the future. But the present was a different story. Neither water attribute essence nor energy was of any immediate use to him. They were practically useless compared to the Reshiram bloodline he'd picked up earlier. His mood was already sour, and Renua's incessant ridicule only added fuel to the fire. Worse, she had the audacity to insult An Zhixin. His anger boiled over. Renua would have to pay for this. With a determined look, Su Yun darted toward the Squirtle while Renua was caught off guard. An Zhixin, quick on the uptake, immediately realized Su Yun was about to attack. Without hesitation, she snapped into action, ready for battle. A dumb dragon trying to ambush my Squirtle? You think you're worthy? Squirtle, use water gun. Renua scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain as she issued her command. Squirtle. The Squirtle inhaled deeply before releasing a sharp stream of water. Dodge it with a roll to the right. An Zhixin shouted. Su Yun reacted instantly, rolling to the side and narrowly avoiding the incoming water gun. Close in quickly and use Ember. An Zhixin instructed once more. Su Yun scrambled to his feet with incredible speed, charging toward the Squirtle like a bolt of lightning. Wow, that Charmander is amazing. Its speed is unrealmy, eyes can barely keep up. Is this really a newly hatched Charmander? No wonder it climbed that statue so effortlessly earlier. The crowd was awestruck, unable to take their eyes off Su Yun's swift and fluid movements. Squirtle, retreat into your shell. Renua's expression suddenly changed, turning deathly pale as if she had eaten something foul. She had always looked down on Su Yun, never expecting that this person she underestimated could unleash such terrifying speed, completely catching her off guard. Humph, do you think hiding in your shell will save you? Su Yun sneered coldly. Seeing Squirtle's tightly shut shell, he wasted no time and unleashed a blazing flame from his mouth. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own, diving straight into the shell through its openings. In an instant, the fire filled the entire shell, its fiery tongues bursting out from all sides, transforming Squirtle into a flaming turtle. Pop, pop, pop. With loud explosive sounds, countless colorful energy orbs burst out of Squirtle's body like popcorn, scattering across the ground. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yun's eyes as his lips curled into a grin. Wow, loot drop. Without hesitation, he dove toward the ground, eagerly grabbing the scattered orbs. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Water Energy 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Water Essence 3. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained Combat Experience 10. Whoa, it even drops experience points. This is awesome. Su Yun muttered in exhilaration, his entire being radiating battle fervor. The onlookers around them, witnessing this alto-familiar scene, collectively rolled their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. However, An Zhixin was different. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Yun, her brows slightly furrowed as if pondering a deeper reason behind it all. Could it be that Charmander is in a growth phase and needs to sharpen its claws? Maybe I should get it a claw sharpening tool. At this moment, Renua had no time to pay attention to Su Yun's peculiar antics. Her face was filled with anxiety as she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on the struggling Squirtle. She shouted urgently, "Squirtle, hang in there. You must not lose to that Charmander." Squirtle was now entirely engulfed in Charmander's flames, almost incapable of any resistance, retreating into its shell to endure the heat. If it could withstand the attack, there was still a chance to turn the tides. If not, it was all over. Useless. Is that all the orbs you can drop? Give me more. Renua's voice trembled with frustration, her anxiety evident as she stared at Squirtle, silently praying for a miracle. But Su Yun clearly had no intention of stopping. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Squirtle curled up in its shell. Extending his sharp dragon claws, he began striking the shell with even greater ferocity. Each blow landed with a resounding impact, causing the shell to shake violently. Thud, thud, thud. Squirtle, like a sponge soaked with water, released one or two orbs with every punch and kick. Each time an orb popped out, Su Yun's enthusiasm grew, attacking with even more vigor. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Water Energy 1. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Life Attribute Value 3. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained Combat Experience 20. As time ticked by, Su Yun's attacks became increasingly relentless. After 2.5 minutes, the last orb finally popped out, leaving Squirtle completely drained, unable to drop anything further. Satisfied, Su Yun lifted Squirtle's shell with ease, examining the openings carefully. He reached inside to ensure nothing was left behind before casually kicking the shell aside. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6. Just as Su Yun was about to process what had happened, the system's voice suddenly rang out, and an information panel quickly appeared before his eyes. Su Yun was reviewing the stats of his little Charmander. Base stats, 312. Basic attributes, HP 423, physical attack 52, physical defense 44, special attack 60, special defense 50, speed 65. Gender male. Level 6 juvenile. Type fire. Ability Blaze increases the power of fire-type moves by 1.5x when HP falls below 13. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember all beginner level. Attribute Energy, Water 30. Attribute Essence, Water 10. Attribute Power Bonus, Fire 180. Special Bloodline, Reshiram's Bloodline 15. I can't believe I even picked up something with such incredible base stats. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This means its potential is limitless for the future. The battlefield was a complete mess. On the ground lay a scorched Squirtle, its once smooth shell now marred with burn marks, its head drooping weakly. In this clash of fire and water, type advantage had been utterly ineffective. Although An Zhixin's commands were nearly flawless, it was the little Charmander's extraordinary power that secured the victory. Each of its attacks was ferocious, as if it were unstoppable, completely dominating its opponent. If I had known, I would have fought An Zhixin for that Charmander. Many onlookers were filled with regret. No one was more devastated than Renua. She glared at the fallen Squirtle, her face dark with anger. Useless. You can't even beat a Charmander. Do you even deserve to be a water Pokemon? She spat, then kicked the Squirtle furiously. Renua, you're going too far. And Zhixin couldn't stand it any longer. It's your partner, how can you treat it this way? It's my Pokemon. I'll treat it however I want. Renua sneered and deliberately kicked the Squirtle again, as though trying to provoke An Zhixin. This scene completely enraged the other students present. Do you even deserve to be a trainer? Abusing your Pokemon because you lost a battle? Have you forgotten that Pokémon are partners? What a waste of all those years of education. If you don't like it, release it. Plenty of people would treat it with care. The crowd's furious voices rose one after another, drowning Rin Shui in a storm of condemnation. Rin Shui trembled with anger, her teeth chattering as she tried to argue back with the crowd. However, she was outnumbered and overpowered, and as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was drowned out by the booming voices around her. Her face flushed bright red, her fists clenched tightly, and her nails nearly dug into her palms. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, stepped forward. His expression was dark, his brows furrowed, and his voice low and stern. Rin Shui, if this is how you treat your starter Pokémon, then I believe it is necessary for me to apply to the Academy to revoke your right to have a starter Pokémon. His gaze swept over every student present, and his tone was firm. I don't mind students resolving conflicts through Pokémon battles. But if anyone dares to vent their anger on their Pokémon just because they lost a match, I will not stand by and let it happen. Rin Shui glanced at the faces around her, all filled with reproach. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she quickly lowered her head, her voice becoming soft and meek. I'm sorry, teacher. I know I was wrong. I will treat Squirtle better from now on. Her tone carried a hint of grievance, but her eyes, hidden by her lowered bangs, burned with resentment and fury. Seeing her admit her mistake, Wang Deming's stern expression softened slightly, but his voice remained earnest as he continued to teach her. Rin Shui, remember this. The outcome of a Pokémon battle isn't just about the Pokémon, it's also about the trainer's commands. Don't always blame your Pokémon when you lose. Reflect on whether there's something you could have done better. Rin Shui kept her head down and said nothing, appearing to take Wang Deming's criticism humbly. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her fingers tightened by her sides. However, deep in her heart, a seed of hatred had already been sown. Her animosity toward An Zhixin grew like a poisonous vine, spreading rapidly. An Zhixin, she seethed internally, grinding her teeth. It's all your fault. You made me lose face in front of everyone, and even got me scolded by the teacher. Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. I'll defeat you in the upcoming freshman tournament and reclaim my dignity. Her eyes brimmed with malice, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. And you, Squirtle, you useless creature. You couldn't even beat a Charmander. You don't deserve to be my Pokémon. I'll have my dad get me a stronger water-type Pokémon. As for you, from now on, you'll just be my punching bag. Rin Shui began formulating her revenge plan in her mind, her fingers unconsciously digging into her palms, leaving bruised marks. Just then, An Zhixin's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Rin Shui, a deal's a deal. Our debt is settled, but you still owe me 10,000 yuan. The words hit Rin Shui like a bucket of ice water. She had almost forgotten about the bet she had placed. Now, she had lost big time. Her face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Suppressing her disgust and frustration, Rin Shui gritted her teeth and spat out the words through clenched jaws. Scan the code. Reluctantly, she pulled out her phone, jabbing at the screen with such force it seemed like she might puncture it. After a series of taps, An Zhixin's account balance had increased by 10,000 yuan. A small smile played on her lips, and her eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Charmander, let's go home. I'll buy you some delicious energy cubes. She waved her phone and didn't spare a glance at Rin Shui, who stood nearby, her face dark with anger. TCH, as if in the kind of dragon who's swayed by food, Su Yun muttered disdainfully. Yet, despite his words, his stubby legs carried him swiftly toward An Zhixin, the flame on his tail burning brighter with excitement. Though his words were dismissive, his actions betrayed him. After all, he was a Pokémon now, and energy cubes were an irresistible treat for any Pokémon. Seeing this, Rin Shui trembled with rage. She was convinced that An Zhixin and Charmander were putting on a show just to spite her. Damn you, An Zhixin. And you too, Charmander. Just you wait, she fumed internally, her nails digging so deeply into her palms that they almost drew blood. At that moment, Wang Deming suddenly called out to An Zhixin, stopping her as she was about to leave. His tone carried a hint of seriousness. An Zhixin, wait a moment. He glanced down at the Charmander beside her, his expression turning grave. Your Charmander is quite extraordinary. I hope you take the time to train it seriously so that you can perform brilliantly in the upcoming freshman competition and achieve great results. I have full confidence in both you and your Charmander. If you encounter any problems during training or face financial difficulties, feel free to come to me, and I'll do my best to help you. After witnessing Su Yun's performance earlier, Wang Deming couldn't help but have a strong premonition An Zhixin was destined to shine brightly in the freshman competition. Thank you, teacher. I understand. An Zhixin replied earnestly, her voice clear and resolute. All right, then you may go. I look forward to seeing your performance, Wang Deming said with a gentle smile as he bid farewell to An Zhixin. After everyone had left, Rin Shui took out her phone and dialed her father. Dad, I was bullied at the academy. I need you to prepare a powerful water-type spirit for me, the strongest you can find. I'm going to get my revenge at the freshman competition. At a specialty energy block store in the commercial district, An Zhixin walked in with Su Yun by her side. Hello, miss. How can I help you? The store clerk greeted them warmly. After a brief moment of thought, An Zhixin replied, I'd like a box of the latest fire-type energy blocks, please. Energy blocks come in different types, each tailored to a specific elemental attribute. Blocks that match a spirit's attribute provide greater benefits, especially for their growth. While there are universal energy blocks, their effects are generally not as potent as those designed for a single attribute. Of course, please follow me, the store clerk said, leading her to a shelf. Here are our newly launched fire-type energy blocks. We have spicy flavors and sweet and sour ones. Which do you think would suit your spirit best? Unsure of Su Yun's taste preferences, An Zhixin decided to let the Charmander choose for itself. She bent down to lift Su Yun onto the counter, only to realize with a start that her little Charmander, which had been by her side moments ago, was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was about to search for it, the store clerk's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, little Charmander over there, what are you doing? Stop right now. On a shelf stacked with the raw materials for energy blockstree Fritza, small orange-eared creature was energetically climbing upward, its short but strong limbs working with determination. This was Su Yun, the Charmander, and the flame on his tail flickered brightly in the air, radiating a heat that illuminated the entire shelf. His excitement was palpable. He hadn't expected to find light spheres here of all places. What a stroke of luck. A wide grin spread across Su Yun's face as his gaze fixed on the glowing orbs nestled between the tree fruits. Just earlier, he had scaled the massive statue of Reshiram, so this height was a piece of cake for him. With a push of his limbs and a few nimble moves, he clambered up the shelf with the ease of a seasoned treasure hunter. The light spheres were now within reach, and Su Yun could no longer contain his excitement. He immediately stretched out his claws to retrieve them from the gaps between the fruits. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Fire Attribute Essence 1. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Grass Attribute Essence 1. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Special Attack Stat Boost 1. A series of pleasant chimes echoed in his mind as he quickly amassed several glowing orbs brimming with energy. Su Yun gazed at the essences in his claws, his eyes gleaming with joy and pride. He couldn't help but exclaim, These are amazing treasures. This is going to boost my stats, and my fire-type power will skyrocket. He knew very well that attribute essences were the ultimate tools for strengthening existing abilities, and this fire attribute essence was practically tailor-made for him. But just as he was reveling in the thrill of his find, an angry shout shattered his focus, startling him so much that he nearly lost his footing and tumbled off the shelf. Who dares to scare the great me? Su Yun whipped around, his eyes blazing with fury. Below the shelf, a store clerk was pointing at him with a face red with anger. That Charmander over the Rayquaza. Put down those tree fruits and stop messing with them. The clerk bellowed, his voice loud and commanding. He had spotted the little Charmander rummaging through the pile of expensive, high-quality tree fruits, which were clearly not meant to withstand such rough treatment. Su Yun scowled and rolled his eyes, completely unimpressed. He didn't care about the tree fruits at all. His only interest was in the light spheres. Ignoring the clerk, he turned away and climbed onto another shelf, continuing his treasure hunt. The clerk's expression darkened even further. He stormed over to the counter and turned to An Zhixin, who was browsing nearby. His tone carried a restrained warning. Miss, that Charmander is with you, right? Please take it away immediately. If it damages any more tree fruits, you'll be the one responsible for the compensation. These are premium goods, and even the cheapest ones cost several hundred. He held back from demanding immediate payment, noting that An Zhixin appeared to be a student and not wanting to make things unnecessarily difficult for her. But his patience had its limits. I'm so sorry. An Zhixin apologized with an awkward smile, quickly heading towards Su Yun. She hadn't expected the little guy to get into trouble the moment she looked away. It was becoming clear that she needed to buy him a proper claw-sharpening tool soon. Meanwhile, Su Yun was still furiously searching the shelves for more light spheres, completely oblivious to An Zhixin's approach. Just as he reached out to grab a particularly well-hidden sphere, he suddenly felt himself being lifted into the air. His whole body was hoisted up, moving farther and farther away from the treasure he had been so eager to collect. Hey, don't stop me. There's still one more light sphere left. Su Yun flailed his limbs in protest, the flame on his tail swaying wildly. Let me down, or he'll get really mad. Roar. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash his frustration, but before he could let out a roar, something soft and squishy pressed against him, muffling him completely. His indignation was cut off in an instant, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted into Su Yun's nose, instantly lifting his spirits. Damn it, what on earth is this? How could something with such an irresistible creamy scent conquer this dragon? He let out a helpless sigh and muttered to himself. All right, this time I'll forgive you. Consider yourself lucky. He gave up on his final resistance, letting his inner struggle dissipate like the wind. After all, That glowing orb wasn't anything extraordinary. If he didn't pick it up, so be it. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he might as well relax and enjoy the moment. Su Yun's tail began to sway slowly, as if matching his mood. An Zhixin looked down at him with a smile, pulling him into her arms. She gently tapped his head and warned, "Little fire dragon, don't wander off again, got it? Or I'll spank your little tail." At this point, Su Yun had buried his entire head deep into An Zhixin's embrace, completely immersed in the warmth of her hug, paying no attention to her words. Whatever she said might as well be passing wind to him. He didn't care. Not far away, a shop assistant hurried over to inspect the berries on the trees. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he scratched his head in confusion. Strange, I could have sworn I saw it clawing around just now. Why didn't anything happen? He thought to himself. Well, as long as nothing went wrong, it was better this way. At least the beautiful lady wouldn't have to pay for any damages. With that thought, he decided not to dwell on it further and returned to the counter. An Zhixin gently set Su Yun, who had been enjoying himself in her arms, down and pointed to a few boxes of energy cubes on the counter. "Little fire dragon, which flavor of energy cubes do you like?" she asked. Su Yun reluctantly lifted his head from her embrace, hesitated for a moment, and eventually chose a box of sweet and sour flavored energy cubes. That flavor suited his taste better. "This one, sweet and sour," he muttered softly. "All right." And Zhixin cheerfully paid for it, then took Su Yun to the item shop. She picked up a claw sharpening tool and handed it to him with a smile. "From now on, if you want to sharpen your claws, use this." Su Yun glanced at the peculiar tool, his mouth twitching slightly as he shook his head. She had misunderstood wasn't sharpening his claws. He had been trying to pick up the glowing orb. Still, the item she bought wasn't bad, so he figured he'd just treat it as a new toy. Casually, he accepted the claw sharpening tool and began fiddling with it absent-mindedly. However, as he continued playing with it, he started to notice something unusual. This claw sharpening tool was surprisingly interesting, might even be addictive. Night had fallen. Back home, An Zhixin was hunched over her desk, writing and sketching as she began drafting a training plan for Su Yun. Her pen moved swiftly across the paper, her brows slightly furrowed, completely immersed in her task. Although Su Yun possessed remarkable talent and immense potential for growth, systematic training and development were essential to fully unlock it. The sound of scribbling filled the room as An Zhixin meticulously outlined a progressive training regimen. Su Yun, intrigued by her focused demeanor, clambered onto the desk out of curiosity. Peeking at the paper, his eyes lit up in surprise. Wow! Physical training, water resistance training, combat techniques, flame intensity training. Su Yun scanned the densely packed plan, astonishment evident in his gaze. Each section was crafted with a high level of professionalism, complete with detailed schedules and specific goals. And Zhixin's expertise in creating such a comprehensive plan was far beyond what one would expect from a novice trainer. So this is the caliber of a future champion? Su Yun stared at An Zhixin, his admiration for her growing even stronger. "What's the matter, little Charmander?" An Zhixin noticed his gaze and looked up curiously, pausing her writing for a moment. "Nothing," Su Yun replied, shaking his head. He nimbly slid off the desk and returned to the bed. Assuming he was tired, An Zhixin gently encouraged him. "If you're sleepy, go ahead and rest. You don't need to wait for me. Still need to finalize your training plan." With that, she immersed herself back into her work, the scratching of her pen filling the air once more. Su Yun lay on the bed but didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, he opened his status panel. He still hadn't had a chance to use the glowing orb he had picked up earlier at the energy cube shop. Name Su Yun. Species Charmander. Base stats 314. HP 423. Attack 52. Defense 44. Special attack 622. Special defense 50. Speed 65. Gender male. Level 6 juvenile. Type fire. Ability Blaze Fire type moves power increases by 1.5x when HP is below 13. Held item none. Moves Scratch Basic, Growl Basic, Ember Basic. Attribute Energy Water 30, Grass 10, Fire 10. Attribute Essence Water 10, Grass 5, Fire 20. Attribute Power Bonus Fire 180. Special Bloodline Reshiram Bloodline 15. At the Energy Cube shop, he had managed to pick up 2 points of special attack base stats, 10 points of Fire Energy, 10 points of Grass Energy, 10 points of Fire Essence, and 5 points of Grass Essence. The base stat points were applied automatically, so there was no need for him to intervene. However, the attribute Energy and Essence required deliberate conversion. How much of a boost will 20 points of Fire Essence give me? Curious and expectant, Su Yun focused his thoughts and consumed 20 points of Fire Essence. Ding! Congratulations! Your Fire attribute power bonus has increased slightly, 180-182. Wow, that's not bad. The notification brought a smile to his face. If 20 points of attribute Essence could raise his power bonus by 2, then wouldn't 100 points result in a 10 increase? That ratio seemed quite significant. Oh, right, there's also the Fire Energy. Su Yun suddenly remembered the Fire Energy he had collected. Curious, he asked, System, how much skill proficiency can 10 points of attribute energy increase? The skill proficiency levels are divided into beginner, proficient, advanced, and mastery. Each stage requires a certain amount of attribute energy to progress. From beginner to proficient takes 10 points of attribute energy. From proficient to advanced takes 100 points. And from advanced to mastery requires a whopping 500 points. Suyin noticed that the energy consumption from advanced to mastery was particularly significant, which left him in awe. This amount is several times more than the combined cost of the previous 2 stages, he thought to himself. Though surprised, he understood the logic. Once a skill reaches the advanced stage, further breakthroughs naturally become increasingly difficult, and the required attribute energy surges. Achieving mastery signifies that the skill has become an inseparable part of oneself, greatly enhancing its power and effectiveness when used. Then I'll level up the Spark skill to proficient, Suyin ultimately decided. Spark was currently his most powerful offensive skill, and improving its proficiency would give him more control and confidence in real combat. Earlier, he had noticed that An Zhixin's training plan for him also included Spark skill practice. Enhancing its proficiency in advance would make future training far more effective. Ding! Congratulations, you have consumed 10 points of fire attribute energy. Your skill Spark has leveled up to proficient. The system's notification rang out. Suyin gently stroked his chin, feeling a newfound ease in his control. Indeed, using the Spark skill now felt much smoother than before. The system's update gave him a clearer sense of the improvements brought by upgrading the skill. After closing the system, Suyin glanced at An Zhixin, who was still engrossed in drafting the training plan. Seeing her so focused, he chose not to disturb her and decided to rest instead. Lying on the bed, his thoughts lingered on the upcoming training. Enhancing the Spark skill was only the first step. The real challenges ahead would truly test his strength. A night of surprises and decisions. Nighttime. Inside a luxurious villa, Renua dashed out of the living room in a hurry. She had been getting ready for bed when she suddenly received a call from her father, informing her that a powerful and suitable water-type Pokémon was being delivered to her as her starter Pokémon. The news thrilled her so much that she forgot to put on shoes and ran out barefoot. "Miss, this is the starter Pokémon your father specially prepared for you," said the bodyguard in a black suit, respectfully opening the rear car door. A light blue Pokémon curiously poked its head out. The moment Renua saw the Pokémon, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh my gosh, it's a Vaporeon. Amazing. This is a fully evolved Pokémon, so much better than my useless Squirtle." She eagerly stepped forward and scooped the Vaporeon out of the car. Va! The Vaporeon blinked its large, ink-black eyes and curiously looked up at its new trainer. "Squirtle." Just then, the Squirtle came running out from the villa. The sight of it immediately brought a look of disdain to Renua's face. She mercilessly kicked the approaching Squirtle away. "Get lost, you useless thing. You can't even beat a Charmander. You're no longer my Pokémon. This Vaporeon is my Pokémon now." She glanced down at the Vaporeon in her arms, and her expression of disgust instantly transformed into one of unrestrained affection. "Squirtle." The Squirtle clumsily got up from the ground, standing there with its head lowered, looking awkward and pitiful. "Va!" The Vaporeon witnessed the scene, glancing between Renua and the Squirtle. The sparkle in its eyes dimmed slightly, as though it was pondering something. Renua, completely focused on other matters, failed to notice the change in the Vaporeon's mood. She gently stroked its soft ears, a smug smile forming on her lips. "Humph, An Zhixin, just you wait. With this Vaporeon, let's see how you plan to beat me now. At the freshman tournament, I'll defeat you in front of everyone and crush you underfoot. And that Charmander, how dare it embarrass me in public? I'll make sure to give it a good beating too." Renua clenched her fist, eagerly anticipating the upcoming tournament. The beginning of the training journey. The next morning, Suyin had hoped to sleep in, but An Zhixin mercilessly pulled him out of bed. "No slacking off. We're going into the wilderness for training today, so we need to leave early," she said, dragging him to the dining area without giving him a chance to protest. After a quick breakfast, the duo set off on their journey, carrying their backpacks. Their destination was the wilderness on the outskirts of Azure City, which was quite far from An Zhixin's home. To avoid the hassle of traveling back and forth, she planned to camp out in the wild for the next few days. As a result, she had packed thoroughly tents, food, water, and everything else they might need. She also planned to purchase some essential items along the way, including insect repellent, equipment for enhancing Pokémon's physical fitness, and energy cubes for the Pokémon to eat. By noon, An Zhixin and Suyin finally arrived at Azure Forest, located on the outskirts of Azure City. This is a haven for wild Pokémon and a paradise for trainers. If trainers in Azure City want to train their Pokémon, 9 out of 10 will come here. "Finally, we're here. We'll be training here for the next few days. What do you think, Suyin?" An Zhixin wiped the glistening sweat from her forehead and looked down at the oranger Charmander by her side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Before arriving, she had specially purchased a brand new Pokeball from the Pokémon store, intending for Suyin to rest inside it, so he wouldn't have to follow her around and be burdened. However, Su Yun showed strong resistance to staying inside the Pokeball. No matter how much she tried to persuade him, he resolutely refused to enter that small space. Helpless, An Zhixin had no choice but to respect his wishes and let him stay by her side. Initially, Su Yun showed little interest in the carefully planned training schedule An Zhixin had prepared. But the moment he saw the forest she had brought him to, his attitude did a complete 180. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. This place is like my dreamland. Su Yun exclaimed, his tail standing upright as the flame at its tip burned more brightly, flickering in vibrant shades of orange and red under the sunlight. For him, this wild expanse teeming with the presence of Pokémon was nothing short of a treasure trove of glowing orbs. Roar! Excited by the thought, Su Yun let out a loud cry that was somewhere between a dragon's roar and a cheer. He grabbed the hem of An Zhixin's pants with his claws, eagerly tugging her toward the depths of the forest. An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this motivated. Well then, let's head over quickly and start today's training. Energized by Su Yun's excitement, she quickened her pace as they ventured deeper into the forest. Based on her detailed research on Azure Forest the night before, An Zhixin remembered a secluded little pond hidden within the forest. The tranquil environment and the presence of water-type Pokémon made it an ideal training spot for a Charmander. She decided to lead Su Yun straight there, set up camp, and then begin their training. Haha, I knew this place is packed with glowing orb treasures. Not long after entering the forest, Su Yun began spotting scattered glowing orbs in the grass, among tree roots, and in crevices between rocks. His tail swayed energetically as he happily collected them. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up 10 grass-type energy orbs. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up 5 bug-type essence orbs. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up 3 poison-type essence orbs. Driven by a leave no treasure behind mindset, Su Yun didn't let a single glowing orb escape his grasp. Every orb within his sight, big or small, was promptly collected. However, much to his frustration, the forest was primarily inhabited by bug-type and grass-type Pokémon, which meant nearly all the orbs he found were of those two types. These were of no use to him at the moment. What he truly needed were fire-type energy orbs and stat-value orbs, but he hadn't encountered a single one. This realization put a damper on his earlier enthusiasm. Charmander, why are you scratching your claws again? An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh as she watched Su Yun dart around the forest, swiping at the air in a bizarre frenzy. Didn't you bring the claw-sharpening tool I got for you? Scratching randomly now is one thing, but if you can't hold back during training and start wildly clawing at the air for no reason, how am I supposed to train you? Why would I need that thing? I'm way above such trivial tools. Su Yun retorted with a dismissive pout, clearly protesting An Zhixin's misunderstanding, though conveniently forgetting how he had been utterly obsessed with the claw-sharpening tool just the day before, clutching it the entire time as if it were his most prized possession. Stop running around. We're almost there. An Zhixin decisively picked up Su Yun, who still seemed intent on chasing after glowing orbs. Ugh, not the soft embrace again. Curse this, Su Yun's protest was quickly muffled as he found himself pressed against the soft comfort of An Zhixin's chest. Sure, don't move. Something doesn't feel right here. Just as Su Yun was about to wriggle free, An Zhixin gently pressed his head down, signaling for him to stay quiet. Confused, Su Yun peeked out cautiously and realized that An Zhixin was now crouched carefully behind a patch of tall grass. Through the gaps in the leaves, he caught sight of a small pond ahead. On the pond's edge, a fierce battle was unfolding. A group of Poliwhirls and blue toads appeared to be locked in a territorial dispute, with jets of water and attacks flying in all directions. The scene was chaotic and intense. This is troublesome. I was planning to set up camp and train here, but I didn't expect wild Pokémon to be fighting in this area. An Zhixin frowned, clearly torn. Abandoning this spot meant searching for another suitable location, which would waste precious time. But staying here was risky, as the battle's outcome was uncertain, and the victor might claim the entire pond, leaving no room for them to camp nearby. While An Zhixin was grappling with her dilemma, Su Yun's eyes widened, his gaze glued to the battlefield, his expression brimming with excitement. No way, look at all those glowing orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least a dozen. Scattered across the ground amidst the fierce clash between the Poliwhirls and blue toads were numerous glowing orbs of various sizes and colors, glittering like hidden treasures waiting to be claimed. Su Yun's breathing quickened, and the flame on his tail burned brighter with excitement. So it's not just me. Other Pokemon battles can produce glowing orbs too. He watched intently, noticing that each exchange between the Poliwhirls and blue toads resulted in random orbs falling to the ground. The more intense the battle, the more orbs appeared. Judging by the number of orbs already scattered, this fight had clearly been raging for quite some time. Why is there a faint golden orb over there? In the heat of the battle, a faint golden orb fell from the Froakie that had been struck by the Seismitoad. This orb was completely different from the others around it, and immediately caught Su Yun's attention. As he stared at the familiar glow of the orb, Su Yun was reminded of the Bloodline orb he had obtained from the Reshiram statue earlier, also radiating a golden light, though far more dazzling than the one before him now. This faint golden orb is definitely not ordinary. Su Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, he didn't dare to rush forward and grab it. The Seismitoad and Froakie on the battlefield were all at least level 25, the exact level at which they had just evolved. Meanwhile, he only had a level 6 fire-type Pokémon, making him an easy target for these water types. Charging in recklessly would almost certainly result in him being bombarded by water attacks in an instant. Damn it! Su Yun scratched his head in frustration, watching the numerous orbs so close, yet completely out of reach. Charmander, what's wrong? An Zhixin noticed Su Yun's unusual behavior and asked with concern, is their battle making you uncomfortable? Should we find another place to train? Although she was reluctant to leave this perfect training spot, she was willing to compromise for Su Yun's sake. We can't leave. Su Yun grabbed An Zhixin's arm just as she was about to stand up. I haven't collected those orbs yet. We'll wait here. I refuse to believe they can keep fighting forever. Determined to claim the orbs, especially the faint golden one, he resolved to endure and wait. If you don't want to leave, then we'll stay here and wait, An Zhixin replied. Though she didn't fully understand Su Yun's persistence, she chose to trust his judgment without question. The battle raged on for another 10 minutes, with both sides now battered and exhausted. It seemed the fight would end in just a few more minutes. But suddenly, Su Yun could no longer sit still, not because he was impatient, but because the orbs on the ground were gradually dimming and turning translucent, one by one, on the verge of disappearing entirely. Wait, these light orbs actually disappear if you don't pick them up in time. Su Yun was stunned, completely unprepared for such an unwritten rule in the game. He anxiously stared at the glowing orbs scattered on the ground, his heartbeat racing and his breathing quickening. No way, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Su Yun thought urgently, watching those precious resources about to vanish forever. If I don't grab them now, I'll lose my chance. A bold decision quickly formed in his mind. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Let's do this. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Su Yun dashed forward with all his strength, charging into the battlefield. He weaved nimbly through the fighting sprites, diving straight into the heart of the chaos. With both hands, he began frantically grabbing at the orbs scattered on the ground. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Water Attribute Essence 3. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Water Attribute Energy 5. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Combat Experience 10. Su Yun's small claws moved so fast they left afterimages, each successful grab filling him with excitement. The intense battle came to an abrupt halt as everyone turned to stare at him. The blue toads and whirligig frogs, still standing in the fray, froze in place, dumbfounded. They gaped at the little fire dragon that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wildly clawing at the air above the ground. Who is this guy? What's he doing here? Why is he clawing at the air like a lunatic? Did the flame monkey hire this clown? The leader of the blue toads squinted suspiciously at the whirligig frog's camp, his gaze full of doubt. Is this your backup? The leader of the whirligig frogs immediately scowled, his tone hostile. Nonsense. Why would I hire such a weak backup? He must be one of yours. The blue toad's leader shot back. Nonsense yourself. If he were my backup, he'd already be attacking you. Why would he be bent over clawing at the air? Both sides exchanged glances, utterly baffled. Neither had any idea where this little fire dragon had come from or what he was doing. Meanwhile, An Zhixin, hiding behind a bush, was equally dumbfounded as she watched Su Yun rush out to claw at the air. She was as anxious as a cat on hot bricks, leaning forward with her fingers tightly gripping the grass. She whispered urgently, "Little fire dragon, what are you doing out there? They're not done fighting yet. Get back here. Stop clawing at nothing." But Su Yun, utterly absorbed in collecting the light orbs, was oblivious to her cries. The glowing orbs scattered on the ground had completely captured his attention. At this moment, nothing else existed in his eyes but these invaluable resources. Not even if An Zhixin were to strip naked and stand in front of him would he spare her a glance. Women? They're nothing compared to these light orbs, Su Yun thought to himself, his hands moving tirelessly. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Water Absorb Trait Fragment 1. When Su Yun finally reached a faintly golden orb and picked it up, a glaring message suddenly popped up before his eyes. Water Absorb Trait Fragment. Collect 2 fragments to synthesize the trait Water Absorb. Water Absorb trait? Whoa! Su Yun's entire body trembled with excitement. His eyes widened, and he clutched the precious fragment tightly in his claws. The Water Absorb trait was a signature ability of certain water-type sprites. Any sprite with this trait would not only take no damage from water-type attacks, but would also recover a portion of its health. Against water-type opponents, it was nothing short of a divine skill. And now, he had just picked up a fragment of it. Su Yun's eyes gleamed with exhilaration as he murmured to himself, "If I can actually get this trait, He'll become the water-absorbing little fire dragon. He'll never have to fear water-type attacks again. For him, whose fire-type nature was inherently countered by water types, this ability was like the perfect ally, solving the awkward disadvantage he faced against water-type creatures. With this ability, the next time he encountered water types, it wouldn't be him who panicked. Unfortunately, the piece he had found was just a fragment. He'd need to find another identical fragment orb to synthesize the complete water absorbability. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yun scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping like a radar for similar faint golden orbs. Once he confirmed there were none nearby, he shifted his attention to the battling groups of Poliwhirls and Seismitoads. Both species could potentially possess the water absorb ability. Poliwhirls typically had it as a standard trait, while Seismitoads carried it as a rarer hidden trait. That was precisely why their battles occasionally dropped fragments of the water absorbability. However, the likelihood of finding it in a Seismitoad was significantly lower, making the drop rate even rarer. Huh. Su Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. There it is. After a moment of searching, he spotted his target. Embedded in the chest of a Poliwhirl was half of a faint golden orb, its color and size identical to the fragment he had just picked up. That's a tricky spot, Su Yun muttered, clicking his tongue in annoyance. If the orb had been on the ground, he could have simply picked it up, but now it was stuck in the Poliwhirl's chest. Leaving him in a dilemma wasn't exactly easy to grab, but ignoring it wasn't an option either. Damn it, let's go for it, he resolved inwardly. At worst, he'll take a beating. Once I get the water absorbability, he'll be immune to water attacks. Why should I fear them then? After weighing the risks and rewards, Su Yun decided the benefits far outweighed the dangers. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward the Poliwhirl with determined strides. The Poliwhirl leader, who had been watching Su Yun's odd behavior of bending down and grabbing at the air, suddenly froze in confusion as Su Yun stood up, eyes gleaming, and sprinted toward one of its companions. What's this little Charmander up to? The Poliwhirl leader wondered. Under its puzzled gaze, Su Yun reached the Poliwhirl with the golden orb, licked his lips in excitement, and extended his chubby paws, unapologetically grabbing at the orb embedded in the Poliwhirl's chest. When his hands weren't enough, he even resorted to using his mouth. His determined actions would have seemed incredibly suspicious to an outsider, making even the Poliwhirl leader gape in shock. Is this little Charmander messing with my wife right in front of me? Realizing what was happening, the Poliwhirl leader flew into a rage, letting out a deafening croak. Hey you brat, get your hands in your mouth off her. That's my wife. The female Poliwhirl, initially unfazed, turned bright red with embarrassment upon hearing her husband's shout. Su Yun, however, remained completely oblivious to the misunderstanding he had caused. Fully focused on tugging at the faint golden orb lodged in the female Poliwhirl's chest, he didn't notice the furious reaction of her mate. Damn it, why won't it come out? Su Yun muttered in frustration, sweating profusely as he struggled. Attempting to communicate with the female Poliwhirl, he pleaded while pulling with all his might. Come on, Mrs. Poliwhirl, don't hold on to it so tightly. Whoosh. A sudden chill swept past from behind. Just as Su Yun was about to extract the pale golden orb lodged inside the female Poliwhirl's body, a powerful punch infused with rushing water struck his back, without warning. That's low. Who the heck dares sneak attack me, the mighty dragon? Su Yun was sent tumbling by the unexpected blow, carving a trench over 10 meters long into the soft grass. Luckily, he didn't land face first. Otherwise, his self-proclaimed handsome features would have been ruined. Struggling to his feet, Su Yun noticed the flame on his tail flickering wildly, shrinking rapidly like a candle in the wind. That punch wasn't just power fuel, it carried water elemental energy that countered him directly, almost snuffing out his flames entirely. Swoosh! Before he could regain balance, an even larger torrent of water surged towards him, hurling him through the air once again. He crashed heavily into a nearby tree. Damn it! Su Yun coughed violently, battered and disheveled. The flame on his tail, once the size of a fist, had dwindled to the size of an egg. The enraged Poliwhirl leader clearly wasn't ready to let things go. Another jet of water, sharp as an arrow, shot towards him with deadly precision. Given the nearly 20-level disparity and the elemental disadvantage, if this hit landed, Su Yun's life would be in serious danger. At the critical moment, a figure burst out from the bushes and positioned themselves in front of Su Yun. It was An Zhixin. Without hesitation, she shielded Su Yun with her body, taking the brunt of the water jet herself. The icy water struck her back with force, causing her to cry out in pain. As an ordinary girl, her physical endurance was far inferior to that of Pokémon, and her back immediately became red and swollen. Yet she ignored the pain, quickly checking Su Yun's condition. Seeing the flame on his tail still burning, albeit weakly, she let out a sigh of relief. Holding Su Yun tightly in her arms, she managed a strained smile. Don't be afraid, little Charmander. He'll protect you. Rustle, rustle. The Poliwhirl leader, seeing a human intervening to protect the Charmander, grew even more furious. It commanded its group to surround An Zhixin entirely. Pointing at the Charmander in her arms, It signaled that she could leave if she handed over the little Pokémon. Charmander is my partner, and I will never abandon it. An Zhixin declared firmly. If it did something to upset you, I'm willing to apologize on its behalf and accept any punishment. But please, don't hurt it anymore. The flame on its tail is already so weak if it takes another hit, it might go out entirely. And when the flame on its tail is completely extinguished, it signifies the end of the Charmander's life. While adult Pokémon are usually resilient, their younger counterparts are incredibly fragile. And Zhixin pressed her lips tightly together, unwilling to let anything happen to the Charmander. It was not just her first Pokémon, but also her most cherished companion. Croak. Seeing that An Zhixin adamantly refused to hand over the Charmander, the Poliwrath leader's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It wasted no more time trying to persuade her and swung its forelimbs, issuing an attack command to the other Poliwhirls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, multiple thick streams of water shot from every angle, weaving into a lethal net that left An Zhixin with no room to escape. A look of determination flashed in the girl's eyes. Terrified that the frail Charmander in her arms might endure further harm, she curled up on the ground, shielding the little Pokémon with her body. The icy water struck her back, shoulders, and limbs mercilessly. The pain coursed through her like electric shocks, making her brow furrow deeply as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Yet, she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Su Yun, sensing the pain An Zhixin was enduring to protect him, felt a dormant power within him awaken completely. An unprecedented fury erupted inside him like a volcano, and a searing energy surged from the depths of his soul. Stop! Don't harm her! Roar! A terrifying blue-white flame suddenly ignited within Su Yun, spreading out as an intense fiery aura through his skin's pores. The weak flame on his tail instantly expanded to the size of a basketball, its color shifting from ordinary orange-red to a mysterious blue-white. At the same time, an overwhelming dragon's presence burst forth from An Zhixin's embrace, instantly engulfing the entire pond's surroundings. An Zhixin, with her acute senses, immediately noticed something was amiss. Her pupils contracted sharply as she looked down in disbelief at the source of the aura. That terrifying dragon's prescient seat was emanating from the Charmander in her arms. What else could it be but her Charmander? A wild thought flashed through her mind as she recalled her earlier suspicions about Su Yun's identity. Nervous yet hopeful, she slowly sat up. When she saw the Charmander she had been shielding now enveloped in blue-white flames, with an endless dragon's aura radiating from its body, she was utterly stunned. Charmander. An Zhixin's lips parted slightly, her voice barely audible as she stared at Su Yun in awe. She never could have imagined that, in this moment of crisis, Su Yun would unleash such terrifying power. And his tail flamite was blue-white. That was unmistakably the flame of Reshiram, the legendary dragon of truth. Could it be? Does Charmander's fire really have a connection to Reshiram? An Zhixin's mind went blank. Could it be that its bloodline is actually that of Reshiram? She froze in place, realizing she might have unwittingly gained the offspring of a legendary Pokémon. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar erupted from Su Yun, leaving the surrounding Poliwhirls completely stunned. They stared in shock at the Charmander they had been mercilessly attacking just moments ago, their faces filled with fear. None of them could have imagined that the seemingly helpless Charmander would suddenly transform, exuding an aura so terrifying that it made them tremble. Croak. No one was more terrified than the Poliwrath leader. It had been the one to beat Su Yun the hardest. Now, seeing Su Yun fully awakened, it shivered uncontrollably, its legs quaking as it instinctively retreated. All it wanted was to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. The aura emanating from Su Yun was so overwhelming that it struck fear into the hearts of the Poliwhirls, robbing them of any courage to approach. Simply standing still, Su Yun exuded such an oppressive presence that the Poliwhirls were on edge, as if they might collapse at any moment. This pressure wasn't due to a disparity in strength, but rather an instinctive suppression rooted in bloodline and genetics. Suddenly, one of the Poliwhirls could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and turned to flee. That single act was like a spark igniting a chain reaction, and the rest of the Poliwhirls immediately followed suit, scrambling to escape. But these creatures had just attacked An Zhixin moments ago. How could Su Yun let them go so easily? Whoosh! Su Yun opened his mouth and unleashed a burst of blue-white flames, entirely unlike any ordinary fire. These flames carried the unmistakable majesty of a dragon. The fire engulfed the fleeing Poliwhirls in an instant, forcing them to writhe and cry out in agony. Colorful orbs of light burst from their bodies like popcorn, scattering across the ground. Su Yun didn't rush to collect the light orbs. Instead, his gaze shifted to the Poliwhirl leader. When their eyes met his, burning with blue-white fire, the Poliwhirl leader shuddered and instinctively turned to flee. Prepared for this, Su Yun unleashed an even fiercer blast of flames. The blue-white fire, hot enough to distort the air itself, consumed the Poliwhirl leader in a heartbeat. As it ran, screaming in pain, orbs of light continued to spill from its body, leaving behind a glowing trail. Though Su Yun wanted to pursue further, he could feel his energy rapidly depleting. He had no choice but to stop. "I'll let you live this time, but next time, I'll make you pay twice over," he growled, glaring in the direction the Poliwhirl leader had fled. Then, turning his attention to the field of scattered light orbs, his anger quickly gave way to excitement. "This is quite the haul. I wonder how much these orbs will help me improve." He was just about to begin collecting the orbs when, as soon as he lifted his right foot, his body gave out entirely. He collapsed heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Little Fire Dragon. An Zhixin, still in awe of Su Yun's immense power, gasped in alarm when she saw him fall. She hurried over to check on him. Upon discovering that he had merely exhausted his energy and that the flame on his tail had returned to normal without going out, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, he's just tired." Gently, An Zhixin lifted Su Yun, letting his head rest on her lap. Then, she used her evergreen power to heal him. This miraculous energy not only mended injuries, but also restored physical and mental strength. Once Su Yun's condition stabilized, An Zhixin softly stroked his head and murmured, "Little Fire Dragon, thank you for saving me earlier." If not for Su Yun suddenly unleashing the power of the legendary Pokémon Reshiram, she would have been nearly knocked unconscious by the water guns of that group of Poliwhirls. However, using the power of a legendary Pokémon is undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Su Yun had now collapsed into an exhausted slumber. Thankfully, the power of Viridian coursed through her, or she would have needed to be rushed to a Pokémon Center immediately. And Zhixin crouched down and carefully examined the unconscious Su Yun. Her fingers gently brushed over Su Yun's body, checking for any potential injuries. But when she reached the lower half, she froze. She realized she didn't even know Su Yun's gender. This was something she should have confirmed on the day she received her starter Pokémon, but it had completely slipped her mind amidst other pressing matters. She glanced at the sleeping Su Yun, her cheeks turning slightly red. Charmanders didn't have obvious gender characteristics, so to determine it, she would have to. An Zhixin swallowed nervously and cautiously lifted Su Yun's tail. "So, it's male," she murmured after a brief inspection, the corners of her mouth curving upward unconsciously. A strange sense of delight bubbled up within her, one she didn't even realize she felt. Just then, Su Yun groggily opened his eyes. As his vision cleared and he took in the scene before him, he froze completely. "It's over me, dignity as a dragon is gone." Su Yun was on the verge of tears, his face filled with utter despair. "Ah, Charmander, you're awake all of a sudden?" And Zhixin quickly withdrew her hand in a panic. "Tu wasn't trying to look on purpose. I just wanted to confirm your gender." Her ears turned bright red as she stammered to explain. Su Yun let out a resigned chuckle. At this point, explanations were meaningless. It was his trainer, after all, just accept his fate. It's not like he could demand An Zhixin strip down for him to check in return, right? He wasn't interested in such childish revenge. His gaze shifted to the scattered Pokeballs on the ground, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. He hadn't had the chance to pick them up earlier while dealing with the Poliwhirls, but now he could finally claim his spoils of victory. With a quick flip, Su Yun leapt off An Zhixin's lap and, with his tiny legs, eagerly scampered toward the Pokeballs. Watching him pawing at the empty air around the scattered spheres, An Zhixin, who had been feeling guilty moments ago, was now utterly dumbfounded. "Charmander, what are you doing again?" "Ding. Congratulations, you've collected 10 water energy points." "Ding. Congratulations, you've collected 1 special attack stat point." "Ding. Congratulations, you've collected 20 combat experience points." "This is great. Hee, and this one's not bad either." Su Yun squatted on the damp, muddy grass, glancing around with a growing, satisfied grin. It was as if some kind of joyous force was driving him. In just 2.5 minutes, he darted around quickly, gathering a pile of glowing orbs. With each orb he picked up, his delight grew even more. The haul in his hands was nothing short of impressive. 50 water energy points, 15 ground energy points, 30 water essence, and 10 ground essence. The ground type energy and essence, in particular, were almost entirely thanks to the blue toads. Su Yun glanced around. The blue toads were now few and far between. The remaining orbs emitted faint glimmers, occasionally flickering. Ground type energy and essence were relatively scarce, mostly because the glowing orbs dropped during his battles with the Poliwhirls accounted for the majority. Next came the gains in stat points: 2 special attack stat points, 1 physical attack stat point, and 2 HP stat points, totaling 5 stat points, a rather generous reward. Lastly, the combat experience was no exception. He had earned a full 100 points. Just as he was basking in his triumph, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding. Sufficient combat experience detected. Would you like to use it to level up?" "Go all in." Su Yun answered without hesitation. How could he let all that experience go to waste? If combat experience wasn't used to level up, it would just sit there gathering dust. "Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 8. "Ding. Congratulations, you've learned a new skill, Smoke Screen." "Smoke Screen?" Su Yun's eyes widened as a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. like he had just unlocked hidden potential. Smoke screen. Release a dense smoke to obscure the opponent's vision, reducing their accuracy. This skill was incredibly practical. He shivered slightly, his face radiating pure joy. Leveling up not only brought a boost in power, but also added new skills to his arsenal. He could barely contain his excitement as he eagerly opened his stats panel to check the details. Name: Su Yun. Species: Charmander. Base stats: 319. HP: 445. Physical attack: 531. Physical defense: 44. Special attack: 644. Special defense: 50. Speed: 65. Gender: male. Level: 8 juvenile. Type: fire. Ability: Blaze increases the power of fire-type moves by 1.5x when HP is below 13. Held item: none. Skills: Scratch beginner, Growl beginner, Ember proficient, Smoke screen beginner. Type: energy, water 80, grass 30, ground 15. Type: essence, water 30, grass 5, ground 10, bug 10, poison 5. Type: power bonus, fire 182. Ability fragments: water absorb 12. Special bloodline, Reshiram bloodline 15. Looking at the stats, Su Yun couldn't help but flash a proud smile. Each attribute showcased his potential and talent. The enhancements brought by the glowing orbs were not just quantitative, but a qualitative leap in his combat capabilities. Suddenly, his eyes caught something at the bottom of the information panel: water absorb ability fragment. That's right, the faint golden orb was the key to him becoming a water-absorbed Charmander. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted in the direction where the Poliwhirl mother had fled. Su Yun squinted his eyes, quickly scanning the direction where the female mosquito incense frog was escaping. His sharp gaze soon locked onto a faint golden orb of light flickering amidst the grass. Haha, found you. With a quick dash, he leapt forward and carefully cupped the glowing orb in his hands, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. A system notification immediately echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up a water-absorb trait fragment 1. Shortly after, another message followed. Ding. A complete trait synthesis is detected. Would you like to consume water-absorb trait fragments 2 to synthesize the full water-absorb trait? Synthesize. Su Yun commanded without hesitation. A new notification popped up instantly. Ding. Congratulations, you've acquired a new trait water-absorb. Water-absorb. When attacked by water-type moves, you take no damage and instead recover 14 of your maximum HP. Staring at the description, Su Yun was overjoyed. Finally got it. He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With this trait, whenever I encounter water-type creatures, they'll only get stronger as the fight goes on. Checking his trait panel again, he noticed a new line of information. Traits. Blaze when HP falls below 13. The power of fire-type moves increases by 1.5x. Water absorb when attacked by water-type moves. You take no damage and recover 14 of your maximum HP. Looking at the slash in the middle, Su Yun felt a bit puzzled. System, do both of these traits activate simultaneously, or can only one work at a time? Based on your current level, you can only carry one trait at a time. In battle, you may freely switch between traits, with a 30-second cooldown. Alright, I thought they'd work simultaneously. The system's response left him slightly disappointed, but he quickly perked up. Still, being able to switch freely is pretty awesome. I can use Blaze against non-water creatures, and switch to Water Absorb when facing water types. And when they realize water attacks won't work anymore, I can switch back to Blaze perfect strategy. Meanwhile, An Zhixin stood not far away, utterly dumbfounded by what she had just witnessed. Her Charmander was pacing back and forth in front of her, swiping and pawing at thin air with a goofy grin. And then, out of nowhere, it leveled up? This is ridiculous. She was completely stunned. She had heard of leveling up through battles, eating rare candies, or training, but she had never seen anyone level up by swiping at empty air. Is this some kind of undiscovered special leveling method? How do I not know about this? And Zhixin fell into deep thought. Could it be that I've been misunderstanding all along? Was my Charmander not sharpening its claws before? Has this air-grabbing behavior actually been helping it grow stronger? This seemingly absurd yet oddly plausible explanation made her ponder further. But what's the logic behind this? She furrowed her brows. Even if it's connected to the legendary Reshiram, there's no way grabbing at air could boost its power, right? No research has ever suggested that Reshiram became one of the strongest legendaries by swiping at thin air. She racked her brain, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out. Not only was she stunned, but even the blue toads who had witnessed the entire scene were completely shaken by Su Yun's display of power. First, the sudden burst of blue-white flames and the awe-inspiring dragon's might had already left them trembling in fear. And now, Su Yun had completed an upgrade simply by grasping at the air twice. This incomprehensible act left them utterly speechless. Boss, this little Charmander is really unusual, one of the blue toads whispered to their leader with a grave expression. It reminds me of the human world's legend of the Chosen One. Do you think it could be the Chosen One of our Pokémon world? The blue toad leader fell into deep thought, then suddenly made an unexpected decision. Watch me. It waved a hand and strode purposefully towards Su Yun, leaving its underlings behind, who exchanged confused glances. What's the boss doing? Could it be planning to challenge that Charmander? It must be mutual respect between strong opponents. Even if the boss loses, it's still an honor. The underlings widened their eyes, watching the scene unfold with anticipation. Su Yun, still basking in the joy of his upgrade, heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the blue toad leader approaching. Looking for a unknown fight? He thought to himself, a sly smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Perfect, I can test out my ability to absorb water. However, the expected fight never came. The blue toad suddenly stopped 2 meters away, then fell to its knees with a loud thud. Oh great Charmander, please take me as your underling, it pleaded. This unexpected scene left Su Yun frozen in place and almost caused the group of blue toads watching to faint on the spot. The boss actually chickened out. The boss is surrendering. The great Charmander is our true leader. One quick-witted blue toad immediately ran over and knelt beside its former boss, leaving the rest of the group in a state of disarray. An Zhixin's beautiful eyes widened as she watched this dramatic turn of events. This little Charmander, still so young, was already recruiting followers? And not just any followers, but blue toads, which had the advantage in both level and type. This completely defied logic. But the truth was right in front of her, and she had to admit her Charmander was truly extraordinary. Faced with this group of blue toads scrambling to pledge their loyalty, Su Yun felt a headache coming on. He turned to look at An Zhixin and gestured toward the kneeling toads with a questioning glance that seemed to ask, what should I do? Should I accept them? An Zhixin walked over, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings with a trace of contemplation flashing in her eyes. She noticed that these blue toads were quite formidable, making them perfect opponents for Su Yun's combat training in the coming days. She then turned to Su Yun and said, they seem like ideal training partners for you. I think you should keep them around and have them help you train for free. What do you think? Su Yun remained silent for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, a satisfied glint in his eyes. The blue toads were indeed strong, and battling them would result in more frequent light orbs, especially experience orbs, which would far exceed those from low-level creatures. These orbs were sure to help him level up. Furthermore, with the Poliwags already driven away, this pond had now become the blue toad's territory. Using them as opponents meant he wouldn't need to search the forest for suitable wild creatures, saving him a significant amount of time. All right, from today onward, you're my crew, Su Yun declared firmly before turning to the blue toads and speaking to them in Pokémon language. The blue toads were ecstatic upon hearing this, their cheers echoing all around. Yes, Big Brother has taken us in. With Big Brother looking out for us, we'll rule this forest. Their spirits had been deeply shaken by the cyan-white flames and the dragon-like aura Su Yun had displayed earlier. Combined with his mysterious technique of drawing power from the air, their admiration for him was overwhelming. Now, as Su Yun's followers, they felt invincible and believed no one in the forest would dare to bully them again. And Zhixin, seeing that Su Yun had successfully recruited the blue toads, smiled in satisfaction. Her suggestion had clearly resolved the issue of finding training opponents for him. All that remained was to find a suitable spot to set up camp and begin their training plan for the day. She scanned the area and eventually settled on a dry, open patch of land not far from the pond. Charmander, let's set up camp over there, she said, pointing toward the spot and leading Su Yun in that direction. She removed her backpack from her shoulder and began unpacking the tent and other supplies. Her backpack, unfortunately not waterproof, had gotten wet during the earlier battle with the Poliwags, leaving many of her belongings damp. She busied herself with laying them out in the sunlight to dry and prevent further damage. Her jacket, soaked through, was no longer wearable, so she had to take it off and hang it to dry to avoid catching a cold the next day. Once everything was sorted, An Zhixin headed to the nearby woods to gather dry firewood. Starting a fire was no challenge for Su Yun. In no time, a vibrant red flame was crackling warmly, dispelling the surrounding chill. She removed her wet jacket and draped it over a wooden rack by the fire to dry. Without any spare clothes to change into, she was left wearing only her thin undergarments. The flickering firelight accentuated her figure, her fair skin faintly visible through the fabric. Su Yun lay by the fire, his gaze drifting toward An Zhixin. Despite his current form as a small Charmander, his soul remained that of a human, and he couldn't help but feel his heart race at the sight of her. An Zhixin noticed Su Yun's gaze, but misunderstood, assuming he was observing the mysterious energy within her. Emboldened by the thought, she straightened her posture shyly and said hesitantly, Charmander, do you want to try touching it? Su Yun. What? Does he think he can just grab whatever he wants here? Su Yun stared at An Zhixin in disbelief, noticing something unusual in her pure yet determined gaze. He realized he had misunderstood her, Perhaps she genuinely wanted to help him improve his strength. After all, he had made significant progress several times before by reaching out and grabbing air, something An Zhixin must have noticed. However, that was just her perspective. In reality, he had been relying on cheats. If he pretended to cluelessly reach out now, wouldn't that be akin to luring an innocent girl into something inappropriate? Absolutely not. In his past life, he wasn't exactly a virtuous person, but now, he wanted to be an honorable little Charmander. So, he waved his hand dismissively at An Zhixin, brushing her off casually. She didn't press him further and softly replied, "Oh." Truth be told, she was a little nervous too. Although Su Yun often flailed at the air randomly, this time it was in front of her chest, a place that held special significance for any girl. Even if Su Yun didn't actually touch her, the suggestive act could easily lead to misunderstandings. His refusal, in a way, gave her an easy way out. Neither of them brought up the matter again, maintaining an unspoken harmony. An hour later, An Zhixin's clothes were finally dry. After a light meal with Su Yun, they began their training session for the day. An Zhixin's plan was to train Su Yun in fundamental abilities such as speed, agility, and endurance. These were essential building blocks for any Pokémon on their path to becoming stronger. Only with a solid foundation could one perform well in real battles. Though Su Yun had his cheats, he preferred relying on them to achieve invincibility rather than sweating through grueling training. However, with An Zhixin's mix of persuasion and insistence, he reluctantly got up from the ground and began training under her command. His companions, the Blue Toads, were different. They deeply respected the strength of human trainers and recognized their unparalleled expertise in training Pokémon. Seeing An Zhixin train Su Yun, the Blue Toads began mimicking the exercises on the side, clearly hoping to improve their own strength. The training was brutal. By the time An Zhixin had guided Su Yun through all the drills, he was sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, feeling like he was about to fall apart. This is torture for a dragon. With such intense training, even a Caterpie could evolve into a Rayquaza, he muttered between heavy breaths. The training program An Zhixin had devised was nothing short of hellish, far beyond what an average Pokémon could endure. It nearly broke him. Only his exceptional strength and innate talents as a Charmander allowed him to barely make it through. "Charmander, you did amazing today. If you keep training at this intensity, I guarantee you'll become the strongest Charizard in the world." An Zhixin crouched beside him, encouraging him with a gentle smile. Su Yun let out a dry laugh, thinking to himself, "I don't know if he'll become the strongest Charizard, but if this keeps up, I'm definitely going to fall apart first." At that moment, his entire body felt like a puddle of mush, with no energy left to even stand. Sensing his dissatisfaction, An Zhixin reached out with both hands, gently placing them on his weary frame. "I know you're exhausted, but it's all right, I'll heal you. Just relax and enjoy," An Zhixin said softly, raising her hands gently. As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of energy brimming with boundless vitality flowed from her delicate fingertips, cascading into Su Yun's weary body like a gentle stream. The power of Evergreen. Su Yun shuddered suddenly, every hair on his body standing on end. His previously dull, fatigued eyes instantly lit up, radiating a bright brilliance like a lighthouse being illuminated. "Whoa, this sensation, it's incredible," he exclaimed in amazement. 10 minutes later, Su Yun had completely shed his earlier exhaustion, feeling revitalized and full of energy. He had to admit to himself that An Zhixin's evergreen power was indeed remarkable. It not only rejuvenated his physical fatigue, but also wiped away his mental weariness. "See, you're ready to train again, aren't you?" An Zhixin asked with a slight smile, noticing his renewed vigor. Su Yun froze for a moment, then smirked and quipped, "Ah, I see your plan now. Train till exhaustion, then heal with the evergreen power. Once healed, train again. Exhausted again, heal again, and then back to training. An endless cycle, huh? How ingenious." An Zhixin burst into laughter, her voice melodic. "Oh, you silly little dragon. You're so adorably clueless," she said, her laughter shaking her shoulders as she looked at Su Yun's startled, youthful face. It was only then that Su Yun realized she had been teasing him. "Darn it, I fell for this beautiful woman's trick," he muttered indignantly, wanting to regain his dignity. But after glancing at his small stature, which wasn't even as tall as An Zhixin's legs, he reluctantly gave up the idea. An Zhixin, having finished laughing, straightened her expression and explained seriously, "Today's training is almost complete. There's just one final task, combat practice. Don't worry." She had meticulously planned Su Yun's training regimen with strict guidelines, nothing less, nothing more. Combat. Su Yun turned to glance at the group of blue toads nearby, who were currently engrossed in their own romantic affairs. Earlier, they had been training alongside him, but had quickly given up and lazed around. Now, they seemed fully committed to contributing to their species' reproduction. Su Yun wasn't the least bit interested in exploring their mating rituals, so he interrupted the lead blue toad, who was about to take things further. "Hey, you there. Yes, you. Come over here and spar with me," he called out. Finally, his favorite part of training was about to begin. The lead blue toad hesitated, pointing at itself in disbelief. Huh? Me? Are you sure? It had witnessed Su Yun's strength firsthand and had already pledged its loyalty to him. How could it dare to face him in combat? Yes, you. Don't worry, I won't go all out. It's just practice, Su Yun reassured it. If it were a serious fight, he wouldn't be a match for the blue toad at least, not without tapping into the power of his Reshiram bloodline. The lead blue toad shrank back slightly, clearly reluctant, but it had no choice but to obey. After all, an order from its boss couldn't be ignored. Meanwhile, An Zhixin stood up, ready to guide Su Yun in the battle and take the opportunity to enhance their teamwork and coordination. Crack, crack, crack. Su Yun cracked his knuckles excitedly, striding confidently to face the blue toad. His gaze toward the toad was filled with undisguised greed, not the look one gives an enemy, but rather the way someone might eye a treasure chest brimming with riches. To him, the blue toad was exactly Theta treasure chest waiting to be unlocked. Charmander, try getting close quickly and use Ember. An Zhixin commanded Su Yun with a serious expression. Su Yun responded immediately, his movements swift as the wind, darting toward the blue toad. Hiss! The blue toad was startled by the speed, thinking to itself, as expected of the boss, showing such agility at this level is truly extraordinary. It dared not underestimate him, quickly steadying itself and keeping a close watch on Su Yun, ready to counter at any moment. As Su Yun closed in, he opened his mouth and unleashed a blazing fireball. The flames surged forward like a meteor, burning through the air with an intense heat. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the blue toad's eyes. It had expected Su Yun to use the pale blue flames, as they were the most threatening attack. Yet the fire this time, though equally fierce, was different from the usual pale blue flames. The blue toad thought to itself, could it be that I'm not strong enough and the boss doesn't want to push me? No, the boss must be worried about hurting me, which is why he didn't use that kind of fire. He's so kind to me. I'm so touched I could cry. Filled with gratitude, the blue toad decided to go easy on him, giving Su Yun some leeway. It opened its wide mouth and spewed out a series of perfectly round bubbles. These bubbles, heavy with moisture, sped toward the flames. This was the blue toad's signature move, Bubble Beam. A more powerful attack than Water Gun, it could also slow down the opponent upon impact. The flames and the bubbles collided instantly, resulting in an explosive sound. The bubbles burst under the intense heat, releasing water vapor like a torrential downpour. The flames were extinguished in an instant, and the battlefield fell into a brief stalemate. The blue toad, observing this, let out a sigh of relief. Despite the intensity of the exchange, it had already decided to hold back. After all, the level gap between them was enormous, a full 20 levels. Su Yun was slightly surprised that his flames could match the blue toad's bubble beam. He couldn't help but sigh at the toad's leniency. Under normal circumstances, the blue toad should have been overwhelming him. It's here. Just then, Su Yun's eyes lit up. He called out excitedly in his mind. As the flames and bubbles clashed, several egg-sized orbs of light descended from the air. Though they were few in number and small in size, they were still a significant gain for Su Yun. He quickly rushed forward and picked up the light orbs. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Water Attribute Energy 3. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Water Attribute Essence 1. The blue toad was stunned by this scene. It had thought they were sparring, but now the boss seemed to be attacking the air. It was utterly baffled. An Zhixin seemed to sense something, her eyes flickering with a contemplative light. Charmander's repeated actions, could it be that even the air during battle could provide energy? She suddenly recalled Su Yun's previous grabbing at the air moments. From the early battle with Rensua's Squirtle to encounters with the Poliwag and now the blue toad, An Zhixin finally pieced together a pattern. Su Yun's tendency to grab at the air during battles was a key detail. She decided to test her hypothesis. Softly, she commanded, Charmander, get close and use Scratch. Su Yun hesitated, entirely unsure why An Zhixin wanted him to use Scratch. He wasn't a physical attacker, and Scratch wasn't particularly effective against normal-type opponents. Why would An Zhixin make such a decision? Although still filled with doubt, Su Yun didn't overthink it, and chose to follow An Zhixin's instructions, quickly closing in on the blue toad. He extended his sharp dragon claws and struck fiercely. Flash! The dragon claws tore through the blue toad's skin, causing a burst of white light to scatter. Though the damage was minor, it made the blue toad's body shudder. Immediately after, a few glowing orbs emerged from its body, scattering like small fireballs. Su Yun's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he reached out to grab them. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 5 combat experience. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 10 combat experience. This time, they were combat experience orbs. Exactly the resource he desperately needed. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Yun's lips as he thought to himself. Now this is the proper way to level up. Encouraged by his success, he swung his dragon claws again, launching a series of fierce strikes at the blue toad with practiced precision. The blue toad, unwilling to be an easy target, began dodging frantically, occasionally counterattacking. The tension in the air grew thick. Meanwhile, observing Su Yun's continued claw attacks, An Zhixin finally confirmed her suspicions. She nodded slightly and calculated in her mind. It seems I'll need to have this little fire dragon engage in more battles to improve its combat readiness. However, while she was lost in thought, the blue toad suddenly unleashed a beam of bubble light, hitting Su Yun squarely. Pop! And Zhixin's face immediately changed, her heart tightening as she clenched her fists. The bubble beam, a powerful water-type skill, was even stronger than a water gun, and it was unleashed by this high-level wild blue toad. By all accounts, Su Yun shouldn't stand a chance against it. Wouldn't this mean he'd lose his ability to fight on the spot? But to everyone's astonishment, the blue toad itself seemed stunned. Uneasy, it thought. Oh no, I'm done for. The boss is definitely going to hit me with that cyan flame now. Its mind was in a chaotic whirl, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Yet the most shocking scene was about to unfold. Su Yun stood there unscathed. Not only was there not a single mark on him, but he also looked more energized, his complexion even better than before. Both An Zhixin and the blue toad froze, utterly unable to make sense of the situation. How is this possible? An Zhixin frowned deeply, her eyes filled with confusion. The blue toad's level is much higher than the little fire dragon's, yet the bubble beam had no effect on him. The blue toad was equally baffled, blurting out in awe. The boss is the boss, absolutely incredible. An Zhixin, however, remained skeptical, her brows furrowed as doubt clouded her mind. This doesn't make sense. Even a water gun from a Poliwag could hurt him before. Why is the bubble beam completely ineffective this time? She kept pondering, but no reasonable explanation came to mind. Only Su Yun knew the truth. That was Closey had almost been knocked out by the blue toad's attack. Wiping away cold sweat in relief, his heart still raced from the near miss. In that split second, he had managed to switch his characteristic from Blaze to Water Absorb, rendering him immune to the Foam Ray attack. Otherwise, he would have been lying on the ground by now. However, this also meant his ability to absorb water was now completely exposed. It all depended on whether An Zhixin was sharp enough to figure it out. Su Yun glanced back at An Zhixin, who was still in a daze, hesitating whether to reveal the truth himself. Just then, a flicker of realization seemed to cross her face. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and a hint of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Could it be that Charmander had the Water Absorb or Storm Drain characteristic? The only way she could think of to nullify water-type attacks were these two abilities. One restored health when hit by water-type moves, while the other boosted special attack. Both could render water-type moves ineffective, which matched the situation with Su Yun perfectly. But the question was, could either of these abilities even exist in a Charmander? She found it highly unlikely. According to established research, Charmander was known to have only two possible abilities, the Standard Blaze and the Hidden Solar Power. Solar Power was particularly prominent in sunny weather, increasing special attack at the cost of health each turn. Coincidentally, the day she chose Charmander was bright and sunny. During Su Yun's battle with Renshui's Squirtle, she hadn't noticed any signs of Su Yun losing health to boost special attack. Based on that, she had concluded that Su Yun's ability could only be Blaze, which was why she hadn't tested it further. She had been so certain from the start. Now, however, her judgment seemed flawed. Su Yun's real ability might actually be Water Absorb or Storm Drain, not Blaze. A Water Absorb Charmander or a Storm Drain Charmander, called such a thing even exist? And Zhixin muttered to herself, struggling to accept the possibility. Despite her excellent academic record, she had never heard of a Charmander with either of these abilities. Then again, she had also never heard of a Charmander with the lineage of a divine beast. Her usual knowledge didn't seem to apply to Su Yun. With that realization, An Zhixin decided to test things out and uncover Su Yun's true ability. Charmander, use Ember again. An Zhixin took a deep breath and spoke firmly. Su Yun shrugged and spat out a burst of blazing fire. The flames weren't noticeably different from before. Based on this, An Zhixin ruled out the possibility of Su Yun having the Storm Drain ability. If it were Storm Drain, the power of Ember should have been enhanced by now. That left only one possibility. Charmander, face the blue toad's Foam Ray attack heat-in. An Zhixin commanded resolutely. As Su Yun unleashed Ember, the blue toad countered with its Foam Ray attack. It seemed she had figured it out after all, as expected of a trainer with the power of Viridian Forest. Su Yun chuckled softly, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. When An Zhixin commanded him to confront the blue toad's bubble beam heat-in, that decision had already revealed her intentions. After all, if he truly possessed only a fire attribute, it would have been tantamount to courting death. The fact that she dared to make such a call meant she must have noticed something. Let me confirm your suspicions then, Su Yun said decisively, charging forward without hesitation and colliding directly with the bubble beam emitted by the blue toad. Under An Zhixin's intense and focused gaze, a miracle occurred once again. The bubble beam had absolutely no effect on Su Yun. So it really is the Water Absorb ability. and Zhixin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this discovery was almost unbelievable, the evidence was right before her. Just like the first time she noticed the white flames on Su Yun's tail, this revelation left her deeply astonished. However, as an experienced trainer, she quickly accepted the reality. The water absorbability means Charmander is completely immune to water-type attacks. This is an enormous advantage for the upcoming freshman tournament. And Zhixin murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with the light of a strategist formulating a plan. Meanwhile, in a private villa elsewhere in the city, Renua was far from idle. She was commanding her Vaporeon in an intense battle against a powerful Charizard. This Charizard belonged to a training coach her father had specifically hired to help her prepare for An Zhixin's Charmander. Miss Ren, your command skills and adaptability are truly impressive. You're one of the most gifted trainers I've ever seen. Coach Wang Defa praised her generously after the session. Hearing this, Renua raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes. Noticing her reaction, Wang Defa seized the opportunity and added, with your talent, the championship of the freshman tournament is undoubtedly yours. The others are nothing more than paper tigers compared to you. Renua was clearly pleased by his words, letting out a light hum. Coach Wang, once this training is over, I'll discuss with my father about giving you a raise. Wang Defa expressed his gratitude repeatedly, his excitement barely contained. So, in your opinion, how does my current strength fare against a trainer using Charmander? Renua asked, voicing the question she cared about most. Wang Defa, well-versed in flattery, immediately responded, with your current strength, Charmander wouldn't last more than 3 rounds against you. Even if it evolves into Charmeleon, it still wouldn't stand a chance. This answer delighted Renua, and a smug smile curled at the corners of her lips. Enough, I'm done. I'm exhausted. At dusk, the blue toad plopped onto the ground, clutching its wounds and grimacing in pain. After an intense sparring session, it had nearly crippled itself. Su Yun, when he got serious, showed no mercy at all. His skills rained down like a storm, nearly pushing the toad to its breaking point several times. Yet, when the blue toad thought of Su Yun's chilling blue-white flames and the overwhelming dragon-like aura, it swallowed its anger and held back. The result? It ended up in this pitiful state, utterly humiliated. Su Yun glanced at the battered toad and felt a bit awkward. He scratched his head, a twinge of guilt creeping into his heart. But really, it wasn't entirely his fault. Who could have guessed the toad's energy orbs were so explosively powerful? It was like a sponge soaking up water. The more you squeezed, the more came out. Every time he attacked, those orbs popped out like they were free of charge. How could he hold back? Naturally, he went Allen. The outcome was the poor toad getting a thorough beating, while Su Yun raked in a substantial haul of energy orbs. This time, the rewards included 30 points of water energy, 15 points of water essence, 20 points of ground energy, 10 points of ground essence, 150 points of battle experience, and 2 points to his HP base stat. Su Yun tallied up his gains and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thanks to these rewards, his total base stats broke past the 320 mark, reaching 321, and his level increased to 9. Charmander, that'll be enough for today's training. Come here, and I'll heal you. An Zhixin called out, motioning for Su Yun to come closer. When she saw his injuries, her heart ached. Although the blue toad had held back during their sparring, and Su Yun had immunity to water-based attacks, the level gap between them was evident. Plus, the toad's attacks weren't limited to just water-based moves, so Su Yun still ended up with some wounds, albeit not as severe as the toad's. Having a trainer blessed with the verdant power is really something. Su Yun thought to himself as he eagerly trotted over to An Zhixin. He lay down on her lap, a look of pure contentment on his face. An Zhixin placed her hands gently on him, channeling the verdant power to heal his injuries. Before long, all of his wounds were completely healed. The blue toad watched from the side, drooling with envy. To the toad's surprise, An Zhixin suddenly stood up and walked over to it. With a sincere smile, she said, Blue Toad, thank you for helping Charmander train. Please, let me heal your injuries as well. She was deeply grateful for everything the toad had done and willingly extended her verdant power to it. What? Me too. The blue toad was taken aback, utterly floored by this unexpected kindness. It never thought it would receive the same treatment as Charmander. Overwhelmed with emotion, it was nearly brought to tears. It had been planning to refuse any future sparring sessions with Su Yun, but this act of healing completely changed its mind. Without hesitation, it vowed to An Zhixin, Human, if you ever need a sparring partner, just call on me. I, the blue toad, will not hesitate. An Zhixin, of course, couldn't understand its words, but Su Yun caught every word. He gave the toad a thumbs up and declared, That's the spirit. From now on, you're officially my exclusive orb generator. The blue toad stared blankly, confused but secretly delighted. Late into the night, An Zhixin held Su Yun in her arms and fell into a deep sleep inside the tent, completely unaware of the breathtaking chase unfolding in the skies outside. In the pitch-black night sky, a fiery meteor suddenly streaked across, its brilliance so dazzling that it illuminated the entire azure forest. Trailing closely behind it was an eerie emerald-green streak of light, within which a faint, indistinct figure could be seen. The green streak moved with incredible agility, not only accelerating at an astonishing speed, but also effortlessly changing direction. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the emerald-green streak caught up with the fiery meteor. The two collided violently, and a blazing explosion lit up the night sky like a massive firework bursting high above. Even more astonishing, a beam of red and blue light shot out from the center of the explosion, piercing through the clouds. The emerald-green streak swiftly emerged from the fiery burst and continued its relentless pursuit. The two beams of light clashed fiercely in the night sky, colliding and entangling as their battle gradually spread toward the azure forest. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar shattered the silence of the night, startling An Zhixin awake. She groggily opened her eyes and nudged Su Yun beside her. Little fire dragon, stop roaring. I still want to sleep. Su Yun forced his heavy eyelids open and glanced at her. That wasn't me. Their eyes met in the dim firelight, and they instantly snapped to full alertness. An Zhixin sat up abruptly, her chest heaving as she looked at Su Yun, who appeared just as bewildered. If the dragon's roar hadn't come from him, could there really be another dragon-type spirit in the area? Roar! Another dragon's roar resounded, this time clearly emanating from outside the tent. The Reshiram bloodline within Su Yun stirred restlessly, sensing danger. Without hesitation, he leapt to his feet, flung the tent flap open, and dashed out. Little fire dragon, where are you going? Wait for me. And Zhixin hurriedly threw on her clothes and chased after him. When the two of them stood outside the tent and looked up at the night sky, the sight before them left them utterly speechless. Above their heads, two spirits radiating otherworldly light were locked in a ferocious battle. The earlier dragon's roar had unmistakably come from one of them. Rayquaza? Su Yun looked up at the sky, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the pitch-black night, a massive creature emitting a ghostly green glow streaked through the heavens. With his extraordinary vision, he instantly recognized the legendary ruler of the skies, one of the most powerful mythical Pokémon, on par with the true dragon Reshiram. Opposite Rayquaza, another figure, a blur of red and blue light, zipped through the night at an incredible speed. Though its rapid movement made it hard to discern its appearance, Su Yun quickly deduced its identity: the cosmic visitor, Deoxys. I see, Su Yun murmured, rubbing his chin in thought. Deoxys must have triggered Rayquaza by entering the atmosphere during its descent from space. It's no surprise. This is Rayquaza's territory, after all. And Zhixin, an experienced and knowledgeable trainer, also recognized the two legendary Pokémon without delay. Deoxys and Rayquaza? Why are they here, above the azure forest? She muttered to herself, her eyes gleaming with a mix of shock and curiosity. Wait, the light orbs! Su Yun suddenly shouted. As the two legendary Pokémon clashed fiercely, several glowing orbs began to drift slowly down from the sky. Being the apex entities of the Pokémon world, anything falling from them was bound to hold extraordinary power. A fight between the snipe and the clam. And it'll be the fisherman who reaps the reward. Su Yun whispered excitedly to himself, quickly locking onto the direction where the orbs were falling. Without hesitation, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Charmander, come back. The forest is dangerous at night. And Zhixin called out anxiously, but Su Yun had already disappeared into the thick foliage. She sighed in exasperation, then hurried after him. Though she grumbled under her breath, her concern for Su Yun's safety was evident. There they are. It didn't take long before Su Yun spotted the vividly glowing orbs standing out in the darkness. He rushed forward and reached out to touch one of the orbs on the ground. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Special Attack Base Stat 5. Ding. Congratulations, you've picked up Speed Base Stat 10. Holy! Su Yun gasped, drawing a sharp breath. This kind of beginning far exceeded his expectations. The glowing orbs with 5 points in Special Attack and 10 points in Speed floated enticingly in front of Su Yun. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully collected the two orbs, his excitement so intense that even his tail started wagging involuntarily. This is the biggest haul I've ever picked up at once. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with joy. The system's notification chimed in at just the right moment, displaying his latest stat updates in detail. HP 336, 467. Physical Attack 53-1. Physical Defense 44. Special Attack 69-9. Special Defense 50. Speed 75-10. Examining the data closely, a smile crept onto Su Yun's face. Special Attack has already reached 69. Once I evolve into Charmeleon, ITLL increase by another 20 points, not to mention the 182 same-type attack bonus. He calculated eagerly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Just as he was reveling in his success, a wild Nidoran suddenly leapt out from the bushes, growling threateningly at him. Su Yun cast it a disdainful glance, and flames began to gather in his mouth, the intense heat distorting the air around him. Sensing the terrifying wave of heat, the Nidoran yelped in fear and fled in panic. This scene was witnessed by An Zhixin, who had just arrived. She stared in shock at the formidable flames emanating from Su Yun's mouth, her mind racing with questions. How has Charmander's fire energy become even stronger? Could it have something to do with that strange movement he made earlier? Gradually understanding Su Yun's actions, she silently followed behind him, taking on the role of his guardian. Suddenly, more glowing orbs began to descend from the sky. Su Yun's eyes lit up as he dashed forward to collect them. Soon, the system notifications came pouring in. Dragon Energy 100. Flying Energy 100. Dragon Essence 30. Flying Essence 30. However, these orbs were not what he had hoped for. Strange, they're all Dragon and Flying Attribute orbs. Where are Deoxys Psychic Attribute orbs? Su Yun frowned, pondering the situation. Then it dawned on him attribute orbs only drop when the source is under attack, and the stronger the attack, the higher the drop rate. Since only Rayquaza's attribute orbs were appearing and Deoxys Psychic orbs were nowhere to be found, it could only mean one thing: Rayquaza was taking a beating. Su Yun was left speechless as he witnessed the scene before him. The mighty Rayquaza, unable to defeat even a single Deoxys? It was almost unbelievable. If its old companions, Groudon and Kyogre, were to see this, they would probably laugh their heads off. But for Su Yun, this was a rare opportunity of fallen energy. Orbs were now ripe for the taking. High above in the night sky, the battle between the two legendary Pokémon grew even fiercer. The shrill cries of dragons echoed endlessly, accompanied by relentless, thunderous clashes. Amid a devastating blow, Rayquaza's massive dragon body suddenly released two golden orbs of light. One the size of an egg, glowing softly, and the other the size of a basketball, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Standing amidst the forest, Su Yun's eyes lit up as he took in the sight. The flames on his tail flared wildly with excitement. Golden treasures. And two of them. This is a huge win. His breathing quickened as he quickly calculated where the orbs would land. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward their direction. This scene didn't escape the notice of An Zhixin, who observed from a distance. Is that Charmander on something amazing? She thought in surprise. Su Yun had never been this excited before, not even when he was chasing after seemingly nothing. But now, he was charging forward as if he were on fire. Curious, she decided to follow him. After nearly 10 minutes of running, Su Yun finally reached the two glowing golden orbs. In the dark of night, they shone like fallen suns, dazzling and brilliant. Overflowing with anticipation, he stepped forward and grabbed both orbs without hesitation. A system notification immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Dragon Pulse. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary title Sky King. Su Yun's eyes widened in shock, especially at the second notification. Sky King? Wasn't that supposed to be Rayquaza's exclusive title? While it differed slightly from Rayquaza's Sky Sovereign title, the prestige seemed nearly equivalent. He quickly checked the title's details. Sky King, when equipped, grants the blessing of the sky. Dragon-type move power increases by 30, and flying-type damage taken is reduced by 30. Hiss. Su Yun drew in a sharp breath. This title is insane. A 30 boost to Dragon-type moves? This is even better than the best-held items. Ordinary equipment couldn't possibly provide such a high damage boost. And this wasn't even the full extent of the Sky King title. It had another effect granting the wearer a 30 reduction in damage from flying-type attacks. Su Yun's eyes widened slightly as his fingers brushed over the title's information. What did this mean? Even though he was currently a fire-type spirit, once he equipped the Sky King title, attacks from flying-type spirits would encounter resistance. This would significantly enhance his survival and defensive capabilities against flying types. As expected of the Sky King, Tightlight truly lives up to its name. Su Yun murmured in admiration, clicking his tongue in appreciation. This title was an all-around massive boost to his strength. His gaze shifted toward another reward, the Dragon Pulse skill, and a smug smile spread across his face. With the Sky King title, I no longer have to worry about the lack of same-type attack bonuses when using Dragon-type skills. The Sky King title provided a 30 boost to the power of Dragon-type moves. Even though Su Yun wasn't a Dragon-type spirit himself, the power of his Dragon-type abilities would still reach 130, only 20 shy of what a true Dragon-type spirit could achieve. And if he were to gain Dragon attributes in the future, the power of his Dragon-type skills could soar to 180, nearly on par with the bonus he currently received from his Fire-type abilities. The future looks so promising. Su Yun's heart raced with excitement, his mind filled with visions of boundless potential. At that moment, a terrifying and unfamiliar energy surged from deep within his throat, emitting a guttural rumbling sound. Su Yun quickly sensed it and immediately understood it was Dragon-type energy. His body, having learned Dragon Pulse, instinctively wanted to release the move, allowing the skill, which didn't originally belong to him, to adapt to his form. Realizing this, Su Yun didn't suppress the energy. Instead, He opened his mouth wide and unleashed the dragon-type energy that had been building up in his throat. Roar! As the dragon-type energy burst forth, a deafening dragon's roar echoed in the air. An overwhelming dragon's might poured out like a torrential flood, forming a zaped shockwave that instantly obliterated a large swath of forest ahead. Broken branches and leaves scattered in all directions. An Zhixin, who had rushed over, froze in place upon witnessing the scene. Her soft, red lips parted slightly, forming a tight gap as she stood there, utterly stunned. Once again, she was deeply shaken by Su Yun. Was that Dragon Pulse? Did the little Charmander just use a Dragon-type skill? As a former champion trainer, An Zhixin was well-versed in various moves and techniques. She immediately recognized the skills Su Yun had performed. However, what she couldn't comprehend was how a fire-type spirit could wield such a powerful Dragon-type skill. Could it be a hereditary move? An Zhixin furrowed her brows, pondering the only plausible explanation. Some spirits inherited moves from their parents, at Bertha, phenomenon not uncommon in nature. Coincidentally, Reshiram was known to possess the Dragon Pulse skill. If the little Charmander was indeed a descendant of Reshiram, inheriting Dragon Pulse would make sense. Her gaze swept over the devastated forest ahead, and her brows knitted even tighter. But the power it unleashed was far too immense. And Zhixin was certain that Su Yun did not possess dragon attributes. Yet, for a non-dragon-type spirit to wield a non-stab, same-type attack bonus move with such overwhelming power, this clearly defied all logic. Unless it contains a significant amount of dragon attribute energy. An Zhixin's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Su Yun. Charmanders, after evolving into their final form Charizard and unlocking the power of Mega Evolution, can temporarily gain the dragon attribute. This means that while they may not inherently possess the dragon attribute, they carry the genes and bloodline of dragon-type Pokémon. However, the Charmander before her was even more extraordinary. It was highly likely that its father was Reshiram. As one of the most powerful dragon-type Pokémon, Reshiram's dragon bloodline is exceptionally potent, granting it unfathomable inherited strength. And Zhixin speculated that it was Reshiram's bloodline that caused this Charmander to mutate. It might not be a dragon-type Pokémon, but it could wield formidable dragon-type energy. She felt her deduction was well-founded, as though she had uncovered a deeply buried secret. If Su Yun could read An Zhixin's thoughts at this moment, he would probably scoff. His current achievements were not due to any inherited bloodline, but rather the support of the system. However, Su Yun's mind wasn't on An Zhixin's conjectures at all. Instead, he eagerly opened his information panel. Name: Su Yun. Species: Charmander. Base stats: 336. HP: 467. Physical attack: 531. Physical defense: 44. Special attack: 699. Special defense: 50. Speed: 7,510. Gender: male. Level: 9 infant stage. Attribute: fire. Abilities: Blaze increases the power of fire-type moves by 1.5x when HP is below 13. Water absorb nullifies damage from water-type moves and restores 14 max HP. Held item: none. Skills: Scratch, Growl, Ember Proficient, Smokescreen Beginner, Dragon Pulse Beginner. Attribute energy: Water 110, Grass 30, Ground 35, Dragon 100, Flying 100. Attribute essence: Water 45, Grass 5, Ground 20, Bug 10, Poison 5, Dragon 30, Flying 30. Attribute power boost: Fire 182, Dragon 130. Attribute damage reduction: Flying 30. Special bloodline: Reshiram bloodline 15. Special title: Sky King. The dragon attribute energy he had collected earlier had mostly gone unused, but now it was perfect for enhancing his skills. Su Yun's gaze was resolute as he spoke to the system. System: increase the proficiency of Dragon Pulse. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 100 points of dragon attribute energy. The proficiency of Dragon Pulse has been upgraded to proficient level. What a shame, Su Yun sighed softly. I'm just 10 points short of upgrading it to mastery. Upgrading skill proficiency from beginner to proficient required 10 points of attribute energy, while advancing from proficient to mastery required 100 points. Su Yun knew that although he was close, it wasn't worth obsessing over the remaining 100 points of attribute energy. With specialized training, he could still improve his skill proficiency, which was a more efficient approach. He turned to look at An Zhixin, preparing to have her design a tailored training plan for him. An Zhixin stood frozen in place, her shocked expression etched on her face. It took her a moment to slowly grasp Su Yun's intentions, and she numbly nodded in response. Su Yun noticed her stunned expression and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He wondered whether his actions had frightened her or if the earth-shattering battle in the sky had overwhelmed her. Either way, it was clear that today's events had left a significant mark on her. He lifted his gaze to the sky again, hoping to spot more of the glowing orbs that might have fallen. What he saw next, however, left him utterly stunned. Deoxys, who had been locked in a fierce battle with Rayquaza earlier, was now a streak of light fleeing into the distance in disarray. The fight's over already? Suyun murmured in disbelief. Moments ago, he had been entirely focused on collecting the glowing orbs and hadn't paid attention to how the battle had taken such a sudden turn. Just earlier, Rayquaza seemed to be at a disadvantage, so how had it managed to force its opponent to retreat so quickly? As Deoxys and Rayquaza disappeared from sight, another glowing orb drifted down from the sky. Suyun's quick reflexes allowed him to snatch it out of the air. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. You've collected Evolution Energy 10. Evolution Energy? Suyun paused, examining the system description carefully. Can be used to unlock special evolution paths. Usable only after evolving into Charizard. His eyes widened in surprise. He had always thought Charizard was the final stage, but now it seemed there was an even more powerful evolution waiting beyond. Unfortunately, his current level was far from sufficient, so he had no choice but to suppress his curiosity for now. They're really gone. An Zhixin noticed the change in the sky as well, her eyes blinking in surprise. She had assumed the legendary level battle would last until dawn. Charmander, let's head back. We've got training tomorrow morning, and you don't want to oversleep, do you? With the main players gone, An Zhixin suggested they return to camp. Oh, why does that sound a little off? Suyun scratched his head, pondering her words. While he understood she meant well, something about her phrasing seemed odd. The thought of the grueling training awaiting him tomorrow sent a shiver down Suyun's spine. Without further hesitation, he followed An Zhixin back to camp. Rest was the priority, now could deal with these minor questions another day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Azure Forest, a young boy named Zhao Tianjing also witnessed the epic battle between Rayquaza and Deoxys with his own eyes. Like An Zhixin, he was a student at the Azure City Pokémon Academy and had recently received his first Pokémon. Zhao Tianjing's luck was extraordinary. In an ordinary pond at the academy, he stumbled upon a shimmering golden Magikarp, a super rare, shiny Pokémon. His eyes lit up instantly, and without hesitation, he chose this golden Magikarp as his first partner. While a regular Magikarp might be a common and unimpressive Pokémon, a shiny Magikarp was an entirely different story. In the Pokémon world, even the most ordinary Caterpie, if shiny, could spark a frenzy among trainers. Not to mention, Magikarp had the potential to evolve into the mighty Gyarados. After obtaining this precious, shiny Magikarp, Zhao Tianjing hurried home, packed a simple bag, and eagerly headed to the Azure Forest to begin training. His goal was to evolve the shiny Magikarp into a shiny Gyarados as quickly as possible and unleash its true power. However, reality soon hit him hard. He had greatly underestimated the difficulty of raising a shiny Magikarp. This level 5 Pokémon, with only the splash move in its arsenal, struggled even with basic battles, let alone gaining enough experience to level up. He was forced to rely on basic training to slowly accumulate minimal experience points, a process so inefficient it was almost disheartening. After an entire day of grueling training, the shiny Magikarp's level hadn't budged. It remained the same weak level 5 Pokémon. Zhao Tianjing's enthusiasm was gradually wearing thin. Just as he was feeling dejected, fate seemed to intervene. The sky suddenly erupted with a cataclysmic battle. Rayquaza and Deoxys, the legendary Pokémon, were locked in an intense clash. To his astonishment, a green dragon scale drifted down from the sky, landing right at his feet. Zhao Tianjing carefully picked up the scale, which still bore traces of blood, his entire body trembling with excitement. The scale radiated a powerful and unique dragon-type energy, and he was certain it was an authentic scale from Rayquaza itself. Ha ha ha, my luck is unbelievable, Zhao Tianjing exclaimed to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I came out to train for just one day, and I not only witnessed a battle between legendary Pokémon, but also found a scale from Rayquaza. I feel like the protagonist of a novel with incredible destiny. His mind was already racing with plans for the scale's value. If I sell this scale, it'll make a fortune. With that money, I can buy enough resources to help my shiny Magikarp level up and evolve quickly. As long as it evolves into Gyarados before the rookie tournament, he'll have absolute confidence in taking first place. Fame and fortune will be mine. It'll be amazing. Just as he was lost in his grand fantasies, the Pokeball at his waist suddenly made a crisp, click sound and popped open on its own. A golden figure leapt out. It was his shiny Magikarp, now hopping energetically on the ground. Zhao Tianjing frowned and sighed. Magikarp, what are you doing out here on your own? You haven't evolved into Gyarados yet, so stop thinking about wandering around on land. He crouched down, ready to return the shiny Magikarp to its Pokeball. At that moment, the shiny Magikarp unexpectedly performed a splash move, knocking the green dragon scale out of Zhao Tianjing's hand. You idiot, Zhao Tianjing shouted angrily, his face flushing red. That was your ticket to evolution. If you lose it, how are you going to evolve into a Gyarados? He immediately stood up and hurried toward the fallen green dragon scale. But in that instant, something extraordinary happened. The shiny Magikarp's body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, enveloping its entire form in a radiant glow. Zhou Tianzheng froze in his tracks, stunned, his eyes wide open. Evolutionary light. His voice trembled with shock. Could it be? Is the shiny Magikarp evolving into a shiny Gyarados? How is that possible? It's only at level 5. He stared intently at the shiny Magikarp encased in the white light, his face filled with disbelief. Although he was just a rookie trainer, he excelled in his studies at the academy and could not possibly mistake the phenomenon of evolutionary light. After careful observation, he was certain this was indeed the light of evolution, and its presence meant the Pokémon was about to evolve. Zhou Tianzheng was completely dumbfounded. Is it really evolving into a shiny Gyarados? But why? He racked his brain, recalling what he had learned from his textbooks. As far as I know, Magikarp evolves into Gyarados at level 20. My shiny Magikarp is nowhere near level 20. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. His gaze instinctively dropped to the green dragon scale on the ground. Just moments ago, the shiny Magikarp had knocked the dragon scale from his hand, and now it was enveloped in evolutionary light. No way. Could the dragon scale from Rayquaza have the power to trigger Magikarp's evolution early? Zhou Tianzheng was momentarily speechless. He had never heard of such a thing before. Then again, it wasn't as if anyone had the means to test such a theory. Regardless, his shiny Magikarp was indeed evolving. Zhou Tianzheng stared in awe at the glowing white sphere before him. Moments later, the light began to fade, revealing a massive, fiery red creature shiny Gyarados. Zhou Tianzheng was so overwhelmed with excitement that his legs nearly gave out beneath him. A Gyarados. It's really a shiny Gyarados. He swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration, and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! My shiny Magikarp evolved into a shiny Gyarados so quickly. I must be the chosen one in this world. The championship in the Academy's rookie tournament is as good as mine. Azure Academy, prepare to welcome your king. Zhou Tianzheng is about to rise to the top. The next day, An Zhixin started training with Su Yun early in the morning. It was the same routine, the same level of difficulty, and Su Yun had the same miserable expression on his face. During the training, Su Yun looked utterly defeated, as though all his energy had been drained, leaving An Zhixin both amused and exasperated. This little Charmander is quite the drama queen, An Zhixin thought with a chuckle. We've only just started training, and he's already putting on a performance worthy of an Oscar. Stopping the training, however, was out of the question. To help Su Yun persevere, the only thing she could do was stay by his side and train alongside him. At the very least, it would provide him with some emotional support. To his credit, Su Yun was genuinely touched by her actions. An Zhixin could have simply supervised his training from the sidelines. There was no need for her to participate herself. Yet she chose to join him, offering her encouragement and support through her actions. Such a caring and considerate trainer was indeed a rare find. The only downside was that An Zhixin's figure was quite distracting. During the training, the way her chest moved with each motion kept pulling Su Yun's attention away, making it hard for him to focus. By midday, after an exhausting training session, Su Yun finally had the chance to enjoy resting his head on An Zhixin's lap. He lay on her thighs, completely relaxed, basking in the nourishment of her powerful, everlasting energy. It was as if he had entered a tranquil state of serenity, so comfortable that he almost forgot the passage of time. Little Fire Dragon, do you want to practice Dragon Pulse later? An Zhixin suddenly asked, her tone light and casual. Su Yun opened his eyes and glanced up at her, surprise evident in his gaze. Wow, you're really efficient, aren't you? He asked in astonishment. They had only discussed it the night before, yet An Zhixin had already prepared a training plan overnight. As he looked up at her, his vision was momentarily obstructed by the fullness of her figure. His heart stirred, but he chose to say nothing. An Zhixin smiled knowingly, as if anticipating his reaction. Since you've already got the training plan set, let's start right away. With your everlasting energy, I don't even need much rest, Su Yun said lazily. Then it settled. No backing out, okay? An Zhixin said with a playful laugh, eager to see the plan through, as if afraid Su Yun might back out due to his laziness. Su Yun scoffed dismissively. Humph, this dragon never goes back on his word. After lunch, Su Yun let out a satisfied burp and patted his belly. He had devoured the energy cubes An Zhixin had prepared for him, their flavor as irresistibly delicious as ever, tempting him to eat a few extra pieces. Stretching lazily, his short limbs flailed briefly in the air before he flopped back onto the soft grass with a thud. Sunlight filtered through the branches, warming his body and making him feel so comfortable that he was on the verge of dozing off. Little Fire Dragon, no napping. Have you forgotten? We still need to train for Dragon Pulse. An Zhixin's voice came from above, carrying a hint of amusement. Su Yun grumbled under his breath, unwilling to budge. He rolled over and buried himself in the grass, pretending not to hear her. At this moment, all he wanted was to indulge in a peaceful nap and enjoy a moment of leisure in his dragon life. Humph, I knew you'd try to slack off, you lazy little dragon. And Zhixin seemed to have anticipated his behavior. Before he could respond, She reached out and firmly picked him up. Su Yun wriggled a couple of times, but was unable to escape her unyielding grip. He rolled his eyes dramatically and muttered, "Wowho's slacking off. I was just taking a brief rest." An Zhixin, undeterred, held him up and spoke in a stern yet slightly exasperated tone. "You promised, no slacking. Stop making excuses." Her fingers lightly brushed his belly, giving it a comforting pat. Resigned, Su Yun could only nod in agreement. Deep down, Su Yun regretted agreeing so readily. If Rayquaza could drop a few more Dragon-type energy orbs, he could master the Dragon Pulse skill directly without all this grueling training. But since An Zhixin had already arranged everything, he couldn't back out now. "Go stand over there and try using the Dragon Pulse skill. Let's see how well you've mastered it," An Zhixin urged. Su Yun slapped his slightly drowsy face to shake off his sleepiness. He walked to the spot she indicated, opened his mouth, and prepared to unleash a zigzagging Dragon-type shockwave. As he gathered energy, a powerful aura built up in his mouth. A deafening roar followed as the shockwave was unleashed, creating a whirlwind that sent the surrounding grass blades flying. Boom! A powerful attack struck the forest ahead, instantly blasting a large crater into the ground in that area. "Wow, you've got a pretty good handle on it. Your proficiency is almost at the mastery level," An Zhixin remarked, narrowing her eyes as she observed closely, her sharp gaze seeing through Su Yun's skill level with Dragon Wave in an instant. She clapped her hands lightly, a hint of anticipation appearing on her face. "Since your proficiency is already so high, there's no need to waste time on basic training. Let's jump straight to the most advanced training." With that, An Zhixin bent down and picked up a handful of excised stones from the ground, her fingers deftly sorting through them. "Next, you'll throw these stones in different directions, and you'll need to hit them with precision. Think you can handle it?" Su Yun straightened up confidently and flashed her an okay gesture. "All right, here we go." As soon as the words left her mouth, An Zhixin flicked her wrist, sending a stone flying in a wide arc toward the distance. "Here it comes." Su Yun's eyes locked onto the flying stone as his body quickly adjusted its posture. Energy gathered rapidly in his throat, and the next moment, a beam of energy burst forth. Thud! The energy wave narrowly missed the stone, which landed intact in the grass. "Don't lose heart. Try again," An Zhixin encouraged, clenching her fist. "Once you can hit every single stone I throw, your mastery of Dragon Wave will truly be at the expert level." With that, she threw another stone, this time at an even trickier angle. Su Yun took a deep breath, focused his mind, and unleashed another Dragon Wave. Once again, it just barely missed the target, the energy wave grazing past the stone. But rather than feeling discouraged, his eyes burned with even greater determination. "It's precisely because there are flaws that we need to train. If I could hit it easily from the start, what would be the point of practicing?" Su Yun muttered to himself, adjusting his breathing as he prepared for the next attempt. The training continued, stone after stone being thrown, and Dragon Wave being unleashed repeatedly. The sun gradually dipped toward the horizon, and their shadows stretched long across the grass. Ding! Congratulations, your Dragon Wave skill proficiency has reached mastery. After what felt like an eternity, a crisp system notification echoed in Su Yun's mind, marking the successful completion of the training. "Finally, I did it." Su Yun quickly checked the skill proficiency information, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. He had to admit, An Zhixin's training plan was remarkably effective. In just half a day, it had elevated his Dragon Wave skill from proficient to mastery. Clap, clap, clap. An Zhixin tossed a few more stones into the air, and this time, Su Yun's Dragon Wave hit each one with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the stones into fragments midair. Seeing this, An Zhixin's face lit up with a pleased smile. She gently brushed aside her sweat-dampened hair. "Congratulations, little dragon. Your mastery of Dragon Wave has finally reached the expert level." To her, Su Yun's progress was as much her success as it was his. Su Yun flopped onto the soft grass, arms and legs sprawled out, and let out a long sigh of relief. Yeah, finally done. No more training. Though the results were great, the process had been grueling, especially for someone like him. A little dragon would much prefer to cheat his way to the top rather than work hard for it. However, it was clear he had underestimated the extent of An Zhixin's training plans. Just as he was ready to relax and enjoy a well-deserved break, An Zhixin suddenly approached him with a light step, hands clasped behind her back. Bending down to look at him, she gave him a sweet, mischievous smile. "Well then, it's time for some combat training next, Su Yun." Over the next few days, Su Yun underwent grueling training under the strict supervision of An Zhixin. Each morning, he was jolted awake by the piercing sound of a whistle, followed by relentless physical exercises and combat drills. His training clothes were soaked in sweat, and his muscles ached to their limits. Yet he gritted his teeth and pushed through. The hardship was indescribable, but the progress he made was undeniable. A week later, after finishing the day's combat training, Su Yun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Once his breathing steadied, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and opened his information panel. "Name Su Yun. Species Charmander. Base stats 341. HP 4910. Attack 531. Defense 43. Special attack 7111. Special defense 50. Speed 7510. Gender male. Level 15 juvenile. Type fire. Abilities. Blaze increases the power of fire-type moves by 1.5x when HP is below 13. Water absorb nullifies damage from water-type moves and restores 14 of maximum HP instead. Held item none. Moves Scratch proficient, Growl proficient, Ember mastered, Smokescreen proficient, Dragon Pulse mastered, Dragon Breath proficient. Elemental Energy Water 210, Grass 30, Ground 100, Flying 100. Elemental Essence Water 100, Grass 5, Ground 60, Bug 10, Poison 5, Dragon 30, Flying 30. Type Power Bonus Fire 182, Dragon 130. Type Damage Reduction Flying 30. Evolution Energy 10. Special Bloodline Reshiram Bloodline 15. Special Title Sky King. Not bad, not bad. My strength has improved so much. It seems my hard work this week has paid off. Suyun nodded in satisfaction, the flame on the tip of his tail flickering with excitement. Throughout the week, An Zhixin had arranged daily combat drills for him against groups of blue toads. On the training field, the blue toads barraged him with water bullets like a relentless storm. Suyun continuously dodged and counterattacked, honing his skills through these intense battles. This rigorous training allowed him to level up rapidly, bringing him just one step away from evolving into Charmeleon. In addition to combat experience, he also collected various Orbs, Elemental Energy Orbs, Elemental Essence Orbs, and even rare base stat Orbs. Over the week, he gained a total of 5 base stat points from the blue toads, 3 in HP and 2 in special attack. While the numbers might seem small, these incremental gains accumulated to form his current achievements. A typical Charmander's base stats totaled 309, but Suyun's had reached an impressive 341, a full 32 points higher than the average. If he were to evolve into Charizard in the future, his base stats would rival those of a Tier 2 legendary Pokémon. His skill proficiency had also seen significant improvement. Basic moves like Scratch and Growl had advanced from beginner to proficient levels. Meanwhile, his primary offensive moves, Ember and Dragon Pulse, had both reached mastery. However, advancing a mastered skill to perfection required far more time and effort than previous levels. This was why Dragon Pulse, which had reached mastery some time ago, still remained at the same level after a week. Although there had been progress, it wasn't enough to break through to the next tier. Moreover, he hadn't encountered any Dragon-type energy orbs, so he couldn't even rely on shortcuts to expedite the process. As for the Dragon Breath move, he had learned it independently upon reaching level 12. Since it was a relatively new skill, its proficiency was still low, on par with Growl and similar moves. Even so, it proved to be a powerful attack, repeatedly helping him out of tight situations during combat. Unfortunately, it still hadn't evolved into a Charmeleon. After the initial excitement, Suyun let out a sigh. This was the one thing he was somewhat disappointed about. To evolve into a Charmeleon, his level needed to reach 16. But now, he was just one small level away. And it was this very last level that seemed to be the hardest to achieve. Suyun turned to look at the ground, where a few blue frogs were lying on the grass. And Zhixin's hands glowed softly with a gentle green light. The power of Viridian Forest was healing their battle wounds. Watching this scene, Suyun felt a surge of gratitude, but at the same time, a thought of leaving began to take shape in his mind. I've been pushing them too hard these past few days, Suyun thought to himself as his gaze swept over the blue frogs, which had already been drained by him. After consecutive days of battles, these little creatures had become broke, no longer dropping any light orbs. In today's practice, he hadn't picked up a single orb. This can't go on. Suyun clenched his claws. Without light orbs, how am I supposed to cheat my way to the peak of dragonhood? He couldn't just sit around anymore. He needed An Zhixin's help to find new opponents. After An Zhixin finished healing the blue frogs, Suyun immediately approached her and expressed his thoughts. You want to venture into the forest to find stronger opponents? An Zhixin noticed Suyun's gaze fixed on the depths of the forest and asked in surprise. Suyun nodded firmly, his tail tip swaying slightly, a sign of his determination. An Zhixin pressed her lips together thoughtfully. You're probably just one step away from evolving now. More intense battles could indeed trigger your potential and help you evolve faster. She paused, frowning slightly. But it also comes with great risks. The wild Pokémon deeper in the forest won't go easy on you like the blue frogs do. Are you sure you want to go? Her tone carried a hint of concern, clearly suggesting that staying here and battling the blue frogs would be the safer choice. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not weak anymore, all right. Suyun puffed out his chest. Besides, I have Reshiram's bloodline. If things really get tough, I'll just burn them down. He waved his fist with a fierce determination, his eyes sparkling with resolve. If he didn't seek out other opponents, how could he collect light orbs? Without light orbs, how could he reach the peak of dragonhood? This logic was crystal clear in Su Yun's mind. Seeing how determined Su Yun was, An Zhixin chuckled softly and shrugged. Alright then, I know a place where there's a wild Pokémon that would make a perfect opponent for you. Her eyes lit up slightly. And there's also a wild fruit tree there. If you can defeat the Pokémon guarding it, we could gather quite a few wild berries too. In fact, defeating the wild guardian Pokémon and collecting the wild berries had already been part of An Zhixin's training plan for Su Yun. She had originally intended to wait until he evolved into a Charmeleon before tackling the challenge. But since Su Yun was so eager, going now wouldn't be impossible. The only issue was that Su Yun might struggle and not necessarily win the fight. A suitable opponent for me, and I can pick berries if I win. Su Yun's eyes lit up at her words, and his tail wagged excitedly. That sounds like a great deal. He tugged impatiently at An Zhixin's sleeve, urging her to take him there immediately. An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh. She reached out to pat his head, signaling him to calm down. I know you're eager, but we need to pack up our things before we go. And, she added, glancing at the freshly healed blue frogs with a gentle look in her eyes, shouldn't you at least say goodbye to your little companions first? Su Yun froze for a moment and instinctively turned to look at the group of blue toads. Although their time together had been short, these blue toads had been a tremendous help to him. Without their selfless assistance, he wouldn't have reached his current level of strength. As their acknowledged big brother, he felt he should do something for them before parting ways. With this thought, Su Yun quickly turned and walked toward the tent. Moments later, he came back out holding a box of energy cubes. These were purchased for him earlier by An Zhixin, but over the past few days, he had nearly used them all, leaving only 2 or 3 pieces. Originally planning to save them as his last rations, he decided to give them all to the blue toads instead. Huh? Big brother, are these all for us? The blue toads widened their eyes, staring at the energy cubes in Su Yun's hands, their gazes sparkling with delight. Su Yun had let them try a bit of the energy cubes before. Even though they were fire-type and not entirely compatible with the water-type toads, the taste was so addictive that they couldn't forget it. Su Yun himself rarely indulged in them, and the toads only occasionally got a small taste as a treat. Take them. I have to leave now. You've helped me a lot these past few days, so consider this my way of saying thanks. Su Yun turned his head slightly, pretending to act magnanimous. Don't refuse, or he'll take them back. In that moment, he truly exuded the aura of a big brother. The blue toads, both touched and afraid he might change his mind, quickly accepted the energy cubes, thanking him profusely. Standing nearby, An Zhixin's eyes held a look of admiration. She had been planning to suggest giving the energy cubes to the blue toads and compensating Su Yun later, but he had already taken the initiative. Though Su Yun had been tough on the blue toads during training, this gesture showed that he genuinely cared for his little brothers. After packing up their belongings, An Zhixin and Su Yun set off. The blue toads, munching on the energy cubes, waved goodbye with reluctant eyes full of longing. The location An Zhixin mentioned, where the wild fruit trees grew, was quite far from the small pond. It took the two nearly half an hour to reach it. Charmander, look over there. That tree covered in pale yellow fruits is the one I mentioned, An Zhixin said, crouching behind a patch of shrubs and pointing at the fruit-laden tree ahead. That's a dragonfire fruit tree. The dragonfire fruits it bears are not only essential ingredients for making dragon-type and fire-type energy cubes, but eating them fresh can also temporarily boost a Pokémon's special attack. However, Su Yun didn't hear a single word she said. His gaze was locked onto the area beneath the dragonfire fruit tree, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So many glowing orbs. He was surprised to find a few faintly glowing orbs scattered near the dragonfire fruit tree. Having not interacted with glowing orbs much recently, he immediately felt an itch in his hands, unable to resist the urge to rush over and scoop them all up, cherishing them to his heart's content. However, just as he stepped forward with his right foot, his tail was caught by An Zhixin. What are you doing? I haven't finished talking yet. Didn't you notice the aber monster lying next to the fruit tree? It's the guardian spirit I mentioned, and also the training opponent I found for you. You can only harvest the dragonfire fruits after you defeat it. An Zhixin scolded him sharply, a trace of anger flashing across her face. Su Yun glanced out of the corner of his eye and finally noticed the aber monster. His attention had been entirely captivated by the glowing orbs beneath the tree, causing him to overlook the potential threat. A level 22 aber monster was indeed a tough opponent for him at his current state. Su Yun took a quick look at the wild aber monster curled up and dozing, muttering to himself. After all, I'm only level 15 right now and haven't evolved yet. There's a significant gap between me and the fully evolved aber monster. But if I give it my all, there's still a chance of winning. Especially with so many unknown glowing orbs on the ground. If I can collect them all, they might enhance my strength. Alright, I get it. Let go already, this great dragon is off to battle. Su Yun nodded repeatedly at An Zhixin, eager to charge forward. Only then did An Zhixin slowly release his tail, continuing, listen to my commands in a moment. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Yun darted off like an arrow, giving her no chance to say more. An Zhixin puffed up her cheeks in frustration, muttering, "This little fire dragon is always so impatient. Can't he just let me finish speaking?" The Aber monster, sensing the commotion around it, abruptly opened its cold eyes and flicked out its crimson forked tongue. Its upper body rose high, adopting an aggressive stance. "Little fire dragon, use Ember attack." And Zhixin quickly commanded Su Yun, stepping out of hiding. "Ember what? Let me grab those glowing orbs first." Su Yun ignored An Zhixin's command, speeding toward the glowing orbs beneath the dragonfire fruit tree with all his might. What is this little fire dragon doing? Not following my orders? What is he up to? An Zhixin froze for a moment, confusion flickering across her face. Such disobedience had never happened before. Could it be that the recent training had awakened Su Yun's pride as a descendant of a divine beast, making him feel capable of handling things on his own? However, when Su Yun brushed past the Aber monster without even acknowledging it and sprinted straight to the base of the dragonfire fruit tree, frantically grabbing at the air over the glowing orbs, and Zhixin suddenly understood. The little fire dragon was trying to grab air. After spending the past few days with him, she was no longer surprised by this behavior and even found herself anticipating it. Every time Su Yun finished his air-grabbing antics, his strength would inexplicably increase. The Aber monster, on the other hand, had clearly never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Watching Su Yun wildly claw at the air on the ground, it froze in utter bewilderment. It had seen people fighting tooth and nail for the dragonfire fruit, even risking their lives. It had also witnessed sneaky thieves lurking around, trying to steal the fruit. But someone like Su Yun, who neither fought nor stole, instead flailing his little claws at thin air, was a first. Cha! It tilted its head, staring at Su Yun, who was busy swinging his tiny claws in all directions. Its eyes were full of confusion and wariness. The aberrant beast was utterly baffled, a string of question marks practically floating above its head. It seriously suspected that this little fire dragon might have something wrong with its brain. Instinctively, it took 2 steps back to keep its distance, fearing that whatever illness this was might be contagious. This retreat, however, worked in Su Yun's favor. Seeing that the aberrant beast didn't pounce on him, and instead moved away, Su Yun couldn't help but grin with delight. Feeling completely at ease, he bent down and focused on picking up the faintly glowing orbs scattered on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up a special attack base stat value 1. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up a special attack base stat value 1. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up a special attack base stat value 1. The continuous notifications echoed in his mind, and as Su Yun kept collecting, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This is incredible. He realized that all these glowing orbs were special attack base stat value orbs. Each one was a treasure he had dreamed of obtaining. Normally, acquiring even one was as difficult as reaching the heavens, but now, he was casually picking up special attack boosts one after another. This stroke of luck was absolutely unbelievable. He glanced up at the tall, majestic tree with its branches adorned with tiny flames, the dragonfire fruit tree. His mind quickly recalled An Zhixin's earlier explanation. Dragonfire fruits could temporarily enhance a creature's special attack ability. Su Yun suddenly understood. These scattered special attack base stat value orbs were likely a gift from this very tree. While the dragonfire fruits provided a temporary boost, these orbs offered permanent enhancement. Though different in nature, they shared the same origin. If that's really the case, then I found a steady source for base stat orbs. Su Yun's eyes sparkled as he began to envision the possibilities. If he could discover more trees like this one, he might even be able to collect orbs for attack, defense, speed, and other stats. Breaking through to the levels of a second-tier divine beast, a pseudo-legendary, or even a first-tier deity would no longer seem unattainable. I've got to ask An Zhixin later if she knows of any other wild treasure trees like this one. Su Yun muttered excitedly to himself as he continued gathering the orbs. Before long, he had cleared the ground of all the glowing orbs. Standing up, he surveyed his spoils with satisfaction, unable to suppress the grin on his face. 10 points of special attack base stat value. In such a short time, I've gained 10 points just like that. His special attack base stat value had now reached 81, far surpassing other little fire dragons of the same level. It was downright monstrous. TSK, and this is before evolution. Once I become a Charmeleon, they'll practically be unstoppable. With a face full of joy, Su Yun slowly turned to look at the aberrant beast not far away, which was still watching him warily. Now that I've collected everything, it's time to see just how powerful my flames have become. He grinned, a confident yet mischievous glint in his eyes, and suddenly opened his mouth. A roaring inferno burst forth. Flames surged and roared, engulfing the area in a fiery blaze. This wasn't just a skill being unleashed, it was the first real test of his upgraded special attack base stat value. The blazing firestorm swept through the air, making the very atmosphere seem to ignite as scorching waves of heat radiated outward. The aberrant beast, which had initially maintained a calm demeanor, felt the intense heat and pressure bearing down on it. Its black pupils contracted sharply into narrow slits. Cha! A powerful sense of danger flooded its senses as the flames roared closer. Every hair on its body stood on end, and for the first time, it realized this battle would be anything but easy. Without a moment's hesitation, it spewed a jet of highly corrosive acidic liquid filled with toxic fumes, permeating the air with a sharp, acrid scent. Known as the signature skill of poison-type creatures, this dissolving liquid was said to be capable of melting through even the hardest steel. However, when faced with Su Yun's flames, its usual intimidation faltered. The potent acid was ignited instantly by the fire, turning into a puff of white smoke that quickly dissipated. Chaba! Arbok's expression shifted dramatically as it witnessed this scene. Overwhelmed by fear, it immediately dropped to the ground and slithered rapidly, dodging the sparks while closing the distance between itself and Su Yun. Clearly, it was far more adept at close combat than ranged attacks. This little Charmander's special attack has improved again, and it seems to have made significant progress. An Zhixin's eyes flickered with astonishment as she keenly observed Su Yun's transformation, her heart skipping a beat. She tried to piece together the sudden enhancement and found it aligned with her earlier speculations. Could it be related to its peculiar action of grasping at the air earlier? An Zhixin quickly connected the dots to Su Yun's unconventional behavior. It dawned on her that Su Yun's decision to ignore her commands and charge toward the Dragonfire fruit tree was aimed at seizing this unexpected opportunity for evolution. No wonder it always manages to surprise me. And Zhixin murmured with a soft laugh, a touch of admiration in her tone. By this time, Arbok had successfully evaded the sparks and swiftly closed in on Su Yun. With a sudden leap, it opened its venomous, fong-filled maw, crackling with electricity, and lunged at Su Yun with its Thunder Fong attack. This electric-type skill was immensely powerful, a unique ability Arbok had mastered during its evolution. In addition to Thunder Fong, it also possessed Fire Fong and Ice Fong, making it capable of countering even Su Yun's fire-based attacks. Dodge it, Charmander. And Zhixin's face turned pale as she urgently called out. While Thunder Fong wasn't particularly effective against fire types like Su Yun, its sheer power could still put him at a disadvantage, especially given Arbok's higher level. Whether Su Yun could withstand the attack remained uncertain. So fierce. Su Yun tensed up as the electrified fangs came hurtling toward him. He quickly rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. Arbok's teeth snapped shut on empty air, sinking instead into the dirt with a resounding crunch. Seizing the moment, An Zhixin decisively commanded, "Now, use Dragon Pulse." Before Su Yun had fully regained his footing, a deep, resonant dragon roar erupted from his throat. Dragon-type energy surged forth, forming a zigzagging wave that hurtled toward Arbok. Chaba! Arbok let out a pained cry as it was struck by the attack, its body sent flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact left it incapacitated. From within its body, two glowing orbs emerged, shimmering like brilliant gemstones in the air. Su Yun reacted swiftly, grabbing the two orbs and securing them in his pouch. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 10 battle experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 20 battle experience points. This is exactly what I needed right now, Su Yun thought with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Without hesitation, he began refining the two glowing orbs. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to 16. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, a dazzling white light erupted around Su Yun, enveloping him in its brilliance. At last, the long-awaited light of evolution descended upon him. Ha! Finally, this dragon can evolve. Su Yun laughed excitedly amidst the glowing light, basking in the radiance of evolution. After countless training sessions and battles, he was finally experiencing his first evolution. At that moment, an Arbok attempted a sneaky ambush, creeping closer with malicious intent. However, before it could get anywhere near Su Yun, the overwhelming energy radiating from the light of evolution forced it to retreat. A Pokémon in the midst of evolution was nearly invincible. Trying to launch a sneak attack now? What a foolish idea. And Zhixin's heart raced as she saw the dazzling light emanating from Su Yun. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. This is amazing. Charmander is finally evolving, she whispered softly. Clenching her fists tightly, she kept her eyes fixed on Su Yun, eagerly anticipating the moment of transformation. She knew that once he evolved into Charmeleon, his strength would take a massive leap forward, and the Arbok would no longer stand a chance. 2.5 minutes later, the glow surrounding Su Yun began to fade, gradually revealing his new form. Su Yun's body had grown taller and more muscular, his once rounded head now sharpened, and a robust horn had sprouted from his back. His skin had deepened from orange to crimson, and the flame at the tip of his tail burned fiercely, far more intense than before. This was Charmander's second evolutionary form, Charmeleon. I feel an incredible surge of power, Su Yun exclaimed as he opened his eyes, brimming with energy. He couldn't wait to check his updated stats. Name: Su Yun. Species, Charmeleon. Base stats, 447. HP, 6810. Attack, 65-1. Defense, 58. Special attack, 100 and 121. Special defense, 65. Speed, 90-10. Gender, male. Level, 16 rookie tier. Type, fire. Abilities, Blaze Fire type moves deal 1.5x damage when HP is below 13. Water Absorb restores 14 max HP when hit by water type moves instead of taking damage. Held item, none. Moves, Scratch proficient, Growl proficient, Ember mastered, Smokescreen proficient, Dragon Pulse mastered, Dragon Breath proficient. Attribute Energy, Water 210, Grass 30, Ground 100, Flying 100. Attribute Essence, Water 100, Grass 5, Ground 60, Bug 10, Poison 5, Dragon 30, Flying 30. Attribute Power Bonus, Fire 182, Dragon 130. Attribute Damage Reduction, Flying 30. Evolution Energy, 10. Special Bloodline, Reshiram Bloodline 15. Special Title, Sky King. At this moment, Su Yun's base stats had skyrocketed, especially his special attack, which had surpassed the 100-point threshold, rivaling that of Charizard, a third-stage evolution. More importantly, his level had advanced from the juvenile stage to the rookie tier, signifying that he had finally moved past the beginner phase. With my current special attack power, can Arbok even withstand a single ember? Su Yun's eyes gleamed as he locked onto the wild Arbok before him, his thirst for battle igniting instantly. Wow, Charmander looks so cool after evolving. An Zhixin marveled at Su Yun's transformed appearance, her heart brimming with awe. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she murmured absent-mindedly, "Wait, I should call him Charmeleon now." After evolving, Su Yun shed his previous innocence and cuteness, gaining an air of authority and charisma befitting a strong contender. His posture became more upright, his scales gleamed with a mature luster, and his gaze carried a sharpness that brooked no challenge. His entire demeanor had transformed, making him a far cry from the little Charmander he once was. "Charmeleon, let's test out your newfound strength together. Follow my lead and use Ember." And Zhixin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly anticipated testing Su Yun's current capabilities. She could feel the power surging within him, a desire to unleash it that perfectly mirrored her own expectations. Whoosh! At her command, Su Yun took a deep breath, his chest swelling slightly before he opened his mouth to release a fierce burst of flames. The fire burned a deep orange with golden edges, radiating such intense heat that the surrounding air distorted and wavered. Compared to his pre-evolution state, the flames were nearly twice as large, with significantly increased heat and power. The sight left the Arbok visibly alarmed, its narrow pupils contracting sharply in fear. While Su Yun's Ember attack had previously made it wary, it had never been enough to instill genuine terror. But now, the scorching heat wave emanating from Su Yun made the Arbok feel as though it was facing not a newly evolved Charmeleon, but a living volcano on the brink of eruption. Hiss! Despite its fear, the Arbok forced itself to act, its body twisting rapidly like a nimble serpent as it lunged towards Su Yun. Even in the face of overwhelming threat, it chose to confront the challenge head-on, displaying the pride of a high-level Pokémon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Arbok spat out a rapid barrage of purple poison needles, as dense as rain, attempting to counter Su Yun's Ember attack. However, Su Yun's evolved flames were far too powerful. Each needle disintegrated into ash upon contact with the intense heat, leaving no trace of resistance. Realizing this, the Arbok quickly opened its jaws again, launching 3 successive waves of even denser poison needles. This managed to barely cancel out Su Yun's Ember attack. The continuous high-intensity effort left the Arbok momentarily weakened, its chest heaving as it gasped for air. Its overworked muscles ached, and drool dripped uncontrollably from its mouth. "Charmeleon, get closer and use Ember again." Sensing the advantage, An Zhixin decisively issued the order to press the attack. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yun surged forward, his movements swift like an orangered streak of lightning. His evolution had not only enhanced his strength, but also significantly boosted his speed. His rapid trajectory left behind an afterimage, rendering the Arbok unable to track him, its head darting back and forth in confusion. Hiss! Feeling the impending danger, the Arbok began to summon electricity in its mouth, preparing to use Thunder Fong for defense. But before it could react, Su Yun had already closed the gap to within 10 centimeters. With its face completely exposed, Su Yun unleashed a close-range Ember attack. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from Su Yun's mouth, engulfing the Arbok's head in an instant. The air filled with the acrid scent of burning, and Su Yun even caught a faint whiff of roasted meat. Thud! Within seconds, the Arbok's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thump, completely unconscious. Its head was charred black, with several scales curled and deformed, emitting faint wisps of smoke. As the defeated Arbok lay motionless, Su Yun stood tall, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. What's the use of a high level if you can't even withstand a single move? He thought smugly to himself. With the Arbok's fall, a cascade of shining orbs began to emerge from its body, floating in midair. Su Yun's eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly dashed forward, frantically grabbing at the glowing orbs, determined not to miss a single one. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 30 battle experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 20 units of poison-type energy. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 10 units of poison-type essence. 2.5 minutes later, Su Yun had once again reaped a bountiful harvest, gaining a large amount of poison-type energy and essence, while also accumulating valuable combat experience. The only thing he found regretful was not obtaining any new skills or stat boosts. Just as he thought he had collected all the energy orbs, a faint glow emanating from the mouth of the Arbok caught his attention. He crouched down and decisively pried open the creature's mouth. Instantly, a nauseating stench hit him, almost making him pass out. What on earth had this thing been eating to have such a foul-smelling mouth? Fighting the urge to vomit, he leaned closer to carefully examine the inside of the Arbok's mouth. Sure enough, deep in the darkness, there was a purple glowing orb. Though it was disgusting, Su Yun decided to go for it. Closing his eyes, he reached into the Arbok's mouth without hesitation and grabbed the glowing purple orb. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up a common held item Poison Barb. Poison Barb? So, picking up orbs could also yield held items? Su Yun stared at the slender, cold, gleaming poison barb in his hand, utterly astonished. This was the first time he had come across such an occurrence, and it seemed the variety of items dropping from orbs was far beyond his imagination. The appearance of the poison barb gave him a new perspective on these drops. Unfortunately, this particular item wasn't very useful to him. Otherwise, it could have been a convenient held item to carry around. Poison Barb was primarily designed for poison-type Pokémon, enhancing the power of their poison-type moves to a certain extent. The higher the quality, the greater the boost. The one he held, being of common quality, could only enhance power by about 5. He decided to show it to An Zhixin later. Maybe she would know how to make better use of it. As he was lost in thought, An Zhixin suddenly ran over with a bright smile. Charmeleon, you're amazing. You took down that Arbok so effortlessly. While she had anticipated Su Yun defeating the Arbok, taking it out with a single ember attack had completely exceeded her expectations. This dragon carries the bloodline of a legendary beast. Taking down an Arbok? That's nothing. Su Yun, pleased with the compliment, couldn't help but wag his tail proudly. You're honestly the most incredible Charmeleon I've ever seen. I really like you. An Zhixin's eyes sparkled with admiration, her fondness for Su Yun growing stronger. She even wanted to lift him up and spin him around in celebration, only to realize that his weight had significantly increased after evolving, making it impossible to lift him. Wow, Charmeleon, why are you so much heavier now? She grumbled in frustration, rubbing her sore wrists. Heavier? Su Yun glanced down at his sturdy frame and shrugged helplessly. I guess this is the price of getting stronger. Before evolving, he had weighed around 10 kilograms, but now, after evolving, his weight had doubled to 20 kilograms. For a girl like An Zhixin, trying to lift him was understandably difficult. The only thing that left him slightly disappointed was that he would no longer get to enjoy her face milk attacks anymore. Your head's gotten so hard, too. And this red horn of yours, it's so thick and tough. Touching it isn't pleasant at all. An Zhixin playfully poked the dragon horn on Su Yun's head and said with a cheerful smile, Luckily, your cheeks are still so soft. They're absolutely irresistible to touch. Her hands gently kneaded Su Yun's cheeks as her eyes curved into smiles, her expression radiant with joy. Ugh, my dignity as a mighty dragon is being ruined by you. Su Yun grumbled with a pout. As a spirit aspiring to become a fierce and imposing dragon, he was constantly treated like a cuddly baby dragon by An Zhixin. Suddenly, Su Yun seemed to remember something. Oh, I almost forgot this is for you. He opened his palm to reveal a silver-glinting poison needle. You even picked up a poison needle? Did it fall from the Aber monster? An Zhixin's bright eyes flashed with surprise. Seeing Su Yun nod in confirmation, a smile spread across her lips. You've got some luck. Dropped items like this aren't easy to come by. Examining the poison needle closely, she continued. This is a low-quality poison needle. It's not very useful for you, but you can sell it at the spirit shop for about 10,000 coins. How about using the money to buy you some energy cubes? The flame on Su Yun's tail flared half a foot higher as he exclaimed excitedly. That sounds awesome. Let's do it. I want the same flavor as before. He had been longing for those energy cubes that had been given to the blue toad. Haha, look at you drooling over it. And Zhixin laughed, amused by the way Su Yun's tail flame danced up and down. She carefully stored the poison needle and glanced at the unconscious Aber monster on the ground. Let's hurry and pick some dragonfire fruits before it wakes up. If it dares to wake up, it'll just knock it out again, Su Yun said dismissively, his tone full of disdain. Hearing this, the Aber monster, which had just regained consciousness, quickly pretended to be dead. The two soon arrived at the dragonfire fruit tree. Being adept at climbing, Su Yun took charge of picking the fruits while An Zhixin waited below to catch them. Before long, the tree was stripped bare of its fruits. These dragonfire fruits are in great condition, An Zhixin remarked as she looked at the full bag with delight, calculating aloud. Each one sells for 300 coins. This haul is worth over 6,000. Su Yun, your training funds are secured. Su Yun scratched the back of his head in confusion. Training funds? Besides energy cubes and training tools, do we need to spend on other things? And Zhixin gave him a playful, enigmatic smile. I'm talking about your next training plan. You'll find out all about it when we get back. Humph, acting all mysterious. Su Yun's tone carried a hint of disdain, but deep down, his curiosity was piqued. What exactly was the next training plan An Zhixin had prepared for him? However, An Zhixin clearly had no intention of revealing it so easily. She merely smiled slightly, the corners of her lips curling up, without saying a word. Let's head back. Charmeleon, your next training plan can only be completed in another location. Struggling under the weight of her backpack, An Zhixin motioned for Su Yun to follow as she made her way out of the forest. The 20 berries she carried were already heavy enough, and with the added weight of a tent and other supplies, her back was almost bent over. Seeing her struggle, Su Yun couldn't bear it, and immediately took the berry-filled backpack off her shoulders, slinging it over his own. Wait, maybe you shouldn't. Charmeleon, you're still growing, and I can manage on my own, An Zhixin said, surprised and flattered, but unwilling to let Su Yun carry the burden. She quickly tried to persuade him. Su Yun waved her off, straightened his posture, and walked ahead without looking back. Don't flatter yourself, he said casually. I'm not doing this to help you out, just thought I'd get some exercise. And Zhixin let out a soft laugh, her eyes glistening slightly. She quickly wiped them and hurried to catch up. Yeah, right, she said with a bright smile, quickening her pace. They exited the forest and arrived at the bustling commercial street of Azure City. In the Pokémon store, An Zhixin sold off the entire backpack of dragonfire berries and poison needles, earning 18,000 alliance coins in total. The dragonfire berries fetched 6,000, just as she'd anticipated, while the poison needle brought in an impressive 12,000 alliance coins. With nearly 20,000 alliance coins in hand, An Zhixin felt much more confident. Let's go, Charmeleon. I'll treat you to your favorite Poke Blocks, she said, waving her phone with a smile as they left the store. It was something she'd promised earlier, and it was a well-deserved reward for Su Yun. Su Yun, who had been feeling a bit tired, perked up the moment he heard about the Poke Blocks. His energy returned as he eagerly followed An Zhixin to the specialty store. Less than 3 minutes later, Su Yun came out of the store, clutching a box of Poke Blocks with a beaming smile. He couldn't wait to tear open the package, pop one into his mouth, and savor the familiar taste that burst across his tongue, filling him with a sense of satisfaction he hadn't felt in ages. As he was lost in the flavor, An Zhixin suddenly spoke up. Charmeleon, we're heading to the next training location now. Are you ready? Su Yun glanced at the sky, frowning slightly. Can't we go tomorrow? The sun's about to set. It doesn't seem like the right time to train. An Zhixin smiled faintly, brushing off his concern. Don't worry. We'll just go and get you acclimated first. Su Yun shrugged. Since she'd put it that way, there was no point in arguing. 10 minutes later, An Zhixin led him to a fiery red building. Flame Club. Su Yun read the bold sign above the entrance, turning to An Zhixin with a puzzled expression. What kind of place is this? A sly smile played on An Zhixin's lips as a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. You'll find out once we go inside. Without further explanation, she walked in confidently, with Su Yun following close behind. The moment they stepped through the door, a wave of searing heat hit them, and the temperature spiked dramatically. It felt as though the entire space was engulfed in roaring flames. As a fire elemental spirit, Su Yun immediately noticed the unique nature of the environment. It was brimming with intense fire energy. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, his pupils slightly dilating. The space was far more expansive than he had anticipated, large enough to accommodate a small stadium. Inside, around 20 to 30 trainers had gathered, accompanied by various Pokémon. Some were standing, others resting by their trainers' sides. There were Litten, Ponyta, and even a few rare Primeape. Squinting his eyes, Su Yun observed carefully and discovered a commonality among them. They were all Fire-type Pokémon, without exception. This must be a gathering place for Fire-type trainers, Su Yun concluded silently. In the center of the area, trainers gathered in small groups, engaging in animated discussions. Their voices rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere. As he moved closer, Su Yun could clearly hear their conversations: how to enhance a fire Pokémon's explosive power, techniques for controlling flame temperature, and strategies for countering water-type Pokémon. The topics were all centered on fire Pokémon training and battle tactics. Su Yun scratched his head, a hint of confusion crossing his face. With An Zhixin's skills and experience, does she really need to come to a place like this to exchange ideas with others? Just then, something on the other side of the space caught his attention. Is that an indoor battle arena over there? At the far end of the space, a small Pokemon battle arena was the stage for an intense duel. Two Pokemon were locked in fierce combat, with fiery sparks flying and waves of heat rolling through the air. A crowd had formed around the arena, pointing and gesturing at the battle. Occasionally, exclamations of surprise erupted, accompanied by hushed discussions on tactics. So, you can battle other trainers here too. Su Yun's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. I get it now, and An Zhixin must have brought me here for a fight. Excitement surged through him as the realization dawned. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fighting was something he absolutely loved. The thrill of seeing orbs drop from defeated opponents was as exhilarating as scratching a lottery ticket. Each one held the promise of something unique and valuable. And An Zhixin really understands me, Su Yun thought smugly as he reached out to pull her toward the battle arena. But to his surprise, she stood firmly in place, unmoving. Puzzled, Su Yun looked up at her, his eyes filled with the unspoken question, "Aren't we here to fight?" And An Zhixin read his expression and shook her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I brought you here to train, not to pick fights with others." Su Yun's lips twitched in silent frustration. So it turned out he had jumped to conclusions. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, if not for battles, what kind of training could this place offer? And An Zhixin lightly tapped his head. "Stay here and don't wander off. I'll go talk to the staff over there." Su Yun waved her off quickly. Go ahead, go ahead." But inwardly, he muttered to himself, "Seriously, does she think I can't be trusted? Don't you dare run off." And An Zhixin warned again before turning and walking away. The moment her figure disappeared into the crowd, Su Yun's attention immediately shifted back to the battle arena. In this unfamiliar setting, the intense battles were the only thing that truly captured his interest. On the arena stage, two fire-type starter Pokemon were locked in a fierce duel: a muscular Infernape and a powerful Blaziken with strong legs. Judging by the ferocity of their attacks, they were evenly matched, and each clash drew gasps and cheers from the audience. However, as the battle continued, Su Yun's expression began to change. When Infernape took a heavy kick from Blaziken, its body trembled violently, and a fiery red orb suddenly popped out. Holy! The monkey just dropped an orb. Su Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement, and before he knew it, he bolted toward the arena, completely forgetting the promise he'd made to An Zhixin just moments ago. He couldn't help it, the lure of those orbs was simply too strong. How could he stand by and watch such precious treasures go to waste without trying to claim them? That would be an unforgivable waste. Haha, it seems my decision was absolutely spot on. If I had stayed in place, I would have missed out on such a huge opportunity. Su Yun's eyes sparkled as he stared excitedly at the glowing orbs scattered across the arena, his heart brimming with joy. Initially, he thought there were only one or two, but as he got closer, he realized there were as many as 7 or 8. Each orb radiated a dazzling crimson light, resembling flames burning brightly. Clearly, these were fire elemental orbs, something incredibly useful to him. If he didn't collect them, it would be a massive loss. "Stay right there, my precious orbs. This dragon is coming to claim you." Grinning widely, Su Yun grabbed onto the edge of the arena and began climbing up with both hands and feet. The crowd around him was entirely focused on the intense battle taking place on the stage and paid no attention to his actions. On the platform, two fire-type trainers were passionately commanding their Pokemon in a fierce duel. "Blaziken, use Blaze Kick," one trainer shouted. "Humph, so what if you can use Blaze Kick? Fists are the real deal," the other trainer retorted, directing. "Infernape, show them your Fire Punch." Bang, bang, bang. The two Pokemon, both fire and fighting types, clashed with fiery punches and kicks, their battle reaching a fever pitch. The heated duel ignited the enthusiasm of the audience below, whose cheers surged like waves. At that moment, a sturdy, fiery red figure suddenly leapt onto the stage, instantly silencing the crowd. Where did this Charmeleon come from? What's it doing on the arena? Don't tell me it's planning to face Blaziken and Infernape on its own? What a joke. Does it even have the strength for that? The audience exchanged puzzled looks, their faces full of disbelief. They're all fire starters, what makes it think it can take on two at once? Su Yun's actions left everyone even more stunned. He scurried to the center of the arena, completely ignoring the trainers and Pokemon, and stretched out his chubby claws, swiping at the air around Blaziken and Infernape, as if grabbing at something invisible. All the while, he giggled to himself, as though he'd struck gold. The spectators were dumbfounded, nearly collapsing in unison. Can someone explain what on earth this Charmeleon is doing? What's it trying to grab? Someone couldn't help but ask. I've got it. This Charmeleon must be Infernape's hired clown, trying to laugh Blaziken to death. Another chimed in. The crowd was utterly baffled by Su Yun's inexplicable antics. Even the previously fierce Blaziken and Infernape were forced to halt their battle, staring at each other in confusion. Their wide eyes blinked in disbelief as they stood frozen in place, trying to make sense of the bizarre scene. Meanwhile, Su Yun was thoroughly enjoying himself, gleefully collecting the glowing orbs without a care for the bewildered stares around him. Ding! Congratulations. You've obtained Fire Attribute Energy X5. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Fire Attribute Essence X3. As the system notifications popped up one after another, Su-Yun couldn't contain his excitement. Unlike the previous energy and essences he had collected, which were of little use to him, these fire elemental rewards were exactly what he needed. The Fire Attribute Energy and Fire Attribute Essence that Su-Yun had just collected were undoubtedly rare treasures for him. One could improve skill proficiency, and the other could enhance the power of fire attributes, both directly increasing his strength. Hey, there are more energy spheres over there. Su-Yun's sharp eyes spotted a few more glowing orbs scattered under the feet of the mighty rooster and blazing monkey. Without hesitation, he walked over with a smile and said, "Brother Rooster, could you lift your foot for a moment?" "Oh, sure." Surprisingly, the mighty rooster cooperated and lifted its foot without complaint. Ding. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have obtained Fire Attribute Essence 5. Brother Monkey, take a step back. You're stepping on my treasures." "Huh? Oh, sorry." The blazing monkey quickly stepped back. Ding. Another notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have obtained Fire Attribute Energy 10. This bizarre scene left everyone present stunned. Two Pokémon were obediently cooperating with Su-Yun and were even oddly polite about it. The trainers on the stage could no longer hold back, especially Lu Zhongyang, the trainer of the mighty rooster. A second stage fire dragon not only interrupted their battle, but was now bossing their Pokémon around. This was blatant provocation. Whose fire dragon is this? Does no one take care of it? Lu Zhongyang roared in anger. "If no one steps up, don't blame me for being rude." The audience below began to stir. "The Flame Club has rules. If you're on the stage, you fight. Just take it down already. Look at it grinning like that. If this isn't intentional provocation, what is?" Fuming, Lu Zhongyang barked an order to the mighty rooster. "Use Flame Kick and take it out." Shamo, the mighty rooster's legs ignited with blazing flames, its fierce momentum aimed directly at Su-Yun. While calmly sorting through his spoils, Su-Yun frowned and looked up. "Don't make a move. You can't beat me." But evidently, a trainer's command carried more weight. Shamo, the mighty rooster launched a fiery flying kick straight at Su-Yun's face. Su-Yun simply tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. The mighty rooster's strike missed entirely, nearly sending it tumbling off the stage. Hiss! The audience collectively gasped, and the arena fell silent. All eyes widened in disbelief. The seemingly air-grabbing fire dragon had casually evaded the mighty rooster's flame kick. "What the hell, mighty rooster? What are you doing? Dropping the ball at such a crucial moment?" Lu Zhongyang cursed in frustration. His attempt to regain the upper hand had backfired, leaving him humiliated worse than taking a slap to the face. Shamo the Blaziken scrambled awkwardly to its feet, lowering its head in shame. It never expected that Su-Yun, with just a slight tilt of his head, and without even moving his body, could so effortlessly evade its attack. Su-Yun sighed impatiently, curling his lips in annoyance. He had no intention of making a move, worried that An Zhixin might scold him if she found out. Just as he was about to turn and leave the arena, the Blaziken stubbornly stepped into his path. "Charmeleon, what's the rush?" Blaziken's trainer, Lu Zhongyang, sneered. "You seem pretty strong. How about sparring with my Blaziken for a few more rounds?" Clearly, having been humiliated in front of everyone, he wasn't about to let Su-Yun leave so easily. "Don't make me unleash the energy orbs on you." Su-Yun mourned darkly, his tone icy. He was doing his best to restrain himself from letting the Blaziken trigger the energy orbs. "Blaziken, stop wasting time. Use Blaze Kick." Lu Zhongyang barked, determined to regain his dignity. Without hesitation, he issued the command to attack. Shamo. The Blaziken responded immediately, its right leg enveloped in searing flames as it leapt into the air, aiming a fiery kick at Su-Yun. Su-Yun shrugged helplessly. "I gave you a chance, and you still blew it." He took a deep breath, his expression suddenly turning commanding and resolute. A terrifying surge of dragon-type energy quickly gathered in his mouth, transforming into a zaped shockwave that erupted with explosive force. Dragon Pulse. Boom. Before the Blaziken could even come close, it was blasted away by the energy of the Dragon Pulse, crashing heavily to the ground. The deafening impact reverberated through the enclosed arena, silencing the crowd, who stood frozen in shock. A loud gulp broke the silence. "Knocked out again? Just like that? Isn't that Blaziken kind of weak? Or maybe that Charmeleon is just ridiculously strong? Wait a second, how can a fire-type Pokémon use Dragon Pulse? Even my Executor can't learn that. It must be because the trainer splurged on a TM. That's some serious luxury." Even Lu Zhongyang was left dumbfounded. "Hey, man, where on earth are you from? I mean, knowing Dragon Pulse is one thing, but the sheer power of it? Are you even really a fire-type Pokémon? What kind of fire-type ditches fire moves for Dragon-type ones? You're a traitor to the Fire Clan." While everyone else was reeling from shock, Su-Yun's attention was entirely elsewhere, right where the Blaziken had fallen. Scattered on the ground were several glowing orbs. "Ugh, I didn't really want to reveal the light spheres, but since you insisted, I guess I'll reluctantly accept it, Su Yun exclaimed with a theatrical sigh, swiftly bending down to pick up every single light sphere scattered on the ground. System notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Fire Attribute Energy 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Fire Attribute Essence 5. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained Combat Experience 15. Feeling quite satisfied with his haul, Su Yun looked around eagerly before stepping onto the fallen mighty rooster. Straddling its body, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing with a satisfying thud. How dare you pick a fight with me, he snarled, throwing a punch as the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Fire Attribute Energy 5. You think you're so good at fighting, huh? He landed another punch. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Fire Attribute Energy 10. What's the point of being good at fighting? With a third punch, the system announced. Ding. Congratulations, you've collected Fire Attribute Essence 3. The audience below was utterly stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Holy cow, this dragon is ruthless. The mighty rooster's down, and he's still going at it. Okay, punching the mighty rooster I get, but what's with grabbing at thin air? Could this be some kind of unconventional training method? Why does it seem like he's getting stronger the more he grabs? Impossible. There's no way someone can get stronger just by grabbing at air. Standing to the side, Lu Zongyang's face turned from red to black with rage. This was infuriating, absolutely over the top. Losing to Su Yun, fine, he could accept that. Getting beaten up, fine, he could accept that too. But grabbing at air? What was that supposed to mean? He was starting to seriously suspect that Su Yun was humiliating him on purpose with this ridiculous display. Meanwhile, on the stage, the blazing fire monkey, having witnessed the scene, was so terrified that its fur stood on end. It scrambled off the arena in a panic, desperate to avoid the same miserable fate as the mighty rooster. Elsewhere, An Zhixin had just finished handling some basic procedures with the staff when she suddenly noticed Su Yun was nowhere to be found. That disobedient fire dragon. Where did he run off to this time? She fumed, stomping her foot in frustration. Scanning her surroundings, her attention was drawn to the commotion near the battle arena. Don't tell me he ran over there to pick a fight with other creatures? Recalling how Su Yun had tried to drag her to the battle arena earlier, a bad feeling crept into her chest. Without hesitation, she broke into a brisk jog toward the arena. When she arrived and took in the scene on the stage, she was completely dumbfounded. There was Su Yun, sitting astride a barely conscious mighty rooster, furiously punching it while grabbing at some invisible force in the air. Her face flushed red as she struggled between anger and amusement. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Great, I'm done for. Caught red-handed. Su Yun muttered to himself, his smug satisfaction from counting his spoils quickly evaporating as his peripheral vision caught sight of An Zhixin below. His entire demeanor deflated. This is all your fault, he grumbled, landing one last punch on the unfortunate mighty rooster to vent his frustration before hopping off and trotting toward An Zhixin. Fire dragon, let me ask you, who was it that promised to stay put and not wander off? An Zhixin demanded, hands on her hips and her tone stern as Su Yun approached. Well, he... Su Yun scratched his head sheepishly, offering a goofy grin. An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh at his feigned innocence. She tapped him lightly on the head before assuming a serious expression again. Spill it. What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? She glanced up at the battered mighty rooster still lying on the stage and sighed, suspecting that this time, the mess would be anything but small. Causing trouble? No way. This dragon just picked up some light spheres and casually taught a lesson to someone who got in the way. That's all. Su Yun waved his hands repeatedly, his wide, innocent eyes blinking as if he had done nothing more than a trivial act. His tail swayed gently behind him, further emphasizing his feigned innocence. And Zhixin looked at his overly innocent expression, then glanced at the unconscious Blaziken still lying on the arena. She shook her head inwardly. If not for the fact that the Pokémon was still motionless on the ground, she might have actually been fooled by Su Yun's pure and harmless demeanor. You're the trainer of that Charmeleon? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Lu Zongyang, who had just snapped out of his shock, leaped down from the arena and stood before them. He gave An Zhixin a once-over, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke with a tone of curiosity. An Zhixin quickly assessed the young trainer in front of her and then glanced at the Blaziken on the ground. She immediately understood who he was. A sincere expression appeared on her face as she said apologetically, I'm sorry, my Charmeleon injured your Blaziken. I apologize on his behalf. Lu Zongyang was visibly taken aback, caught off guard by An Zhixin's genuine politeness. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and forced out a smile. Haha, no, it's fine. It's my fault for not being skilled enough. I can't blame your Charmeleon. Then his gaze shifted to Su Yun, who was standing beside An Zhixin. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes as he couldn't help but exclaim, but wow, miss, your Charmeleon is incredible. How do you usually train it? To think you could raise it to be so strong. I mean, we're both using fire-type starters, but your Charmeleon knocked out my Blaziken in one move like it was nothing. The strength Su Yun had displayed earlier had completely won over Lu Zhongyang. He hadn't come over to pick a fight or demand compensation, simply wanted to learn some training tips from Su Yun's trainer, An Zhixin. Huh. An Zhixin was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected compliment. She turned to Su Yun, her eyes wide, and lowered her voice to ask, Charmeleon, what exactly did you do just now? Su Yun spread his hands and shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much, just use Dragon Pulse to knock out that Blaziken. Only then did An Zhixin realize why Lu Zhongyang was so eager to ask for advice rather than hold a grudge. A Fire-type starter not only using a Dragon-type move, but also knocking out an opponent in one hit? Su Yun's performance was so extraordinary that it had completely won over the Blaziken's trainer. Well, actually, I didn't do much. It's mostly thanks to his natural talent, An Zhixin said with an awkward laugh. She wasn't being modest, it was the truth. While her training methods were unique, they couldn't transform an average Pokémon into something extraordinary. If Su Yun were just an ordinary Charmeleon, no amount of effort on her part could have brought him to his current level of strength. The reason Su Yun was so powerful was that he wasn't an ordinary Charmeleon, was the descendant of a legendary Pokémon, possessing the bloodline of Reshiram. Keep it low-key. Let's not talk about that in front of others, Su Yun said, clearly pleased by An Zhixin's praise. His tail flicked upward with pride, swaying lightly in the air. But isn't it because of that air-grabbing training method? Lu Zhongyang asked, scratching his head in confusion. An Zhixin's explanation didn't match his expectations. He could accept that Su Yun had superior talent, but he had personally witnessed the seemingly bizarre training technique of clawing at the air. If that wasn't some exclusive training method, he wouldn't believe it even if you told him otherwise. An Zhixin tugged at the corners of her mouth upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss for words. The situation before her was indeed both amusing and baffling. Su Yun's air-grabbing ability had been a mystery from the very beginning. Ever since they first met at the academy, this peculiar habit had been deeply ingrained. Though she still couldn't grasp the underlying principle, it was undeniable that this seemingly absurd behavior had been steadily enhancing Su Yun's strength. Because of this, she hadn't tried to stop him. Instead, she had silently supported Su Yun's actions. However, anyone attempting to imitate this training method was bound to fail. She had already experimented with the blue toads, and the results confirmed that this was a unique ability exclusive to Su Yun. Other spirits couldn't replicate its effects. So it is because of this special training method. Lu Zhongyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I, Lu Zhongyang, am a genius. No, you misunderstood, and Zhixin rubbed her temples, trying to explain, but before she could finish, Lu Zhongyang cut her off. Say no more, miss. I've figured it all out. Air-grabbing training Lu Zhongyang is definitely doing this. With that, he hurried off with his muscular Torchic in tow, leaving no room for An Zhixin to clarify. His actions immediately triggered a chain reaction around them. I knew I wasn't seeing things. That Charmeleon really gets stronger just by grabbing the air. Unbelievable. This training method actually works. Amid the rising exclamations, the training grounds suddenly became a hive of activity. Cyndaquil, start grabbing the air now. Hey, you sneaky one, practicing in secret, huh? Houndoom, you better join in too. In the blink of an eye, the field was filled with spirits clawing wildly at the empty air. Watching this ridiculous scene unfold, An Zhixin was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Yun's peculiar behavior had unwittingly sparked a trend throughout the club. Charmeleon, should we stop them? An Zhixin asked, looking down with a wry smile. Su Yun shrugged. Let them grab. Consider it a workout. He saw through the situation effortlessly. With how obsessed they are right now, they won't listen to reason. Once they realize it's not working, they'll stop on their own. He thought to himself. After all, not everyone is lucky enough to be as much of a cheat as I am. There's not much else we can do, I suppose. An Zhixin sighed, casting a glance of mild pity at the crowd before turning back to Su Yun. Let's go. I've already taken care of your membership paperwork. They'll take you to the flame training room. The fire energy there is incredibly concentrated. It'll be really beneficial for you. Flame training room. Su Yun repeated the unfamiliar term under his breath, his mind already envisioning potential glowing orbs waiting for him. Quickening his pace, he followed closely behind An Zhixin, heading away from the battle platform. At the front desk, An Zhixin handed over her newly issued club membership card. The staff member took a glance at it, maintaining a professional smile as she said, Miss, you are currently a standard member of our club and are not eligible for any discounts. The rental fee for the advanced flame training room is 9,000 alliance coins per hour. An Zhixin frowned slightly. She had recently earned 18,000 alliance coins by selling dragonfire fruits and poison needles, but half of it had already been spent on purchasing energy cubes for Su Yun. Now, she only had 9,000 alliance coins left, just enough to rent the room for an hour, not even a minute longer. However, considering the effectiveness of the advanced training room, she decisively nodded. All right, I'll rent it for 1 hour. Understood. The staff member replied with a routine expression. For safety reasons, we need to confirm which Pokémon you plan to train. Could you please let us know which one you'll be bringing into the training room? An Zhixin gestured towards Su Yun behind her. My Charmeleon. The staff member froze for a moment upon hearing this and carefully examined both An Zhixin and Su Yun before speaking in a slightly hesitant tone. A Charmeleon? Are you sure? When An Zhixin nodded, the staff member immediately adopted an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but due to the flame intensity limitations of Charmeleons, we cannot grant you access to the advanced training room. For the safety of your Pokémon, we recommend that you use the intermediate flame training room instead. This response caught An Zhixin off guard. She had chosen the advanced training room specifically for its superior training results, never expecting that there would be restrictions based on a Pokémon's level. However, confident in Su Yun's abilities, she quickly pressed further. What if my Charmeleon's flame intensity meets the required standard? Would it then be allowed to use the advanced training room? She was well aware that while the intermediate training room was safer and more affordable, its flame energy density and training results were far inferior to those of the advanced room. According to the club's description, 1 hour in the advanced training room was equivalent to 10 hours in the intermediate room. If she wanted to significantly improve Su Yun's abilities in a short time, the advanced training room was the only option. Hearing her question, the staff member's face revealed a barely concealed look of disbelief. Clearly, she thought An Zhixin was being unrealistic. After all, the training rooms were strictly categorized based on the flame intensity of the Pokémon. The beginner training rooms were designed for novice Pokémon, while the intermediate rooms were specifically tailored for second-stage Pokémon like Charmeleons, Combustions, and Monfernos. The advanced flame training room is specifically designed for third-stage Pokémon, such as Charizard, Blaziken, and Infernape. No matter how strong An Zhixin's Charmeleon is, can its internal flame intensity compare to its evolved form, Charizard? Clearly not. What's going on? Why is it taking so long to settle this? You made me waste several extra minutes for nothing. At that moment, a man dressed in the club's exclusive flame attire stormed out of the advanced flame training room, his tone full of irritation. Behind him followed a visibly exhausted Charizard, seemingly having just finished a training session. Apologies, Mr. Wang Lin. We're currently processing this young lady's rental request for the advanced flame training room, which caused a bit of a delay. We ask for your understanding. One of the staff members said apologetically, clearly wary of upsetting the club's silver member. Do you think I'm stupid? How could renting an advanced flame training room take this long? Wang Lin shot the staff member a glare, his temper flaring. He wasn't new to this. He knew exactly how long the process should take. But this young lady insists on renting the advanced flame training room with her Charmeleon. The staff member explained with a pained expression. This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. What? Renting the advanced flame training room with a Charmeleon? Wang Lin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he'd just heard something absurd. He turned to glance at An Zhixin and Su Yun, his face immediately showing disdain. With a mocking laugh, he sneered, seriously? The staff member nodded hesitantly. Wang Lin crossed his arms and walked over, bending down to scrutinize Su Yun. His disdain grew even more pronounced as he coldly mocked. Huh. It seems like just anyone can enter the advanced flame training room these days. A Charmeleon? Does it even deserve to train in the same room as my Charizard? He then straightened up and looked at An Zhixin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Miss, let me give you some advice. Take your little weakling and head over to the intermediate flame training room. The advanced flame training room isn't meant for the likes of you. Pointing proudly at his Charizard behind him, he added smugly. See this? This is the kind of Pokémon that belongs in the advanced flame training room. Roar! The previously exhausted Charizard, now rejuvenated by its trainer's praise, straightened its posture and let out a series of roars at Su Yun's Charmeleon. It seemed to be taunting, as if to say, you think you can enter the advanced flame training room? Can you even evolve into my form in this lifetime? Su Yun casually rubbed his ears, slightly deafened by the roar, and slowly looked up at the Charizard with a sinister grin. Trying to show off with a dragon roar in front of me? You're bold, huh? Do you have any idea that dragon blood flows in my veins? A faint rumble came from Su Yun's throat as if in response to the Charizard's provocation. The Reshiram bloodline within him stirred involuntarily, and a barely noticeable bluish-white flame began to flicker at the tip of his tail. The dragon energy gathering in his mouth grew denser and more ferocious. Roar! In the next moment, Su Yun suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar directed at the Charizard. The overwhelming dragon aura surged like a tidal wave, and the deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire club. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air, reverberating in everyone's ears. Every member in the club, without exception, felt their hearts jolt violently, their faces turning deathly pale in an instant. Eyes widened in disbelief, they couldn't trust what they were hearing. Whose Pokémon could it be? How can it unleash such a terrifying dragon's roar? One member murmured to himself, his voice trembling with fear. Even more shocking was the source of the roar. It came from what appeared to be an ordinary Charmeleon. Earlier, it had defeated a Blaziken with Dragon Pulse. and now it was producing a dragon's roar of such incredible purity that it seemed more authentic than that of a purebred dragon-type Pokémon. The roar struck with sudden ferocity, like a thunderclap on a clear day, shaking everyone present to their core. Even the Pokémon around them cowered, shrinking their necks and trembling on the ground as if gripped by an ancient, primal fear deep within their blood. When they traced the source of the sound and realized it came from Su Yun, their shock knew no bounds. This is bad. A young dragon has emerged in the dragon-type family, someone whispered, their voice laced with apprehension. Wang Lin, who was closest to the scene, was completely frozen in place. His mouth hung open, his dark pupils shrinking to the size of sesame seeds, his eyes filled with nothing but sheer terror. At the exact moment Su Yun unleashed the roar, Wang Lin had been standing directly across from him. The overwhelming wave of the dragon's roar hit him heated, leaving his eardrums on the verge of rupture. But that was the least of it. The true damage to Wang Lin came from the aura embedded within the roar. It felt as though a real divine dragon stood before him, almost driving his spirit to collapse. This can't be just a Charmeleon, can it? Wang Lin stared at Su Yun in utter disbelief. How could it produce such a horrifying dragon's roar? He couldn't comprehend it. A Charmeleon, a non-dragon type starter Pokémon, shouldn't have the capacity to harbor such a vast and overwhelming dragon aura. If Su Yun weren't standing right in front of him, Wang Lin would have been convinced that the roar had come from a pseudo-legendary dragon type, or even a legendary Pokémon. Whimper. Wang Lin's Charizard, standing beside him, whimpered in fear, lowering its head and hiding behind its trainer. Its earlier arrogance had completely vanished. It had initially thought that, as the evolved form of Su Yun, it could at least show off a little in front of him. But to its dismay, not only had it failed, but it had also been utterly humiliated. The moment Su Yun roared, the Charizard shrank back like a frightened bug. A Charizard, the evolved form of Charmeleon, yet its dragon's roar was less than a tenth as pure as Su Yun's. Who would believe such an absurd reality? And yet, it had happened. The Charizard nervously curled its body, desperately trying to hide itself behind Wang Lin, as if doing so would make it invisible to the Charmeleon and ease its terror. However, its large frame made it impossible to fully conceal itself no matter how hard it tried. Whimper. The Charizard ultimately looked to Wang Lin with desperation, pointing its claw at the Pokeball on his belt. Its eyes were filled with pleading, as if saying, "Trainer, please recall me quickly. If I don't retreat into the Pokeball now, that Charmeleon might come over and beat me up." Wang Lin immediately understood Charizard's thoughts, and his face darkened in an instant, almost as if he was about to spit out blood in frustration. His Charizard was so intimidated by a mere Charmeleon that it didn't even dare to come out of its Pokeball. This was utterly humiliating. But when he recalled the thunderous dragon roar Su Yun had just let out, he could somewhat empathize with Charizard's current state of mind. His expression grew even darker as he opened the Pokeball, swallowing his dissatisfaction and frustration as he returned Charizard inside. He then shot a fierce glare at Su Yun before turning around and leaving in disgrace, completely losing the courage to stay any longer. "TCH, is that all?" Watching Wang Lin leave with his Charizard in such a sorry state, Su Yun sneered disdainfully and smirked. "I thought you were something special, but looks like you're nothing at all." He had barely spoken a word, hadn't even lifted a finger, and yet Wang Lin's Charizard had been so terrified it retreated into its Pokeball. That Charizard was absolutely useless, an embarrassment to its species. If it were him, when he eventually evolved into a Charizard, he would never be as pathetic, unable to display even a shred of dominance. "Charmeleon, you scared off a Charizard, huh?" An Zhixin's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Su Yun, utterly dumbfounded. She instinctively reached out to pinch Su Yun's cheek, her eyes brimming with shock and admiration. "Su Yun, you're amazing. Charizard is the evolved form of Charmeleon, at least level 36 or higher, a true elite. And yet you scared it so badly, it wouldn't even come out of its Pokeball. This must be the power of the child of a legendary Pokemon. You're too strong, and way too cool." Despite An Zhixin's praise and admiration, Su Yun remained indifferent, curling his lips slightly as he muttered, "Tch, this is nothing. Just wait until I grow a bit more, I'll be able to take it down with one hand. If it weren't for my current low level and untapped potential, do you think Wang Lin and his Charizard could have left so easily? I would have given it a good beating and taught it a lesson. Charmeleon, you were absolutely incredible earlier." And Zhixin's eyes sparkled as she excitedly pinched Su Yun's cheeks, her face overflowing with affection. Su Yun felt utterly exasperated. "Ugh, woman, while your words make me happy, your actions are completely ruining my dignity. How dare you? Let go of my face. You're destroying my cool and composed image." Although Su Yun raged internally and tried to pull away, and Zhixin only became more enthusiastic, her excitement making her pinch even harder. In the end, Su Yun gave up resisting entirely, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. Just then, a crowd from other parts of the club, having heard the commotion, began gathering to see what was going on. Was it this Charmeleon that let out that dragon roar earlier? Why do I feel like it looks kind of cute now? Someone whispered. I can't believe it scared off a Charizard. Who would have thought it could have such an adorable side while being so fierce earlier? It's like two completely different Pokemon. Hey, let go of that Charmeleon and let me have a turn. Someone else complained indignantly, clearly eager to step in and rescue Su Yun. Su Yun internally wailed. It's over. My reputation as a mighty dragon is completely ruined. He couldn't help but glance at the dense crowd surrounding him, his eyes filled with despair. Sensing Su Yun's mood, An Zhixin finally realized that it might not be appropriate to pinch his cheeks in front of so many people. She reluctantly withdrew her hands, stood up, and turned to the staff at the front desk with a bright smile. Excuse me, could you help me apply for access to the Advanced Flame training room now? Sorry, I was prejudiced against your Charmeleon earlier. I sincerely apologize for my ignorance. Please forgive me. The staff member quickly lowered her head, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. She had never imagined that An Zhixin's Charmeleon could be so powerful. With just one ear-splitting dragon roar, even a Charizard had fled in fear. She realized she had made a grave mistake offending someone so important. An Zhixin, being magnanimous, understood that the staff member was simply following the club's rules. She smiled faintly and said, It's all right. Could you please help me apply for access to the Advanced Flame training room? The staff member hesitated slightly. However, you'll need to let your Pokemon undergo a flame intensity test first. It's part of our club's regulations. Skipping the procedure could result in penalties. And Zhixin furrowed her brows slightly and asked softly, How does the test work? Relieved, the staff member quickly pointed to a bulky red device and explained, It's simple. Your Pokemon just needs to use any fire-type move to strike this testing machine. If the flame intensity meets the requirement, I can process your request right away. And Zhixin turned her gaze to the large red device, which stood out prominently. Its target area was scorched and marked with burn marks, a clear sign of frequent use. Without hesitation, she nodded. All right, let's begin. The staff member swiftly operated the controls and started the machine, while the crowd nearby couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Do you think this Charmeleon's flame intensity will meet the standard? I doubt it. To qualify for the Advanced Flame training room, the flame intensity has to be at least on par with a Charizard's level. But this is just a Charmeleon, still in the middle of its evolution. Its flame intensity definitely won't meet the criteria. Exactly. I think this Charmeleon seems more like a Dragon-type Pokemon rather than a Fire-type. Its flame intensity is probably weak compared to its Dragon abilities. I agree. With such overpowering Dragon-type capabilities, how could its Fire-type abilities compare to a Charizard's? Its flame moves are probably useless by now. Well, you have a point, but you're not entirely correct. If the Charmeleon's Fire abilities were so weak, why didn't it use Fire-type moves during the battle against the Blaziken? Instead, it used Dragon Pulse. Don't you realize that Fire-type moves are ineffective against Fire-type Pokemon? As the crowd continued to speculate, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the results of the test. In my opinion, Charmeleon's Fire-type abilities are definitely not inferior to its Dragon-type abilities, perhaps they're even stronger. Only true trump cards are kept hidden. What do you guys even know? A young man with black-rimmed glasses waved his hands passionately, his voice standing out sharply amidst the crowd. Before long, the onlookers split into two camps, and the debate grew increasingly heated. Most people insisted that Su Yun's Fire-type abilities were weak, or perhaps even non-existent. After all, a Fire-type starter Pokemon that had never demonstrated Fire-type moves but frequently used Dragon-type skills was certainly suspicious. However, a smaller group firmly believed that Su Yun was concealing his true strength and that his Fire-type abilities were anything but weak. The arguments grew louder, almost turning into a small-scale debate, until a uniformed staff member cleared their throat, interrupting the endless dispute. Miss, you may begin testing your Pokemon now. The moment the words left the staff member's mouth, the entire venue fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Every gaze turned towards Su Yun standing at the center of the field, filled with anticipation and curiosity. At that moment, everyone wanted to know one thing. Just how powerful was this unconventional Charmeleon's Fire-type ability? Standing to the side, An Zhixin rolled up her sleeves, her face glowing with confidence. Charmeleon, you've got this. I know you can do it. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for Su Yun to hear. Su Yun glanced around, feeling the weight of all the skeptical eyes on him. Then he looked at the testing device ahead, its indicator lights blinking steadily. A slow, almost mischievous smile crept across his face, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. If they doubt me so much, I'll give them a little fiery surprise, Su Yun thought to himself. Ho! Su Yun opened his mouth, and a bright orange-eared glow began to flicker deep in his throat. A blazing fireball quickly formed, its heat intensifying rapidly. The air around it warped and shimmered under the extreme temperature, as if it might melt. If anyone had been close enough, they might have noticed a faint, pale blue flame quietly burning at the very core of the orange-eared fireball of flame, like the heart of fire itself. Huh. In the next instant, Su Yun jerked his head forward, unleashing the fireball with all his might. The searing energy shot out like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the target on the testing device. Boom! The target shook violently under the impact, producing a sharp metallic clang. The device's surface seemed to be coated with some kind of special fire-absorbing material, which quickly drew in the wild flames, channeling them into its internal system for measurement. Beep, beep, beep. Numbers began to flash and climb rapidly on the device's screen, too fast for anyone to follow. 100, 200, 300, 999. The moment the number hit, 999. Bang! The scarlet digits on the screen exploded without warning, shattering the display into fragments. Smoke began to rise from the device's interior. The scene fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt moments later with gasps and exclamations. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the smoking machine, their jaws nearly hitting the floor in disbelief. Whoa, that's insane. A burly trainer was the first to break the silence. Charmeleon's firepower just blew up the testing device. 999 wasn't Charmeleon's limit, it was the device's limit, someone muttered, their voice filled with shock. Damn it, my Charizard only scored in the 800s. How does it get weaker the more it evolves compared to this Charmeleon? An older trainer groaned, tugging at his hair in frustration. Who said Charmeleon's fire was weak just now? This is off the charts, man. Fire and dragon dual mastery. Could this guy be the reincarnation of Reshiram? The crowd buzzed with amazement, and Su Yun's performance had thoroughly silenced the skeptics, leaving even the harshest doubters in awe. An Zhixin blinked a few times, then walked over to Su Yun with a puzzled expression. She asked softly, Charmeleon, how did you end up blowing up their testing device? Her tone was a mix of amusement and exasperation. She was well aware of Charmeleon's firepower. It could meet the requirements of an advanced fire training chamber, but it shouldn't have been enough to destroy a testing device. She studied Su Yun for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn on her, and her eyes lit up with understanding. You didn't add a little something extra in there, did you? She asked, recalling the mysterious pale blue flame within Su Yun's body. Her expression turned slightly amused. This Charmeleon of hers sure had a playful streak. Over the limit. The staff members stood frozen in place, their gaze fixed on the shattered screen fragments of the testing device. Although Su Yun's deafening dragon roar earlier had left a deep impression on her, leading her to estimate that this Charizard's flame intensity could reach above 800, meeting the standards of the advanced training room, what she witnessed now left her completely dumbfounded. Su Yun's flame intensity had not only exceeded expectations, but had directly surpassed the device's measurement limit, rendering the equipment unusable. Su Yun glanced around at the shocked expressions of those nearby and clapped his hands with a satisfied grin. This was exactly the effect he was aiming for, to show those who doubted him what he was truly capable of. However, as he looked at the now destroyed equipment, a hint of uneasiness crept onto his face. He had merely intended to showcase his strength, but he hadn't expected the device to be so fragile, breaking so easily with just a bit of effort. We don't have to pay for that, right? An Zhixin asked hesitantly, her expression mirroring his concern. She was currently low on funds, and if they were held accountable for compensating what was clearly an expensive piece of equipment, she knew she wouldn't be able to afford it. No, absolutely not. The staff member quickly waved their hand dismissively. Having such an outstanding fire-type trainer at our club is an honor for us. Besides, this was just an accident during testing. If anything, it's our equipment that's not advanced enough. And Zhixin let out a sigh of relief. The staff member swiftly operated the computer and handed her an access card moments later. Miss, the paperwork is complete. You may now take your Pokémon to train in the advanced flame training room. After paying the fees, An Zhixin led Su Yun toward the training room, while the staff member hurriedly headed upstairs. News of a trainer of this caliber visiting the club had to be reported to the manager immediately. As they pushed open the heavy metal door of the advanced training room, a wave of scorching heat rushed out to greet them. Even though An Zhixin wasn't a fire-type trainer, she could clearly sense the dense fire energy in the air. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a training sanctuary crafted from massive fire stones. According to her prior research, beneath this very training room lay dozens of fire stones, each the size of a basketball. The fire gems continuously infused the room with fire energy, creating a cycle between the energy emitted by the gems and the fire energy within the fire-type Pokémon during training. This process allowed the Pokémon's fire energy to grow denser and more powerful through the constant exchange and replenishment of energy. This was the core principle behind the Flame Training Room. To further accelerate the consumption of fire energy and enhance the energy cycle, the training room was equipped with various specialized facilities. Some were designed to strengthen the intensity of the Pokémon's flames, while others focused on improving their fire projection speed and accuracy. Each facility offered adjustable difficulty levels, which trainers could easily modify at the control panel near the entrance. Additionally, To motivate the trainers, the club had established a leaderboard that ranked participants based on different projects and difficulty levels. Trainers could continuously challenge themselves, break records, and simultaneously enhance their Pokémon's abilities. A win-win situation. An Zhixin couldn't help but glance curiously at Su Yun beside her, her heart brimming with anticipation. Although Su Yun was still in the Charmeleon stage and had yet to evolve into Charizard, his mastery of fire techniques was in no way inferior to that of an ordinary Charizard. She firmly believed that with effort, Su Yun might even break a record. Charmeleon, time is limited. Let's start training right away. An Zhixin urged. She only had enough money in her pocket to pay for an hour of training, so not a single moment could be wasted. However, Su Yun didn't respond immediately. He stood frozen on the spot, his eyes wide as saucers, his face a mixture of shock and amazement. He had noticed something that An Zhixin had completely overlooked in the ground. There were countless fire energy orbs scattered all over. These crimson orbs, flickering like flames, were so numerous that they filled the entire training room, almost overwhelming the senses. Su Yun's heart raced with excitement and joy, his breathing quickened. He had never imagined that the advanced flame training room would contain such an abundance of fire energy orbs. Compared to the fire energy orbs he had previously obtained from Blaziken, these were on an entirely different scale. With this many fire energy orbs, combined with those he had earned from his battle with Blaziken, it was highly likely that his Ember skill could reach perfection. The potential power boost was immeasurable. This is incredible, Su Yun murmured to himself in excitement, the flame on his tail flaring intensely as though it had been ignited by his emotions. Charmeleon, what's gotten into you? An Zhixin asked, puzzled by the surge of excitement she sensed from Su Yun. Su Yun grinned broadly but didn't answer her question. Instead, he dashed straight toward the fire energy orbs scattered across the ground. Without hesitation, he began darting among the orbs, grabbing them with fervor, fully immersed in a new level of training. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Fire Energy 10. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Fire Essence 10. Ha ha ha, there's just too much. I can't possibly pick it all up, Su Yun exclaimed, wildly grabbing at the air on the ground. His hands moved frantically as he laughed uncontrollably, like someone possessed. Standing nearby, An Zhixin watched Su Yun's strange behavior with her mouth slightly open, but no words came out. This wasn't the first time she had seen him like She had found something valuable again. She was long used to his eccentricities and had even figured out a pattern. This was Su Yun's unique way of improving his abilities. Curiously, she blinked, wondering what kind of power-up he would gain this time. In the past, An Zhixin would have stopped him, urging him to focus on training instead. After all, every second wasted here meant a loss of resources. But now, she no longer intervened. She understood how crucial this air grabbing was to Su Yun. So, she stood quietly, patiently waiting. Ding! Congratulations, you've picked up the skill Flamethrower. As Su Yun picked up a glowing crimson gold orb, the system notification immediately echoed in his mind. Flamethrower? What incredible luck! Su Yun's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Could it be from that Charizard I encountered earlier? What a windfall for me. This was a powerful fire-type skill, far superior to his current Ember skill. Normally, such a move would only be learned after evolving into a Charizard and reaching a certain level. Yet here he was, having picked it up directly. With this move, I won't have to rely on those small-scale attacks like Ember anymore, Su Yun said with a confident grin. One Flamethrower, and even the toughest enemies will be reduced to ashes. Without hesitation, he learned the skill. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully acquired the skill Flamethrower. Detected surplus fire energy available. Would you like to immediately enhance the proficiency of Flamethrower? System, how much fire energy do I have right now? Su Yun asked. Your current fire energy is 80 points. In that case, I'll wait. I'll enhance it after I've picked up all the orbs here. Su Yun shook his head. 80 points of fire energy were only enough to upgrade Flamethrower from beginner to proficient level. While it would be an improvement, the effect would be limited. It was better to wait and enhance it all at once later. Closing the system interface, Su Yun resumed his frantic collection spree. He hated waste more than anything and refused to leave a single orb behind. At this moment, he resembled a human excavator, bending over as he moved from one corner to another, grabbing at the air on the ground. 5 minutes later, Su Yun straightened his aching back, his face full of satisfaction as he tallied his spoils. His hard work had paid off handsomely. 150 points of fire energy, 100 points of fire essence, small increases in his base stats, 2 points in special attack, and 1 point in speed and 100 points of battle experience. Of course, the most valuable prize was the Flamethrower skill. Such a haul left him overjoyed. With 150 points of fire attribute energy, Su Yun decided to use it to enhance the proficiency of his Flamethrower skill until it reached mastery. He planned to keep the remaining 40 points in reserve for future use. Whispering softly, Su Yun issued a command to the system. System, raise the proficiency of the Flamethrower skill to mastery level. Ding! Congratulations. You have spent 110 points of fire attribute energy. Your flamethrower skill proficiency has been raised to mastery. In an instant, Su Yun felt as though his mastery of the flamethrower skill had reached an entirely new level. It was as if all the techniques and nuances he had learned had seamlessly become a part of him. The fluidity and precision with which he could now execute the skill left him thoroughly satisfied. Exactly the effect I was looking for. Next, his gaze fell upon the fire attribute essence. This precious resource was crucial for enhancing the power of his flames. A wave of joy filled Su Yun's heart as he looked at the 100 points of fire attribute essence in front of him, unable to suppress a smile. System, use all the fire attribute essence. Ding. Congratulations. You have consumed 100 points of fire attribute essence. Your fire attribute power bonus has increased slightly, and the current value is 192. Whoa! Su Yun exclaimed in amazement. The next moment, he noticed the flames on his tail suddenly flaring up by half a foot, their color darkening as if they had undergone a transformation. At the same time, a surge of fiery energy coursed through his body. He felt like a volcano on the verge of erupting, harboring an unimaginable amount of fire energy that could ignite the air in an instant upon release. That overwhelming sensation left him exhilarated. This power, it's addictive, Su Yun murmured to himself, a strong sense of confidence welling up inside him. He had a vague feeling that his current strength had reached a formidable level. Although his level was only 16, he was confident he could easily defeat enemies even at level 20. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered the 100 points of battle experience he had collected. A flicker of anticipation arose in Su Yun's heart. These 100 points of experience should help me level up a bit, right? Without hesitation, he consumed all the experience points. The system promptly displayed a notification. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 17. Eagerly, Su Yun opened his status panel to check his updated stats. Name, Su Yun. Species, Fire Dinosaur. Base stats, 450. HP, 6,810. Physical attack, 651. Physical defense, 58. Special attack, 10323. Special defense, 65. Speed, 9,111. Gender male. Level, 17 Rising Star. Attribute, Fire. Ability, Blaze increases the power of Fire-type moves by 1.5x when HP is below 13. Skills, Scratch Proficient, Growl Proficient, Ember Mastery, Smokescreen Proficient, Dragon Pulse Mastery, Dragon Breath Proficient, Flamethrower Mastery. Attribute Energy, Water 210, Grass 30, Ground 100, Flying 100, Fire 40. Attribute Essence, Water 100, Grass 5, Ground 60, Bug 10, Poison 5, Dragon 30, Flying 30. Attribute Power Bonus, Fire 192, Dragon 130. Attribute Damage Reduction, Flying 30. Evolution Energy, 10. Special Bloodline, Reshiram Bloodline 15. Special Title, Sky King. Seeing his base stats reach an impressive 450 points, a proud smile appeared on Su Yun's face. Although he had not yet evolved into his third form, these stats were already enough to rival, if not surpass, many third form creatures. Huh, why has the flame on Charmeleon's tail suddenly become so intense? An Zhixin was observing the changes on the training field when her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the unusually bright flame on Su Yun's tail. The flame not only grew larger but also underwent a subtle shift in color, radiating heat and energy several times stronger than before. What did Charmeleon suddenly catch in the air to enhance itself so much in an instant? An Zhixin's lips parted slightly, and her bright eyes sparkled with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. She keenly sensed that the transformation in Su Yun was far more than a simple level up. It was a deeper evolution of ability. As she pondered, Su Yun's posture became more upright, and his muscles appeared tighter and more powerful. Roar! A deep, guttural dragon's roar rumbled from Su Yun's throat, followed by a thick, blazing pillar of fire erupting from his mouth, striking the training equipment in the distance. The air distorted from the intense heat, and the surface of the equipment turned red-hot in an instant. An Zhixin's pupils constricted sharply, her face filled with disbelief. Is that flamethrower? She could hardly believe her eyes and instinctively rubbed them to ensure she wasn't seeing things. Charmeleon has mastered Flamethrower? How is that possible? Flamethrower is supposed to be a high-powered skill learned only after evolving into Charizard. How could he master it before evolving? An Zhixin's composure completely shattered as she gaped in shock. Even with her extensive knowledge of Pokémon, she couldn't explain the astonishing scene unfolding before her. Charmeleon mastering Flamethrower at the rookie level? I've never even used a TM on Su Yun. She quickly ran through various possibilities in her mind. Could it be an inherited move? Reshiram does no Flamethrower. But if that's the case, why has he never used it before? Could Charmeleon have inherited a host of moves from Reshiram that only unlock at certain levels? An Zhixin furrowed her brows as she speculated, recalling the flash of light on Su Yun just moments ago. confirming that he had indeed leveled up. Congratulations, trainer. Your Pokémon has broken the flame intensity training record. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the mechanical voice of the training room's intercom. Broken a record? An Zhixin turned toward the electronic screen near the door, utterly puzzled. To her astonishment, her and Charmeleon's names were now displayed at the top of the flame intensity leaderboard, with the previous record far behind. What? We haven't even officially started training yet, and we've already broken a record. An Zhixin's eye twitched as she stared blankly at Su Yun, at a loss for words. Su Yun casually spewed a bit of fire and shattered the Flame Club's record. This was absurdly overpowered, making her wonder if her Charmeleon was somehow cheating. If the other club members found out, their jaws would surely hit the floor. Huh? That's it. I wasn't even trying yet. Su Yun scratched his head in frustration at the sudden announcement. He had only intended to test out his newly learned flamethrower and hadn't aimed to break any records. Who would have thought the Flame Club's record was so easily surpassed? With just a casual effort, he had already exceeded the limits of the other members. Hey, Charmeleon, why do you always get stronger in ways I never expect? An Zhixin quietly approached, crouching down beside Su Yun. Her dark eyes sparkled with curiosity as she stared straight at him, as if trying to unravel all his secrets. Su Yun instinctively avoided her gaze, lowering his head guiltily. How was he supposed to answer that question? He couldn't exactly admit that he was cheating, could he? But I guess that's a good thing, An Zhixin said with a knowing smile tugging at her lips. The better you perform, the more I like you. Humph. Then you'll probably end up hopelessly in love with me, Su Yun responded smugly. After all, this dragon is practically invincible and only getting stronger. Even if Arceus showed up in the future, he'd have to leave me 2 plates before he goes. The more he talked, the more excited he became, his grin widening arrogantly. Seeing this, An Zhixin quickly reached out and pressed down the corners of his mouth. Charmeleon, no crooked smiles. That makes you neither obedient nor cute. A series of question marks raced through Su Yun's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, in the manager's office on the 2nd floor of the Flame Club. What did you just say? He Chongqing spat out his tea in shock after hearing the staff's report, springing up from his chair. A Charmeleon showed up in the club, scared off a Charizard with a single roar, and even broke the fire intensity testing equipment. The staff member, startled by his over-the-top reaction, nodded quickly to confirm. Yes, sir. All the other club members witnessed it too. I realized that Charmeleon and its trainer were extraordinary, so I rushed up here to report to you. Interesting. Very interesting. He Chongqing paced in place, clapping his hands repeatedly. It's been a long time since I've seen such a powerful fire-type Pokémon. If it's already this impressive as a Charmeleon, what will it be like when it evolves into a Charizard? It might just take off. Grabbing the staff member by the shoulders, he asked urgently. Where are the trainer and the Charmeleon now? The staff member winced at the grip on his shoulders, but answered. They're training in the Advanced Fire Training Room. A Charmeleon, not even a Charizard, training in the Advanced Fire Room. This is. He Chongqing stopped mid-sentence, his expression turning peculiar. Wait, it broke the testing equipment. For it, the Advanced Fire Room probably isn't a big deal. How long did they rent the room for? 1 hour. The staff member replied, holding up a single finger. He Chongqing's eyes lit up. 1 hort hat's not too long. He glanced at the clock on his desk and muttered to himself. I need to set a time and catch them before they leave. A trainer and Pokémon with this kind of potential must be brought into the club. Just then, a notification popped up on his computer screen with a ding sound. He Chongqing clicked on it, and his jaw dropped. The Advanced Fire Training Room's Flame Intensity Leaderboard has been updated. Trainer An Zhixin and Pokémon Charmeleon have broken the record and are now the new record holders. Xiao Yan, what was the name of the trainer with the Charmeleon again? He Chongqing asked, his voice tinged with urgency. An Zhixin. Why, manager? The staff member replied. Confirming this, He Chongqing's expression grew serious as he twitched his lips. The trainer and her Charmeleon you mentioned just broke the Advanced Fire Training Room's Flame Intensity record. In the main hall of the Flame Club, a dense crowd had already gathered in front of a large screen on the 1st floor. At this moment, every pair of eyes was glued to the screen, captivated by a new name that had appeared in Zhixin. What shocked everyone even more was the name of the Pokémon that followed Charmeleon. Charmeleon. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. The name was all too familiar to everyone present. Not long ago, Su Yun had showcased Charmeleon's incredible power right before their eyes. First, taking down a Combuskin in a single move. Second, intimidating a Charizard with a single roar. And third, obliterating the testing machine with 1 strike. Almost everyone knew Su Yun's name, and he was the only one known to control a Charmeleon capable of entering the Advanced Flame Training Room. But what truly stunned the crowd was the fact that Su Yun and An Zhixin had been in the training room for less than half an hour before the record was broken. The speed was unbelievable. People couldn't help but wonder, just how strong are An Zhixin and her Charmeleon? The ease with which they shattered a record that seemed insurmountable to everyone else left the crowd in awe. Think about it, trainers who can enter the advanced flame training room usually have powerful Pokémon like Charizard, Blaziken, or Infernape. For most of us, even stepping foot inside is a challenge. Can you imagine the gap between us and them? Someone in the crowd muttered with a self-deprecating laugh. As the murmurs gradually faded, what remained was a profound sense of awe. Standing before the leaderboard, many couldn't help but marvel. What kind of effort and dedication does it take for a trainer and their Pokémon to achieve the level of strength displayed by An Zhixin and Su Yun? However, this was far from the end. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of Su Yun and An Zhixin's strength, another twist unfolded. This time, it was the leaderboard for flame accuracy in the simple difficulty category, and once again, it was An Zhixin and Charmeleon who had set a new record. No way. How long has it even been? And they've already broken another record? Are those two in there even human? One trainer watching the commotion was dumbfounded, struggling to process the reality. The records we've been dreaming of breaking are nothing more than child's play to them. With each astonishing display of skill, the crowd grew increasingly awestruck, feeling as if they were being left further and further behind. The strength of these two names seemed to transcend the limits of imagination. Meanwhile, inside the advanced flame training room, Su Yun and An Zhixin were completely unaware of the uproar they had caused outside. At that moment, An Zhixin was directing Su Yun in flame accuracy training. Her voice was clear and commanding. Spin, jump, attack to the left. Quick advance 5 steps. Bend down and release the flames. Following her precise instructions, Charmeleon darted nimbly across the training room, unleashing bursts of fire at rapidly moving targets. Each target was struck with pinpoint accuracy, erupting into dazzling sparks. An Zhixin stayed close, continuously adjusting her commands to ensure every move was executed flawlessly. Outside the screen, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, their sense of amazement lingering long after the display. This level of speed and precision was beyond anything they could have imagined. This is a specialized training program designed to help fire-type creatures refine their ability to release flames with precision. The goal is to improve their accuracy in complex combat situations and reduce the likelihood of missed attacks. Few such training is truly exhausting. But thankfully, the flame energy here is intense enough to replenish my depleted energy at any time. Without it, I doubt I could sustain this level of high-intensity training for long. While attacking the targets that appeared according to An Zhixin's instructions, Su Yun silently reflected on this in his heart. He had to admit, this place was a treasure trove for fire-type beings like him. The training results were remarkably effective. Even without collecting light orbs, his strength was quietly increasing as the training progressed, making him stronger and stronger. This growth wasn't reflected in his level, but rather in his actual combat abilities. Of course, without an outstanding trainer's guidance, the training results would undoubtedly be far less effective. An Zhixin's commands were precise and on point, providing tremendous support throughout the process. Truly, she was worthy of being a future champion. Su Yun chuckled lightly at the thought. Then, after successfully shattering the last target, he plopped down on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. Ding! A system notification suddenly chimed, followed by a mechanical announcement. Congratulations, trainer! You and your fire-type creature have successfully broken the record for flame accuracy training on normal difficulty. An Zhixin let out an excited cheer, practically jumping with joy. She quickly ran to Su Yun's side to celebrate with him. Amazing, Charmeleon! We've broken another record. You're incredible! She exclaimed, pulling him up from the ground with such enthusiasm that he found himself once again subjected to her signature face-smothering hug. However, Su Yun was in no mood to savor the moment of triumph. All he wanted now was a good rest. The intensity of the advanced flame training room was, frankly, a bit too much for him. Despite breaking multiple records back-to-back, he was utterly exhausted, struggling to catch his breath. It was far from the effortless image others might see from the outside. Moreover, this was just the normal difficulty training. Next up were the hard and nightmare difficulty levels. With his current strength, he doubted he could even come close to breaking those records. After all, no matter how skilled he was, his level remained a limiting factor, his greatest bottleneck. To surpass the upcoming training challenges, he would first need to raise his level. Charmeleon, you've worked so hard. Let me heal you, An Zhixin said, noticing Su Yun's complete exhaustion. She gently laid him down on her lap and used her power of Vidian to restore his strength. As the rich life energy flowed into his body, Su Yun couldn't help but smile slightly, his face relaxing as if all his fatigue had been washed away in an instant. Indeed, for him, nothing was more comforting than this lap pillow healing. After all, with a soul that still belonged to a human, he couldn't help but find a special kind of warmth in such moments. An hour later, when An Zhixin emerged from the advanced flame training room with Su Yun, who had just completed his training, the sight before them caught them completely off guard. The entire hall was packed with people, a dense crowd blocking their path entirely. Every pair of eyes gleamed with excitement, fixed intently on the two of them. What's going on? Su Yun swished his tail, his dragon face a mix of commanding presence and youthful confusion. Why does it feel like this crowd is here for us? An Zhixin glanced down at Su Yun, her expression a little odd. Could it be that the news of you breaking the records has already spread? What? Su Yun's eyes widened as he shook his head in disbelief. The news spread that fast. He sighed inwardly. He had planned to keep a low profile as an ordinary Charmeleon, but it seemed that was no longer an option. His secret of being unbeatable was now completely exposed. They're out. They're out. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. That's the Charmeleon that broke multiple records in a row. Look at his presence, he's definitely extraordinary, someone said excitedly. If it weren't for the red flame on his tail, I'd think he was a descendant of the legendary Reshiram. Under the gaze of dozens of sparkling eyes, Su Yun felt entirely uncomfortable and darted behind An Zhixin. You handle this for me. I'm not ready to be a star yet. Wow, so you can get shy too? An Zhixin chuckled, amused. She had always thought Su Yun was a social butterfly after all. He had the confidence to grab at thin air in the arena without hesitation. Shy? No way. I just don't like being flashy, Su Yun retorted, clearly flustered. Just then, a middle-aged man in a fiery red suit stepped out from the crowd. He first glanced at Su Yun, who was hiding behind An Zhixin, then turned to her with a warm smile. Striding forward, he introduced himself enthusiastically. Hello, miss. I'm He Changsheng, the manager of this club. You two are incredible, breaking multiple records in the Advanced Flame training room. As the most talented trainer and Pokémon duo I've ever met, I'd like to extend a sincere invitation for you to join the Flame Club on behalf of the team. With that, He Changsheng handed them a golden membership card. An Zhixin and Su Yun exchanged a surprised look, clearly not expecting the record-breaking feats to attract the attention of the club manager or earn them an invitation to join. As An Zhixin considered whether to accept, the crowd behind them erupted into a fresh wave of excitement. That's Manager He from the club. This Charmeleon and its trainer are amazing. They even caught the attention of someone so important. What is this? All eyes were fixed on the gleaming golden card in Manager He's hand, the club's exclusive gold membership card. This wasn't just any membership card. Holders not only got priority access to all training facilities, but also enjoyed numerous complimentary privileges. Everyone present knew that obtaining this card required spending at least $1 million at the club. He Changsheng noticed the astonished gazes around him and couldn't help but stand a little taller, his face beaming with pride. Turning to An Zhixin and Su Yun, he deliberately emphasized, ladies, as a gold member, you'll get 3 hours of free access to the Advanced Flame training room every day. Even if you exceed the free time, you'll enjoy a 40% discount on additional usage. Su Yun, who was lying on An Zhixin's lap, immediately perked up at this and scratched at her white stockings with her claws in excitement. That sounds amazing. Hurry up and agree, she urged. An Zhixin was also tempted by the generous offer. With this card, not only could she save a significant amount on training expenses over the next few days, but it would also help Su Yun quickly improve her skills in preparation for the Academy's freshman tournament. However, she cautiously asked, what do I need to do for the club in return? He Changsheng waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, nothing much. You and your Charmeleon are already our greatest assets. Just drop by the club regularly. Of course, we might use your fame for some promotions, hope you don't mind. Relieved, An Zhixin felt that the benefits far outweighed the small request. All right, thank you, manager, she said, reaching out to accept the membership card. Just as her fingers were about to touch it, a towering figure suddenly stepped in front of her. Wait, a deep voice boomed. The man continued, Manager He, this doesn't seem fair, does it? Back when I broke the Advanced Flame training room's record, I didn't see you handing me a gold membership card. He Changsheng recognized the man as Wang Shuo, the former record holder for Flame Precision at the beginner level in the Advanced Flame training room, a record that Su Yun and An Zhixin had just shattered. With a calm expression, He Changsheng replied, the circumstances were different back then. His meaning was clear without further explanation. This remark infuriated Wang Shuo. His brows furrowed, and his voice grew angrier. Are you saying I'm not as good as her and that Charmeleon? Fine. Let's settle this with a match winner takes the card. He glared at An Zhixin with a provocative smirk. What do you say, little lady? Care to spar with me? He Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. Although he had long been aware of the talents of An Zhixin and Su Yun as a duo, he had yet to witness their combat skills firsthand. Now, with Wang Shuo initiating a challenge, it presented a perfect opportunity for observation. He turned to look at An Zhixin, curious to see how she would respond. The girl remained composed, her expression calm and her gaze indifferent, as if Wang Shuo's provocation had not affected her in the slightest. She glanced down at her partner and asked softly, Charmeleon, do you want to fight? In that moment, her focus was entirely on Su Yun's decision. If he wanted to fight, she would fight. If he declined, she would refuse without hesitation. Fight? Why not? Su Yun loosened his fists and smiled confidently. He had been eager for a chance to test the results of his training. and Wang Shuo had conveniently presented himself as the perfect opportunity. More importantly, battles were a crucial way to collect light orbs and level up, so there was no reason to pass up this chance. Seeing Su Yun's agreement, An Zhixin gave a slight nod and turned her gaze to Wang Shuo. All right. The single word, though simple, carried an undeniable firmness. Wang Shuo was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a straightforward acceptance. Then, a smirk curled his lips. Little girl, you're too young and impulsive. You could have just refused, but instead, you took the bait. Well, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept the golden opportunity you've handed me. His tone was brimming with confidence, as he had never lost a sparring match since joining the Flame Club. Both sides quickly made their way to the battle arena, with He Changxing naturally stepping in as the referee. At his command of "begin the match," Wang Shuo immediately shouted, "Come out, Darmanitan." A fiery red, ape-like creature appeared on the field, its blazing eyebrows standing out prominently. Not bad, but nothing impressive, Su Yun remarked casually after a quick glance. The Darmanitan was at level 20, just 3 levels higher than his Charmeleon and hardly a threat. After all, he had defeated a level 22 Arbok in the Azure Forest before. Charmeleon, stay sharp. This might be the toughest opponent we've faced so far, An Zhixin cautioned, her tone serious. Yeah, I got it. Su Yun replied nonchalantly, but his demeanor shifted instantly as he assumed a battle-ready stance. Charmeleon, use Ember. An Zhixin commanded decisively, opting for a moderately powerful move to gauge their opponent's strength. Su Yun opened his mouth and unleashed a roaring blaze, the flames twisting and roaring through the air with an ear-splitting whoosh. The moment this expertly executed fire attack was launched, Wang Shuo immediately realized that his Darmanitan would find it nearly impossible to dodge. However, he was well prepared and had no intention of having it evade. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded, "Darmanitan, smash it with your fist." Without hesitation, Darmanitan raised its massive, fiery red fist and slammed it forcefully into the oncoming flames. As the fist collided with the fire, its immense strength tore the flames apart, but the searing heat followed, scorching Darmanitan's fist. Even so, as a fire-type Pokémon, it had a natural resistance to fire. Otherwise, the damage would have been far worse. "TCH, is that all you've got?" Wang Shuo sneered, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. "Darmanitan, show them what true power looks like. Charge in and use Hammer Arm to knock it down." As soon as the words left his mouth, Darmanitan let out a thunderous roar, charging towards Su Yun like an avalanche. It closed the distance in an instant, raising its powerful arm high before slamming it down toward the ground with tremendous force. "Use Dragon Pulse." And Zhixin's expression shifted as she realized the sheer physical strength of Darmanitan's attack. She knew Su Yun couldn't afford a hidden clash. A look of determination flashed in her eyes as she decisively gave the order. "Roar!" Su Yun let out a deep dragon's growl, unleashing a zigzag-shaped shockwave filled with terrifying dragon energy from his mouth. The dragon pulse clashed hidden with Darmanitan's descending arm. In that instant, the two forces collided violently, and the resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling across the arena. The powerful impact forced both sides to take a few steps back. Su Yun's attack, being a ranged special move, allowed him to regain his footing quickly despite being pushed back by the blast. However, Darmanitan wasn't so fortunate. It took the brunt of the explosion directly, its arms barely able to withstand the force, and was knocked backward, nearly tumbling off the edge of the arena. "This big guy's strength is terrifying," Su Yun muttered, his expression growing more serious as he felt the ground tremble slightly from the impact. Darmanitan's raw power was even greater than he had anticipated. Darmanitan pounded the ground with its fists, trying to shake off the numbness caused by the collision. Though its strength was immense, Su Yun's Dragon Pulse had been equally formidable, nearly leaving it incapacitated. "Huh? You actually withstood my Hammer Arm? Not bad," Wang Shuo remarked with a hint of surprise as he glanced at Su Yun. For a moment, a ripple of doubt crossed his mind, but he quickly shook it off and issued new orders to Darmanitan. "Darmanitan, use Work Up." This move would boost Darmanitan's physical and special attack capabilities. It was clear that Wang Shuo intended to break the stalemate with this strategy. Su Yun had not yet learned Dragon Dance, so An Zhixin knew there was no way she could let him face Darmanitan's enhanced attacks hidden. Taking advantage of the moment while Darmanitan was powering up, she prepared to launch the next wave of attacks. However, just as she was about to issue a command, she was startled to see Su Yun suddenly running toward the center of the arena, reaching out as if to grab something in midair. Her vision darkened momentarily, and she couldn't help but let out an exasperated laugh. "Charizard, could you not mess around at a time like this?" Su Yun felt helpless too. He wanted to focus on the battle, but the glowing orb on the ground was simply too enticing. Especially when the notification popped up, the flames on his tail flared up dramatically, almost bursting into sparks. "Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up a new ability, Zen Mode." "Ding!" Compatibility detected. Your new ability can fuse with your Blaze ability. Fusion in progress. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the fused ability, Sacred Dragon Mode. Holy Dragon Mode? Su Yun stared at the pop-up message before him, his face filled with astonishment. He was familiar with the Dharma mode, which was the exclusive hidden trait of the Dharmak. With this trait, when the Dharmak's health dropped below 50, its body would undergo significant changes, entering the Dharma form. In this form, the Dharmak resembled a meditating monk, with both its appearance and attributes transforming. Its fire-type attribute would merge with psychic type, greatly enhancing its defense stats. Its attack methods would also change, granting it a powerful special ability so formidable that even divine beings would pale in comparison, resulting in a massive increase in its combat strength. The Blaze trait was another one he knew well. It was a natural, common trait that increased the power of fire-type moves by 50 when the user's health dropped below 1/3. But Holy Dragon Mode? Was it a fusion of Dharma Mode and Blaze? Su Yun was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the specific effects behind this new mode. Holy Dragon Modea Fusion Trait. Pokémon with this trait would immediately enter the Holy Dragon form when their health dropped below half. In this form, the Pokémon would temporarily gain Dragon-type attributes, its flames turning a pale blue-white. The power of its Fire-type moves would see a dramatic boost, skyrocketing from a 150 increase to an astounding 250. Soon, a detailed description of the Holy Dragon mode appeared before Su Yun. As he read quickly, his shock grew, and he couldn't help but gasp. This fusion trait was simply overwhelming. The most exciting aspect for him was the temporary acquisition of the Dragon-type attribute. Since he originally lacked Dragon-type characteristics, his Dragon-type moves had no same-type attack bonus. But once in Holy Dragon mode, gaining the Dragon-type attribute would elevate the power of moves like Dragon Pulse from 130 to 180. That was nearly on par with his strongest Fire-type skills. And this was just one of the effects of Holy Dragon mode. Even more incredible was the transformation of the flames into white fire, with a power boost doubling the usual Blaze effect an additional 100 increase. White flames were a symbol of Reshiram's bloodline. Previously, he could only activate the remnants of Reshiram's bloodline within him when under great threat. But now, it could be effortlessly triggered as long as his health dropped below half. This was infinitely more convenient than before. Huh, you dare underestimate my Dharmak? Charmeleon, is it? Today, I'll show you what real firepower looks like. Su Yun chuckled inwardly, immersed in the thrill of obtaining the fusion trait. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Shua's face twisted with anger, his teeth clenched tightly. His expression darkened as he watched Su Yun ignore the opportunity to target his Dharmak. Instead, Su Yun had moved to the center of the arena, seemingly grabbing at thin air, as if treating his Dharmak like it didn't even exist. This was not just an insult, it was a provocation. Furious, Wang Shua resolved to make Su Yun pay for this. Dharmak, charge forward and use Fire Punch. Knock it down. Wang Shua bellowed with rage. Dharmak. Thud, thud, thud. The Dharmak roared furiously and stomped forward, charging straight towards Su Yun. The Darumaka fiercely pounded the ground with its fists, then charged towards Su Yun at full speed. As it got closer, its right fist ignited in flames, aiming straight for Su Yun's face. Charmander, stop messing around and dodge it. An Zhixin shouted anxiously, her voice filled with urgency, as Su Yun stood there grinning foolishly. The rushing wind roared past, snapping Su Yun out of his moment of joy. As he looked up, a blazing fist was already hurtling toward his face. That's so underhanded. Ambushing a Charmander under level 18, Su Yun cursed inwardly. His body instinctively leaned back and crouched low. The fiery punch grazed the tip of his nose, and the scorching heat let him clearly smell the scent of burning air. What? He dodged that too. Wang Shua's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. How can this Charmander have such incredible evasion skills? He had battled many fire-type starters before, but had never encountered one as agile as Su Yun. Good thing my reflexes are sharp, and I didn't slack off during training. That was way too close. Su Yun swallowed hard, still shaken. Back in the Azure Forest, An Zhixin had relentlessly drilled him on dodging techniques. Combined with his naturally high speed stats and quick reflexes, he barely managed to avoid what could have been a fatal blow. If he had slacked off during training, he would likely be lying on the ground by now. This Darumaka's self-motivated boost had significantly raised its attack power. A single punch from it would have been more than his small frame could handle. You little troublemaker. You almost gave me a heart attack. An Zhixin exhaled deeply, clutching her chest. Charmander, stay focused on the fight and don't get distracted again. All right, I got it. Su Yun gestured an okay sign with his claws. The close call had made him realize he needed to take this battle seriously. If he didn't, he might really end up losing in the most humiliating way. It's already too late to get serious now. Wang Shua sneered and gave another command. Darumaka, keep using Fire Punch. Let's see if it can dodge not just one punch, but 10. Daruma, Daruma, Daruma. The Darumaka roared furiously, rapidly swinging its fists. Each punch was enveloped in roaring flames, resembling fiery meteors crashing down from the sky. Use Dragon Breath to blow it back. Don't let it get close to you. An Zhixin quickly instructed. Suyin opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful Dragon Breath. The surge of draconic energy created a gust of wind so strong that the Darumaka couldn't keep its eyes open. Its punching slowed significantly under the pressure. Are you kidding me? Are you even a Fire-type Pokémon? How do you know so many Dragon-type moves? Wang Shuo snapped angrily, clearly frustrated as the Darumaka was forced back, unable to approach Su Yun. Dragon Breath not only created a strong gust to repel opponents, but also had a 30 chance of inflicting Paralysis, a nightmare for close combat opponents. Wang Shuo hated fighting against anyone with Dragon Breath. TCH, who says fire types can't learn dragon type moves? Su Yun scoffed at Wang Shuo's outburst. I mean, my name literally has dragon in it. It'd be weird if I didn't know a few dragon type moves. Since I can't get close to you, don't blame me for getting serious. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Shuo's eyes as a sinister smile curved his lips. Now, let me show you the stronger form of my Darmanitan. Realizing that close combat would not defeat Su Yun, Wang Shuo suddenly issued a baffling command. Darmanitan, use Flame Punch on yourself. Dharma. Darmanitan responded immediately, striking its own chest with a powerful punch. The audience erupted into chaos at the unexpected scene. Has this guy lost his mind? Making his Pokémon hurt itself? Is he giving up because he can't win? Wang Shuo must have gone crazy. Unfazed by the crowd's chatter, Wang Shuo sneered dismissively. Huh, a bunch of idiots. With your intelligence, how could you possibly understand my strategy? Meanwhile, An Zhixin's expression grew serious. Her brows furrowed as she quickly deduced a possibility. Could it be that this Darmanitan has a hidden ability? Is he trying to trigger its Zen mode through self-inflicted damage? Sure enough, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Darmanitan's entire body was engulfed in blazing flames before it suddenly sat cross-legged like a meditating monk. Its hands rested at its sides as its fiery red body began to transform. The flames subsided, its eyebrows shrank, and it ultimately took on the appearance of a round, blue figure. Ha ha, it worked! Wang Shuo burst into triumphant laughter, crossing his arms confidently. My Darmanitan has now transformed into a special attack-type Pokémon. No more close combat. Let's see how you handle this now. An Zhixin analyzed the situation with a grave expression. In Zen mode, Darmanitan boasts a special attack stat of 140 and both defenses above 100, making it a formidable opponent. The key question was whether Wang Shuo had taught it any powerful special attack moves. Otherwise, it would just be a paper tiger, impressive-looking but ineffective. The spectators stared in shock at the transformation unfolding before them. It changed forms. Wait, Darmanitan can actually change forms mid-battle? The hidden ability of the Darmanitan, the Zen mode, activates when its HP falls below half, transforming it into its Zen form. An audience member exclaimed in realization, their voice tinged with astonishment. No wonder Wang Shuo had the Darmanitan hurt itself earlier, was controlling its HP. This explanation struck the crowd like lightning, instantly changing their perception of the battlefield. All eyes turned back to Wang Shuo and his Darmanitan, now filled with admiration and awe. Yet, a wave of concern swept through the audience. How would Su Yun counter this sudden transformation into the Zen mode? Facing the now transformed Darmanitan, Su Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes betrayed no trace of anxiety or panic. So, you've finally revealed your true form? Su Yun said calmly, his voice steady and confident. But isn't it a little too early to celebrate? Did you really think you're the only one capable of transformation? With a faint smile, Su Yun activated his own hidden ability, transitioning into the sacred dragon mode. Now, allow me to show you the power of my new ability. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the arena as Su Yun clawed at his own body, bright red blood instantly staining his scales. The audience collectively gasped in shock at the unexpected scene. What is Charmeleon doing? Why is it attacking itself now? Is it trying to mimic the Darmanitan's transformation? Come on, that's ridiculous. Darmanitan has the Zen mode, but what does Charmeleon have? Blaze? Solar power? The crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation, even leaving Su Yun's trainer, An Zhixin, completely bewildered. Her mouth hung open in disbelief. She knew Su Yun had transformation abilities, but those weren't tied to any innate ability. They stemmed from his own divine beast power. It was a force that could only be unleashed in the direst of situations, and once expended, it would leave him utterly drained. An Zhixin's heart clenched with worry. Could Su Yun be planning to weaken himself to the brink of collapse, just to activate that legendary white flame form? It was madness, like dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy at the cost of 800 to himself. Charmeleon, stop it right now. I won't let you keep hurting yourself like this. An Zhixin shouted anxiously, her voice trembling with concern. If you don't stop, I swear I won't heal you when you collapse. What will you do then? Her words were a mix of desperation and heartfelt worry. She vividly remembered the last time Su Yun had used the white flame power it was to save her. She knew all too well the strengths and drawbacks of that azure white flame form. It was a power that came at great cost to Su Yun's body. Collapse. Su Yun glanced back at An Zhixin with a faint smirk. Huh, this dragon isn't as fragile as you think. He understood that An Zhixin had misunderstood his intentions. What he was about to unleash wasn't the incomplete Reshiram Bloodline's power, but the Sacred Dragon Mode's unique ability. Watch closely, woman, Su Yun said, his eyes gleaming with unshakable confidence. This move is going to be spectacular. Boom. With one final swipe of his claws, Su Yun's HP dropped below half. The Sacred Dragon Mode's ability was instantly triggered. A blazing inferno erupted around him, so intense it seemed to ignite the very air itself, enveloping his entire body. But what left everyone utterly stunned was the color of the flames. They were a striking azure white. Whoosh! Blazing cyan-white flames erupted from Su Yun's body, engulfing him entirely in an instant. Along with this extraordinary phenomenon, a vast and overwhelming dragon's aura surged out from within him, transforming the previously ordinary Charmeleon into a deity commanding awe on the battlefield. This sudden transformation caused an uproar among the spectators. Those who had been mocking Su Yun for his inability to transform were now frozen in place, their mouths agape, as though paralyzed by shock. Cyan-white flames, this dragon's aura. Why does it feel so familiar? A red-haired young man in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, could this be the reincarnation of the legendary Reshiram?" His words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the crowd's fervor. The audience broke into heated discussions. Though the Charmeleon's appearance differed from the legendary Dragon of Truth, the unmistakable cyan-white flames and overwhelming dragon's aura left no room for doubt. This has to be Reshiram's bloodline. Maybe it's a descendant of Reshiram. Or what if it's Reshiram itself, disguised as a Charmeleon? Amid the chaotic chatter, Wang Shuo, standing on the arena, was already frozen in disbelief. He stared intently at Su Yun, now surrounded by white flames, struggling to accept the reality before him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Just a mere Charmeleon, how could it possess a transformation more powerful than my Darmanitan's? Even An Zhixin, standing nearby, couldn't help but part her lips slightly in astonishment. She recalled Su Yun's semi-conscious state when he first activated Reshiram's bloodline. But now, he seemed completely composed and in control, showing no signs of strain or exhaustion. This was clearly a trump card worthy of deeper study. Darmanitan, use flamethrower to burn this cheat to ashes. Wang Shuo finally snapped, shouting a hysterical command. Darmanitan responded instantly, gathering flames around its body and unleashing a thick column of fire directly at its target. Flamethrower? I can do that too. Su Yun sneered. Without waiting for a command from An Zhixin, he opened his mouth and unleashed an equally formidable column of fire. Boom. The two streams of flames collided midair, creating a blazing inferno that surged across the arena sky. The pale blue flames unleashed by Su Yun roared like a furious dragon, not only powerful, but exuding an overwhelming ferocity. The moment these flames collided with the red fire spewed by the Darmanitan, they completely devoured the opponent's flames. Although the Darmanitan held an advantage in special attack attributes, Su Yun's white flames had been enhanced to a staggering 292 power, delivering the force of two of the opponent's attacks in a single strike. How is this possible? The spectators were stunned. Darmanitan is one of the most elite special attackers among fire-type Pokémon. The answer soon became clear. Su Yun's flames were no ordinary fire, but the legendary Reshiram's signature flames. This revelation immediately sparked a new question. How could a Charmeleon, not yet fully evolved, master flamethrower, a skill typically learned much later? All eyes instinctively turned to An Zhixin, assuming she had used a TM to teach Su Yun the move. However, this was not the case. An Zhixin was equally puzzled. Not only had she not purchased the expensive flamethrower TM for Su Yun, but she also had no idea how he had mastered and become proficient in using the skill. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Sensing an opportunity, An Zhixin's clear voice rang out. Charmeleon, use Dragon Pulse. She had keenly noticed the powerful dragon energy within Su Yun and hypothesized that his current form might temporarily possess dragon typing. To confirm this, she needed Su Yun to use a dragon-type move. With a deep growl, Su Yun quickly gathered potent dragon energy in his mouth, releasing it as a zaped shockwave aimed directly at the Darmanitan. Though shaken, Wang Shuo was unwilling to concede. Block it with flamethrower, he commanded. The two forces clashed midair, but Dragon Pulse, sharp as a blade, sliced through the Darmanitan's flames and struck its target directly. A painful cry echoed as the Darmanitan collapsed to the ground, defeated in a single blow. Charmeleon really has gained dragon typing. An Zhixin exclaimed, Her suspicion confirmed Su Yun had indeed transformed into a dual fire dragon type in this state. Among the crowd, manager He Changsheng watched the battlefield intently, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Pale blue flames, resembling a dragon, yet not quite this Charmeleon, is no ordinary Pokémon. No wonder it has been breaking the club's records one after another. Su Yun looked at the motionless Darmanitan lying on the ground and raised his head proudly before striding toward the center of the battlefield. The ground was scattered with glowing orbs, remnants of the battle he hadn't had time to collect earlier. System notifications sounded one after another. Ding. Gained Fire Energy 5. Ding. Gained Fire Essence 5. Ding. Gained Battle Experience 10. After a thorough sweep, his haul was substantial. 30 points of Fire Energy, 10 points of Fire Essence, and 50 points of Battle Experience. Although he didn't find the coveted racial value orb, the thought of the fusion trait had unexpectedly acquired earlier still left Su Yun in high spirits. Wang Shuo stood off to the side, watching Su Yun repeatedly make grabbing motions at the air. To him, it seemed like deliberate mockery. His face darkened with frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Clenching his teeth, he recalled his Darmanitan into its pokeball and left the scene in defeat. Charmeleon, you were so cool just now. An Zhixin ran over with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Su Yun flicked his tail proudly. Of course, I've got some serious hacks, you know. An Zhixin's eyes gleamed mischievously. But it seems like you've got quite a few little secrets. Tonight, when we get back, you'll have to dig into them properly. Her words sent a shiver down Su Yun's spine, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Why did dig into them properly sound so ominous? At that moment, the club manager, He Changsheng, approached with a shiny card in hand. Miss An, congratulations on your victory. This card is now rightfully yours. An Zhixin looked at the platinum card in surprise. Isn't this the same card from earlier? He Changsheng smiled and explained. This is a platinum membership card, even more prestigious than the gold membership card. Your and your Pokemon's performance earlier was truly impressive. I believe platinum membership suits you better. This decision was one had made on the spot after witnessing Su Yun's white flames. An Zhixin accepted the platinum card with delight and sincerely thanked him. With this card, Su Yun would gain access to more free training time in the Advanced Fire Training Room, which would undoubtedly enhance their training efficiency. Later that evening, back at home, An Zhixin finally had an in-depth conversation with Su Yun and confirmed the source of his mysterious ability traits. When you had the water absorb trait before, I already thought it was incredible. And now you've suddenly gained a new trait I've never even heard of, An Zhixin said, furrowing her brows as she studied Su Yun thoughtfully. Charmeleon, just how many secrets are you hiding? I feel like I understand you less and less. The first time An Zhixin met Su Yun, she thought he might have some connection to Reshiram. However, as she got to know him better, she began to realize that the title of Child of the Legendary Beast alone could not explain all the mysteries surrounding Su Yun. Well, maybe there will be more in the future? Su Yun gave an awkward smile, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. As his strength continued to grow, the opponents Su Yun faced would only become stronger, and the rare treasures he stumbled upon would become increasingly extraordinary. It was inevitable that he would develop more extraordinary abilities, unique traits, and perhaps even traces of legendary beast bloodlines. Moreover, once he evolved into a Charizard, he could harness the energy of evolution to unlock special evolutionary paths. By then, An Zhixin would probably find herself even more puzzled. But there was no avoiding it. To possess extraordinary power, one must pay an extraordinary price. An Zhixin, however, wasn't troubled by this. Instead, she gently pinched Su Yun's cheek, as if to comfort him. I don't know how many secrets you're hiding, but I'll do everything I can to help you unlock your potential. Her eyes were filled with unwavering determination, bright and resolute. Charmeleon, let's give it everything we've got, okay? After all, you wouldn't want your talent to go to waste, would you? She said softly. Su Yun sighed and pouted. Childish games. I'm not that immature. But seeing the sincerity in An Zhixin's gaze, he couldn't help but relent. Fine, this dragon will begrudgingly go along with you this time. Let's do our best together. Charmeleon and Zhixin smiled and extended her pinky finger. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, finding her smile so warm that it softened his heart. In the end, he extended his own pinky finger, silently admitting to himself, she's always so genuine and resolute it's hard to say no to her. In the days that followed, An Zhixin pushed Su Yun through an intense training regimen. Beyond the usual routines, she used her platinum membership privileges to take him into the Advanced Flame Training Room for specialized practice. They made sure to maximize every second of their free training time before leaving. This high-intensity training quickly yielded results. In just a few days, Su Yun's abilities improved dramatically, even breaking several records in the Advanced Flame Training Room, astonishing the entire club. Many club members eagerly sought to spar with him, hoping to improve through battle. Su Yun and An Zhixin didn't turn down any challenges, instead treating these matches as practical combat training. After just a week, Su Yun's progress was nothing short of astounding. He had reached level 23 and mastered a new skill Flame Fong. Most notably, his primary move, Flamethrower, achieved mastery at the perfect level with the aid of abundant fire energy. The only slight disappointment was that his Dragon Pulse skill remained at the proficient level. Despite his consistent practice, it was clear that reaching mastery on his own would require more time. In addition to his skill advancements, Su Yun's Fire-type power boost saw a significant increase, rising from 192 to 200. If he activated his Sacred Dragon mode, his Fire-type power boost could even surpass an astonishing 300. Just imagining Ida's single flamethrower could likely turn even the hardest rock into molten lava in an instant. Su Yun's practical training over the past week had been frequent, but the growth in his base stats seemed underwhelming. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck during the last breakthrough of his abilities. Over the course of 7 days, he only managed to gain 5 points in his base stats, 4 of which went toward his defenses and 1 to his HP. This improved his survivability, but his offensive power showed no significant progress. He opened the system interface and quickly scanned the information panel. Basic information. Name, Su Yun. Species, Charmeleon. Level, 23 Rising Star. Gender, male. Base stats, 455. HP, 6,911. Physical attack, 651. Physical defense, 602. Special attack, 10323. Special defense, 672. Speed, 9,111. Abilities. Sacred Dragon mode. Activates when HP is below 12, gaining Dragon type and boosting Fire type power to 250. Water Absorb. Immunity to Water type moves, restoring 14 of maximum HP. Moveset. Scratch proficient, Growl proficient, Ember mastered, Smokescreen proficient. Dragon Pulse advanced, Dragon Breath proficient, Flamethrower mastered, Fire Fong mastered. Attribute system. Energy, Water 210 Grass 30 Ground 100 Flying 100 Fire 40. Essence, Water 100 Grass 5 Ground 60 Bug 10 Poison 5 Dragon 30 Flying 30. Power bonus, Fire 200 Dragon 130. Damage reduction, Flying 30. Special attributes. Evolution Energy, 10. Special Bloodline, Reshiram Bloodline 15. Special title, Sky King. Su Yun quietly assessed his strength. Although I've already surpassed most second-stage Pokémon, I'm still falling short compared to third-stage ones. At that moment, he recalled some important intel that An Zhixin had obtained from their homeroom teacher, Wang Deming. A new student named Zhou Tianzheng had successfully evolved his shiny Magikarp into a shiny Gyarados. This news forced Su Yun to re-evaluate his current standing. The shiny Gyarados boasted a base stat total of 540, nearly 100 points higher than his own. This massive gap could easily offset the advantages he held in Fire-type power boosts and Sacred Dragon mode. However, Su Yun found a glimmer of hope. His Water Absorb ability directly countered the Water-type moves of his opponent. As a Water-flying dual-type, the shiny Gyarados primarily relied on Water-type moves, which would significantly weaken its effectiveness against him. Still, Su Yun remained realistic. If Zhou Tianzheng's shiny Gyarados had a much higher level than him, the battle would still be extremely challenging. After all, while Su Yun could rely on the system to level up, wealthy trainers like Zhou Tianzheng could use resources to rapidly boost their Pokémon's levels, potentially outpacing him in progress. Su Yun silently prayed in his heart, hoping that An Zhixin would have some good luck and encounter that shiny Gyarados a bit later. That way, he could still rely on collecting light orbs during the competition to further enhance his strength. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for tomorrow's match, not just because he could finally showcase his skills, but more importantly, because it was another chance to obtain those precious light orbs. Just as Su Yun's thoughts were wandering, An Zhixin suddenly spoke seriously. Charmeleon, the freshman tournament is tomorrow. Your strength has improved significantly, and it's time for you to experience the true wonders of the Viridian Force. The Viridian Force? Su Yun tilted his head, looking at An Zhixin in confusion. An Zhixin smiled faintly and patiently explained. The Viridian Force is far more than just for healing. It can accelerate your growth, improve your physique, and even enhance your talent and potential. I didn't tell you this earlier because you needed sufficient strength to handle it. Now, I think you're ready to give it a try. She paused for a moment. This is also to prepare you for winning the freshman tournament. Su Yun was stunned. Of course, he knew the Viridian Force wasn't limited to healing, but he had always assumed that An Zhixin hadn't mastered its other uses. He never imagined that it was because his own strength had been lacking and he hadn't been qualified. Let's do it. Let's do it. Su Yun excitedly scooted closer to An Zhixin, puffing out his chest. Go ahead and unleash it. I can definitely handle it. Seeing Su Yun's adorable eagerness, An Zhixin couldn't help but chuckle. She gently poked his round, chubby belly and said, Don't rush. I'm going to teach you how to use the Viridian Force in actual combat. It can temporarily awaken your potential and raise your level. But the first time might hurt a little, so you'll need to endure it. Raise my level? Su Yun's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I want. Pain doesn't exist in this dragon's dictionary. He straightened his posture, wearing a look of fearless determination. Seeing that Su Yun was ready, An Zhixin's smile faded, and her expression turned serious. All right, here we go. She slowly stood up, and a stream of green energy began to flow out from within her, enveloping Su Yun. Relax. Don't resist it. Try to embrace the power. Su Yun felt a strange sensation rising within him, as if countless tiny currents were stimulating every cell in his body, making them extraordinarily active. Then, a sharp, ant-like stinging pain spread across his entire body, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead involuntarily. Oomph. It's just a little pain. To level up, this dragon can endure it. Su Yun clenched his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the stinging pain coursing through his body. Beside him, An Zhixin gently comforted him, saying, "Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel a bit of pain the first time doing something like this." Her intention was to help Su Yun relax, but her words came off a bit odd. However, Su Yun was too focused on the overwhelming pain to dwell on her remark. After about 2.5 minutes, the stinging sensation began to fade, replaced by a surge of immense power coursing through his body. It was as if a ferocious beast had awakened within him, spreading energy through every inch of his bones. Su Yun felt a wave of exhilaration. The effect was immediate and astonishing. He murmured quietly, clenching his fists as he felt the power rapidly accumulating within him. He could distinctly sense that his strength had grown significantly, and even the flames within his body seemed to ignite, ready to burst forth at any moment. Quickly, he checked his level. To his shock, he discovered he had leveled up by a full 5 levels, reaching level 28. The progress was astounding. Even more surprising, he realized he was nearing the threshold of elite-level strength. An Zhixin's evergreen power was truly extraordinary. An Zhixin is remarkable, Su Yun thought to himself. He had initially expected the evergreen power to raise his level by 1 or 2 at most, but the results far exceeded his expectations. Level 28, just one step away from elite status. How do you feel? An Zhixin asked eagerly, seeing that Su Yun was adapting to the evergreen power. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction and replied with a smile. It's really impressive. With this, I feel confident about tomorrow's freshman tournament. His eyes gleamed, as if he could already envision his performance in the competition. Even if I face the shiny Gyarados, I'm confident I can defeat it. At this, An Zhixin's tone turned serious. Charmander, this power is one of our trump cards. You can't use it recklessly in the preliminary rounds. She sighed slightly before continuing. I specifically prepared this power for you to face the shiny Gyarados, not for other Pokémon. Don't worry, I know. Su Yun responded with a serious expression, making an okay gesture. He was well aware that such power should only be used in critical moments. All right then, let's continue training so you can master it more thoroughly, An Zhixin said with a smile, leading Su Yun into the next stage of their practice. Meanwhile, in another private villa, Renua had just finished her training. She eagerly picked up a battle power detector and pointed it at her Vaporeon. A moment later, a number flashed on the screen: 20. Seeing the result, a smug smile spread across her face. All my hard work over the past few days has paid off. Vaporeon's level has finally reached 20. That pauper An Zhixin could never achieve this speed in her lifetime. Her confidence swelled as she imagined herself triumphing over An Zhixin and her Charmander in tomorrow's freshman tournament. The vision of her victory was vivid in her mind. Her confidence was almost palpable. When the competition begins, they'll defeat her and take my revenge. At that moment, her coach, Wang Defa, chimed in with praise. Miss Ren, congratulations on your Vaporeon reaching level 20. Your talent in training Pokémon is truly unparalleled. Hearing this, Renua's grin widened, and her self-assurance seemed to radiate from her. With this Vaporeon as your assistant, I believe you will shine brilliantly in the freshman tournament and defeat all your opponents. Hearing this, Renua proudly lifted her chin, her entire demeanor brimming with confidence as her eyes sparkled with self-assurance. Miss, the gift your father prepared for the freshman tournament has arrived. Just as Renua was basking in her moment of pride, the butler suddenly approached, carrying a delivery box with an eager smile on his face. A gift from Dad. Renua's eyes widened in surprise, her joy evident. She quickly ran to the butler, eagerly taking the box from his hands. With nimble fingers, she unwrapped the outer packaging, revealing a luxurious and exquisite gift box inside. Carefully opening the box, a delightful fragrance immediately wafted out, tickling her senses. Peering inside, she saw 3 translucent, pale blue candies lying quietly within, their surfaces glistening subtly under the light. This is Renua's pupils contracted instantly, her cheeks flushing with excitement as her voice trembled slightly. Rare candy. Inside the box lay none other than the extremely rare and valuable Pokémon training material rare candy. This special item had the remarkable ability to instantly level up a Pokémon by 1 level. Even for a Pokémon at level 99, it could push them straight to the pinnacle of level 100. Because of this, rare candy was considered most valuable when used on high-level Pokémon, making it a coveted treasure. However, rare candy came with a significant drawback: it couldn't provide the combat experience that Pokémon would typically gain through battles, meaning their true strength might fall short compared to those who grew through hard-earned effort. For trainers with high aspirations and ambitious goals, rare candy was not an ideal tool for nurturing Pokémon. In fact, it could be seen as a poison that hindered their genuine growth. But in reality, most trainers still coveted rare candy. After all, not everyone dreamed of becoming an Elite Four member, a champion, or a master. For many, the allure of instant power without effort was far more appealing than the distant peaks of ultimate achievement. Renshua's father had gone so far as to gift her rare candy right after she became a novice trainer, a level of indulgence that was truly astonishing. This is amazing. With these 3 rare candies, my Vaporeon can level up even more. Renshua exclaimed excitedly, practically jumping for joy as she carefully cradled the precious candies in her palms. Va! At that moment, Vaporeon was also drawn in by the enticing aroma of the rare candy. Unable to resist, it padded over and reached out a small paw to touch the treasures in Renshua's hands. But Renshua swiftly smacked its paw away without hesitation. Don't touch that, she scolded sternly. These rare candies are incredibly valuable. You're too low-level right now, and using them would be a waste. I'll save them for when we face An Zhixin and her Charmander. Clearly, she understood the importance of timing in using rare candy and had no intention of squandering it on a low-level Vaporeon. Va! Vaporeon turned its head away in disappointment, lying on the ground as it licked the paw that had been smacked. It silently grumbled to itself, thinking that this trainer wasn't kind to it at all, nowhere near as nice as the Squirtle back home, who worked tirelessly every day. By the small pond in the Azure Forest, Zhao Tianzheng was commanding his gleaming Gyarados in an intense battle against a group of blue toads. Gyarados use Waterfall. At Zhao Tianzheng's command, the shiny Gyarados soared into the air, crashing down with a massive surge of water. The force of the torrent swept through the battlefield, toppling all 8 blue toads without exception. Humph, my Gyarados has reached an unstoppable level. Zhao Tianzheng's lips curled into a confident smirk, his eyes gleaming with determination. The first place in the rookie tournament is as good as mine. He gestured to his shiny Gyarados, which immediately swam over to his side. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at the battle power monitor on his device. The numbers flickered before settling at 25. Haha, level 25. Zhao Tianzheng couldn't hide his excitement. This Rayquaza's dragon scale is truly miraculous. It's doubled Gyarados' growth speed. Reaching this level in just 2 weeks is incredible. He gently stroked the distinctive blue-green dragon scale on Gyarados' chest. To attach this rare scale from Rayquaza, he had removed one of Gyarados' original scales. Though the size had been mismatched at first, the wound had begun to heal over the past few days, and the dragon scale had started to integrate seamlessly with Gyarados' body. Gyarados, this scale not only accelerates your growth, but will also be a powerful asset in battle, Zhao Tianzheng said with conviction. Even though there shouldn't be anyone stronger than us in the rookie tournament, we can't afford to be careless. This scale is our ultimate edge for securing first place. Roar! The shiny Gyarados let out a deep, resonant growl in response. Having evolved from a weak Magikarp into the formidable Gyarados it was now, it knew it owed everything to Zhao Tianzheng's care and training. Good. That's the confident spirit we need. Zhao Tianzheng nodded in satisfaction. Let's head back. The rookie tournament starts tomorrow. Shortly after they left, the blue toads gradually began to regain consciousness, groggily stirring from their defeat. A group of blue toads gathered around their leader, voicing their discontent all at once. Their bodies bore the scars of battle, evidence of a recent and crushing defeat. Boss, today was just too humiliating, one blue toad grumbled indignantly. A single Gyarados wiped us out. That Gyarados and its trainer were so arrogant. After beating us, they just left us here to fend for ourselves. Exactly, another blue toad chimed in. Compared to Brother Charmander and his trainer, they're nothing. Brother Charmander might battle us too, but he always heals us afterward and even shares delicious treats with us. That Gyarados isn't even worthy to carry Brother Charmander's shoes, a younger blue toad shouted, hopping angrily. If Brother Charmander were here, he'd have roasted that Gyarados into dried fish with his white flames in no time. The blue toad leader took a deep breath, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, that Gyarados won't get away with this. Brother Charmander will definitely avenge us. Boss, how can you be so sure? The surrounding blue toads exchanged uncertain looks. Brother Charmander and his trainer left a long time ago. They might not even run into that Gyarados. The leader gave a smug smile. I noticed the badge on that trainer's chest earlier. It's from the same academy as Brother Charmander's trainer. And they both mentioned the freshman tournament. They're bound to meet there. These words instantly sparked excitement among the blue toads, though a voice of concern still lingered. But that Gyarados is really strong. Can Brother Charmander handle it? Absolutely. the leader declared confidently. Brother Charmander's white flames are no joke. The next day, Azure Spirit Academy welcomed its annual freshman tournament. After 2 weeks of nurturing their starter Pokémon, the students returned to campus, filling it with laughter and lively chatter. Wow, your Cater Pie has already evolved into a Butterfree. That's right, and it has the Compound Eyes ability. Want to experience my sleep powder strategy? Spare me. I'd rather get knocked out by An Charmeleon than be tortured by your Butterfree. The students eagerly exchanged stories, but their gazes kept drifting toward An Zhixin and Su Yun. Beyond An Zhixin's striking appearance, what captivated everyone even more was the powerful fire-type aura emanating from Su Yun. It was like standing near a volcano ready to erupt. Though the Academy had other starter Pokémon that had evolved into their second forms, none could match his presence. This intense focus only shifted momentarily when a Vaporeon gracefully appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Look, everyone, that person actually has a Vaporeon. You need a Water Stone to evolve an EV into that, a student exclaimed, pointing to the distance. The Vaporeon walked gracefully, its movements mesmerizing as it passed under the sunlight, its shimmering blue body capturing everyone's attention. Students all around paused to admire it. Among Eevee's many evolutions, Vaporeon stood out not only for its strength, but also as a rival to the third-stage starter Pokémon in terms of power. Wait, isn't that Renua? Someone in the crowd recognized the proud-looking girl beside the Vaporeon. Wasn't she using a Squirtle before? She probably ditched the Squirtle after losing to An Zhixin last time. Thought it was too weak, another voice chimed in. With how rich her family is, getting a Vaporeon must have been nothing for her. Poor Squirtle, someone sighed. If she doesn't want it, she should have just returned it to the daycare so I could trade for it. Now I'm stuck with a Rattata. Just as they were talking, An Zhixin happened to pass by. Her gaze met Renua's in the air. Renua first glanced at Su Yun, who was standing beside An Zhixin, and then her eyes settled on An Zhixin's Charmeleon. A mocking smile curled on her lips. Well, evolving a Charmander into a Charmeleon, I'll admit that takes some skill, Renua sneered. But I bet that's your limit, isn't it? Raising Pokémon properly takes money, and that's something someone like you could never afford. An Zhixin ignored the provocation and turned to leave. But Renua quickly caught up, continuing her taunts. What's the matter? Scared after seeing my Vaporeon? My Vaporeon is a match for Charizard, while your Charmeleon is still stuck in its second stage and is completely outclassed by me. At the freshman tournament, you won't be able to run away. And Zhixin stopped in her tracks and looked back calmly. If I could beat you once, I can beat you again. Changing your Pokémon won't make a difference. With that, she walked away confidently with Su Yun, leaving Renua standing there, her expression twisted with anger. An Zhixin. Renua spat her name through gritted teeth. How dare she act so arrogant after just one victory? Renua clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning with fury. She was no longer the same as before. With Vaporeon by her side, she had the advantage in both type and strength. She vowed to make An Zhixin pay for her insolence. I want to see how you plan to defeat my Vaporeon. If you can actually win, then I swear I'll never be a trainer again in my life. Renua gritted her teeth, her voice filled with defiance, and her eyes burned with determination to defeat An Zhixin and Su Yun on the battlefield. On the other side of the arena, Su Yun glanced at An Zhixin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. Those last 2 sentences of yours were practically dripping with arrogance. I bet Renua is fuming right now. He had always thought of An Zhixin as a gentle and reserved girl, but he hadn't expected this hidden side of her. Just stating the truth, An Zhixin replied calmly, lowering her gaze to meet Su Yun's. Her tone was steady and devoid of emotion. You're currently partnered with a Charmeleon that has the water absorbability. Why would you be afraid of her Vaporeon? Su Yun nodded in agreement. That's true. With the water absorbability, battling water-type Pokémon was almost like child's play for him. To him, Renua's Vaporeon was hardly a threat. Besides, he had noticed earlier that the Vaporeon was only at level 20 lower than his own level, making it even less of a challenge. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, arrived and gathered everyone together. He sent the tournament schedule and rules to the class group chat. And Zhixin opened her phone and skimmed through the details. There were 160 participants in their freshman tournament. The preliminary round was a qualifying match conducted in a battle royale format, 20 participants per arena, totaling 8 arenas. Once the battle began, participants could command their Pokémon to attack any other Pokémon on the same arena. By the end of the match, only 2 Pokémon would remain in each arena to qualify for the next stage, the top 16 elimination round. The competition was extremely brutal, with a staggering 90 elimination rate. It tested not only the strength and coordination between trainers and their Pokémon, but also the trainer's ability to adapt on the fly and devise tactical strategies. Anyone who advanced from this stage would undoubtedly be an exceptional trainer with both skill and capability. And Zhixin briefly explained the rules of the preliminary round to Su Yun, and his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. A battle royale? I love it, Suyin exclaimed enthusiastically. The bigger the fight, the more energy orbs will drop. That means more orbs for me to collect. This is practically tailor-made for me. With 20 Pokemon competing simultaneously, Suyin figured that with his strength, he could simply stand there and release a faint aura of fire to intimidate the weaker Pokemon, forcing them to back off without a fight. The remaining Pokemon would then battle each other for the other qualifying spot, leaving him free to collect energy orbs from the chaos. Just imagining the scene made his blood boil with excitement. An Zhixin seemed to share the same idea. She suggested to Suyin that he could use his overwhelming presence to intimidate any Pokemon that dared to challenge him. Alternatively, he could take down a few opponents right at the start to establish dominance, discouraging others from causing trouble. This way, they could secure their advancement to the next round with minimal effort. However, knowing Suyun's flamboyant personality and tendency to get carried away, An Zhixin reminded him, "Don't go overboard later. If you provoke too many opponents and they all gang up on us, it'll be a disaster." If 19 Pokemon joined forces against them, even with their strength and seamless teamwork, it would be a tough battle to endure. "Relax, I'm not that foolish," Suyun said with a casual wave of his hand, his eyes gleaming with confidence, but without arrogance. He was well aware of his own exceptional abilities, but he was no reckless rookie. The thought of provoking the other 19 trainers was something he wouldn't even entertain. The voice of their homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, rang out at just the right moment. "Everyone, please check the group chat. I've posted the corresponding arena numbers. Head to your assigned locations." And Zhixin quickly opened her phone to confirm her assignment, arena number 6. Her gaze turned resolute as she looked at the Charmeleon beside her. "Let's go. It's time." Meanwhile, after confirming her own arena number, Renua immediately checked in Zhixin's. Upon realizing they were assigned to different arenas, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, followed by a sly smirk. "I hope you make it to the elimination rounds, An Zhixin. Otherwise, you won't even qualify to be crushed under my feet." She glanced down at her Vaporeon, which was licking its paws, and spoke in a cold tone. "Remember the training from the past few days. If you dare embarrass me in the arena, you'll end up just like that Squirtle at home." At her words, the Vaporeon visibly flinched, its eyes filled with fear. 10 minutes later, a crowd of contestants had already gathered around arena number 6. When they spotted Suyun standing beside An Zhixin, everyone instinctively gasped. The Charmeleon exuded an overwhelming aura of power, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, making it impossible to look at without awe. That Charmeleon is insanely strong. It's practically guaranteed to advance. Guess we'll all have to fight for the remaining spots. Man, just look at that Charmeleon. How are the rest of us supposed to stand a chance? The contestants murmured among themselves, their expressions a mix of shock and resignation. Even before the match had begun, many had already mentally marked Suyun as a sure bet for advancement. One promotion spot was already lost at the start. "Why don't we team up later and take him down first? That way, we'll have an extra spot to fight for, and then we can compete fairly amongst ourselves. What do you think?" One of the contestants suggested in a low voice, a calculating glint in his eyes. Of course, where there is fear, there is also greed. Across the venue, several contestants with considerable strength had already started whispering to each other, their gazes occasionally darting toward Suyun's direction. Their plan was simple: team up to eliminate the strongest opponent and secure a promotion spot for themselves. But these schemes did not escape the notice of Suyun and An Zhixin. "It looks like you'll be the target of everyone's attention soon," An Zhixin remarked with a slight frown, glancing at Suyun beside her, her voice tinged with concern. Suyun merely shrugged nonchalantly at her words, a faint smirk of disdain appearing on his face. "Afraid? If they dare to gang up on me, I'll take them all down and make an example out of them." He was well aware that his strength far surpassed most of the other contestants. Even if they joined forces, he wouldn't be fazed. Once he unleashed his Saint Dragon mode, they'd all be on their knees, bowing in submission. "You're right. Better to strike first and avoid more trouble later." And Zhixin nodded in agreement, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. "Defeat those with ulterior motives, and the rest won't dare to play tricks." Her thoughts aligned perfectly with Suyun's. "All contestants, please proceed to your designated arenas. The competition is about to begin." A broadcast announcement suddenly echoed across the venue, the voice clear and commanding. Exchanging a glance, An Zhixin and Suyun headed to their respective positions. On the arena, the Pokémon took their places, while the trainers stood at designated command zones. After all, if both trainers and Pokémon crowded the arena, there wouldn't be enough space for everyone. Before long, the 20 contestants were all in position. The Pokémon on the arena were ready for battle, and the trainers stood in their zones, eyes locked on the unfolding situation. The referee for Arena 6 stepped forward, dressed in a black and white striped uniform and holding a small flag. Clearing his throat, he announced in a loud, clear voice, "During the match, any Pokémon that loses its ability to fight or falls off the arena will be eliminated." He paused briefly, scanning the 20 contestants to ensure there were no questions, then cleared his throat again and continued. Now, I declare the match officially begins. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, chaos erupted on the arena. The Pokémon dove into a fierce melee, their colorful abilities clashing midair, accompanied by shouts and cries echoing all around. Pidgeotto, take to the skies. These ground fighters aren't even worth our time, one trainer shouted confidently. His Pidgeotto immediately spread its wings and soared upward, trying to avoid the mayhem below. What the hell? Think you're better just because you can fly? Arbok, use Poison Sting and shoot that scruffy bird down. Another trainer yelled furiously. His Arbok raised its head and unleashed a barrage of purple poison needles toward the Pidgeotto. Psyduck, what are you doing? Every time I tell you to battle, you're either summoning a breeze or making it rain. Get serious already. A frustrated trainer screamed at his Pokémon, while his Psyduck stood there clutching its head, looking utterly bewildered. Amid the chaos, commands and shouts flew back and forth, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Su-Yun's side, however, remained eerily calm. He stood there motionless, arms crossed, exuding an air of composure. On the arena, his Pokémon was surrounded by an invisible barrier of intimidation, a zone no other Pokémon dared to enter. A faint smile played on Su-Yun's lips as he thought to himself, this is the power of a true champion. Look at that Charmeleon. It hasn't faced any real challenges at all, and everyone just assumes it's going to advance. If we don't act now, we'll be stuck fighting for the last remaining spot with over a dozen other Pokémon. If you realize how tough that's going to be, you'd understand how dire the situation is. While Su-Yun was leisurely watching the chaotic battle among the other Pokémon, as if he were just a spectator, a skinny contestant suddenly began rallying the people around him. Why should kings and nobles have exclusive rights? So what if it's strong? If we team up, that last spot will be ours. Fortune favors the bold. There are 6 of yous. If we work together, we can knock it off the stage. That Charmeleon may be powerful, but it's just one Pokémon. There's no way it can take on all 6 of us. The others, stirred by his words, had their eyes ignite with determination. They stared at Su-Yun like a pack of wolves, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart. Outside the ring, An Zhixin was closely watching the battle unfold. When she noticed the sinister grins on the faces of those contestants, her expression turned serious. She turned to Su-Yun and warned, Charmeleon, watch out. Those people are coming after you. Before she could finish her sentence, 6 Pokémon radiating fierce battle energy approached Su-Yun. He raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, his tone dripping with mockery. Oh, planning to gang up on me? Interesting. In the next moment, Su-Yun casually stretched his neck, the crisp sound of cracking joints cutting through the air. His demeanor shifted in an instant from relaxed to an overwhelming, untamed arrogance. The 6 Pokémon, sensing the sudden surge of power, froze in their tracks and instinctively stepped back. A flicker of fear appeared in their eyes. Even their trainers furrowed their brows, clearly not expecting Su-Yun to intimidate their Pokémon with just his aura. What do we do now? One of the contestants asked gravely, his expression tense. Its power is overwhelming. The battle hasn't even started, and our Pokémon are already backing down. What's there to be afraid of? We're 6 people, another contestant scoffed. If we all attack together, it won't stand a chance. No matter how strong a Charmeleon is, it can't handle 12 hands at once. Their resolve only grew stronger, undeterred by Su-Yun's intimidating presence. Instead, they became even more eager to launch their attack. One of the contestants clenched his teeth and declared, fine, let's do it. All in. Time to turn this bicycle into a motorcycle. With their minds made up, the group wasted no time. They charged at Su-Yun with their Pokémon, launching a coordinated assault. Pikachu darted forward in a flash, quick attack. Sandshrew followed close behind, spinning rapidly, rapid spin. Machop lunged in with precision, low kick. All 6 Pokémon charged at Su-Yun with the ferocity of a stampede. But Su-Yun remained utterly unfazed. A smirk played on his lips as the flames on Charmeleon's tail flared up dramatically, bursting into a towering pillar of fire. His eyes gleamed with disdain as he commanded in a deep, authoritative voice. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. At the same time, An Zhixin's voice rang out, sharp and defiant. You want to take us on? Then feel the heat of the flames. Su-Yun's Charmeleon opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. The inferno roared to life, surging forward like a tidal wave. Pikachu and Machop, leading the charge, had no time to dodge. They were engulfed by the flames in an instant, disappearing into the fiery onslaught. The remaining 4 Pokémon felt the scorching heat rushing toward them. Overwhelmed by fear, they turned tail and fled, scrambling to escape the range of Charmeleon's flames without a moment's hesitation. Not one of them dared to linger. When the raging flames subsided, Machop and Pikachu lay sprawled on the ground, both knocked out and unable to continue the battle. The fire unleashed by Su-Yun was terrifying beyond imagination, consuming not only them, but also the surrounding air in an instant, completely obliterating them in one blow. The 6 trainers present stood frozen, their jaws practically on the floor, utterly dumbfounded. Was this some sort of joke? One move, and their Pokémon were instantly defeated. Was this even a Charmeleon? This was more like a cheat code. But wait, how could a Charmeleon even use Flamethrower? That's a move typically exclusive to Charizard. And that Flamite wasn't just fire. It looked more like molten lava. Pikachu was burned to a crisp, reduced to charcoal. None of them could have anticipated Su Yun's strength to be this overwhelming. Not only was it capable of using Flamethrower, a powerful late-game fire-type move typically reserved for Charizard, but it also managed to take down 2 Pokémon in a single strike. This level of power was unheard of for a Charmeleon. The other trainers present were equally shaken. Holy smokes, that Charmeleon was insane. It obliterated Pikachu and Machoke with a single move. Good thing I didn't provoke it earlier. If I had, I'd probably have ended up just like those 2. A Charmeleon using Flamethrower? That's a whole other level of power. Its trainer must be incredibly resourceful to have taught it such a skill this early on. I knew from the start that Charmeleon wasn't ordinary. It must be one of the contenders to advance. And yet, some fools still dared to provoke it. What were they thinking? The trainers on the field couldn't help but marvel at Su Yun's overwhelming display of power, leaving them in awe. At this point, every participant was convinced that Su Yun would undoubtedly advance, and they all silently abandoned any thoughts of competing for an advancement slot. The Pokémon still standing on the battlefield instinctively backed away, keeping a safe distance, terrified that Su Yun might unleash another devastating attack and take them out as well. As for the 4 trainers who had previously joined forces to attack Su Yun and were lucky enough to survive, they exchanged uneasy glances, reading the deep fear in each other's eyes. Who would dare challenge Su Yun now? He had taken out 2 Pokémon in one move. The remaining 4 wouldn't last more than 2 moves. Trying to fight him again would be pure suicide. Yet, Su Yun had no intention of letting those 4 Pokémon off the hook. They had provoked him, and now they couldn't just walk away. Whether there would be a fight or not was for him to decide. Whoosh! Like a streak of light, he darted forward with such speed that the Pokémon had no time to react. Bam! Another flamethrower erupted, instantly taking out 2 more Pokémon. At this point, the remaining 2 trainers were in full panic mode, their hearts consumed by fear. They didn't dare provoke Su Yun any further. This is bad. That Charmeleon holds grudges, and now it's targeting us. Damn it, if only I hadn't provoked it in the first place. The 2 glared resentfully at the participant who had initially suggested ganging up on Su Yun. That trainer looked even more dejected. His Pokémon had been the first to fall, and he hadn't even complimented, so why was everyone blaming him now? He hadn't forced anyone. They were all willing participants. Bang bang. In a flash, Su Yun struck again, effortlessly defeating the last 2 Pokémon. Within less than 2.5 minutes, all 6 participants had been completely eliminated. Glancing at the defeated Pokémon sprawled across the ground, Su Yun sneered dismissively. Without a second thought, he began collecting the glowing orbs scattered around, as if the fallen Pokémon weren't even worth a second glance. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Electric-type Energy 5. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected Fighting-type Energy 5. Ding! Congratulations, you've gained Battle Experience 20. Su Yun's fingers moved nimbly through the air as he picked up one glowing orb after another. In just a few minutes, he had gathered a large number of energy orbs of various types. Although the electric and fighting-type energies weren't particularly useful to him at the moment, given that he only had fire attributes, the golden glowing battle experience orbs filled him with excitement. As the last experience orb was absorbed, a system notification immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to 24. Ding! Congratulations, you've learned a new skill, /. Su Yun's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curved upward unconsciously. Perfect timing to use the normal type energy I just collected, he thought to himself. Without hesitation, he opened the skill panel and upgraded the proficiency of his newly acquired / skill to a practiced level. Although, as a fire-type creature, using normal-type skills didn't grant him any attribute bonuses, the inherent power of / was impressive. It was especially effective as a countermeasure against close-range attacks. Besides, Su Yun had already mapped out his future plan to master all 18 types of attributes. By then, every skill, regardless of type, would essentially become a same-type skill for him. Learning this now was just laying the groundwork for the future. Just as he finished upgrading the skill, a new system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached a total of 300 collected orbs. Your collection feature has been upgraded to auto-collect. Auto-collect? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Does this mean I won't have to flail around in the air anymore? This was incredible news for him. Manually picking up orbs had been a hassle, especially when they were scattered far apart. It was both time-consuming and exhausting. Let's give it a try? Su Yun locked his gaze on a few orbs in the distance, which had fallen during battles between other creatures. With a single thought, he activated the new feature. A remarkable scene unfolded. The orbs began floating toward him on their own, as if drawn by an invisible magnetic force, and seamlessly merged into his body. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained HP base stat 1. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained battle experience 10. Su Yun was overjoyed. This was a game changer. Now, any orb within his field of vision could be automatically collected. He looked toward the chaotic battlefield in the distance, where more orbs were scattered, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. Come to me, orbs. Meanwhile, An Zhixin watched Su Yun in confusion, her brows furrowed. Huh, why did the Charmeleon stop grabbing at the air? From her perspective, the chaotic battle on the field should have left plenty of useful air for Su Yun to grab. Yet, after only a few moments of reaching out, he had stopped, standing still with a silly grin on his face. She couldn't make sense of it. What shocked her even more was that Su Yun remained motionless, yet his aura was steadily growing stronger. An Zhixin's red lips parted in disbelief. Is the Charmeleon absorbing air now? Her expression grew increasingly peculiar, her eyes filled with confusion. Su Yun's actions were becoming harder and harder for her to comprehend. At this moment, Su Yun picked up the glowing orb that had fallen from platform 6, but he was not satisfied. His gaze shifted toward the other platforms. Unfortunately, the other platforms were too far away, and the crowd obstructed his view, making it impossible to retrieve the orbs as effortlessly as before. Time was running out, and Su Yun thought to himself, I must finish this battle quickly so I can check the other platforms. He knew very well that if the glowing orbs were left unattended for too long, they would disappear on their own. The longer he delayed here, the greater his losses would be. With that in mind, his eyes scanned the surrounding area where the sprites were still locked in chaotic combat. He murmured under his breath, I'll give you 2.5 minutes to choose the other qualifiers. Otherwise, I'll have to step in myself. His dragon roar erupted like thunder, echoing in the ears of every sprite. Dozens of them shuddered involuntarily. What followed was an even fiercer battle. It was as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and every sprite threw themselves into the fight with all their might. Meanwhile, Su Yun remained seated calmly in his spot, occasionally reaching out to pick up the fallen glowing orbs, his eyes carrying a trace of expectation as he waited for the battle to end. 2 minutes passed. He wore an innocent-looking smile and gently reminded them, not much time left. As his words fell, the intensity of the battle surged once more. Some timid sprites, frightened by Su Yun's threat, began trembling uncontrollably, their eyes welling up with tears. Su Yun whispered, crying still counts against the time. His voice was low and chilling, like the whisper of death, lingering in the ears of every sprite and carrying an inescapable menace. Half a minute later, Su Yun stood up. The flame on his tail flared, rising to half a foot high. His gaze swept coldly across the battlefield, and he spoke slowly. Time to clear the field. If you can withstand my flames, I'll respect you as a true warrior. With that, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of blazing fire. The jet of flames erupted like a fiery fountain, instantly engulfing the entire platform. The scorching heat spread in all directions. One by one, the surrounding sprites fell to the ground, unable to resist, completely drained of their strength to fight. Seeing this, Su Yun sighed softly. It seems no one can withstand my attack. But suddenly, a crisp cry broke the stalemate. Su Yun looked up and saw a yellow-furred creaturia Pikachu leaping into the air at some point, skillfully dodging his fiery assault. The Pikachu's body was horizontal in midair, its tail seemingly acting as a spring. Using the powerful rebound force, it vaulted into the sky, avoiding the searing flames with remarkable precision. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Yun's eyes. The posture of a legendary Pikachu, he muttered in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, the Pikachu's movements mirrored a technique he had seen a powerful Pikachu perform before using its tail to bounce and evade a Dragonite's hyper beam. Although this Pikachu's performance caught him off guard, its score of gift points still fell short of 200, leaving a noticeable gap. Even so, Su Yun decided to hand out a few extra rewards. What's wrong? He asked with a leisurely smile. Because I'm kind. The Pikachu clan really is full of talent, Su Yun murmured softly, refraining from making another move. On the stage, only he and Pikachu remained, locked in a standoff. The effect he wanted had already been achieved. Match on Platform 6 is over. I hereby announce the winners advancing to the next round, An Zhixin and Xiao Xi. The referee's booming voice echoed across the arena, officially declaring the results. Pikachu, we made it. You were absolutely amazing just now. The trainer named Xiao Xi ran excitedly toward his Pokémon companion, lifting the small yellow creature high into the air, his face beaming with the joy of victory. An Zhixin walked lightly over to stand beside Su Yun, a faint smile gracing her lips. Charmeleon, you were fantastic. She had initially thought of celebrating by picking Su Yun up like Xiao Xi did with Pikachu, but after glancing at Su Yun's current size, she wisely abandoned the idea. Still, a reward was necessary. An Zhixin reached into her pocket and pulled out Su Yun's favorite energy cube, holding it up in front of him with a playful glint in her eyes. Here, this is your reward. Su Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he took the energy cube and popped it into his mouth, chewing with satisfaction. Watching him enjoy it so much, An Zhixin felt a warm sense of contentment. Once Su Yun finished, An Zhixin stood up. Let me take you to rest for a bit. There's still an elimination round this afternoon. She wanted Su Yun to stay in peak condition and be ready for the upcoming match. Rest? No need for that. I need to go collect some light spheres, Su Yun said as he swallowed the last bit of the energy cube, pointing toward the other platforms with his claw. You want to check out the other platforms? And Zhixin blinked, slightly surprised. Su Yun nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at grains. After a moment of thought, and Zhixin agreed. All right, we can use this chance to get a sense of the other competitor's strengths. Before she could say more, Su Yun eagerly tugged at her pant leg, urging her toward the other platforms. Without An Zhixin accompanying him, he could very well be stopped by the staff maintaining order in the venue. At that moment, An Zhixin suddenly grabbed his small claw. Before Su Yun could react, her pale fingers reached for his face. Hold still, you little messy eater. Let me clean up your mouth. It turned out that Su Yun, in his enthusiasm while eating, had left some food crumbs at the corner of his mouth, marring his otherwise majestic appearance. There, now you're back to being a handsome Charmeleon. And Zhixin's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled brightly, clearly delighted by his now tidy appearance. Su Yun froze in place, momentarily stunned. And Zhixin's affectionate gesture made his heart skip a beat. Oh, is this what they call love at first sight? Su Yun thought to himself. Even as a Pokémon, am I still weak to the allure of white hair? Only he knew how obsessed he'd been with white-haired characters back when he was human. But looking at his current form, Su Yun shook his head, pushing those unrealistic thoughts aside. As a Pokémon, his top priority should be improving his strength. Light spheres, here I come. Su Yun flexed his claws excitedly and followed An Zhixin toward the other platforms. On platform 1, Rin Shui's gaze rested on a majestic Vaporeon standing tall like a goddess of war. A satisfied smile unknowingly spread across her face. Huh, a bunch of trash like you thinks you deserve to compete with me for a spot in the next round. Your only fate is to become my stepping stones. Rin Shui stood confidently in the center of the arena, her pale, elegant neck held high as her gaze swept over the other contestants with disdain. A sneer curled at the corner of her lips, as if the people around her were utterly insignificant. And to be fair, she had reason to be so confident her Vaporeon was not only a fully evolved Pokémon, boasting base stats far superior to other unevolved Pokémon, but it had also reached level 20. In contrast, most of the other contestants' Pokémon were below level 15, with only a rare few barely exceeding that threshold. As the match began, Vaporeon dominated the field effortlessly, defeating one opponent after another. Even trainers who thought they were strong were no match for it, falling quickly and decisively. Within mere minutes, Vaporeon had secured a spot in the next round with no suspense whatsoever. Vaporeon, you performed decently this time. I suppose my hard work raising you wasn't entirely wasted, Rin Shui said sharply, looking down at her Pokémon with a condescending tone. For the next match, you better keep this up. Losing is not an option, you hear me? Vapor. Vaporeon shrank back, nodding timidly, too afraid to disobey. Satisfied, Rin Shui let out a small huff of approval. Good. Now return. She withdrew Vaporeon into its Pokeball and turned to head toward Arena 6. Earlier, she had deliberately noted that An Zhixin's match was taking place there. Now that she had advanced, she naturally wanted to see if An Zhixin had managed to qualify as well and, of course, flaunt her own success in front of her rival to indulge her vanity. 5 minutes later, when Rin Shui arrived at Arena 6, she froze in shock at the scene before her. The arena was completely empty, no contestants, no spectators, nothing. Only the traces of battle on the ground hinted at the intense clash that had taken place there. Strange, where is everyone? Why is there not a single contestant here? She muttered, scanning the area in confusion. Miss, you're too late. The match here ended a while ago. If you want to watch a battle, you should head to another arena. A staff member cleaning the area kindly informed her. Ended? Already? When did that happen? Rin Shui asked, stunned, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Was there some kind of super strong contestant here? How did the match finish so quickly? The staff member thought for a moment. About 10 minutes ago, I'd say. There was this really skilled trainer who just swept through the competition. Didn't take long at all, they single-handedly defeated over a dozen other contestants. In the end, the only one left standing, besides that trainer, was someone with a Pikachu who barely managed to scrape by. One person took on over a dozen? Rin Shui's jaw nearly dropped. If the staff member hadn't looked so serious, she might have thought they were making up a story. How could someone that powerful exist in their academy? Even she and her Vaporeon couldn't achieve something like that. Who was it? Rin Shui asked, taking a deep breath, her curiosity and unease growing. She needed to know this person's identity. The staff member shook their head. I don't know their name, but she was quite pretty. Her starter Pokémon was a Charmeleon. Hearing this, Rin Shui's heart skipped a beat. Pretty? Charmeleon? A pair of faces immediately surfaced in her mind: An Zhixin and Su Yun. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ren Shui stood amidst the crowd, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Her eyes were fixed on the scene unfolding in the arena, her mind replaying the moment when An Zhixin and her Charmeleon defeated over a dozen competitors together. How could this be? Her voice trembled with anger. That poor girl An Zhixin and her Charmeleon, how could they possibly be stronger than me and my Vaporeon? The thought of her meticulously trained Vaporeon already at its final evolved form and a high level of 20 only deepened her frustration. She had spent a fortune hiring powerful trainers and securing premium resources for its growth, resources that An Zhixin could never afford. That penniless girl, who couldn't even buy energy cubes, had no right to raise a Charmeleon this powerful. It must be a fluke. That person can't possibly be An Zhixin. She kept convincing herself. Just then, a nearby staff member spoke up. Oh, I remember now. That person's name is An Zhixin. Do you know her? She's so impressive and beautiful. She must be your idol, right? The words pierced Ren Shui's pride like a venomous needle. Shut up, she screamed hysterically at the staff member. Her? My idol? She's only fit to be crushed under my feet. With that, she stormed out of the crowd, leaving behind a bewildered staff member. Finding a secluded corner, Ren Shui immediately released her Vaporeon. Roughly prying open its mouth, she forcibly shoved 3 rare candies into it. Don't you dare spit them out, she threatened viciously. If you do, I'll make you regret it. Only when Vaporeon's body began to emit a faint glow did she release her grip. A twisted smile spread across her face. An Zhixin, and that Charmeleon of yours, you won't beat me. Not a chance. Meanwhile, on Platform 8, Su Yun was happily collecting the glowing orbs drifting toward him. Ding. Congratulations, you've received Flying Energy 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've received Bug Energy 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained Battle Experience 20. Although Fire Energy and Essence were relatively rare, the other attributes he had gathered were still quite rewarding. Su Yun opened the system to check his status panel. Name: Su Yun. Species: Charmeleon. Base stats: 455. HP: 6,911. Attack: 651. Defense: 602. Special attack: 10323. Special defense: 672. Speed: 9,111. Gender: male. Level: 24 rising star tier. Type: fire. Ability: Sacred Dragon Mode activates when HP drops below 12. Temporarily gains Dragon type and increases Fire type power boost to 250. When attacked by Water type moves, the ability to store water not only prevents any damage but also restores 14 of maximum health instantly. At this moment, Su Yun's equipped items had no abilities, and the moves he had mastered included Scratch Proficient, Growl Proficient, Ember Perfected, Smokescreen Proficient, Dragon Pulse Mastered, Dragon Breath Proficient, Flamethrower Perfected, Fire Fang Perfected, and Slash Proficient. As for elemental energy, he had 250 in water, 60 in grass, 100 in ground, 150 in flying, and 50 in fire. His attribute essence was distributed as follows: water 150, grass 20, ground 60, bug 50, poison 30, dragon 30, and flying 50. The power boost for fire attribute was 200, dragon attribute was 130, while flying attribute reduced damage by 30. He also had 10 evolution energy points, Reshiram Bloodline, and a special title, Sky King. Although Su Yun had accumulated a decent amount of attribute essence and other types, he was unable to use them due to the lack of corresponding attributes. Thinking about this, Su Yun couldn't help but ask the system, didn't you mention before that attribute essence could not only enhance the power boost for one's primary type, but also unlock new attributes? I've gathered quite a bit of essence for other attributes. Can I unlock some extra ones now? The system's reply was disappointing. Consuming 1,000 points of attribute essence can unlock the corresponding attribute. Currently, you do not meet the requirements and cannot unlock any new attributes. Seriously? That much? Su Yun exclaimed in shock, thinking to himself that with 1,000 points of essence required to unlock an attribute, it would take him an eternity to save up. The most attribute essence he had was in water, but even that was only 150 points, 50 points short of the system's requirement. The path to surpassing Arceus was indeed a long and arduous one, he thought with a sigh. Arceus could easily wield all 18 attributes simply by carrying the appropriate plates, while Su Yun had to consider and work through so many challenges. Just then, An Zhixin squatted down, pinched his cheeks, and curiously asked with a blink, Charmeleon, are you done scratching the air and now absorbing it to get stronger? From the 6th arena to the 7th and then the 8th, An Zhixin had noticed that Su Yun's aura had subtly grown stronger along the way. Su Yun let out a sigh, inwardly acknowledging An Zhixin's keen observational skills, but he couldn't help but complain. Ugh, can you please stop pinching my dragon cheeks already? I don't want to turn into a cute little dragon. His dignified image had been completely ruined by An Zhixin. He thought to himself, couldn't she restrain her emotions a bit? Just because she liked pinching his cheeks didn't mean she could do it so casually. If he liked her thunder assets, could he just grab them at will? Once he evolved into a Charizard, she'd see how hard it would be to pinch his cheeks then. Su Yun swished his tail arrogantly, silently vowing to himself. The average height of a Charizard was about 1.7 meters, and after evolving, his size would undoubtedly be larger, probably around 2 meters tall. By then, An Zhixin wouldn't even be able to reach his cheeks, unless she climbed onto his back. Oh, the draw for the next round of the competition is about to begin. An Zhixin was just about to focus her attention when she suddenly received a message. Picking up her phone, she saw it was from her homeroom teacher, Wang Deming. The message detailed the arrangements for the second round elimination matches. According to the message, the second round elimination would involve 16 participants in a single elimination 1v1 format. Each pair would be determined by a random draw, and the winners would advance to the quarterfinals. Teacher Wang also attached the list of the 16 participants and included a special congratulations. Congratulations to Renua and An Zhixin for advancing to the next round of the competition. The class group chat immediately erupted in excitement, with messages flooding in like a tidal wave. And Goddess, you're amazing. You're the pride of our class. Not only are you top in academics, but you're also a powerhouse in competitions. How are the rest of us supposed to live up to this? I'm just a humble mortal. I was unlucky enough to face in the great on the battlefield. She wiped me out with her starter Pokemon in seconds. I was terrified. And Zhixin, please go easy on me next time. I'm one of your loyal fans. The overwhelming praise for An Zhixin drowned out all other voices, while mentions of Renua were sparse. Most people focused on An Zhixin's performance, while Renua received little attention. The reason was clear. An Zhixin was known for her humility, outstanding achievements, and striking appearance, making her well-liked in the class. In contrast, Renua's reputation for being arrogant and self-centered had left her with few friends. Although she had a few sycophantic followers, her overall standing in the class was quite poor. What made people even more disdainful was that Renua was no longer using her original Squirtle, but instead had a much more powerful Vaporeon. Everyone knew that it was a result of her family connections, allowing her to acquire a stronger Pokemon and gain an unfair advantage in the competition. If she had continued to use Squirtle, the outcome of her matches might have been very different. Her reliance on external help was no secret, and few respected her for it. Seeing the compliments directed at her in the group chat, An Zhixin felt a warm glow in her heart and responded sincerely. However, it wasn't long before a few sarcastic messages appeared in the chat. TCH, is this even worth bragging about? Do you even know how many people advanced? Our boss Renua made it too, and she did it with real skill. Her Vaporeon can crush all opponents easily. Next round's a guaranteed win for her. Yeah, there's a difference in how people advance. Some rely on skill, while others might just get lucky. Anyway, in the next round, boss Renua is definitely advancing. And Zhixin better be careful, luck only gets you so far. These comments were clearly aimed at An Zhixin, but she remained calm and shook her head. She didn't believe her advancement was due to luck. When it came to real strength, these people had probably never even seen how formidable Su Yun was. Unwilling to waste her energy arguing, she chose not to respond to them. Just then, Teacher Wang Deming sent another message to the group. Alright, some of you didn't even make it past the first round, so there's no need to mock others. With that, the mocking voices in the chat were silenced. Instead of wasting time, why not focus on improving your skills? Renua and An Zhixin, regardless of which one advances, are role models for our class. Everyone should congratulate them. Wang Deming's words were firm and commanding. The few classmates who had been whispering instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The class monitor's authority was unquestionable, especially in such a public setting. Immediately after, Wang Deming tagged Renua and An Zhixin in the group chat. It's about time. You two should head over to draw lots. Just as his message was sent, a clear announcement echoed across the academy. All students advancing to the elimination round, please proceed to Ring 4 to draw lots. An Zhixin quickly put her phone away and gave Su Yun a knowing look. Let's go. The two of them hurried toward Ring 4, anxious not to delay the competition schedule. When they arrived, the area around Ring 4 was already crowded. Competitors, spectators, and judges each occupied their respective spots. An Zhixin immediately spotted Renua, who had evidently arrived earlier. Renua noticed An Zhixin and Su Yun's arrival, and a flicker of undisguised hostility flashed in her eyes. She approached coldly, lowering her voice as she said, An Zhixin, you'd better pray you don't draw me in this round. Otherwise, I'll crush both you and your Charmeleon beneath my feet. Her tone was brimming with confidence, and not without reason. Recently, her Vaporeon had consumed 3 rare candies, successfully leveling up to 23. This boost in strength had greatly bolstered her confidence. She was convinced that An Zhixin's Charmeleon was no match for her Vaporeon. Before long, all the competitors had arrived. A staff member stood in the center of the ring and announced loudly, Competitors, please come forward to draw lots. Those with matching numbers will compete in the corresponding ring. As soon as the announcement ended, 16 competitors surged forward. An Zhixin squeezed into the crowd and randomly pulled out a slip of paper. Carefully unfolding it, she saw the number 1 written on it. This meant her next match would take place in Ring 1. The ring's location was of little concern to her. What truly mattered was who would her opponent be. I'm number 2. I'm number 5. I'm at number 7. The competitors began calling out their numbers, quickly identifying their respective opponents. Just as An Zhixin was about to reveal her number, Ren Shui's voice rang out first. Ring 1. An Zhixin froze, turning to look at Ren Shui in surprise. She hadn't expected to face her so soon. Moments ago, Ren Shui's followers had been snidely suggesting in the group chat that An Zhixin wouldn't make it to the next round. Now, it was clear that one of them would be eliminated in this very match. And that person would not be her. Ring 1. An Zhixin declared firmly, standing tall with conviction. Hearing this, Ren Shui's sharp gaze cut through the air like a blade. An Zhixin, I didn't expect you to be at Ring 1 too. This is perfect. Even fate wants me to take you down early. A confident smirk spread across her face as she continued. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. Watch closely, An Zhixin. He'll defeat you and your Charmeleon and crush you both beneath my feet. You two are only fit to be stepping stones for me. She glanced down at her Vaporeon, her eyes filled with a threatening intensity. Vaporeon, stay sharp and give it your all later. What Squirtle failed to do last time, you'll accomplish this time. If you dare lose this battle and embarrass me again, just wait for your punishment. Her previous loss to An Zhixin and Su Yun had been a humiliating blow. This time, she was determined to reclaim her pride and completely crush both Su Yun and An Zhixin beneath her feet. The staff collected the slips of paper from everyone one by one, carefully checking the final matchup list. The elimination rounds will begin promptly at 2 p.m. Please make sure to arrive at the venue 15 minutes in advance, one of the staff members announced after glancing around the room. To ensure both participants and their Pokémon can perform at their best, there will be a 2-hour break between each match. You can use this time to rest, eat, or strategize with your Pokémon. An Zhixin glanced at her watch. It was already lunchtime. Charmeleon, let's go eat, she said as she headed toward the Academy's dining hall with Su Yun. While Su Yun could maintain its energy with special energy cubes, as a human, An Zhixin couldn't skip her regular 3 meals a day. After lunch, An Zhixin immediately began discussing strategies with Su Yun for the upcoming battle against Ren Shui. After careful consideration, she came up with 3 plans. The first option was to use the water absorbability. This would be a direct counter to Ren Shui's Vaporeon, catching her off guard. The second option was to activate the Sacred Dragon mode ability, leveraging its powerful fire and dragon-type capabilities to secure a decisive victory. While this wouldn't completely neutralize water-type attacks, the ability's boost would make defeating Vaporeon manageable. However, both strategies had a glaring flaw: they risked revealing her trump cards too early. While either would likely secure an easy win against Ren Shui, it would leave her at a disadvantage against Zhou Tianjing's shiny Gyarados in the next round. The water absorbability, in particular, was her secret weapon specifically prepared for the shiny Gyarados. If Zhou Tianjing caught wind of it in advance, its element of surprise would be lost. After much deliberation, An Zhixin devised a third plan, subtly utilizing her abilities at a critical moment without drawing attention. Specifically, Su Yun would begin the battle using Sacred Dragon mode. When its health dropped to half, right at the activation threshold for Sacred Dragon mode, they would secretly switch to the water absorbability. At that point, Ren Shui would undoubtedly command her Vaporeon to unleash a water-type attack. Su Yun could then endure the hit, absorbing the water-based energy, and counter with a decisive blow to knock out Vaporeon in one strike. As long as Su Yun suppressed its aura after the battle, Ren Shui wouldn't notice anything unusual. At most, she might assume Su Yun had managed to hold on through sheer physical resilience. Even if she had suspicions, she wouldn't be able to verify them once Su Yun left the battlefield after the match. This strategy placed high demands on Su Yun's reaction speed and overall strength, but the benefits were clear: it would perfectly conceal the water absorbability without exposing Sacred Dragon mode. By the time she faced the shiny Gyarados, she'd still have 2 aces up her sleeve. Moreover, switching abilities was no challenge for Su Yun. Charmeleon, what do you think? An Zhixin explained her 3 strategies to Su Yun, asking for his opinion. Su Yun thought for a moment, then raised 3 furry fingers, pointing them toward the air. The third one. No need to waste so many trump cards on a Vaporeon, he said confidently, raising his head and locking eyes with An Zhixin. His tone carried a hint of disdain. A mere Vaporeon isn't worth my full effort. An Zhixin's lips curved into a slight smile. Looks like we're on the same wavelength, she said softly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Then, her expression turned serious as she raised a small fist. All right, it's all up to you now. Go for it. Su Yun smirked smugly. This dragon is... Hey, stop tugging at my mouth. He dodged An Zhixin's prodding fingers, finally giving in with a sigh. Fine, I won't smirk anymore. At precisely 2 p.m., the area around Arena 1 was packed with people. An Zhixin and Renua stood side by side on the stage, while the audience below was filled with their classmates. Even their homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, was mingling in the crowd, his face a mixture of emotions. As their teacher, Wang Deming felt conflicted. His class had finally produced 2 contestants who advanced, only for them to face each other in the second round, ensuring one of them would be eliminated. He could only console himself with the thought that at least one of them would make it to the top 8 in the third round, which was better than neither advancing. The students, however, were thrilled by the drama, eagerly anticipating the showdown. They had long been annoyed by Renua, especially her decision to advance using a starter Pokémon not selected by the Academy. Now that Renua was up against An Zhixin, they couldn't wait to see An Zhixin teach her a lesson, proving a point. Skill matters, and switching Pokémon doesn't change that. In their minds, if An Zhixin defeated Renua, it would feel as though they had achieved the victory themselves. I declare the match begins, the referee announced loudly, cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. Come out, Vaporeon. Go, Charmeleon. The 2 trainers released their Pokémon almost simultaneously, and the audience erupted. Yes, it's Charmeleon, the one that can breathe fire. We've got this in the bag, a classmate shouted excitedly. Are you out of your mind? What Charmeleon doesn't breathe fire? Another retorted mockingly. I'm talking about blazing fire, roaring flames, you know, flamethrower. Get it? The first one defended. Forget it. You've never faced it, so you wouldn't understand. Meanwhile, Renua's supporters weren't about to be outdone, cheering loudly for her. Go, boss Renua. Show that Charmeleon the power of your Vaporeon. Charmeleon against a water type? It should just lie down and accept defeat. Blast it with a powerful water stream. Type advantage isn't just for show. A fire-type Pokémon trying to challenge a water type? Who do you think you are, some kind of reverse-type master? The battle on stage hadn't even started, but the tension in the crowd was already palpable. Renua sneered confidently. An Zhixin, keep your eyes wide open and watch how my Vaporeon crushes your Charmeleon beneath its feet. She made the first move. Vaporeon, use water gun. An Zhixin remained calm in the face of the type advantage attack. She spoke slowly. Charmeleon, flamethrower. Got it. Su Yun grinned, the fiery aura around him surging dramatically. Boom. In an instant, his body transformed into a raging volcano. Flames erupted fiercely, and the surrounding air grew scorching hot. His skin turned a glowing red, as if molten lava was about to seep from his pores. The flame on his tail shot up nearly a foot high, resembling a massive fireball. The ground beneath him began to sizzle and smoke, turning from black to red. At this moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of fire itself. My goodness, the fiery aura it's emitting is terrifying. Is this really the strength of a Charmeleon? The audience stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on the Charmeleon standing in the center of the arena. The ground beneath it had already turned red-hot, as if it had etched a blazing mark onto the earth. Look at the ground under its feet, it's literally scorched red. Wow, I knew An Zhixin's Charmeleon was extraordinary. The flames inside it are so intense. No wonder it could evaporate Squirtle's water gun back then. The spectators murmured among themselves, their astonishment evident. At this moment, the flames radiating from Charmeleon's body resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, its blazing heat consuming the surrounding air. Even when faced with a water-type Pokémon, it showed no signs of retreat. With flames this powerful, even water types might not stand a chance. Sure, water beats fire in theory, but when the flames are this strong, they could just evaporate the water, one excited spectator exclaimed. The crowd gasped collectively, their astonishment audible. Just then, the fiery energy Su Yun had been building finally culminated, transforming into a massive pillar of fire that erupted forward, colliding heat-in with Vaporeon's water gun. Hiss! The clash of the two forces instantly created a dense fog, which spread out in waves like a tidal surge. In mere moments, the entire arena was shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring visibility. Incredible! This is Unreal ID, call her the master of countering types. The audience erupted in amazement, with one spectator exclaiming, Look! Vaporeon's water gun was completely turned into steam. The whole water beats fire thing doesn't even apply here. Another chimed in, An Zhixin's Charmeleon is practically a nightmare for water types. It already defeated Renua's Squirtle last time, and now it looks like it's going to take down Renua's Vaporeon too. It's unstoppable. However, some spectators analyzed the situation more calmly. If it had an ability like Water Absorb or Storm Drain, water types wouldn't even stand a chance to fight back. But another laughed. Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. I'd sooner believe Groudon could fly than believe something like that. As the crowd debated fervently, Renua, who had been feeling smug and eager to redeem herself, suddenly froze. Her expression stiffened, and she stood there, dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she stared at An Zhixin's Charmeleon, her voice trembling as she asked, How is this possible? How can your Charmeleon use flamethrower? You're just a broke nobody. Where did you get the money to buy a TM for it? What Renua couldn't accept was the fact that the Charmeleon had managed to use Flamethrower. Although she was usually arrogant, she was knowledgeable enough to understand that Flamethrower wasn't a move that a Charmeleon of this level could naturally learn unless it was taught using an expensive technical machine TM. And there was no way someone like An Zhixin could afford such a thing. Her face displayed a complex mix of emotions, filled with doubt. How on earth had An Zhixin's Charmeleon learned Flamethrower? An Zhixin didn't answer Renua's question. Her expression remained calm, her gaze fixed steadily on the battle in the arena. Charmeleon, now's your chance. Close in on that Vaporeon and use Dragon Pulse. Whoosh! Following the command, Su Yun sprang into action instantly. Moving with lightning speed, his figure blurred as he closed the distance between himself and Vaporeon in a flash. In the next moment, a powerful dragon-like aura erupted from Su Yun, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar. The immense dragon-type energy quickly gathered at his mouth, forming into a zigzag-shaped shockwave that shot straight toward Vaporeon. The audience watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief. Renua's pupils constricted as fear flickered across her face. Your Charmeleon, it can use Dragon Pulse too? She stammered, her voice filled with incredulity. At this moment, it felt as though the entire arena's atmosphere had frozen. Every gaze was locked on the Charmeleon, now brimming with a power that left everyone breathless in awe. If Charmeleon using Flamethrower is understandable, since it's a skill it naturally learns and masters, then Dragon Pulse is downright absurd. Is Charmeleon a dragon? Clearly not. It doesn't even have a dragon type. How could a simple fire-type starter possess such a powerful dragon-type move like Dragon Pulse? Renua stood on one side of the arena, her brow furrowed deeply, her emotions churning in disbelief. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her instincts as a professional trainer kicked in, prompting her to quickly regain composure. She forced herself to take a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she calmed herself, her eyes gleaming with an unyielding determination. Vaporeon, use Mimic. Her voice rang out firm and clear, reverberating across the battlefield. Mimic, a move that allows the user to replicate the opponent's attack. Renua's logic was straightforward. If An Zhixin's Charmeleon could use Dragon Pulse, then why couldn't her prized Vaporeon? Neither of them were Dragon-type Pokémon, and neither had the same type attack bonus. She refused to believe that her meticulously trained Vaporeon would lose. Across the field, Su Yun observed Renua's choice and curled his lips into a mocking smile. His eyes glinted with disdain, as if he'd just witnessed the punchline of a grand joke. Imitate me? Su Yun sneered. Do you think a water-type Pokémon like yours can handle Dragon Pulse? You wish. My Dragon Pulse has a specialized Dragon-type power boost. What do you have? Nothing. Su Yun, bearing the title Sky King, possessed a 30 boost to Dragon-type moves. Even though his Charmeleon wasn't a Dragon-type Pokémon, the power of its Dragon-type moves reached 130 of their usual strength. And Vaporeon, a pure water-type Pokémon without even a hint of dragon in its name, dared to mimic his Dragon Pulse? To Su Yun, it was laughably fool's errand. Boom! In an instant, two Dragon-type energy waves collided in midair, producing an ear-splitting explosion. The audience could clearly see that the Dragon Pulse unleashed by Su Yun's Charmeleon was a deeper, more intense shade of purple, with far more violent energy fluctuations. Upon impact, it effortlessly consumed Vaporeon's Dragon Pulse, and the residual energy struck Vaporeon directly. Vop! Vaporeon let out a pained cry as its body was blasted back like a cannonball, tumbling several times across the arena before coming to a stop just centimeters from the edge, narrowly avoiding being knocked out of bounds. Renua's body jolted as her face turned pale, her eyes widening to their limits. Her lips quivered as she rasped. This can't be. Neither of them are dragon types, so why is his Dragon Pulse so much stronger than my Vaporeon's? She could clearly see the disparity between the two attacks. Su Yun's Dragon Pulse and Vaporeon's were on entirely different levels, as if Su Yun's Charmeleon truly had the same type attack boost. Renua's mind raced, desperately trying to decipher the logic. This Charmeleon is breaking all limits. Its fire-type abilities are already ridiculously strong, and now even its Dragon-type moves are this powerful. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and a flash of understanding crossed her eyes. I knew it. When he climbed onto Reshiram's statue back then, it wasn't just for show. It must have inherited Reshiram's legacy. It is the embodiment of Reshiram. And Zhixin's Charmeleon was truly one of a kind. Despite its apparent disadvantages in both type and evolutionary stage, it somehow managed to overpower Renua's Vaporeon, standing tall in the center of the arena like an undefeated war god. Watching from the sidelines, homeroom teacher Wang Deming couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration as his gaze fixed on Su Yun. His eyes seemed to light up with excitement. Over his many years of teaching, he had encountered countless skilled trainers, but this was the first time he had witnessed such a formidable Charmeleon in action. Its performance far exceeded expectations, to the point where he entertained an almost absurd notion if Su Yun's Charmeleon were to evolve into a Charizard, it might genuinely rival even pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Charmeleon, we're about to win, An Zhixin said softly, her eyes filled with determination. At this moment, Vaporeon lay battered and exhausted near the edge of the arena, its breathing weak. Seeing this, An Zhixin felt a sense of relief wash over her, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. She was ready to seize the moment and command Charmeleon to deliver the final blow, knocking the opponent out of the arena and bringing this intense battle to an end. However, just as she was about to issue her order, Renua suddenly broke down, completely losing control of her emotions. The string of defeats had driven her to the brink. Her face contorted with rage, and her gaze swept toward An Zhixin like a blade as she screamed at the top of her lungs. An Zhixin, what are you so proud of? Why do you think you're going to win? Listen to me, you have no right to look down on me. My Vaporeon won't lose that easily. Her voice was shrill and filled with madness, cutting through the air like a knife. I'll defeat you. Watch closely. She turned sharply toward Charmeleon, her teeth clenched. And you, Charmeleon, what's so funny? Are you mocking me? I'll crush you underfoot. She roared, breathing heavily, her face flushed red as though she might charge onto the arena to tear her opponents apart herself. Then, her eyes darkened, locking onto the still collapsed Vaporeon. Her voice became cold and sharp, brimming with an oppressive force. Vaporeon, get up this instant, you worthless creature. Right now, use Hydro Pump Blast that Charmeleon to pieces. Do you think I spent a fortune teaching you this move just for you to embarrass me? If you can't even manage this, then you might as well just disappear. Hydro Pump, one of the most powerful water-type moves, boasted an incredible base power of 110, far surpassing ordinary moves. Even Su Yun's flamethrower from earlier fell short in terms of sheer strength. Typically, such high-powered moves could only be learned naturally by Pokémon in their later stages of growth. But Renua, unwilling to take any chances, had spent a hefty sum at a Pokémon shop to purchase a Hydro Pump TM, forcing her Vaporeon to learn the technique. Yet, Vaporeon had not fully matured, and mastering Hydro Pump had been a grueling ordeal. Even now, it could barely execute the move with any semblance of effectiveness. Its proficiency was far from adequate, but in Renua's eyes, this was enough. With the advantage of type matchups and Vaporeon's decent special attack, even a Charizard might struggle to withstand the attack, let alone a mere Charmeleon. Her eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, her expression a twisted mix of malice and exhilaration. I refuse to believe your Charmeleon can stay standing after this. Vapor. Terrified by its trainer's harsh reprimand, Vaporeon shuddered, its body trembling as it slowly pushed itself upright. Gritting its teeth and enduring its injuries, it struggled to stabilize itself. Then, mustering every last ounce of strength, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful torrent of water. The heavy stream shot forward with immense pressure, hurtling straight towards Su Yun and Charmeleon. Ha! An Zhixin, Charmeleon, both of you can go to hell. Renua's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes gleaming with wild excitement and triumph. Let's see how you handle Vaporeon's Hydro Pump. As Vaporeon finally unleashed the devastating move Renua had been waiting for, she was so ecstatic that she nearly leapt into the air, her emotions surging with fervent anticipation. Not good. A low gasp came from the crowd, and the atmosphere froze instantly. This is trouble. Renua's Vaporeon actually knows Hydro Pump. If this hit lands, there's no way Charmeleon can withstand it, no matter how strong it is. Could it be that An Zhixin is about to be taken down in a last-minute reversal? Homeroom teacher Wang Deming felt his heart leap into his throat. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his tense gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, full of concern. He was worried not only for An Zhixin, but also felt a pang of anxiety for Su Yun. The students in the audience all had their expressions change dramatically. Shock, regret, and unwillingness were written all over their faces. The earlier cheers were abruptly silenced. It's over. Someone muttered under their breath. Indeed, there was no chance now. No matter how powerful Charmeleon was, it couldn't possibly dodge the incoming attack. Vaporeon's water gun had locked onto its position, leaving no room to evade. Someone slammed their seat in frustration, their face filled with indignation. Damn it, victory was right there. How did this mess suddenly happen? Of course, another student muttered through gritted teeth. Even with all the hacks, you can't beat the power of money. Sighs of despair rippled through the crowd. The once excited audience now looked utterly defeated, their heads hanging low, as if they had already resigned themselves to the idea that An Zhixin and Su Yun were going to lose. On the other side, Renua's group of lackeys were practically bouncing with excitement. Their cheers filled the air. Ha! Renua is incredible. She still had a trick up her sleeve at the critical moment. I almost had a heart attack just now. Don't you get it? This is all part of the boss master plan, saving the best move for the dramatic finish. They laughed boisterously, some even pulling champagne bottles from their bags to celebrate prematurely. Sarcastic remarks flew, all aimed at An Zhixin. Just give up, An Zhixin. Recall your Charmeleon now, and maybe you can save yourself the medical expenses. But despite the jeers and the ruckus, An Zhixin merely let out a cold chuckle. Her gaze remained steady and unwavering, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Slowly, she turned to Su Yun and spoke softly but clearly. Charmeleon, just like we agreed before, finish this with your proudest flames. Hearing this, Su Yun broke into a wide, gleeful grin. Yeah, I've been waiting for you to say that. He raised his head sharply, staring down the incoming water gun without a hint of hesitation. Then, he charged forward with absolute resolve. System, switch to water absorbability. Ding. Your ability has been switched to water absorb. In an instant boom, a torrential surge of water engulfed Su Yun and Charmeleon, crashing down like a violent flood and sending waves splashing high into the air, nearly overturning the entire battlefield. The sheer force of the impact seemed capable of tearing them apart. Gasps and cries erupted from the audience. Many students couldn't bear to watch any longer. Some shut their eyes, others covered their faces, while a few huddled down, trembling, waiting for the battle's conclusion. Rinxue's grin stretched to its fullest, her eyes alight with triumphant glee. She clenched her fists and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's over. I've won. And Zhixin you? But, in the very next second, her laughter froze on her face, her expression stiffening in disbelief. Emerging from the roaring waters, Su Yun stood tall and unyielding, his figure cutting through the chaos. His clothes billowed, and in his mouth blazed a fierce crimson flame, burning as if it sought to ignite the entire world. Answer me, he roared, his voice thunderous and commanding. Who is the real victor here? Boom. The flames erupted like a fiery waterfall, swallowing Vaporeon whole. The inferno raged, its searing heat overwhelming, even melting the metal edges of the stage. Drops of molten liquid dripped to the ground, sizzling ominously with sharp, plop sounds. When the flames finally subsided, all that remained on the battlefield was a scorched Vaporeon, collapsed on the ground, its body twitching and limbs stiff, utterly defeated. The arena fell silent. It was as if the world had stopped for a moment. Everyone's thoughts froze, their faces blank with shock, unable to process what they had just witnessed. A reversal. Yet another reversal. First, they thought Su Yun had the win secured. Then, Vaporeon's water gun turned the tide, seeming to seal the victory for Rinxue. But just when they were convinced that the match was over, Su Yun defied all odds, charging through the water gun and delivering a decisive blow. At that moment, only one overwhelming question echoed in the minds of everyone present. How on earth did Su Yun pull that off? Impossible. The most shocked among them was Rinxue. She stared at Su Yun with wide, disbelieving eyes, her pupils contracting sharply as an expression of sheer incredulity spread across her face. Her voice trembled, and through gritted teeth, she demanded, even the Charizard I spar with wouldn't dare to take a direct hit from my Vaporeon's hydro pump. How is it possible that your Charmeleon didn't go down? She took a deep breath, stumbling back a few steps as if struck by a wave of shock. Just moments ago, she had been so confident in her ability to crush Su Yun and An Zhixin beneath her feet. But Rinxue wasn't a blindly arrogant fool. She was fully aware of her Vaporeon's strength. During training sessions with Wang Defa, she had tested the power of Hydro Pump. While it wasn't strong enough to immediately defeat Wang Defa's elite-level Charizard, it could deal significant damage to it. And Wang Defa's Charizard wasn't just any Pokémon. It was far beyond the level of rookie trainers. Even an elite-level Charizard was wary of her Hydro Pump. Yet now, this Charmeleon had withstood the attack without a scratch. Rinxue simply couldn't accept it. Exactly. A partially evolved Pokémon like Charmeleon. How could it possibly withstand Vaporeon's Hydro Pump? That Charmeleon must be cheating. It's rigged, she shouted angrily, her eyes blazing with frustration. I demand a thorough investigation. Where's the referee? How can something so blatantly unreasonable go unaddressed? Rinxue's followers began to stir as well, voicing their outrage on her behalf. They hurled insults at Su Yun and An Zhixin, openly mocking their abilities and accusing them of foul play. An Zhixin responded nonchalantly, her tone calm, yet resolute. Nothing is impossible. The potential of Pokémon far exceeds what we can imagine. Rinxue, you always judge others based on your own limited understanding. No wonder you fail to comprehend the strength of my Charmeleon. Her explanation was concise and to the point, refusing to engage in a heated argument. To her, Su Yun's Charmeleon was simply a little stronger than average. Cheating was out of the question. The referee took a deep breath, his expression complicated. Though he himself couldn't fully understand how Su Yun's Charmeleon had remained unscathed under Vaporeon's Hydro Pump, he firmly declared, Rinxue, I understand how you feel right now. But I'm sorry to inform you that An Zhixin's Charmeleon has not violated any rules. While it does seem difficult to believe, every aspect of this match has adhered to the regulations. Su Yun's performance is entirely within the permissible scope. Perhaps Su Yun's Pokémon is naturally more resilient to attacks? Such cases are not unheard of. Back in the 8th City League, There was a competitor whose Charizard withstood Greninja's water shuriken without a scratch. The referee's tone was stern, but Rin Shui refused to relent. Don't try to fool me. Even if your Charmeleon is stronger, it should at least show some damage after taking my Vaporeon's Hydro Pump. Look at it, there's not a single mark on it, and its energy seems even higher than before. You must have done something. She pointed furiously at Su Yun, who stood tall and proud on the stage, her voice rising to a near scream. The crowd followed her gesture and turned to look, just in time to see Su Yun suddenly clutch his chest with a pained expression. Oh, what an incredible water blast. I can't take it anymore. Su Yun shouted dramatically before collapsing onto the ground with a loud thud. However, his tail betrayed his performance, wagging happily from side to side. Rin Shui watched this scene, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted from frustration. This Charmeleon was blatantly making a mockery of her. The audience below the stage couldn't help but twitch their lips, their expressions lined with exasperation. This act was so fake. Even the tail was giving away the truth. Even his trainer, An Zhixin, couldn't resist rolling her eyes. She knew Su Yun was trying to cover up the secret of his water absorbability with this act, but his performance left much to be desired. Especially that tail, which seemed to be gleefully announcing his inner pride to everyone. Feigning ignorance, Su Yun kept his eyes shut, though he hadn't deliberately wagged his tail. The sheer joy of absorbing so many light orbs at once had unconsciously manifested in his tail's movements. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. Ding. Gained 20 battle experience points. Ding. Gained 2 special attack points. Ding. Gained 10 water element essence points. What thrilled him even more was that he not only obtained stat-enhancing light orbs, but also leveled up to level 25. Eagerly, he pulled up his stat panel. HP, 457, 6911. Attack, 65-1. Defense, 62. Special attack, 105-25. Special defense, 67-2. Speed, 91-11. 457 total base stats, with 105 in special attack. Could this be the strongest Charmeleon in history? Su Yun thought smugly. After all, he hadn't even evolved into Charizard yet. At level 36, his base stats would increase by another 129 points, reaching 5,868 points higher than some legendary Pokémon. At level 25, he was just 11 levels away from the evolution threshold of 36. Considering the remaining matches in the rookie tournament, this goal seemed well within reach. Just as Su Yun was caught up in his grand daydream, he sneakily opened one eye to check the situation outside. To his dismay, he found everyone staring at him with peculiar expressions. His heart skipped a beat. Had his brilliant acting been seen through? The referee finally couldn't hold back and said with a wry smile, "That Charmeleon, stop pretending. The match is over. You've won." Su Yun immediately shut his eyes again, pretending not to hear. Trying to trick me? This dragon won't fall for it. Charmeleon, come back. You're acting. Everyone saw through it. And Zhixin called out at just the right moment. Su Yun suddenly sprang to his feet, like a carp flipping out of water. TCH, why didn't you say so earlier? He then trotted happily over to An Zhixin's side. The audience watched the scene unfold, collectively speechless. An Zhixin, you have to explain why your Charmeleon is still so energetic. The match had ended, but Rin Shui clearly had no intention of letting An Zhixin off the hook. Her gaze was sharp and filled with provocation, her tone growing more accusatory. You must tell me, how did Su Yun manage to block my Vaporeon's Hydro Pump? I've already explained it. Whether you believe me or not is your problem. An Zhixin replied coldly, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. It was obvious she had no desire to continue this pointless argument. But Rin Shui refused to back down. That's no explanation. Stop right there. Her voice was threatening, and her glare was fixed on An Zhixin. If you don't give me a convincing answer today, don't even think about leaving. She signaled to her group of lackeys with a glance, and in an instant, they surrounded An Zhixin, blocking her path. An Zhixin frowned slightly, and was about to retort when Su Yun, standing beside her, let out a cold chuckle. He stepped forward and positioned himself protectively in front of her. You lot. Su Yun swept his gaze over the group, his tone dripping with disdain. Do you really want to experience the power of my flames? His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling note of menace. Before his words had fully settled, a searing flame began to gather in his mouth, its glow threatening to erupt at any moment. Rin Shui's lackeys instinctively shuddered at the sight and quickly scattered, no longer daring to block An Zhixin's way. These individuals, though they had their own starter Pokémon, had been eliminated in earlier preliminary rounds. Their strength was no match for Su Yun, and even combined, they stood no chance against his fierce flames. Their only option was to flee. Rin Shui. Su Yun's voice was laced with contempt and icy indifference. What do you think you're doing? This is the academy, not a place for your tantrums. If you want to throw a fit, go home and do it there. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, their homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, finally intervened. He stepped forward, his voice stern as he rebuked Rin Shui. If you want to act like a spoiled brat, Take it back to your own home. Then his gaze shifted to the injured Vaporeon on the stage, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. Instead of badgering An Zhixin here, you'd better take your Vaporeon to the infirmary right away. It's seriously hurt, and delaying any longer could put it in danger. Ren Shue's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she glared at An Zhixin with fury and unwillingness. She had no intention of letting this go. In her heart, she resolved to uncover the truth behind An Zhixin and Su Yun's secret, no matter what. She wouldn't rest until she got to the bottom of it. With a cold snort, she turned to leave, but Wang Deming's voice stopped her once more. Are you just going to abandon your Vaporeon? Ren Shui turned back, her expression filled with disdain. Humph, a useless creature. Why bother treating it? Let it lie there and fend for itself. Spending money on it would be a waste. With that, she callously tossed the Pokeball into the trash, abandoning her former partner without a second thought. Witnessing this, Wang Deming's face darkened, his brows furrowing tightly as anger flared within him. Ren Shui, you don't deserve to be a trainer. No matter how wealthy your family is or how powerful the Pokemon they can provide you, you will never become a truly outstanding trainer. Usually mild-mannered, Wang Deming was thoroughly enraged by Ren Shui's actions today. Such reckless abandonment of a Pokemon had crossed his bottom line. Ren Shui froze at his words, her expression instantly twisting from disdain to fury. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes as her hands unconsciously balled into fists. Humph, just you wait and see. I, Ren Shui, will become a powerful trainer, she retorted through gritted teeth, puffing out her chest and striding away from the arena with her head held high. Her departing figure radiated determination, as if she were utterly confident in her future. An Zhixin glanced at the barely conscious Vaporeon lying on the ground, a hint of pity flickering in her eyes. She quietly stepped back onto the stage, carefully cradling the abandoned Pokemon in her arms. Its fur was damp, and its body trembled slightly. Teacher, let me take it to the medical room for treatment, An Zhixin said softly. Though the Vaporeon wasn't hers, as a trainer with a strong sense of justice, she couldn't stand by and watch indifferently like Ren Shui. Besides, with the match over for the day, she had plenty of time. Wang Deming nodded approvingly, his anger subsiding slightly. All right, I'll go with you, he said, walking alongside An Zhixin toward the academy's medical room. On the way, Wang Deming slowed his pace and spoke earnestly. Zhixin, you must never follow Ren Shui's example and abandon your Pokemon so casually. Even if their performance in battle isn't perfect, don't forget that they've stood by our side. They are our closest companions as trainers. In a way, we are their only family. You, being an orphan, should understand what I mean even more. Wang Deming was well aware of An Zhixin's exceptional talent as a trainer, but he also knew that such gifted individuals often prioritized a Pokemon's strength over emotional bonds. As her strength, status, and identity grew, this issue could only worsen. He was determined to prevent her from becoming someone like Ren Shui. I understand. An Zhixin nodded firmly, her eyes inadvertently glancing at Su Yun, who was walking beside her. Noticing her gaze, Su Yun blinked and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, woman. Even though you like to pinch this dragon's cheeks all the time, which really annoys me, this dragon will never abandon you. An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but her heart warmed. As a successor of the Viridian Force and a top student at Azure Academy, it was supposed to be her choosing Pokemon, not the other way around. Yet, ever since she met the overpowered Su Yun, she had gradually lost confidence, always fearing that one day Su Yun would find a trainer more outstanding than her and leave. But now, it seemed that worry might have been unnecessary. Su Yun seemed quite fond of her after all. The news about Arena Number 1 caused a sensation throughout the academy. Did you hear? There's an insanely strong competitor at Arena Number 1, one student said excitedly. Her Charmeleon is Incrediblite even defeated a Vaporeon. You're so behind the times, another student interjected immediately. That Charmeleon took a direct hit from Vaporeon's Hydro Pump and shrugged it off like it was nothing. It's like it's invincible. Invincible? It never even had a moment of weakness, a third student exclaimed, waving their arms in excitement. I saw it with my own eyes. One flamethrower from it wiped the field clean. That's just insane, the crowd gasped. Could they be the champions of this year's freshman tournament? Meanwhile, the duo of An Zhixin and Su Yun was making waves across campus with their astonishing performance. Their victory in a fire-swatter matchup defied expectations, and news of Su Yun's prior experience in the breeding center had also started to spread. But over at Arena Number 3, another duo was causing a stir. Zhou Tianzhong and his shiny Gyarados. When Zhou Tianzhong heard about the Charmeleon's feats, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Interesting, he murmured to Gyarados. Looks like the upcoming matches won't be boring after all. Just as Zhou Tianzhong was about to leave, the Academy's interview team stopped him. Zhou, everyone's saying An Zhixin and her Charmeleon are the biggest dark horses of this tournament. What's your take on that? Zhou Tianzhong cleared his throat, a faint smile playing on his lips. A mere Vaporeon isn't much to speak of, he said dismissively. But, I suppose they barely qualify as worthy opponents. The interview team was stunned. That level of confidence bordered on arrogance, and Zhixin was considered his equal, and yet he said barely, "If you meet her in the finals, who do you think will win?" They pressed. Zhou Tianzheng looked directly into the camera, his smile turning into a bold, almost cocky grin. "Her Charmeleon won't last 3 rounds against me." Meanwhile, in the Pokémon medical room, a recently awakened Vaporeon was curled up in the corner of the room. The moment it saw Su Yun, it began trembling uncontrollably, its eyes filled with fear as it buried its head under its body. Wang Deming, watching the scene, could only let out a helpless sigh. Wang Deming looked at the trembling Vaporeon in the corner, his heart aching with sympathy. As he pondered how to break the harsh truth that its trainer, Ren Shui, had abandoned it, the nurse approached with a grave expression. "Mr. Wang, the test results are concerning," the nurse said while reviewing the medical report. "This Vaporeon has multiple internal injuries, clearly caused by excessive training. Worse still, its trainer seems to have only used basic potions to treat it, without providing any proper rest before resuming intense training." "What?" Wang Deming clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. "What does Ren Shui think these Pokémon are? Just mindless tools for battle?" Calling her unfit to be a trainer would be an understatement. Thinking about the Squirtle Ren Shui had taken from the breeding center, Wang Deming feared it might also be suffering the same mistreatment. He quickly turned to An Zhixin. "Zhixin, I need to handle this immediately. While I can't control how she treats her own Pokémon, I won't allow her to abuse the Academy's Pokémon. Please take care of Vaporeon for now. If there's nothing else, you can head home." And Zhixin nodded in agreement. As Wang Deming hurried out, he murmured softly, "If only this Vaporeon could be your Pokémon instead." With that, he left in a rush, as if even a minute's delay would mean more suffering for Squirtle. The nurse reminded An Zhixin to keep an eye on Vaporeon and ensure it didn't wander off before leaving to fetch some medicine. An Zhixin slowly approached the corner where Vaporeon huddled, while stopping Su Yun from getting too close. "Charmeleon, don't come near. You're scaring it." "TCH, I don't care about it anyway," Su Yun muttered, crossing her arms and sitting on the ground in a huff. And Zhixin tried to use her verdant aura to connect with Vaporeon, speaking softly to reassure it. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Feeling the unprecedented warmth and kindness, Vaporeon hesitantly lifted its head, curiosity flickering in its eyes. "Va!" But in the next moment, it let out a sharp cry and shrank back, as though it had seen something terrifying. And Zhixin turned around to find a pair of chubby red claws clutching the edge of the bed. A horned head slowly peeked out, followed by a pair of mischievously gleaming black eyes. "Charizard, you little rascal." And Zhixin chuckled in exasperation, raising her hand to give Su Yun a light knock on the head. Caught red-handed, Su Yun quickly pulled his head back and defended himself nervously. "I wasn't trying to spy. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to communicate with it, so I thought I'd help." It was true, although An Zhixin possessed the power of Viridian, which allowed her to sense the emotions of Pokémon, she couldn't communicate with them as clearly as she could with humans. This was especially challenging with a completely unfamiliar Vaporeon. "Look at it. It's trembling in fear just being near you. How are you supposed to talk to it?" Su Yun teased, his eyes gleaming with amusement. And Zhixin rolled her eyes at him, speechless. Without further explanation, Su Yun turned to Vaporeon and called out in Pokémon language, "Hey, scaredy cat. Come here. I promise I won't set you on fire." Vaporeon trembled even harder upon hearing this, stammering, "No, please don't." Su Yun's face darkened. "If you don't come over right now, it'll burn you to a crisp." "Wait, no? Please don't burn me. I'm not tasty at all." Vaporeon yelped, scrambling to its feet and wobbling over to Su Yun in a panic. "See that?" Su Yun puffed up his chest with pride, turning to An Zhixin with a smug grin. "That's how it's done." An Zhixin stared at the scene in astonishment. "Charizard, how did you pull that off? It was terrified of you just a moment ago, and now it's obediently coming over? Don't tell me you can charm not only trainers, but even Pokémon like Vaporeon." "Of course, it's all thanks to my irresistible charisma." Su Yun smirked, his tail flicking up in satisfaction. Vaporeon silently grumbled to itself. It's not charisma, it's pure intimidation. But it dared not voice its thoughts, fearing the threat of being roasted. All right, our Charizard is the best," An Zhixin said, playing along with Su Yun's need for praise. Keep it down, Su Yun replied, though his triumphant expression only grew more pronounced. Turning to Vaporeon, An Zhixin extended her hand gently. "Don't be afraid. Let me heal you." A soothing wave of life energy surged from her palm, flowing into Vaporeon's body. This power of Viridian far surpassed ordinary medicine, quickly eradicating any hidden ailments within the Pokémon. Vaporeon's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling like twin stars. It had never experienced such a comforting treatment before. Its entire body relaxed, and it even leaned into An Zhixin's hand, nuzzling affectionately. Watching from the side, Su Yun couldn't help but grumble. "Unfair. When you healed me, I got to lie on your lap soft, warm, and cozy. This Vaporeon's treatment doesn't even compare. Su Yun observed the scene before him, thoughts swirling in his mind. An Zhixin's concern for this Vaporeon seemed unusually fervent. Not only had she carried it to the infirmary, but she also used her Viridian force to heal its injuries. This behavior led him to consider a possibility. Could she be planning to capture this Vaporeon? As a trainer, having multiple Pokémon was undoubtedly a wise strategy. It could not only enhance An Zhixin's strength, but also provide companionship for her existing Pokémon win-win situation. However, from a practical standpoint, Vaporeon wasn't the most optimal choice. It lacked a mega evolution, had a fairly standard move pool, and limited growth potential, even falling short compared to some common water-type starter Pokémon. Unless this particular Vaporeon had some exceptional traits, investing in its training didn't seem worthwhile. Yet, judging by its timid and gentle demeanor, it didn't appear to possess anything extraordinary. Alright, An Zhixin said softly as she withdrew her healing energy. You just need to rest here for a few days, and you'll recover completely. To avoid raising suspicion from the nurse, she deliberately left some of Vaporeon's injuries partially untreated. Vaporeon slowly opened its eyes and stood up on the bed, giving its body a little shake. It let out a cheerful cry toward An Zhixin, clearly grateful for the care it had received, something it had never experienced with its previous trainer, Renua. However, the thought of Renua immediately filled Vaporeon's eyes with fear. It vividly remembered Renua's threats. Losing a battle meant death. Now that it had been defeated by Su Yun, would its fate be sealed? Nervously, it glanced around the room, but saw no sign of Renua. This both confused and relieved it. At that moment, the nurse returned with a few colleagues, carrying medical supplies. You can head back now, student. This Vaporeon needs to stay here for a while to recover. It has quite a few internal injuries. If you'd like to visit it, you're welcome to drop by any time. Alright. An Zhixin nodded and turned to bid farewell to Vaporeon. Goodbye, little one. Make sure to rest and recover well. Vaporeon let out a reluctant cry. Though their time together had been brief, it had experienced an unprecedented sense of safety from An Zhixin, something it had never felt with Renua. Goodbye. Su Yun also waved at Vaporeon with a smile. Vaporeon, however, immediately turned its head away, pretending not to see him, and muttered under its breath. Humph, you tried to burn me earlier. I'm not talking to you, you meanie. Su Yun was left speechless. As evening fell, Kanglan Academy welcomed a distinguished guest. The headmaster, Wen Guanchen, personally greeted him and extended the highest level of hospitality. Headmaster Wen, it's been a while. This year, you can't let me leave empty-handed again. The man teased with a warm smile, casually lifting the teacup in front of him and taking a delicate sip. This was Zhang Xing, a mentor from Jinghang Academy and also the talent scout for Kanglan Academy. His purpose for this visit was to select outstanding new students and recommend them for further studies at Jinghang Academy. Jinghang Academy, one of the nation's top-tier academies for spirit trainers, was the dream destination for countless aspiring trainers. Its selection process was highly unique. Unlike other schools that relied on national examinations, Jinghang sent mentors to various academies across the cities to personally handpick students with exceptional talent. This was the only way to gain admission. Not this time, definitely not this time. When Guanchen waved his hands repeatedly, his smile tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Last year, when you visited, the results were truly disappointing. I remember you only watched a few video clips before rejecting all 8 semifinalists outright. You didn't even stay for the final rounds and left in dismay. Zhang Xing chuckled softly, a glint of reminiscence in his eyes. Indeed, that time was a bit disheartening. I came across quite a few average performers, and none of them truly impressed me. But this year is different. When Guanchen's tone was noticeably more confident. I have 2 students who have shown extraordinary promise. I guarantee they'll leave you amazed. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Xing looked at Wen Guanchen with growing curiosity. Oh, it seems you're quite confident this year. Could it be that your academy has produced an exceptional genius? Wen Guanchen chuckled with a hint of pride and shook his head. Not just 1, 2. Zhang Xing's eyebrows arched slightly higher, clearly intrigued. His tone carried a mix of surprise and interest. Are you serious? Absolutely. Wen Guanchen's expression turned earnest. Our academy undergoes evaluations from talent scouts like you every year. The more exceptional students you select, the greater the rewards for us. Last year, I failed to bring you any good news. But this year, I intend to make it worth your while. Haha, excellent. Then let me see just how remarkable these 2 prodigies of yours are. Zhang Xing nodded, his gaze shifting toward Wen Guanchen's computer screen. Wen Guanchen quickly pulled up the battle footage from this year's freshman tournament. The screen displayed a confident young man standing tall, with a brilliant red Gyarados behind him. Wait a momentous that a shiny Gyarados? Zhang Xing narrowed his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. That's an incredibly rare spirit. One of your academy's freshmen managed to capture such a creature? Wen Guanchen chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Hee, just a stroke of luck, that's all. This year, a shiny Magikarp was born in the breeding facility, and it was captured by one of the students. A hint of pride appeared on Wen Guangchen's face as he lightly tapped the table and continued. Moreover, this student managed to evolve the shiny Magikarp into a shiny Gyarados in just over a week. Zhang Xing sat up straight in surprise, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Even someone like him, accustomed to encountering prodigies, couldn't deny that this achievement was remarkable. Evolving a shiny Magikarp in just over a week. Such a pace of training would be rare even among the students at Jinghang Academy. Seeing Zhang Xing's reaction, Wen Guangchen's smile deepened. Don't be so quick to be amazed. This isn't even the full extent of his abilities. When it comes to battle performance, his talent is even more impressive. Saying this, he turned to operate the screen behind him, pulling up a battle video. The footage showed Zhou Tianzheng commanding the shiny Gyarados in an intense fight against an opponent. Zhang Xing watched the video intently, growing more and more astonished. Whether it was the precision of tactical decisions, the timing of commands, or the ability to adapt to unexpected situations, Zhou's skills far surpassed those of his peers. This young man is a must-have, Zhang Xing declared firmly. He has to come to Jinghang Academy for further training. With talent like this, only our academy can help him reach his full potential. Hearing this, Wen Guangchen was overjoyed. Thank you in advance, Brother Zhang. As the headmaster, he naturally took pride in sending a student to Jinghang Academy. It would significantly boost Kanglin Academy's reputation and benefit next year's enrollment. By the way, Brother Zhang, when Guangchen shifted the topic, our academy actually has another genius this year who I think you'll find very interesting. Zhang Xing, however, waved his hand dismissively, his interest waning. No need. Zhou Tianjing alone has already been surprising enough. I'll wait to see the others during tomorrow's competition. But when Guangchen's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Brother Zhang, I strongly suggest you take a look now. If Zhou Tianzheng is as strong, then this student and her Pokémon can only be described as monstrous. Especially her Pokémon will definitely leave you stunned. Zhang Xing, who had been about to leave, paused at these words. He turned to Wen Guangchen with a curious look. Monstrous? That kind of evaluation has piqued my interest. What kind of trainer and Pokémon could earn such high praise from a headmaster? Wen Guangchen didn't bother to explain further. Instead, he pulled up another video and played it for Zhang Xing. In the footage, a silver-haired girl stood gracefully, her demeanor cold and distant. In front of her was a Charmeleon, its tail ablaze with bright flames that illuminated the girl's fair face. Is this it? Just a run-off-the-mill fire-type starter. Zhang Xing sneered, a look of disappointment flashing across his face. He waved dismissively. Charmeleons might be considered rare and valuable at Kanglin Academy, but at our Jinghang Academy, they're as common as dirt. Wen Guangchen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Don't underestimate it. This isn't an ordinary Charmeleon. He gestured for Zhang Xing to keep watching. Oh really? Let's see what's so. Zhang Xing's words abruptly cut off as his pupils contracted. The reflection of the Charmeleon unleashing a skill filled his eyes. He leaned forward sharply, disbelief etched across his face. Dragon Pulse. Wait, what? A fire-type Pokémon using a dragon-type move? How? Zhang Xing's mouth hung open, momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly searched his memory. Charmeleon may have dragon in its name, but it has no connection to dragon-type attributes. Even when it evolves into Charizard, it doesn't gain the dragon typing. The only dragon-type move it can naturally learn is Dragon Breath. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. He slapped his thigh. I've got it. It must have learned it from a TM. He recalled that Dragon Pulse was indeed listed among the moves Charmeleon could learn from a technical machine. The video continued. The Charmeleon opened its mouth wide, releasing a powerful stream of fire. Zhang Xing's eyes widened further. It knows Flamethrower too? Its trainer must be pretty loaded to let it learn such advanced moves this early. He turned to Wen Guangchen, confusion written all over his face. Wen Guangchen shook his head, his expression turning serious. That's unlikely. You probably don't know this, but its trainer is called An Zhixin. She's always been the top student at our academy, academically speaking. But her family situation isn't great. She's an orphan, lives alone, and struggles financially. She even works part-time on weekends to support herself. He glanced at the silver-haired girl in the video, his expression complicated. So, do you really think someone like her could afford TMs for Flamethrower and Dragon Pulse? Zhang Xing opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to respond. A flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. This girl has such a tough life. Then he frowned, puzzled. But if she can't afford TMs, how did her Charmeleon learn Dragon Pulse and Flamethrower? When Guangchen shrugged, a hint of mystery in his tone. That's why I said there's something unusual about her and her Pokémon. Zhang Xing lowered his head in thought, mumbling to himself. If it's not TMs, could it be inherited moves? Before he could delve deeper, Wen Guangchen spoke again. And haven't you noticed? The power of its moves isn't normal. Whether it's fire-type or dragon-type attacks, they're way beyond what you'd expect from a Pokémon at its level. Zhang Xing frowned, realizing he had no idea what level the Charmeleon was. The video didn't provide any clues either. What level is this Charmeleon? When Guanchen took a deep breath, his tone heavy. 23. Before the freshman tournament, the academy conducted level tests on all participants' Pokémon. The results showed that An Zhixin's Charmeleon is at level 23. What? That low? Zhang Xing was stunned, leaning back in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Wen Guanchen and Zhang Xing were intently watching video footage of Su Yun. The strength Su Yun displayed in the video made Zhang Xing furrow his brows, his face full of puzzlement. Something's off. This doesn't align at all with what a level 23 Charmeleon should be capable of, Zhang Xing said, staring at the screen in analysis. Even if its internal flame is stronger than other Charmeleons, the power of Dragon Pulse just doesn't add up. Without a same-type attack bonus, how could a level 23 Charmeleon unleash such a powerful Dragon-type move? When Guanchen smiled wryly and nodded. That's exactly what I can't figure out. Even at Jinghang Academy, I've never seen a Charmeleon this unusual. And, when Guanchen continued, pulling up another video, this part is even stranger. The new video showed a battle scene between An Zhixin and Renua. Shockingly, Su Yun not only withstood a water gun attack from a Vaporeon, but also managed to counterattack and win despite the type disadvantage. This defensive capability is just absurd, Zhang Xing said, his eyes glued to the screen. Water-type moves should deal double damage to fire types, but it looks like it barely took a scratch. Before he could finish, the video showed Su Yun suddenly collapsing to the ground in an exaggerated display of playing dead, though its tail was still wagging cheerfully. Stop watching, when Guanchen said, the corner of his mouth twitching. This guy is just a drama queen, trying to mess with people. Zhang Xing couldn't help but laugh. This Charmeleon sure is a character. Then, with growing excitement, he added, interesting. Dinwen, I'm staying here tonight. Tomorrow, I have to meet this extraordinary Charmeleon and its trainer in person. I have a feeling its mysteries go far beyond what we've seen in these videos. All right, let's go together tomorrow, when Guanchen agreed readily, his eyes also gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the living room of An Zhixin's house, Su Yun, who was lounging around watching TV, suddenly sneezed. Roar, roar. Which idiot is talking about me behind my back? If I find you, I'll burn you to ashes. Su Yun grumbled, rubbing his nose and returning his attention to the romantic story playing on TV about a human trainer and a Gardevoir. At that moment, An Zhixin walked out of her bedroom with a mysterious smile, her hands hidden behind her back. She looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Hee hee, Charmeleon, want to guess what surprise I prepared for you? Surprise? Su Yun leaned over to peek behind An Zhixin, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A red, fluffy tail, resembling a stuffed toy, was peeking out from behind her. He squinted, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be my plush toy? That red, fluffy tail looked exactly like his own. The only difference was that it lacked the flickering flames. Tada, it's a cozy little den. An Zhixin's eyes sparkled with excitement. I made it for you with my own hands. It's super soft and comfy to sleep, Aini thought you'd love it. She stopped teasing and brought out the carefully crafted gift from behind her back. It was a small, Pokemon-style den, sewn to resemble a Charmeleon, complete with a white tip at the end of the Tyla distinct feature unique to Su Yun. It was clearly custom-made just for him. So what do you think? Want to try it out right now? An Zhixin asked eagerly, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. She gently stroked the edges of the little den with her hands. She had been secretly working on this for a long time, only sewing it during the hours when Su Yun was asleep to keep it a surprise. Every stitch was filled with her care and affection. At the same time, she hoped to make up for what she felt was a shortcoming as his trainer after all. It was embarrassing that she couldn't even afford to buy him a proper Pokemon den. Huh. Su Yun blinked at the small den in her hands, his expression blank. Was this the surprise she had prepared for him? Well, to be honest, it wasn't much of a surprise to him at all. It wasn't that he disliked the den An Zhixin had made for him. To give credit where it was due, her craftsmanship was excellent. Despite being made from various patches of fabric, the den looked incredibly well made, with neat and precise stitching that gave it the appearance of a flawless handmade work of art. It could easily rival any store-bought Pokemon den. The problem was, he simply didn't enjoy sleeping in a Pokemon den. Honestly, how could sleeping alone ever compare to sleeping together with someone? An Zhixin was soft, warm, and cozy. Sleeping with her was pure bliss. A Pokemon den, on the other hand, it had nothing to offer. At night, he'd be left hugging his own tail for comfort. The difference was night and day. Anyone would know which option to choose. I'm not sleeping in that thing. Su Yun turned his head away with a look of disdain, his tail swishing dramatically. Pointing a claw at An Zhixin, he declared firmly, I want to sleep with you, just like before. Huh. An Zhixin froze in surprise, the small den in her hands wobbling slightly. You want to sleep with me? She had never expected Su Yun to be so clingy, almost like a child. Then again, in her eyes, Su Yun was, in a sense, still just a kid. But wouldn't that be unfair to you? An Zhixin asked hesitantly, her brows furrowing slightly. A Pokemon that had already evolved into its second form. yet didn't have its own den and had to share a bed with its trainer every night. It sounded like a pretty raw deal for the Pokémon, no matter how you looked at it. Unfair? Not at all. Not even a little. Su Yun grinned, waving his claws dismissively, his eyes narrowing into happy slits. Sleeping with An Zhixin, who was soft and smelled nice, was the ultimate luxury. How could that ever feel unfair? Well, alright then. If you really prefer sleeping with me, we won't need this Pokémon den, An Zhixin said after a moment of thought, nodding in agreement. To her, Su Yun was still just a little baby, and it was perfectly normal for him to be a bit clingy. As for whether there were other reasons, she didn't give it much thought. After all, what kind of ill intentions could a simple Charmeleon possibly have? The next day, Kanglan Academy hosted the highly anticipated quarterfinals. On the competition field, Principal Wen Guangchen stood solemnly on the podium in formal attire. He surveyed the surroundings and introduced the day's most prestigious guest to the packed audience, Zhang Xing, a mentor from Jinghang Academy. Students, I believe you are all familiar with the illustrious reputation of Jinghang Academy, when Guangchen's voice echoed throughout the venue. Today, outstanding performers will have the chance to be selected by mentor Zhang Xing to further their studies at Jinghang Academy. For the sake of your future, give it your all in the upcoming matches and showcase your strongest abilities. As his words fell, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. Students who had already been eliminated revealed expressions of regret, with some even pounding their seats in frustration. Oh no, why did I get eliminated so early? One lamented. Jinghang Academy is one of the top 4 prestigious institutions in the country. The 8 contestants on stage, upon hearing this announcement, had flames of determination ignited in their eyes. Onyx, we must seize this opportunity, one competitor murmured, clenching their fist. Pikachu, let's do our best, another encouraged themselves. Jinghang Academy? That spot is mine. Zhou Tianzheng stood confidently to the side, his eyes glinting with self-assurance. Even the usually composed An Zhixin was taken aback by the news. Her gaze flickered as her mind raced, envisioning the opportunities Jinghang Academy could offer. Top-tier training resources, formidable opponents, comprehensive reward systems, and a steady stream of funding for development. For someone like her, a trainer from a humble background, this was the ultimate opportunity. If I can get into Jinghang Academy, An Zhixin clenched her fists, her eyes glowing with resolve, I'll never have to worry about resources for my Pokémon again. I can fully dedicate myself to training and help Charmeleon grow stronger in no time. This opportunity was invaluable to her. Charmeleon, let's work together and strive for a spot at Jinghang Academy. An Zhixin looked down at Su Yun beside her, her eyes burning with determination. The favor of Jinghang Academy's mentors meant everything to her, and she was eager to bring Su Yun along to study at the prestigious institution. Su Yun waved his claw, noticing the intense yearning in An Zhixin's eyes. He tentatively asked, how about I go all out later and give them a little taste of the dragon's might? He thought to himself, if he unleashed his true strength now, revealing the power of the sacred dragon mode, it would undoubtedly grab the mentor's attention. No, not yet. This is only the quarterfinals. The finals are still a ways off, and Zhixin quickly waved her hands to stop him. We should save your trump card for the finals. She glanced warily at Zhou Tianzheng and added, besides, our biggest threat hasn't been eliminated yet. Both the Sacred Dragon mode and the Water Storage ability were her secret weapons, specifically prepared to counter Zhou Tianzheng's shiny Gyarados. If they revealed these tactics now, Zhou Tianzheng would undoubtedly prepare in advance, making it far more difficult to catch him off guard later. Fair enough. After all, the finals are the highlight of this freshman tournament. Su Yun nodded in agreement. The first to laugh isn't always the winner. It's the one who laughs last that truly prevails. Contestants, please come up and draw your lots. The referee's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the 8 remaining contestants walked confidently onto the stage to draw their lots. The quarterfinals followed the same rules as the elimination round, so 1v1 single elimination format, with the winners advancing to the semifinals. The arena itself had also been upgraded in both scale and grandeur, built specifically for the annual freshman tournament and capable of accommodating the entire academy's staff and students. And Zhixin drew the number 1 lot, placing her in the first match. However, what she hadn't anticipated was that her opponent would be an old acquaintance, Xiao Xi. He was the same competitor from the preliminary rounds, the only one who had managed to evade Su Yun's field-clearing move. This guy and his Pikachu actually made it to the quarterfinals. Back then, they narrowly dodged Charmeleon's flamethrower. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. I'll need to stay on guard, and Zhixin thought, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized her opponent. Her expression grew serious. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, how much more so when facing such a formidable opponent? Su Yun was equally surprised. Xiao Xi and Pikachu, huh? What a duo, he murmured, eyeing the calm boy and the yellow mouse at his side. Memories of another world flashed in his mind, the Pokémon world he was familiar with. If he had ended up there, he'd definitely be wary of such a combination. That legendary duo of Ash and the Picagod, whose Pikachu could defeat gods in his memory, would indeed be a tough match. But the pair before him couldn't possibly be that strong. Back in the preliminaries, his flamethrower had nearly taken them out. Though he couldn't fathom how they'd climbed their way to the quarterfinals, now that they'd encountered him, their journey would end here. Hey! Su Yun grinned and spewed a fiery red blaze from his mouth. Opposite him, Pikachu was not to be outdone, crouching low on the ground, ready to strike, with sparks crackling on its cheeks and emitting a faint Pika sound. I hereby announce the first match of the quarterfinals, An Zhixin versus Xiao Xi, officially begins. The referee's booming voice echoed, and the atmosphere on the stage instantly grew tense as the battle was about to erupt. Charmeleon, use flamethrower. An Zhixin took the initiative, issuing a clear command to Su Yun. She chose not to go with Dragon Pulse, but opted for a Fire-type move to maximize the attack's power. After all, Pikachu, being an Electric-type Pokémon, did not have any inherent type advantage or disadvantage against Charmeleon. Burn it up, Su Yun growled, and the Fire-type energy in the air visibly gathered rapidly into his mouth. In the next moment, it erupted into a massive pillar of fire, its intense heat distorting the air and covering a fifth of the battlefield in flames. Pikachu dodged quickly. Xiao Xi reacted swiftly, shouting out the command. He had witnessed the terrifying power of Su Yun's flamethrower during the preliminary essay was as if it could burn the heavens and boil the seas. His Pikachu stood no chance of taking it heated. Pika Pika, Pikachu let out a crisp cry, leaning its body backward. Using its weight to compress its tail, it then released all its strength in one burst. Leveraging the powerful rebound, it launched itself into the air, narrowly escaping the range of the flamethrower. Huh? Again? Are you obsessed with using your tail as a spring? Su Yun muttered in frustration, seeing his attack evaded with the same move yet again. Flamethrower already had decent accuracy, and with his execution, it should have been near impossible to dodge. You think you can just dodge whenever you want? What about my pride? An Zhixin was equally taken aback, her pupils slightly dilated. In battles, having Pokémon dodge moves was common strategy, but experienced trainers typically gave detailed instructions on how and where to dodge, such as roll to the right or jump into the air. Simply yelling dodge quickly and having it work was almost unheard of. Yet, Xiao Xi's Pikachu had miraculously pulled it off. All she could think was, Pikachu is the real MVP here. The trainer is just along for the ride. Great job, Pikachu. I knew you could do it. Xiao Xi praised his Pikachu's performance enthusiastically, immediately seizing the opportunity to counter. Now, use quick attack on that Charmeleon. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded instantly, its body glowing with bright electric light. It transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging aggressively towards Su Yun. An Zhixin narrowed her eyes, her sharp observational skills quickly discerning Pikachu's movement trajectory. She decisively issued a counter command. Charmeleon, 11 o'clock, full power slash. Against a high-speed move like quick attack, slash was an extremely effective countermeasure provided one could accurately predict the opponent's path and timing. For most trainers, this would be a significant challenge. But for An Zhixin, it was a different story. Her innate ability, the power of Viridian, gave her an extraordinary edge in sensing such details. Su Yun had absolute trust in An Zhixin's judgment. After all, this stunning white-haired trainer was a natural-born inheritor of the Viridian Force, destined to achieve at least champion-level status in the future. Yellow Rat, take this dragon strike. Su Yun muttered under his breath, his dragon-like claws slicing swiftly and powerfully toward the 11 o'clock direction. Bang! The Pikachu, darting forward with blinding speed using quick attack, collided head-on with Su Yun's sharp claws, producing a heavy, resonant thud. Pika! In that instant, Pikachu seemed to be gravely injured. A tremendous force struck its head, nearly shattering its consciousness. Its eyes swirled dizzily as it staggered in place before collapsing heavily onto the ground, its limbs going limp. Hiss! Su Yun winced, shaking his hand in pain. What a hard head. As a creature with a special attack stat of 105 but a physical attack stat of only 65, he wasn't exactly adept at physical combat. However, seeing the defeated Pikachu brought a gleam of joy to his eyes. Whoa, looks like my luck isn't bad. He hit Pikachu's weak point. The cleave skill had the added effect of increasing the chance of landing a critical hit, doubling the damage. Even though Pikachu's type wasn't weak to his attacks, the skill created an effect similar to a type advantage. Plop, plop, plop. As Pikachu fell, several glowing electric orbs spilled out of its body. Nice loot mine now, Su Yun thought, and the orbs floated toward him automatically, all collected in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Electric Energy X5. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Electric Essence X3. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained Combat Experience X20. Charmeleon, you did a great job just now. And Zhixin's face lit up with a joyful smile as she praised Su Yun for defeating Pikachu. Pikachu's trainer, Xiao Xi, however, was far from pleased. staring at his fallen Pikachu. A look of determination crossed his face. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "Pikachu, get up. I know you can do it. We can't fall, Hiru, can't let them underestimate the bond we share." Pika, Pika. Hearing Xiao Xi's call, Pikachu miraculously opened its eyes and slowly began to rise to its feet. Su Yun, who had been basking in the joy of collecting the glowing orbs, was stunned by the sight. No way it can still stand. Unbelievable. You guys aren't even trying to hide it anymore. This is some next-level cheat code using a revival move like that. He had thought his own cheats were outrageous, but this? Reviving with no health left? That level of healing rivaled An Zhixin's Viridian Force. No wonder they were the legendary Pikachu Xiao Xi duo. Miraculous moves like dodge it and get back up were their bread and butter. Compared to them, Su Yun's own hacks seemed modest. "That's it, Pikachu. I knew you could do it," Xiao Xi exclaimed with excitement. "Now, let's show them the power of our bond. Pikachu, use Electro Ball." Xiao Xi watched as Pikachu regained its fighting spirit, waving his arms excitedly as if he were the one battling in the ring. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu quickly gathered electrical energy within its body, forming a dazzling ball of lightning at the tip of its tail. Their deep bond was evident, enabling Pikachu to rise again and launch a counterattack. And Zhixin, moved by the connection between Xiao Xi and Pikachu, felt her own determination surge. "Charmeleon, we can't lose to them. Use your flamethrower, your best move, and face them heat-in," she called out with spirit, her excitement palpable. "Heh, great minds think alike," Su Yun chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. The flame on his tail flared a foot higher, his whole being consumed by fervor and exhilaration. His throat rumbled as fire energy gathered and compressed within, like a dormant volcano about to erupt with scalding magma. Pika. As Pikachu's electric ball shot forward, Su Yun's flamethrower reached its peak, bursting forth in an instant. The fiery blaze engulfed most of the ring, consuming Pikachu's electric attack in moments. The intense heat from the flames dissolved the electric ball into faint sparks that quickly vanished. Pika. This time, Pikachu couldn't evade. The roaring flames followed and overwhelmed its small frame. When the fire finally dissipated, Pikachu lay on the ring, its fur singed and body motionless, unable to stand. "Pikachu!" Xiao Xi cried out, rushing onto the ring in distress. He scooped Pikachu into his arms, his eyes full of concern. Yet, he bore no resentment towards Su Yun or An Zhixin. Instead, he looked at them with respect. "Your strength is incredible. I admit my defeat. But Pikachu and I won't give up so easily. We'll challenge you again in the future." With that, he hurriedly left the ring, cradling Pikachu as he headed to the medical room for treatment. "Next time, huh? By then, your defeat will only be more crushing," Su Yun muttered with a shake of his head, dismissing Xiao Xi's bold declaration. With the most powerful scavenging system at his disposal, Su Yun's growth would only accelerate, and his strength would become even more absurd. The gap between Pikachu and him would only widen. Just like now after a single fiery victory, there were already a few valuable light spheres ready for him to collect. Ding. Battle Experience 10 acquired. Ding. Electric-type Essence 5 acquired. Xiao Xi has been defeated and has left the ring. The winner of this match is An Zhixin. The referee's voice announced the result at the perfect moment. A radiant smile lit up An Zhixin's face. "We did it, Charmeleon. We've advanced." She ran over joyfully, playfully pinching Su Yun's cheeks in celebration. Ever since Su Yun evolved into Charmeleon and gained significant weight, this had become her go-to way of celebrating. However, Su Yun wasn't particularly fond of this once handsome face was now being squished into a baby dragon-like appearance. The audience erupted in astonishment. An Zhixin and her Charmeleon had ended the quarterfinal match in under 5 minutes, showcasing an awe-inspiring level of strength. It was worth noting that the competitors who made it to the quarterfinals were all elite participants who had stood out among countless others. Spectators couldn't help but recall the stunning moment during the preliminary rounds in Zhixin's Charmeleon single-handedly taking on 10 opponents, its flames sweeping across the battlefield in a breathtaking display. No wonder she's the star of our academy. There's no doubt she'll take the championship in this freshman tournament. Admiring voices rose from the crowd. Who knows, maybe the mentors at Jinghang Academy will notice her. On the leadership platform, Headmaster Wen Guangchen stood side by side with Jinghang Academy mentor Zhang Xing, Wen's face radiated pride. "Brother Zhang, now you've witnessed the power of that Charmeleon firsthand. What do you think?" Zhang Xing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he focused on Su Yun on the field. "Hard to say. On the surface, it's undeniably strong. But compared to before, there seems to be something held back. I have a feeling that Charmeleon hasn't revealed its full potential yet. We need to keep watching." His keen observation immediately picked up on Su Yun's deliberate concealment of strength. "True, this match feels a bit subdued compared to the earlier rounds." When Guangchen agreed with a nod, though his tone remained calm. "As the competition progresses and the opponents grow stronger, their true abilities will naturally come to light." Zhang Xing suddenly shifted the conversation. That female student's performance was quite unexpected. I initially thought she was relying solely on the Charmeleon's raw power, but today proved otherwise. Her reaction speed and command abilities are exceptional. Her decision-making during battle quick and precise surpasses even Zhou Tianzheng. He specifically highlighted the moment when An Zhixin instructed Su Yun to use the slash move to counter Pikachu's quick attack. The timing was impeccable. Such a level of mastery was something even elite trainers might struggle to achieve. Of course. She's the top scholar of our Azure Academy, Wen Guangchen said with a proud smile. But Zhang Xing shook his head. No, it's not just about academic ability. She must be hiding other abilities. Wen Guangchen was taken aback upon hearing this, his brows furrowing slightly. Other abilities? What do you mean? He recalled An Zhixin's performance at the academy. As a top student, she was certainly remarkable, but he had never heard of her excelling in anything beyond academics. Zhang Xing didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave Wen Guangchen a sidelong glance before abruptly changing the topic. Dean Wen, how long has it been since you last participated in a Pokémon battle? The sudden question caught Wen Guangchen off guard. He paused to think and replied, about 1 or 2 years. Ever since he had taken on the role of dean at Kanglan Academy, a flood of social commitments and administrative tasks had consumed his time, leaving no room for Pokémon battles. No wonder, Zhang Xing chuckled lightly. 1 or 2 years without a battle, perhaps Dean Wen has forgotten what it means to be a trainer. Wen Guangchen instinctively wanted to refute him, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly fell silent. It was true somewhere along the way, he seemed to have lost sight of his identity as a trainer. On the competitor's platform, Zhou Tian was watching the match between Su Yun and An Zhixin with a hint of surprise in his eyes, which quickly turned into disdain. Defeating Pikachu in 3 moves is nothing special. If it were me, I'd end the battle in a single round. He stroked the Pokeball in his hand, muttering confidently, Gyarados, it'll be our turn soon. If they finish the battle in 3 moves, we'll do it in 1 or 2. In his view, no matter how strong An Zhixin and her Charmeleon were, they couldn't compare to the power of him and his shiny Gyarados. Only by proving such dominance could he stand out in the fiercely competitive Jinghang Academy selection. Will Zhou Tian and Zhao Wuji please step up for their match? The referee announced. Zhou Tian straightened his posture, walking toward the arena with confidence. Meanwhile, Su Yun and An Zhixin had returned to the spectator seats and remained there. An Zhixin, with a serious expression, turned to Su Yun and said, Charmeleon, that Zhou Tian is our toughest opponent. His shiny Gyarados is incredibly strong, and it has crushed its way through all challengers to get this far. If we face him, we need to be extremely cautious. The shiny Gyarados, as a fully evolved Pokémon, undoubtedly possessed power that surpassed others in the same tier. Even though Su Yun had the water absorb ability to counter its attacks, winning would still be an uphill battle. After all, the difference in base stats between the 2 Pokémon was significant. Moreover, Zhou Tian's shiny Gyarados had already reached level 25, 2 levels higher than Su Yun's. Although Su Yun had also advanced to level 25 after defeating Renua, the Gyarados had likely gained additional experience from its numerous battles. Catching up to or surpassing its level would be no easy task. Don't worry, we've got plenty of tricks up our sleeve. A mere shiny Gyarados? It's not a big deal. Su Yun waved his hand casually, showing none of the caution that An Zhixin displayed. Not to mention, his water absorb ability made him immune to the shiny Gyarados' water-type attacks. And with his Sacred Dragon mode, he could deal significant damage to it. A 300 boost in Fire-type power combined with a 180 boost in Dragonite power would be more than enough to give that shiny Gyarados a hard time. Besides, he also had the title of Sky King, which granted him a natural 30 resistance to flying-type attacks. Considering that Gyarados was a water-flying-type Pokémon, wasn't it completely at a disadvantage against him? And on top of all that, An Zhixin still had her final trump card, the power of the Evergreen Force. It could instantly raise his level by 5. Based on his current level, that would push him to level 30. With so many advantages stacked together, there was no way the shiny Gyarados could withstand it. Even so, you can't afford to be careless, An Zhixin advised, seeing Su Yun's nonchalant attitude. Su Yun had barely encountered any opponents that could give him trouble on his journey so far. His confidence had grown to the point of bordering on arrogance, and as a trainer, An Zhixin felt it was her responsibility to help him stay grounded. All right, they'll listen to you, Su Yun replied, wagging his tail slightly without arguing. An Zhixin smiled in relief, reaching out to pinch his cheek. That's my good little dragon, Su Yun. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhou Tian had already sent out his shiny Gyarados. His opponent, Zhao Wuji, was using a Kalava, another fire-type starter Pokémon just like Su Yun. Knowing he was at a disadvantage in terms of type, Zhao Wuji decided to strike first, commanding Kalava to use Swift right at the start of the match. Swift, a normal-type special move, wasn't affected by type advantages or disadvantages, making it a suitable choice for Kalava's attack. With such weak attacks, you dare challenge my Gyarados? It's like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely overestimating yourself. Zhou Tian sneered as he saw Quilava's attack coming. With a calm demeanor, he ordered his shiny Gyarados. Show them what true power looks like. Charge forward and use Waterfall on that Quilava. Roar! The shiny Gyarados let out an earth-shaking roar, its terrifying aura erupting like a volcanic explosion, sending shivers down the spines of the spectators below. What an overwhelming presence. This shiny Gyarados is ridiculously strong. As expected of a shiny Pokemon, its sheer aura alone is enough to intimidate most Pokemon. That Quilava is in trouble. I doubt it can hold out for long against the shiny Gyarados. As the crowd murmured in awe, the shiny Gyarados charged straight through the incoming swift attack, surrounded by a torrent of water, and crashed toward Quilava with incredible force. Quilava. The Quilava was instantly knocked to the ground by the powerful wave, the flames on its back extinguished completely. It lay motionless, unable to continue battling. With just one move, the Quilava was defeated in an instant. The audience fell silent, stunned by what they had just witnessed. No one had expected Zhou Tian's shiny Gyarados to be this overwhelming, taking down Quilava in a single strike and leaving no chance for a counterattack. The speed was unbelievable, faster than Su Yun's previous match against Pikachu. Quilava is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Zhou Tianzheng. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. The audience finally snapped out of their shock, their eyes still fixed on the dazzling figure standing on the stage. So powerful. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. He defeated a fellow top 8 contender in a single move, like crushing an ant. From start to finish, the entire battle lasted barely 2.5 minutes. Such incredible efficiency even left An Zhixin's impressive Charmeleon in the dust. After all, Charmeleon had taken 3 moves to defeat Pikachu, whereas the shiny Gyarados finished its opponent with just 1. On the stage, Zhou Tianjing's lips curled into a smug smile. Gyarados, you did great. Come back. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept toward the audience seats where An Zhixin and Su Yun were sitting. A glint of disdainful mockery flashed in his eyes. To him, this match was more than enough to prove his strength. The audience broke into a flurry of discussions. Those who had initially favored An Zhixin and Su Yun were now changing their opinions. It looks like Zhou Tianzheng is the inevitable champion of this year's freshman tournament. An Zhixin's expression grew increasingly serious. Though seated far from the stage, she keenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from the Gyarados of faint, yet undeniable, dragon-type energy. The discovery sent a jolt through her heart. Could this shiny Gyarados, like Su Yun, possess some kind of special bloodline? As she turned to seek Su Yun's opinion, she noticed that the so-called child of the legendary Pokémon was standing motionless, his usually vibrant dark eyes now devoid of their usual brilliance. It was as if he had been completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of Gyarados. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained Fire Attribute Energy 5. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained Battle Experience 10. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained Dragon Attribute Energy 10. Su Yun stared at the flashing notifications in front of him, his eyes widening involuntarily. He rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Although the battle between the shiny Gyarados and the Cyndaquil was brief, it had yielded a considerable number of glowing orbs of fruitful outcome. The drop of Fire Attribute Energy didn't surprise him, as Cyndaquil was inherently a Fire-type Pokémon. The battle experience was also expected. After all, experience was a given after a fight. But what about the Dragon Attribute Energy? There hadn't been any Dragon-type Pokémon in the battle. Could it be that the shiny Gyarados was considered a Dragon-type Pokémon in this fight? Su Yun frowned, his mind filled with confusion. He couldn't help but glance down at the shiny Gyarados at his feet. Though its appearance was extravagant, he didn't think it qualified as a Dragon-type Pokémon. He himself had to activate a special ability to gain Dragon attributes, so why would the shiny Gyarados drop Dragon-type orbs? Could it have somehow gained Dragon attributes as well? His frown deepened as his confusion grew. While this situation left him feeling slightly uneasy, after giving it some thought, he realized it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If the shiny Gyarados did indeed possess Dragon attributes, it meant that when he used Dragon-type skills against it, not only would he trigger a type advantage, but the power of his attacks would also double. Taking it down would be as easy as dealing with a child. Moreover, every attack would yield Dragon attribute energy and essence, making this a win-win situation for him. At this thought, Su Yun's heart stirred, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He was now considered half a Dragon-type Pokémon himself. Dragon attribute energy and essence were incredibly valuable resources for him. He clenched his fists, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. It looked like he would need to thoroughly study this shiny Gyarados to uncover its hidden secrets. As he pondered, his face was suddenly turned by a hand. An Zhixin, smiling brightly, widened her eyes as she looked at him. What are you daydreaming about this time? Don't tell me that shiny Gyarados scared you. Su Yun smirked and snorted dismissively. As if it dares come at me, it'll roast it into a crispy Gyarados. An Zhixin rolled her eyes at his confident tone, feeling a tinge of helplessness in her heart. She dropped her smile, her tone turning serious. Confidence is good, but you saw how strong that shiny Gyarados was. It's powerful, and we're bound to encounter it again later. Don't let your guard down when the time comes. Su Yun patted his chest and grinned confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. An Zhixin's gaze softened slightly. She gently ruffled Su Yun's face with a hint of affection, her smile warm. Charizard, you're really quite likable like this. Oomph. I just wonder which lucky little dragoness will end up with you someday. Su Yun was momentarily stunned by her words, but quickly broke into a smile. A faint warmth rose in his heart as he looked at her. On the stage, when Guanchen and Zhang Xing watched the battle between Zhou Tianzheng and the Shining Gyarados with unwavering attention. When Zhou Tianzheng ended the fight in such a dominant manner, a flicker of surprise simultaneously flashed in their eyes. This Zhou Tianzheng certainly likes to show off, choosing such an aggressive way to end the battle. When Guanchen nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. He then turned to Zhang Xing beside him. What do you think, brother Zhang? Zhang Xing responded with a faint smile, his expression calm. His surface strength is impressive, but don't let his arrogance fool you. In my view, this student is far from simple. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Just like that An Zhixin, he's hiding his true strength as well. When Guanchen was taken aback, frowning slightly. Hiding his strength? Zhou Tianzheng. I didn't notice anything like that. That's why I said you've forgotten what it means to be a trainer, Zhang Xing teased with a hint of mockery in his tone. When Guangen's face twitched slightly, breaking into an awkward smile. He gave a light cough to change the subject. So, in your opinion, who's stronger between the two of them? Zhang Xing shook his head, but a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Hard to say. ITLL depend on who has more hidden cards, and who can keep their secrets better. An hour later, the quarterfinals concluded successfully. The final advancement list was confirmed, with 4 participants making it through: An Zhixin, Zhou Tianzheng, Gao Wenxian, and Shinfeng. The semifinals were scheduled for the afternoon, giving the 4 competitors a full 2 hours to rest. Charmeleon, you sneaky thing. You've been leveling up behind my back again. On the other side, An Zhixin, who was about to have lunch with Su Yun, suddenly noticed a glowing ring around Su Yun and pouted in surprise. I can't believe you leveled up during a match. You used to pretend to grind levels by fighting air, but now you don't even bother. You're practically cheating. Well, it's not like I can help it. The opponents just dropped too many experience orbs, Su Yun replied guiltily. The last 2 battles had provided him with nearly 100 points of battle experience. If he didn't level up, who would? Su Yun opened his system interface and quickly glanced at his status panel. Name: Su Yun. Species: Charmeleon. Base stats: 457. HP: 6,911. Attack: 651. Defense: 602. Special attack: 10525. Special defense: 672. Speed: 9,111. Gender: male. Level: 26 rookie tier. Type: fire. Abilities: Sacred Dragon Mode. Activates when HP falls below 12, temporarily gaining Dragon type, and increasing Fire type power boost to 250. Water Absorb. Negates damage from Water type moves and restores 14 of max HP instead. Held item: none. Moves: Scratch proficient, Growl proficient, Ember mastered, Smokescreen proficient, Dragon Pulse expert, Dragon Breath proficient, Flamethrower mastered, Fire Fong mastered, / proficient. Attribute Energy: Water 250, Grass 80, Ground 100, Flying 150, Fire 80, Electric 30, Dragon 10. Attribute Essence: Water 150, Grass 20, Ground 60, Bug 60, Poison 40, Dragon 35, Flying 50, Electric 15. Attribute Power Boosts: Fire 200, Dragon 130. Attribute Damage Reduction: Flying 30. Evolution Energy: 10. Special Bloodline: Reshiram Bloodline 15. Special Title: Sky King. At this point, his level had reached 26, bringing him one step closer to evolving into Charizard. The second evolution of this dragon is just around the corner. Su Yun couldn't help but fantasize about it, a delighted grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. As the evolved form of Charmeleon, Charizard undergoes a significant transformation in both species and attributes. Its base stats will skyrocket by more than 100 points, leaping from a mid-level standing to a power level surpassing secondary legendaries and approaching the might of pseudo-legendaries. What excited him even more was the dual typing of fire and flying that would come with the evolution, along with a pair of strong wings that would allow him to soar freely through the skies. A dragon of fire is no creature of the ground. With evolution, it takes to the skies. Su Yun thought smugly to himself. Finally, he would shed the nickname Ground Dweller, a label that had always irked him. After all, he had no intention of being grouped with Groudon as another groundbound legendary in the Pokémon world. Hey, Charmeleon, why are you smirking like that again? An Zhixin's voice snapped him out of his daydream. You look so roguish, it's not cute at all. You can't let that become a habit. Before Su Yun could respond, An Zhixin's soft hands reached out, gently yet firmly pulling the corners of his upturned mouth back into place. Her fingertips were warm, her touch light, but unyielding. Ugh, you're pinching my cheeks again. Su Yun protested indistinctly, his words muffled as his cheeks were squished out of shape. Humph, just wait until I evolve into a Charizard. Let's see you try pinching my cheeks then. He fumed inwardly, feeling as though An Zhixin was turning him into a cuddly pet dragon. Once he evolved into Charizard, his size would increase dramatically, surpassing An Zhixin in height. At that point, he could easily tower over her, and pinching his cheeks wouldn't be so simple anymore. All right, now you look more like yourself, An Zhixin said with satisfaction, releasing her grip and standing up. Come on, Charmeleon, let's go grab some food. Left with no choice, Su Yun obediently followed her, and the two of them headed toward the Academy's cafeteria. Meanwhile, over in the Academy's Pokemon Medical Center, something astonishing was happening. The Vaporeon that had been brought in just last night was already lively and energetic after only a single night of rest. The lingering ailments it had been suffering from had all but vanished. This remarkable recovery left the nurses in the medical center utterly amazed. This Vaporeon's recovery rate is incredible, one of the nurses exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could it recover so quickly in just one night? Even with our treatments, this kind of speed shouldn't be possible. I just gave it a quick checkup, another nurse chimed in, and most of its internal injuries are completely gone. It's like they just healed on their own all of a sudden. Could it be that this Vaporeon has an extraordinarily strong natural healing ability, and the medicines we used simply activated its latent restorative powers? A third nurse speculated. The group of nurses gathered around the bed, their curious eyes fixed on the little Vaporeon. The Pokemon was full of energy, hopping lightly on the bed, showing no trace of the frail state it had been in the day before. Vaporeon chirped affectionately, nuzzling against the nurses' arms and bodies with its head, displaying a strong sense of attachment. These nurses had not only treated its injuries, but had also taken turns caring for it with great tenderness throughout the night. Having never experienced such warmth from humans before, Vaporeon was deeply moved and instinctively sought to get closer to them. However, Vaporeon knew that its rapid recovery wasn't solely due to the efforts of the nurses. The real reason lay in An Zhixin's viridian force. It was that human trainer who had brought it to the medical center and used her power to treat its internal injuries and ailments. Though only a single night had passed since they parted ways, Vaporeon already found itself missing An Zhixin. Vaporeon looked up at the window, its dark eyes glimmering faintly with a hint of hope. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting dappled patterns on the floor. It gently swayed its fin-like ears, reminiscing about An Zhixin's promise that she would come back to see it again. That promise had taken root in Vaporeon's heart like a seed, growing with each passing day. It couldn't help but wonder, when would An Zhixin appear at this door again? As for its original trainer, Renua, that was a different story altogether. No one had explicitly told it, but Vaporeon already knew deep down Renua's prolonged absence was a clear abandonment. For most Pokemon, being abandoned by their trainer was a nightmare, but Vaporeon felt a quiet relief. Without Renua, there were no endless punishments or grueling training sessions, no constant fear, and no deprivation of even basic rest. Its small paws gently grazed the floor, and the sense of liberation almost made it want to cheer. More importantly, without Renua's control, it could now rightfully belong to a new trainer, perhaps An Zhixin. The thought made Vaporeon's eyes sparkle briefly before dimming again. Its ears drooped as doubt clouded its mind. From what it knew, human trainers typically favored gifted and powerful Pokemon. And Vaporeon? It was neither. Despite being a water type with inherent advantages and enduring countless high-intensity training sessions, it couldn't even defeat the Charmeleon by An Zhixin's side. Lowering its head, Vaporeon sighed silently, thinking to itself, I must be the most useless Vaporeon in the world. Why would an outstanding trainer like An Zhixin ever choose me? Bring that Vaporeon over for a full examination. If everything checks out, Mr. Wong can take it back. The head nurse suddenly instructed a few other nurses, interrupting Vaporeon's melancholy thoughts. The news of Vaporeon's recovery had surprised the head nurse, but she was more cautious than most. She knew that a visual inspection alone was insufficient. Precise instruments were needed to ensure everything was in perfect order. Come on, Vaporeon, let's head to the examination room, one of the nurses said softly, lifting it gently and carrying it toward the medical suite. Inside the examination room stood state-of-the-art medical equipment, purchased by Azure Academy at great expense. These instruments not only offered standard health checkups, but also featured the latest attribute detection system, capable of analyzing residual elemental energy within Pokemon to assess their condition. Vaporeon obediently cooperated with the examination, allowing the nurses to operate various machines around it. Half an hour later, the diagnostic report emerged from the printer. One of the nurses picked it up casually, but froze as her eyes scanned the results. Her expression quickly shifted to one of utter disbelief and shock. This can't be possible, she stammered, her pupils dilating as her trembling hand clutched the report. The report clearly displayed water energy, 100, fire energy, 50, grass energy, 50, She hastily skimmed further down the list, only to find the same number 50 repeated after every attribute except water. Every element other than water energy was listed as 50. Such results were unheard of. Could the equipment be malfunctioning? The nurse murmured, staggering backward as her mind went blank, completely overwhelmed by the unprecedented discovery. The energy concentration level indicated by the detection device is a crucial measure of a Pokémon's health status. 60 points is considered passing, while a score above 90 is deemed excellent. The water energy concentration of this Vaporeon reached an impressive 100 points, signifying exceptional health. However, what was perplexing was that the report also showed the presence of other elemental energies, each with extraordinarily high values. Director, something's wrong. A nurse rushed out of the testing room in a panic, her hands trembling as she held the report. I think the equipment might be malfunctioning. How could a pure water-type Pokémon have so many elemental energies at the same time? Don't jump to conclusions, the director said with a frown, taking the report. That machine was just purchased less than a month ago. But as she scanned the list of elemental types, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she froze on the spot. This expensive piece of equipment was a recent acquisition by the hospital's director, and if it truly had a problem, the repercussions would be severe. Forcing herself to stay calm, the director immediately led her team into the testing room for a thorough inspection. Yet after repeated checks, all indicators on the machine showed it was functioning normally. Bring in a few Pokémon for comparison tests, the director ordered. Soon, the nurse returned with several different Pokémon. Half an hour later, the new test results were out. All data from the comparison Pokémon were entirely normal. The atmosphere in the testing room grew tense as the staff exchanged uneasy glances. Finally grasping the crux of the issue, the Vaporeon contained energy from all 18 elements simultaneously. Director, is it even possible for something like this to exist? The nurses whispered among themselves. EV has multiple evolutionary forms, but once it evolves, it shouldn't retain any other elemental energies. 18 types only. The creator Pokémon, Arceus, is capable of that. All eyes turned to the Vaporeon, filled with shock and confusion. This was the first time they had encountered such a unique Pokémon. Perhaps it experienced some unusual event or ingested a substance containing elemental energy, the director speculated after a moment of contemplation. Her expression then turned serious. This matter ends here. No one is to speak of it. I'll consult Professor Wong on how to handle this Vaporeon. The nurses nodded repeatedly, covering their mouths with their hands, as if afraid that even a whisper might reveal this astonishing secret. If word of this incident spreads, it won't just implicate Vaporeon, but all of them might get dragged into trouble. At 2 p.m., the semifinal schedule was officially released. The matchups were clearly displayed on the electronic screen. First match, Zhou Tianzheng vs Gao Wenxian. Second match, An Zhixin vs Chenfeng. Su Yun stared at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. He was a bit disappointed that he wouldn't face Zhou Tianzheng. He had planned to get some Dragon-type energy orbs from that shiny Gyarados, but now it seemed he would have to wait for tomorrow's final. Zhou Tianzheng was equally disappointed. In the previous quarterfinals, he had crushed his opponent with overwhelming strength, surpassing An Zhixin and showcasing his skills to the audience. Many viewers saw him as the favorite to win the championship. However, a significant number of people still believed An Zhixin was just as strong and had an equal chance of claiming victory. This reality deeply frustrated Zhou Tianzheng. He yearned to personally defeat An Zhixin in front of everyone and prove once and for all that he, Zhou Tianzheng, was the one truly deserving of the championship title. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. He wouldn't face An Zhixin yet, but was instead matched against another opponent contestant who had also reached the semifinals with their Charmeleon. Zhou Tianzheng crossed his arms, a mocking smile curling on his lips. If I can't stop An Zhixin in the semifinals, then I'll start with you. Gyarados, we'll use the same strategy as before, take down that Charmeleon as quickly as possible. Let those who still believe in An Zhixin see how pathetic an unevolved Pokémon like Charmeleon really is against us. An Zhixin noticed the Pokémon Gao Wenxian sent out, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. His Pokémon was the same as hers, and it was clearly talented and strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made it this far. Yet compared to Su Yun, it fell short. Su Yun's strength had surpassed the limitations of his species. He could no longer be assessed simply as a Charmeleon. A counterpart of mine. Interesting, Su Yun murmured as he stood to the side, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Too bad it ran into Gyarados. It's likely going to be knocked out. Though Su Yun disliked Zhou Tianzheng's arrogant attitude, he had to admit that Zhou Tianzheng had the skills to back it up. Ordinary trainers stood no chance against his shiny Gyarados. Only someone like Su Yun, who was practically in a league of his own, could barely outmatch him. Gyarados, charge in with Waterfall. Zhou Tianzheng's voice rang out as the battle on the stage suddenly erupted. He made the first move, just as he had in the previous match, aiming to end things quickly with a powerful attack. Charmeleon, use Dragon Breath. Gao Wenxian wasn't about to back down, attempting to use the effects of Dragon Breath to keep the shiny Gyarados at bay. Unfortunately, He underestimated the strength of the shiny Gyarados. Although Charmeleon's Dragon Breath was formidable, it wasn't a Dragon-type Pokémon and couldn't compare to the aura of the shiny Gyarados. With virtually no resistance, the shiny Gyarados surged forward, riding a massive wave that obliterated Charmeleon's Dragon Breath with ease. Fear flashed in Charmeleon's eyes, triggering Waterfall's flinch effect. Frozen in place, it failed to dodge in time and was slammed into the ground by the incoming torrent, losing its ability to fight on the spot. Once again, Zhou Tianzhong and his shiny Gyarados ended the battle in a single move. What? Another one-hit KO? This is the semifinals. It's like he doesn't even take his opponents seriously. The crowd erupted with exclamations, their eyes glued to the arena where an utterly one-sided battle was unfolding. No wonder it's the shiny Gyarados, even stronger than the big three. Battling other Pokémon is like playing house with kids. The audience buzzed with excitement, their enthusiasm almost overflowing from the stadium. Is there even a point to the rest of the matches? With his strength, no one stands a chance against him. All eyes were on Zhou Tianzhong and his shiny Gyarados, a mix of shock and unease evident in their gazes. They knew all too well that the shiny Gyarados' extraordinary power was nearly unbeatable. An Zhixin and her Charmeleon are probably doomed to be taken out in one move too. Someone in the crowd muttered, their tone filled with pessimism about the upcoming match. Zhou Tianzhong and his shiny Gyarados definitely a champion in the making. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhou Tianzhong tilted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with arrogance as he basked in the awe and fear radiating from the spectators. At this moment, his heart swelled with a sense of superiority. Only he, Zhou Tianzhong, was worthy of the champion's crown and the title of genius. As for everyone else, they were nothing but insignificant obstacles. Humph, this champion loves seeing those exaggeratedly shocked expressions on your faces. Only then can my strength truly shine. He cast a cold glance over the crowd, a faint smirk of disdain playing on his lips. To him, any opponent, no matter who they were, was utterly insignificant before the overwhelming power of his shiny Gyarados. An Zhixin and her Charmeleon were destined to be no exception. At that moment, his gaze casually swept toward An Zhixin and Su Yun, who stood at a distance. His eyes sparkled with a mix of triumph and provocation, as if silently declaring, "See this? Your Charmeleon is nothing but a weakling that will crumble in one move against my shiny Gyarados. Its fate is already sealed." An Zhixin frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. She didn't care if Zhou Tianzhong underestimated her, but if he dared to look down on her Pokémon, that was something she couldn't tolerate. She lifted her head, her determined gaze meeting Zhou Tianzhong's, her presence unwavering as if to answer his mockery. "My Charmeleon won't lose to your shiny Gyarados." Standing beside her, Su Yun also noticed Zhou Tianjing's provocation. He let out a cold chuckle, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. After beating up a few small fries, he really thinks he's invincible? What a joke. A cold, determined smile crept onto Su Yun's face as a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. "Just wait. I'll make sure your shiny Gyarados gets roasted to perfection. Oh, and don't forget to bring some cumin. This dragon has a refined taste." His expression grew darker, his gaze locked firmly on Zhou Tianzhong and the shiny Gyarados, as though he could already see the light of victory. The aura around him grew increasingly intense. Zhou Tianzhong, however, remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. Until my punches land, you won't know how much they hurt. Just wait on the day of the finals. I'll make sure you feel it firsthand." As the reactions around him grew more pronounced, Zhou Tianjing's excitement only deepened. The more his opponents resisted, the more his desire to fight burned. This was what made it all so thrilling. He glanced down at his shiny Gyarados with a satisfied grin. "Charmeleon? We'll take care of them quickly. You're too exceptional to let anyone underestimate you." And Zhixin couldn't help but pout, waving her tiny fists in frustration. Zhou Tianjing dares to look down on Su Yun? As Su Yun's trainer, I have to prove him wrong. Just wait, it'll show you what true strength looks like. Su Yun relaxed his wrists, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "It's time to let loose and show everyone my real power." Just then, the referee's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "Will contestants An Zhixin and Feng please step onto the stage for their match?" The announcement was like a thunderclap, snapping everyone's attention back to the arena. An Zhixin and Su Yun's match was finally about to begin. "Charmeleon, let's go." An Zhixin spoke with unwavering determination, her gaze resolute as she stepped onto the battlefield. An Zhixin led Su Yun swiftly onto the arena, where their opponent, Feng, appeared at the same time, summoning his spirit. A massive onyx, its entire body composed of solid, rugged rock, emerged before Su Yun, its thunderous roar echoing across the platform. Su Yun couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth in exasperation, thinking to himself, "Why is it always an opponent that counters me?" The onyx's towering figure, which seemed to block out the sunlight, made him feel a tinge of helplessness. First it was Ren Shui's Vaporeon, and now it was Feng's onyx. Was fate forcing him down the path of a master who counters disadvantageous matchups? However, Su Yun found some solace in the fact that Onyx's special defense was rather weak. Though it resisted fire-type attacks, defeating it quickly wouldn't be too much of a problem. Thinking about Onyx's fragile special defense stats, Su Yun couldn't suppress a grin. For all its imposing appearance, Onyx's special defense was shockingly brittle. Its base stat was only 45, less than half of Su Yun's special attack stat. To make matters worse, its HP base stat was a mere 35, meaning it would be knocked out after taking just a couple of hits. Its only saving grace was its astronomically high physical defense, with a base stat of 160. But the issue was, Onyx wasn't a physical attacker. Against Su Yun, it was practically walking into a trap. Charmeleon, finish it quickly with Dragon Pulse. An Zhixin, recognizing Onyx's weakness, immediately issued an attack command to Su Yun. Since Onyx could resist fire-type moves, she opted to avoid using them altogether. Su Yun's arsenal of attacks was versatile, and his dragon-type moves were equally formidable. Roar! Su Yun let out a low dragon-like growl as dragon energy rapidly gathered in his mouth, ready to burst forth in the next moment. Chen Feng's expression turned serious at the sight. He had watched An Zhixin and Su Yun's previous matches and was well aware of their strength, so he dared not underestimate them. Onyx, use Rock Slide. He commanded swiftly. A massive boulder materialized above Onyx's head. With a resonant roar, Onyx lowered its head, sending the boulder plummeting down with the momentum of an avalanche, aiming fiercely at Su Yun. Meanwhile, the dragon energy in Su Yun's mouth had fully charged, and without hesitation, he unleashed it. A deep dragon roar reverberated, and the fearsome dragon energy erupted into a dazzling multicolored shockwave, hurtling straight toward the incoming boulder. Boom! The two forces collided violently at the center of the arena. After a few seconds, cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the enormous boulder launched by Onyx. With a thunderous explosion, the boulder shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet the Dragon Pulse's energy remained unstoppable, crashing directly into Onyx's massive body with unrelenting force. Roar! Onyx let out a pained cry as its enormous frame was pushed back at an alarming speed by the sheer impact, ultimately being blasted off the arena altogether. Su Yun had taken down his opponent in a single move. What? An Zhixin's Charmeleon actually knocked Onyx out of the ring with just one move? This is simply unbelievable. Onyx has a type advantage over Charmeleon, and with its massive weight, it was still sent flying so easily? Just how powerful was that move to hurl an Onyx weighing several hundred kilograms out of the arena? This is even more astonishing than the shiny Gyarados defeating Charmeleon in a single strike earlier. After all, while shiny Gyarados has a type advantage over Charmeleon, Charmeleon itself has the upper hand against Onyx. Now, with a type disadvantage, Charmeleon managed to take down Onyx in one hit. This kind of reversal is beyond comprehension. The audience below the stage gasped in shock at the scene, completely overwhelmed by Su Yun's incredible strength. If the earlier moment where Zhou Tiansheng's shiny Gyarados instantly defeated Gao Wenqian's Charmeleon was shocking enough to be rated as S-level, then An Zhixin's Charmeleon one-shotting Chen Feng's Onyx was nothing short of SS level. The two feats were on entirely different scales. Without a significant level gap, a Gyarados defeating a Charmeleon is almost a given. But for a Charmeleon to defeat an Onyx in one hit, that's nearly impossible. Unless it's someone like Su Yun. Otherwise, it's simply unachievable. Heh, so what do you think? Didn't I say this Charmeleon was hiding its true strength? Did you see it? It took down that Onyx with just one move, and it was Dragon Pulse. Zhang Xing said with a faint smile, looking excitedly at Wen Guangchen beside him at the leader's podium. He had keenly observed the moment when Su Yun unleashed the Dragon Pulse, and immediately noticed something unique about the Charmeleon. This Charmeleon's genetics were clearly far superior to that of an ordinary Charmeleon. The intensity of the Dragon-type genes within it was truly extraordinary. When Guangchen nodded, a sense of anticipation for tomorrow's finals growing in his heart. Both Zhou Tianzheng and An Zhixin had demonstrated overwhelming strength in the semifinals, and it was genuinely hard to predict who would emerge victorious. However, he leaned slightly towards Zhou Tianzheng. After all, Zhou Tiansheng's shiny Gyarados had an edge over An Zhixin's Charmeleon both in appearance and type, with no significant level difference. Even with excellent teamwork, it would be nearly impossible for An Zhixin's Charmeleon to defeat the shiny Gyarados unless they could come up with a special counter-strategy. Zhang Xing noticed Wen Guangchen's thoughts and smirked slightly, already forming his own judgment. Although the known information suggested Zhou Tianzheng and his shiny Gyarados had a higher chance of winning, he still placed his bets on An Zhixin and Su Yun. As for why, perhaps it was just the intuition of a seasoned trainer. At this moment, Zhou Tianzheng stood among the audience, watching An Zhixin and Su Yun's performance. The smug expression on his face had faded slightly, though a faint smile still lingered. He could tell that they were capable of one-shotting their opponents too, but he knew deep down that there was a difference between how and why such feats were achieved. Interesting. You can one-shot opponents too, huh? Looks like you've been hiding some strength, Zhou Tianjing muttered to himself, though he didn't seem too concerned. But no matter what, there's always a gap between one-shot victories. You've already revealed all your strength, but my Gyarados hasn't even used its true trump card yet. Tomorrow's match, victory will still be mine. Despite the exceptional performances of An Zhixin and Su Yun, his confidence in his own invincibility remained unshaken. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Renua stared intently at the dazzling An Zhixin and Su Yun on stage, her eyes filled with jealousy that spread like a venomous snake, twisting her expression into one of hatred. I refuse to accept this, she hissed, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Why do they get to make it to the finals, while I stop at the elimination round? It has to be the Pokemon's fault. If that Charmeleon were mine, I could have made it to the finals too. Her voice trembled with anger as she gritted her teeth. Damn it, why didn't that Charmeleon choose me back then? It's a blind, useless fool. I have money. I have resources. I am far better than that poor nobody, An Zhixin. If it had followed me, it would be far stronger than it is now. Renua's eyes gleamed with malice as if she was plotting something sinister. An Zhixin, Charmeleon, if you won't let me have my way, then I won't let you have yours either. Tomorrow's match I will make sure you don't win. Outside the competition arena, Charmeleon, you looked so cool taking down your opponent just now. An Zhixin cupped Su Yun's face in her hands, playfully squishing his cheeks. Her bright eyes radiated affection, as if hearts were about to float out of them. Ugh, stop squishing me, Su Yun protested in a muffled voice, glaring at the two prominent curves on An Zhixin's chest with a pout. If you keep this up, I might just have to squish you back. Noticing Su Yun's dissatisfaction, An Zhixin pouted. Fine, fine, no more squishing, but you did great today. So tonight, I'll give you a special reward. Su Yun blinked in surprise, his voice tinged with anticipation. A reward? Come on, let's go back, An Zhixin said with a mischievous smile, deliberately keeping him in suspense. You'll find out when we get there. Su Yun smacked his lips. If you're going to tease me like this, I can't help but get excited. Wiggling his hips, he eagerly followed An Zhixin out of the academy. At the academy's Pokemon care facility, homeroom teacher Wang Deming had just returned a Squirtle he had picked up from Renua's home to the care facility when he was stopped by the head of the Pokemon Medical Center, who informed him about Vaporeon's condition. What? Something like this happened? Wang Deming's brows furrowed in shock after hearing the details. Other than detecting residual energy from other types within its body, is there anything else unusual about this Vaporeon? He asked. The medical center head shook their head. Nothing else. Apart from that, it's no different from any other Vaporeon. Scratching the back of his head, Wang Deming muttered. That's strange. Could it have accidentally ingested some kind of elemental substance? But what kind of substance would contain all 18 types of energy? He couldn't figure it out right away. Alright, for now, let's treat this Vaporeon as a regular one since it doesn't seem to have any other anomalies. As for its future placement, Renua is clearly not an option anymore. I wonder if An Zhixin would be willing to take it in. If not, it'll just have to stay in the academy's care facility. After pondering for a moment, Wang Deming shared his thoughts with the medical center head. He decided to discuss the matter with An Zhixin personally. After all, she would be attending Jinghang Academy in the future, and one starter Pokemon might not be enough for her. Vaporeon could possibly become her second Pokemon. However, it was already late, and An Zhixin still had the finals of the freshman tournament tomorrow. Not wanting to affect her performance, Wang Deming resolved to wait until after the tournament to bring it up with her. Inside the Energy Cube specialty store, An Zhixin stood in front of the counter and said, Boss, please give me a box of Energy Cubes specifically for Charmeleons. Her gaze fell on the bright red packaging inside the glass display case. It was the latest product she had seen in an advertisement last night, and the perfect reward for Su Yun's entry into the finals of the rookie tournament. The store owner glanced at the young trainer before him and kindly reminded her, Miss, this new product is quite expensive. It costs 15,000 per box. Are you sure you want to buy it? This one, An Zhixin nodded without hesitation. She thought to herself that any investment in Su Yun's growth was worth it. Standing beside her, Su Yun noticed the price and immediately tugged at An Zhixin's sleeve with his claw. It's really not necessary to spend so much. I'd be fine with the flavor from last time. As a Pokemon, he was well aware of An Zhixin's limited financial situation. But An Zhixin gently patted Su Yun's head and said softly, It's okay. You deserve this. With that, she decisively paid for the energy cubes. They found a nearby spot to sit and rest. Carefully opening the package, An Zhixin took out one shiny, translucent cube and playfully said, Ah, Charmeleon, open wide. Su Yun's face immediately flushed. I'm not a child, you know. There's no need for this. Though he complained, his heart felt warm. Why not? A trainer feeding their Pokemon is perfectly reasonable, don't you think? An Zhixin countered confidently. In a way, isn't a trainer just like a caretaker for their Pokemon? All right, whatever makes you happy, Su Yun said, waving his claw in surrender. He opened his mouth and accepted the cube. The moment he bit into it, his eyes lit up. The flavor was extraordinary, and the steep price seemed justified. Not only was it delicious, but he could feel the energy coursing through his body. Seeing Su Yun's satisfied expression, An Zhixin smiled brightly. But when her eyes caught the balance notification on her phone, her smile turned a bit strained. This box of energy cubes had nearly emptied her wallet. Resting her chin on her hand, she pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up with an idea. She turned to Su Yun and asked, Charmeleon, what if I learned how to make energy cubes myself? That way, I could save money and maybe even turn it into a way to earn some. You? Are you sure about that? Su Yun gave her a skeptical glance. While An Zhixin was an excellent trainer, making energy cubes was an entirely different skill set. Oomph, bad little dragon. How dare you underestimate your trainer? Take this. An Zhixin pretended to be angry and, catching Su Yun off guard, grabbed his cheeks and playfully squished them. Wow, no way. This dragon refuses to turn into a baby dragon. The next morning, as the sunlight had yet to fully bathe the campus pathways, Zhou Tianzheng was carrying his backpack, ready to head to the academy and participate in the highly anticipated finals. However, just as he was about to step out the school gate, a figure blocked his path. Ren Shui. He stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly, his gaze landing on the red-haired girl standing before him. Her expression was cold and stern, standing as straight as a wall barring his way. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Tianzheng's mind. Though he and Ren Shui were acquaintances, they had exchanged only a few polite words at best. They weren't even friends, let alone close. He couldn't fathom why she would stop him at this moment. Before he could speak, Ren Shui had already glanced at him and spoke in a tone sharp as a blade. Zhou Tianzheng, I need you to do me a favor. She was blunt and to the point, with no preamble. In today's match, you must win. Losing is not an option. Her eyes burned with intensity, her tone commanding, as though issuing an order. I want you to crush An Zhixin and her Charizard in front of everyone. Her attitude was arrogant, her words carrying an undeniable authority, as though it was only natural for her demands to be met. Zhou Tianzheng's previously calm expression darkened instantly. He was a proud individual by nature and could not tolerate such a tone. A cold smile tugged at his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. And what gives you the right to order me around? His voice was icy, his words dripping with scorn. What strength do you even have to tell me what to do? If I recall correctly, you didn't even make it to the quarterfinals, did you? With that, his gaze grew even more mocking. To him, Ren Shui, someone who couldn't even touch the competition's edge, wasn't qualified to give him instructions. Ren Shui's face immediately darkened, a mix of shame and anger flashing across it. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. She had thought she could intimidate Zhou Tianzheng with her assertiveness, but she hadn't expected to be so thoroughly rebuffed. If it were any other day, she would have exploded in rage, but today she needed Zhou Tianzheng to defeat An Zhixin. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and grit her teeth as she spoke. This is cooperation. Her voice was low, her words rushed. You help me defeat An Zhixin and her Charizard, and I'll offer you something in return. As she spoke, she pulled a sleek black box from her jacket pocket and tossed it to Zhou Tianzheng without hesitation. Take this. It'll boost your Gyarados' power and make it easier for you to win. Zhou Tianzheng caught the box, raising an eyebrow as he opened it. Inside lay 3 small, translucent aqua blue candies, their surfaces glistening with a soft glow. His pupils contracted sharply, his expression shifting from surprise to shock, and then to fury. Rare candies. He muttered, his voice low and filled with disbelief. But in the next moment, his anger flared. Are you insulting me? He hurled the box back at her with force, the impact landing squarely on Ren Shui's chest with a dull thud. You managed to get your hands on something like this, but do you even know how harmful it is to Pokémon? He sneered, his gaze full of contempt. You think I'd let my Gyarados rely on this to gain levels? Huh. Only weaklings resort to shortcuts like this. My Gyarados has talent far beyond the ordinary. Giving it this would be no different from destroying its future. His voice grew colder with each word. Take your poisonous candies and get lost. Relying on cheap tricks that drain potential, those are only fit for trainers as pathetic as you. Before he had even finished speaking, Ren Shui's face had turned deathly pale, her expression twisting in humiliation and rage. The rare candies, which she had painstakingly obtained from her father and regarded as a near treasure, had been so thoroughly scorned by Zhou Tianzheng. He had even insulted her outright, calling her a failure. Her chest heaved violently with anger, her voice trembling as she struggled to speak. Zhou Tianzheng, who do you think you are? She screamed internally. You're just lucky to have a shiny Gyarados. What's there to be so arrogant about? If I wanted, I could get my hands on a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Grinding her teeth, she spat out her words, her voice cracking with fury. Zhou Tianzheng, how dare you insult me? You owe me an apology. Idiot, Zhou Tianzheng scoffed, throwing her a disdainful glance. Without breaking stride, he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. Ah! Ren Shui's scream of rage tore through the air, a sound so raw and primal it resembled the howl of a wounded beast. Stop right there. Who said you could leave? Zhou Tianzhong. I'll defeat you. I swear I'll defeat you. One day, I'll crush you and An Zhixin both. You all look down on me. I'll make you all pay. Her voice, filled with wrath and despair, echoed through the morning air, her hatred burning so fiercely it seemed to threaten to consume everything in its path. Another layer of resentment was etched into her heart. Azure Academy. The final match was a sea of people, buzzing with excitement. The stands were packed with teachers and students eager to witness the showdown, and cheers echoed one after another. The astounding performances by An Zhixin and Zhou Tianzhong in yesterday's semifinals had swept through the academy like a whirlwind, drawing nearly everyone to the scene to witness this once-in-a-decade pinnacle duel. On the leadership platform, the academy's senior staff gathered in full force. Principal Wen Guangchen sat at the center, with Jinghang Academy mentor Zhang Xing on his right, and the other leaders arranged on either side. Wen Guangchen glanced at the lively arena below, a faint smile playing on his lips and a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The final match is finally about to begin. I wonder what kind of brilliant performance these two youngsters will deliver. Wen Guangchen murmured softly, his face brimming with unconcealed joy. Two prodigies in one academy, this is a glory unique to our Azure Academy. He turned to Zhang Xing beside him, his tone carrying a gentle reminder. Brother Zhang, we had an agreement, remember? No matter who wins or loses today, you'll take both of them into Jinghang Academy. Zhang Xing maintained a composed expression and nodded slightly. Rest assured, Principal One. Their performances alone have already earned them a place in Jinghang Academy. Regardless of which one claims the championship today, I will grant both of them admission. The semifinals yesterday had already solidified his decision. Ha ha. That's great. That's great. When Guangchen laughed heartily, completely at ease. Below the platform, the audience buzzed with animated discussions, their voices rising in waves. The most thrilling final is finally here. Whether it's An Zhixin or Zhou Tianzhong, both of their spirit companions are insanely strong. I wonder who will come out on top today, an excited student with glasses exclaimed. Isn't it obvious? Said a tall boy nearby, patting his chest confidently. It has to be Zhou Tianzhong's shiny Gyarados. Just its water type alone is enough to counter An Zhixin's Charmeleon, let alone its evolved form. How is An Zhixin supposed to stand a chance with her Charmeleon? True, battling against a type disadvantage is no easy feat. A girl nodded in agreement. An Zhixin won before because the skill gap was too wide. But now, Zhou Tianjing's strength is on par with hers. There's no way she can easily overcome a type disadvantage again. Does she think she's some kind of type countering master? I'm not so sure about that. A girl with a ponytail argued. An Zhixin's Charmeleon has extraordinary flames. It might just be able to hold its own against Zhou Tianjing's shiny Gyarados. Exactly, exactly, her companion chimed in. Don't forget, that Charmeleon once withstood a hydro pump from a Vaporeon without flinching. That's ridiculous, scoffed a burly boy, rolling his eyes. If that Charmeleon can beat the shiny Gyarados, I'll livestream myself fighting a Machamp barehanded. Hiss. The surrounding crowd gasped. Now that's bold. Opinions about the outcome of the match were divided, but most people placed their bets on Zhou Tianzhong and his shiny Gyarados. From type advantage and evolutionary forms to combat performance, An Zhixin and Su Yun's chances of winning seemed slim unless, of course, they had some kind of miracle up their sleeves. At the back of the crowd, Ren Shui stood in a corner, her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. She glared at the two competitors on the platform, her eyes filled with venom. Zhou Tianzhong, you better crush An Zhixin. If you lose, just wait and see how I humiliate you, she muttered through gritted teeth. Although Zhou Tianzhong had mercilessly humiliated her before, her hatred for him was nothing compared to her desire to see An Zhixin embarrassed. If Zhou Tianzhong dared to lose, she would make him pay dearly. Rejecting her miraculous candy? He'd better be prepared to win at all costs. On the stage, An Zhixin and Zhou Tianzhong stood opposite each other, the air between them seemingly frozen. The atmosphere of the final showdown had reached its peak. Arrogant and overconfident, exuding dominance. Calm and composed, with a hidden edge. You are destined to lose. Zhou Tianzhong held his head high, looking down at An Zhixin with a condescending gaze full of provocation. The same words right back at you. An Zhixin replied firmly, her voice steady and unwavering, her eyes radiating undeniable confidence. Having made it all the way to the finals, she and Su Yun had yet to reveal their trump cards. At this moment, they held three powerful aces in their hands, all prepared specifically for Zhou Tianzhong. Defeating them, it wouldn't be that easy. Charmeleon, are you ready for this? An Zhixin glanced at Su Yun beside her. Su Yun's lips curled into a confident smirk. If I don't turn it into a Gyarados in tatters, then I'm not Charmeleon. An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh at his words, for once not bothering to correct Su Yun's playful exaggeration. I now announce the start of the freshman tournament finals. An Zhixin versus Zhou Tianzhong. Let the battle begin. The referee's voice echoed through the arena, signaling the start of the showdown. An Zhixin and Zhou Tianzhong locked eyes, both speaking almost in unison. Go, Charmeleon! Gyarados! Roar! Both Pokémon let out deafening dragon-like roars, shaking the air with their intensity. Surprisingly, even though neither was a dragon-type Pokémon, their roars were no less fearsome than those of true dragon types. This Gyarados has to be hiding a big secret. He'll uncover it, and make sure to dig it out. Su Yun thought to himself, his sharp gaze fixed on the shiny Gyarados as if it were a priceless treasure. Gyarados, show them how fire types are nothing before you. Use Waterfall. Zhou Tianzheng was the first to strike, sticking to his strategy from previous matches by commanding the shiny Gyarados to unleash its powerful water-type move, aiming to end the battle in a single blow. Bring it on. I've been waiting for this moment. Su Yun grinned, standing his ground without any intention of dodging, allowing the shiny Gyarados to charge at him with its surging waves. Strangely, An Zhixin also refrained from issuing any orders to Su Yun, watching the scene unfold with calm confidence, as if everything was under control. What is An Zhixin doing? Why isn't she telling Charmeleon to dodge? Is she seriously planning to let Charmeleon take the hit hidden? Is she out of her mind? This is a high-power water-type move, and it's coming from a shiny Gyarados. Even a Charizard wouldn't stand a chance against it. The audience erupted into disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. As the shiny Gyarados waterfall attack was about to engulf Su Yun's small frame, many spectators shut their eyes, unwilling to watch the impending disaster. At the critical moment, An Zhixin finally spoke. Charmeleon, take the attack hidden and counter with Dragon Pulse. Upon receiving the command, Su Yun grinned. Gyarados, huh? You'd better prepare to light up like a firework. Opening his mouth wide, he quickly gathered a fearsome amount of dragon-type energy. Crash! The overwhelming waves crashed into Su Yun, shaking the very ground beneath him. Yet, to everyone's shock, Su Yun remained standing unscathed, his body shielded by a faint protective barrier. The shiny Gyarados' pupils shrank in disbelief. This Charmeleon had withstood its waterfall attack completely. How was this even possible? Boom! Before the shiny Gyarados could react, Su Yun's counterattack came roaring through. A zigzagging dragon pulse, brimming with overwhelming energy, shot out from his mouth and struck the shiny Gyarados with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! The shiny Gyarados let out a pained cry as its massive body was pushed to the edge of the arena by the force of the attack, narrowly avoiding being knocked completely off the platform. Hiss! A scene of intense visual impact caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. On the battle stage, an unexpected turn of events was unfolding. Su Yun's Charmeleon not only withstood the shiny Gyarados' waterfall attack unscathed, but countered with a fierce dragon pulse that forced the massive shiny Gyarados to retreat several steps. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The audience stared in disbelief at the incredible spectacle, their once boisterous discussions abruptly ceasing. If not for the shiny Gyarados' overwhelming size advantage, this single strike could have sent it flying off the stage, prematurely ending the match. This can't be happening, someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. How could a pure fire-type Charmeleon withstand a water-type move? Have you forgotten? Another voice countered. A champion trainer's Charizard once successfully blocked Greninja's water shuriken. And during the preliminaries, this very Charmeleon demonstrated similar strength. It even endured a Vaporeon's hydro pump. The debate grew louder, with no one able to provide a reasonable explanation for this bizarre phenomenon. Amid the crowd, Renchua's reaction was particularly intense. She staggered backward, her hands trembling uncontrollably. That move? It was that exact move. It defeated my Vaporeon back then. Her eyes shimmered with sudden realization, as if she were on the verge of uncovering the truth. From the leadership stand, when Guangchen and Zhang Xing, two prominent figures, were closely observing the match. An Zhixin's trump card is truly extraordinary, when Guangchen remarked, narrowing his eyes. A Charmeleon that can completely disregard water-type attacks. This is far beyond my expectations. Zhang Xing pondered for a moment before offering his insight. I suspect this Charmeleon might possess the water absorb or storm drain ability. What? When Guangchen exclaimed in surprise. Charmeleon is only supposed to have blaze or solar power as its abilities, isn't it? Zhang Xing gave a faint smile. The capabilities of Pokémon are far more miraculous than we understand. Abilities are not always set in stone. It might be influenced by factors such as the environment and genetics, Zhang Xing remarked, glancing at the group with a faint smile and a calm tone. Speaking of Charizards with the water absorbability, I have encountered one before. These words left when Guangchen utterly astonished, rendering him speechless for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting, Brother Zhang, that An Zhixin's Charmeleon might also possess the water absorbability?" Zhang Xing shook his head slowly. Its specific ability remains uncertain and needs further observation. On the arena stage, Zhou Tianjin kept his gaze locked on the shiny Gyarados retreating to the edge, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It actually withstood the waterfall attack. He turned to An Zhixin and Su Yun, his voice laced with skepticism. "So, this is the move you used to defeat my Vaporeon back then. Your Charmeleon seems capable of resisting or even being immune to water-type attacks. Zhao Tianjin quickly recalibrated his strategy, confidence returning to his expression. But even without using water-type moves, my shiny Gyarados can easily claim victory. Gyarados use Crunch. The shiny Gyarados let out a thunderous roar, its massive body surging forward with astonishing speed. Despite having endured a Dragon Pulse earlier, its high special defense and stamina had minimized the damage. It opened its gaping maw, launching a ferocious attack towards Su Yun. Fall back. Don't let it get close. An Zhixin immediately commanded. As a special attacker, maintaining distance was Su Yun's best strategy. Thanks to the agility techniques An Zhixin had trained it in, Su Yun initially managed to evade and maneuver around the Gyarados. However, facing an opponent with such a significant size advantage, it eventually got caught. The shiny Gyarados' immense attack power was undeniable, and within a few strikes, Su Yun's health was reduced to less than half. Oh no, An Zhixin's Charmeleon is about to lose. Even with its advantage, the gap between it and the shiny Gyarados is still too vast. Although Charmeleon has been relying on its special abilities to hold its ground, the ultimate limitation lies in its incomplete evolution. If it could evolve into Charizard, it might stand a chance, but as it is now, it's powerless against the shiny Gyarados. The audience below sensed Su Yun's energy weakened drastically, and a wave of disappointed sighs swept through the crowd. It was as if they had already declared the outcome of the battle in Zhixin, and her Charmeleon were destined to fail. Meanwhile, Renua, An Zhixin's sworn rival, couldn't hide her glee at the sight. A smug smile spread across her face, and her laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha, perfect. That's right, crush that Charmeleon underfoot. And Zhixin, didn't you think you were so great? What's the matter now? Not so cocky anymore. You only managed to beat me by relying on some underhanded tricks. Did you really think you were something special? Her eyes sparkled with mockery and triumph. Renua eagerly turned to An Zhixin, hoping to catch a glimpse of panic or despair in her expression. But to her disappointment, An Zhixin remained calm and composed, her face completely unshaken. Despite Charmeleon being in a dire situation, An Zhixin maintained her serene demeanor, as though the battle unfolding before her had nothing to do with her. This sight stirred an unsettling sense of unease in Renua's heart. She couldn't understand how could An Zhixin remain so calm when her Charmeleon was on the verge of defeat. Did she truly not care about the outcome of this battle? As she noticed the faint smile tugging at the corners of An Zhixin's lips, Renua's confusion deepened. Why would An Zhixin smile at a time like this? Had she lost her mind? Just as Renua was grappling with her bewilderment, the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. Su Yun, who had seemed utterly drained moments ago, suddenly erupted in a blaze of fierce flames. The fire roared to life, engulfing his entire form in an intense inferno. The heat was so overwhelming that even the shiny Gyarados instinctively recoiled, as though it had encountered a natural predator. What shocked everyone even more was the color of the flames. They weren't the usual fiery red, but a mysterious, pale blue-white hue, exuding an aura of both mystery and terror. What's going on? What happened to Charmeleon's flames? The audience gasped in astonishment. Look, the shiny Gyarados is backing away. It's afraid to get close to Charmeleon. What is this blue-white fire all about? They stared at the battlefield, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The pale blue-white flames seemed to pose a tremendous threat to the shiny Gyarados. It cowered and retreated, as though trying to avoid some overwhelming force. This sudden transformation turned what had been a one-sided battle into an unpredictable contest, and the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached a fever pitch. Boom. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, Su Yun's energy surged again, sending shockwaves through the air. The sheer power left everyone present holding their breath. A commanding dragon-like aura spread across the battlefield, echoing like a dragon's roar and pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. Dragon's might. The audience turned pale, their faces filled with terror. That Charmeleon's aura, could it be dragon-type? Is it actually a dragon-type Pokémon? Their stunned gazes were fixed on the battlefield, where the fusion of the pale blue-white flames and the dragon-like aura seemed to unveil a hidden truth. This revelation left everyone present utterly astounded. Damn, I just remembered. A sudden exclamation pierced through the air, drawing everyone's attention. The voice belonged to the very person who had just been in utter shock. A wild and audacious thought surged into his mind, and he quickly fixed his gaze on the scene ahead, his eyes brimming with astonishment and fervor. The legendary true dragon Reshiram, its flames are said to be a bluish-white color, aren't they? Isn't that exactly the same as this Charmeleon's fire? They're identical. Could this Charmeleon possibly be Reshiram's offspring? He murmured to himself, his eyes wide as though he had uncovered an earth-shattering secret. At that moment, the emotions of the surrounding crowd erupted like a powder keg ignited, surging uncontrollably. This sudden notion sent ripples of shock through everyone present. The once mocking looks of onlookers shifted to expressions of awe and fear. The murmurs swelled into a cacophony, and more gazes turned towards Su Yun. The attitude toward him underwent an involuntary transformation. Impossible. How could she gain the favor of a divine beast's offspring? An Zhixin, that pauper, doesn't deserve it. Rin Shui's voice erupted with fury and indignation, her words dripping with envy and rage that threatened to consume her. Her face contorted with emotion, and her composure shattered completely. She stared at Su Yun with wide eyes, as though confronted with an unbearable truth. "In the one who deserves the divine beast's offspring. Me." Rin Shui's screaming had lost all rationale, but a part of her now understood why An Zhixin had remained so calm all this time. She had never seen Su Yun unleash his true power. Now, with the bluish-white flames roaring to life and an overwhelming dragon's aura sweeping through the air, Su Yun was finally revealing his full strength. The flames raged like an erupting volcano, consuming everything in their path, and the air seemed to carry a palpable heat. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, their reflection mirroring the bluish-white fire, exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. Rising to his feet, his entire demeanor shifted. "I was going to entertain you all a little longer, but it seems that's no longer necessary," he said softly, his tone cold and detached. The flames around him burned ever fiercer, and the dragon's aura spread like a storm. "Since you've forced me to activate Sacred Dragon Mode, prepare to face my wrath." A cold, menacing smile spread across his face, brimming with unyielding threat and ferocity. Like a beast provoked from slumber, Su Yun stood tall and unrelenting. Zhou Tianzhong, standing nearby, froze in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. A chill ran down his spine as Su Yun's icy gaze swept over him, making him shudder as though an icy claw had gripped his very bones. "This Charmeleon still has another trump card," Zhou Tianzhong muttered to himself, his voice tinged with astonishment. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to conceal his inner turmoil. He had thought Su Yun's trump card had been revealed the immunity to water-type attacks, but now it seemed that was merely a feint. With the eruption of bluish-white flames and the overwhelming dragon's aura, Su Yun's second trump card had been unveiled, far exceeding Zhou Tianjing's expectations. At that moment, cracks began to form in Zhou Tianjing's confidence, and a faint sense of panic crept into his heart. Could it be? Is this guy really Reshiram's offspring? He struggled to believe it, yet the scene before him forced him to question his doubts. Su Yun's traits: the dragon's aura. The bluish-white flames were an uncanny reflection of the mythical Reshiram. Even if it really is Reshiram's offspring, so what? Zhou Tianzhong sneered inwardly, regaining his usual confidence. His gaze shifted to Su Yun, now engulfed in flames, and his demeanor remained domineering. "My shiny Gyarados, combined with the power of Rayquaza's dragon scales, is my ultimate trump card. Whether you're a Charmeleon or the offspring of a divine beast, you'll still bow before my shiny Gyarados." With a sneer, he commanded, "Don't fear it, shiny Gyarados. Charge forward and use Ice Fang." The Gyarados responded instantly, leaping into the air as a wave of icy energy spread outward. Ice Fang, an ice-type move, was particularly effective against dragon types, making it the perfect counter. Zhou Tianzhong was brimming with confidence in this trump card of his, especially with Ice Fang's additional effects, which could freeze or cause the opponent to flinch. If either effect landed, victory would be within his grasp, and Su Yun would be at his mercy. Yet, contrary to expectations, Su Yun's gaze remained unwavering, undeterred by the oncoming attack. His counterstrike was only just beginning. On the stage, Principal Wen Guangqin's pupils suddenly contracted. The pale blue flames entwining the Charmeleon were strikingly similar to the legendary Reshiram. As the head of the academy, he was well-versed in every rare Pokémon, yet the origins of this Charmeleon left him utterly baffled. How is this possible, the aura of these flames? When Guangqin's heartbeat quickened as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind, could this Charmeleon truly be a descendant of Reshiram? Beside him, Zhang Xing was equally fixated on the strange phenomenon unfolding in the arena, his eyes sparkling like stars. "This power is definitely connected to Reshiram," he declared with absolute certainty in his tone. On the battlefield, the clash reignited. The shiny Gyarados let out a thunderous roar, forming sharp icy fangs from the frost gathering in its maw as it lunged straight at Su Yun. However, An Zhixin wore a confident smile. "Charmeleon, aim for its head and use Flamethrower." Her command was resolute, her voice firm. This was their meticulously prepared second trump card. Su Yun's awakened true power. Su Yun opened its jaws wide, unleashing a pillar of pale blue fire with triple the usual intensity. Even though the shiny Gyarados had a natural advantage against fire, this searing energy inflicted excruciating pain. The flames instantly melted its icy fangs and engulfed its entire upper body. Roar! The shiny Gyarados let out an agonized scream, thrashing helplessly in the blazing inferno. Zhou Tianjing's expression turned darker than ever. He had anticipated Su Yun's flames would grow stronger, but not to this overwhelming extent. As he watched his ace Pokemon teeter on the brink of defeat, he finally made up his mind. Shiny Gyarados, there's no need to hold back anymore. Unleash your ultimate power. Zhou Tianjing's command rang out decisively, heralding an even fiercer battle to come. Roar! The shiny Gyarados let out a deep roar in response. Suddenly, one of the dragon scales on its chest began to glow, radiating a dazzling cyan light. An overwhelming dragon aura surged from the scale, quickly enveloping its entire form. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the Gyarados' bones and scales seemed to be shifting violently, creating a deafening noise. Even its sharp eyes turned blood red in an instant, giving it the appearance of a wild, uncontrollable beast. Across its once ordinary body, faint golden stripes began to emerge. Su Yun squinted, closely observing the transformation of the shiny Gyarados. He thought to himself, such an intense dragon aura. Its presence is almost equal to mine. This creature must have acquired dragon attributes as well. He recalled noticing something unusual about the Gyarados in their previous battles. As a water and flying dual-type Pokémon, it had inexplicably dropped dragon-attributed energy orbs, an occurrence that defied all logic. Now, everything was becoming clear to Su Yun. The shiny Gyarados, much like himself, possessed a mysterious ability that temporarily granted it dragon attributes, enhancing its strength. While Su Yun's power stemmed from his innate traits, the Gyarados' strength originated from the peculiar cyan dragon scale on its neck. Previously, Su Yun had overlooked this prominent scale because the Gyarados kept its head lowered. But now, as it let out a resounding roar toward the sky, Su Yun finally saw it clearly. That cyan dragon scale sent a jolt through Su Yun's heart. He wondered, could this scale belong to Rayquaza? Cyan dragon scales were extraordinarily rare, and for one to trigger such a transformation in the Gyarados was even more exceptional. Su Yun's mind raced, and the only match he could think of was Rayquaza, the Sky Sovereign. This realization also suggested that during the epic battle in the Azure Forest, Rayquaza might have been present. An inexplicable connection formed in Su Yun's mind after all. He himself could be considered a kind of inheritor of Rayquaza. During that battle, he had gained significant base stats, dragon-type skills, and even earned the title of Sky King. Now, the shiny Gyarados seemed to have become another inheritor of Rayquaza's legacy. A bold idea surfaced in Su Yun's thoughts. Staring at the cyan dragon scale on the Gyarados' neck, his eyes flickered with a hint of determination. To him, Rayquaza's dragon scale was an invaluable treasure. As the Sky King, he believed his connection to Rayquaza was extraordinary, making him a more fitting bearer of the scale than the Gyarados. Gyarados, your dragon scale is quite impressive. I really like it, Su Yun said with a sly smile. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. He would claim the cyan dragon scale from the shiny Gyarados and wear it himself. However, Su Yun knew that to achieve this, he would first need to defeat the shiny Gyarados. Glancing at the scattered energy orbs on the ground, Su Yun focused his thoughts. The orbs began to converge and move toward him. Until now, he had been too preoccupied with battling the Gyarados to collect the orbs. But with the decisive moment fast approaching, he prepared to gather his strength in advance. Ding! Congratulations, you have received Water Energy 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Battle Experience 20. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Physical Attack Base Stat 1. The notification messages kept popping up before Su Yun's eyes, filling his heart with joy. Battling the shiny Gyarados had been no easy feat, arguably the toughest opponent he had faced so far. However, the sheer amount of rewards dropped by the Gyarados made it all worthwhile. Compared to other Pokémon, the rewards were astonishingly abundant. In just moments, he had collected a significant amount of attribute energy and essence, as well as a substantial amount of battle experience. Even rare base stat points had fallen into his hands. Each reward was highly valuable: 1 point in HP, 1 point in physical attack, and 1 point in special defense. He had gained all three. He quickly glanced at his character panel, where the base stats section had already been updated. Base stats: HP, 46,012. Physical attack, 662. Physical defense, 602. Special attack, 10525. Special defense, 683. Speed, 9,111. Not bad. Another step closer to becoming a god, Su Yun said with a slight smile. He clenched his fist lightly, his gaze once again locking onto the shiny Gyarados. The atmosphere of an impending final battle was palpable. Meanwhile, the audience below was wide-eyed with shock as they noticed the changes in the Gyarados. Wait a second. Doesn't Charmeleon's dragon might come from being a descendant of Reshiram? Then what's going on with this shiny Gyarados? Don't tell me it's also the offspring of a legendary Pokémon. One spectator gritted his teeth and exclaimed. I thought only one person was cheating, but it turns out both of them are. So what does that make the rest of us? Just a bunch of clowns. The dragon might emanating from the Gyarados was in no way inferior to Su Yun's, leaving the crowd utterly stunned. In the midst of the audience's uproar, Ren Shui, though equally shocked by the Gyarados' transformation, began to show an expression of growing excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Good, 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 she exclaimed, repeating the word 3 times in her excitement. Her cheeks flushed with joy, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. That's it. Crush them. I want you to stomp both An Zhixin and that Charmeleon into the ground. Earlier, Su Yun's significant transformation had left her disheartened, making her believe Zhou Tianzhong was on the verge of losing. But now, seeing that Zhou Tianzhong had also been hiding a powerful trump card, one no weaker than Su Yun's, reignited her hope. She couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. On the leadership platform, Wen Guanchen and Zhang Xing were equally astonished. Su Yun's performance had already exceeded their expectations, but Zhou Tianjing's shiny Gyarados was proving to be even more formidable. These two truly know how to keep their cards close to their chest. One is more monstrous than the other, Wen Guanchen muttered, his mouth twitching slightly in disbelief. I never imagined this match would turn out like this. Zhang Xing, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. His eyes swept over Zhou Tianjing's shiny Gyarados, finally settling on the teal dragon scale it bore. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I see now, he murmured to himself. Zhou Tianjing's fortune is indeed extraordinary. He glanced at Wen Guanchen, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Do you think this is it? Have they both played all their cards now? Wen Guanchen hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his mind, and couldn't help but ask, are you saying neither of them has an even stronger trump card? Zhang Xing nodded in confirmation, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. At this point, it was clear that both contestants had unleashed their full potential, leaving no room for holding back. Hearing this, Wen Guanchen relaxed slightly but pressed on with another question. So, who do you think will win in the end? This question had been lingering in his mind all along. From his perspective, Zhou Tianzhong and his shining Gyarados seemed to have the upper hand. The one destined to win will win. Zhang Xing replied with an ambiguous answer. Even an expert like him found it difficult to determine who held the edge between An Zhixin and Zhou Tianzhong. Wen Guanchen was left speechless. That answer was as good as saying nothing at all. On the stage, Zhou Tianzhong let out a triumphant laugh. Huh, you think you're the only one with a trump card? I've been prepared for this. Shining Gyarados, time to show them your true power. Use extreme speed. Before his words had fully landed, the massive form of the shining Gyarados transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from its original position. An Zhixin furrowed her brows, her expression serious. His shining Gyarados can use moves outside its own type, just like my Charmeleon? She quickly issued a command. Charmeleon, use Dragon Breath to force it back. Su Yun's eyes flickered with intrigue as he murmured, interesting. It's mastered Rayquaza's extreme speed ability. That Azure Dragon scale must be extraordinary. In the next moment, Su Yun's Charmeleon unleashed a fierce surge of draconic energy, its Dragon Breath slowing down the shining Gyarados' rapid advance. Boom. The shining Gyarados broke through the barrier of the Dragon Breath, but not without consequence. It sent Su Yun's Charmeleon flying, yet sustained heavy damage itself. It was now teetering on the brink of collapse. The heightened effectiveness of Dragon-type moves against other Dragon-types had amplified the damage by 230. Were it not for its tough hide, that single Dragon Breath could have been fatal. At this point, both Pokémon were severely injured, and the outcome of the battle hung by a thread. Zhou Tianjing sneered. If that's the case, let's settle this in one final move. An Zhixin, and you too, Charmeleon, watch closely. This will be a move you'll never forget. Shining Gyarados, use Outrage to end this battle. Outrage was a Dragon-type move with immense power, boasting a base damage of 120. Though it caused confusion afterward, the shining Gyarados, having absorbed the power of Rayquaza's Dragon Scale, had fully mastered this ultimate technique. And now was the perfect moment to unleash it. The shiny Gyarados let out a piercing roar, as if the very air in the arena trembled in response. It had lost its sanity, descending into madness like a wild beast gone berserk, charging recklessly towards Su Yun. The audience below gasped collectively at the sight, their eyes filled with a mix of shock and despair. Zhou Tiansheng's shiny Gyarados has even learned Outrage? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. How can anyone stand a chance against that? An Zhixin's Charmeleon was already terrifying enough, but Zhou Tiansheng's Gyarados is on a whole other level. This is the end for An Zhixin and her Charmeleon. With Outrage unleashed, who could possibly stand in its way? Almost everyone believed that victory had already tipped decisively in Zhou Tianzhong and his shiny Gyarados' favor, with no hope of turning the tide. Yet, Su Yun's expression betrayed no panic. Instead, a faint smile played on his lips. Even Outrage? That's quite unexpected, he remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the shiny Gyarados' shimmering scale, a glint of greed in his eyes. That dragon scale, I want it even more now. If I had it, wouldn't my strength skyrocket? He looked up at the Gyarados hurtling toward him with terrifying speed, a trace of a greedy smile crossing his face. Charmeleon, remember our training? Focus now, it's time to play our final card. As Su Yun strategized his next move, An Zhixin's voice suddenly rang in his ears. In that moment, Su Yun realized that An Zhixin was finally ready to unleash her ultimate trump card Verdant Force. This move had the potential to completely turn the battle around. Verdant Force, Su Yun muttered to himself, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Just as he had anticipated, in his current state, he couldn't go head-to-head against the shiny Gyarados without risking mutual destruction. But with the power of Verdant Force on their side, the entire situation could change, rendering the shiny Gyarados no longer a threat. Whoosh! At that moment, a surge of powerful life energy began to flow steadily into Su Yun. The warm current coursed through his body, awakening every cell and flooding him with a sense of exhilaration. His aura surged to an entirely new level in an instant. The audience was utterly stunned. They watched as a pale green energy began to radiate from An Zhixin, seemingly transforming the very battlefield around her. Cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Verdant Force. Could An Zhixin be the inheritor of Verdant Force? She's been hiding this power all along. Their shock was indescribable. No one had expected An Zhixin to reveal her true strength only as the battle neared its end. When did she master Verdant Force? The spectators speculated in disbelief. This isn't something an ordinary inheritor of Verdant Force could achieve. Could it be that An Zhixin has been mastering this power for a long time? Even An Zhixin's homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, was left dumbfounded. Having taught countless students over the years, he prided himself on knowing his students' capabilities. And yet, he was only now discovering that An Zhixin possessed the power of Verdant Force. The revelation left him feeling deeply inadequate. This can't be. An Zhixin comes from a poor family. Even if she's a top student, how could she possibly have such power? An Zhixin's strength had completely shattered everyone's expectations. How could she possibly be the inheritor of the evergreen power? I refuse to accept this. I won't accept it. Ren Shui's sharp voice pierced through the crowd as her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Why does she get to possess the evergreen power and earn the favor of the divine beast's offspring, while I get nothing? Can someone tell me why? What makes her better than me? Ren Shui staggered back a few steps, her face as pale as paper. This blow was even harder to bear than witnessing An Zhixin win the competition. Her eyes burned with resentment and jealousy. An Zhixin not only surpassed her in spirit power, but also far outshone her in individual ability. This complete and utter defeat left Ren Shui feeling an unprecedented humiliation, as if she were forever destined to play the role of a clown in front of An Zhixin. On the leadership platform, when Guanchen and Zhang Xing exchanged bewildered glances, this was the third time today they had been utterly stunned. They had thought An Zhixin and Zhou Tianzhong had already revealed all their cards, but at this critical moment, An Zhixin unveiled yet another trump card, delivering a metaphorical slap across their faces. Our academy's student is actually the inheritor of the evergreen power. Wen Guanchen murmured to himself, his expression dazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Inheritors of the evergreen power were incredibly rare. Hardly one could be found in the entire Azure city, and even across the nation, they were few and far between. Yet, one had been concealed right here in Azure Academy, and as the headmaster, he had been completely unaware of it. When Guanchen lowered his head, overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment. An inheritor of the evergreen power is an exceedingly rare existence, even in Jinghang Academy. Zhang Xing was completely dumbfounded, awed by the mysterious power emanating from An Zhixin. Being able to masterfully wield the evergreen power in battle to enhance a spirit's strength was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary inheritor. While Jinghang Academy also had an inheritor of the evergreen power, their control paled in comparison to An Zhixin's expertise, making the difference as stark as night and day. An Zhixin is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding trainers I've ever seen. Zhang Xing clenched his fists, his tone resolute. I must bring her to Jinghang Academy. He made up his mind no matter the cost, even if it meant giving up on Zhou Tianzhong. He had to ensure that An Zhixin joined Jinghang Academy. On the battlefield, Su Yun felt the surge of power within him, his blood boiling with excitement. This power, it really gets the blood pumping. He quickly glanced at his information panel, seeing his level soar to a staggering 31. Meanwhile, the opposing shiny Gyarados was only at level 26. With such an overwhelming advantage, if he still couldn't win the match, he'd rather just slam his head into a wall. Whoosh whoosh. Flames erupted around Su Yun, the blue-white high-temperature fire spreading rapidly across most of the battlefield, with him at its center. Boom, boom, boom. Mighty dragon energy surged from within him like tidal waves, shaking the entire arena with each pulse. At this moment, Su Yun and An Zhixin were perfectly in sync. Though An Zhixin hadn't issued a verbal command, Su Yun could already sense her intentions. Dragon Pulse. Roar. The dragon-type energy around Su Yun roared in unison with him, the terrifying dragon aura gathering rapidly in his mouth. In the next moment, it unleashed like a floodgate bursting open, colliding head-on with the oncoming shiny Gyarados. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated across the battlefield, as waves of energy rolled out in all directions, enveloping the entire arena. This move heaven-piercing strike. What incredible power. On the battlefield, the collision of energy created a deafening roar. The fiery strength of the Charmeleon clashed midair with the shiny Gyarados' most powerful attack, unleashing a blinding burst of light. Shockwaves swept across the arena. The ground trembled uncontrollably, and the air was thick with the sharp, dusty scent of destruction. The audience gasped collectively, their eyes glued to the intense showdown. Someone whispered in awe. If these were ordinary Pokémon, they would have been obliterated by now. The offspring of legendary Pokémon are terrifyingly powerful. Standing at the edge of the arena, Zhao Tian's pupils contracted sharply. His previously confident expression was now replaced by deep apprehension. An Zhixin had been hiding such a trump card all along. He had assumed his opponent had already given it their all, only to discover this overwhelming move in reserve. For the first time, his seemingly unshakable belief in victory was faltering. As the residual energy began to subside, the entire arena fell silent in anticipation. The Charmeleon stood tall, its body wreathed in intense flames. Though panting heavily, it remained proud and unyielding. At its feet lay the massive, shiny Gyarados, battered and bruised, completely incapacitated. The winner had been decided. The crowd erupted into an uproar. Charmeleon won. It defeated the shiny Gyarados without even evolving. No wonder it's the offspring of a legendary Pokémon. Nothing can stand in its way. An Zhixin is incredible. She's my idol. Renua stood rooted in place, her face dark with anger. She glared at Zhao Tian with disdain. Useless. You had such a powerful shiny Gyarados and still lost. And you dared to reject my miracle candy earlier? If you'd accepted it, that wretched Charmeleon would be the one lying on the ground now. Zhao Tian was now firmly placed as the second name on her revenge list. On the leader's platform, Wen Guangchen and Zhang Xing exchanged a glance. Wen Guangchen was visibly shocked by the outcome. He had supported Zhao Tian from the beginning, only to be completely blindsided by this result. It was a stark reminder of his inability to recognize true talent when it stood right before him. He had to admit that he had misjudged. An Zhixin and Su Yun had far exceeded his expectations, without a doubt. Contrary to Wen Guangchen's opinion, Zhang Xing had previously favored An Zhixin and Su Yun as his ideal candidates. And the truth proved his sharp judgment correct. These two lived up to everyone's expectations, seizing the championship crown and becoming the winners of this year's freshman competition. Brother Zhang, An Zhixin will surely be the one you take with you. However, although Zhou Tianjing lost, he performed quite well. You shouldn't overlook him, Wen Guangchen suggested with a hint of advice in his tone. He no longer hoped for much, only wishing that both An Zhixin and Zhou Tianjing could successfully enter Jingheng Academy. After all, the two were among the most talented and capable students Kanglan Academy had seen in recent years. If either missed the chance to join Jingheng Academy, as the dean, he would feel deeply remorseful. Zhang Xing smiled faintly and nodded. Don't worry, I'll take both of them. Even if only one of them enters Jingheng Academy, it will still be worth it. He had already made up his mind. Talents like An Zhixin and Su Yun were not to be missed. Moreover, the more geniuses he brought back to Jingheng Academy, the more generous the Academy's rewards would be. He even secretly hoped that Kanglan Academy could nurture a few more students like An Zhixin and Zhou Tianjing. Haha, that's good. That's good. When Guangchen sighed in relief, his gaze once again falling on the stage where An Zhixin and Zhou Tianjing stood. His eyes were filled with pride and admiration. The shiny Gyarados is unable to battle. The winner of this match is An Zhixin. As the referee's voice fell, the lights on the stage suddenly brightened, officially announcing the result of the match. The audience of teachers and students erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. We won. Charmeleon, you're amazing. We're the champions. An Zhixin's face flushed with excitement, and she couldn't help but cheer. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable joy. To win the championship in her first competition with Su Yun was an achievement and a thrill beyond words. If she could, she would have run over at that moment to pick up Su Yun and celebrate this glorious victory together. However, as the runner-up of the freshman competition, Zhou Tianjing wasn't as thrilled. Although second place was a respectable result, it fell far short of his expectations. Ever since he obtained the Rayquaza Dragon Scale, and his shiny Magikarp evolved into a shiny Gyarados, he had considered the championship to be within his grasp. Unfortunately, he ultimately lost to An Zhixin and Su Yun. I never thought that I and my shiny Gyarados would fail. It's really unexpected, Zhou Tianjing murmured to himself. Despite his loss, he couldn't help but respect An Zhixin and her Charmeleon strength. Yet, just as Zhou Tianjing began to admire them, he suddenly saw Su Yun riding on the back of his shiny Gyarados, frantically plucking dragon scales. His expression changed instantly, and he became visibly agitated. Hey, that Charmeleon. Get off my Gyarados right now. Stop plucking those. Those are my dragon scales. Zhou Tianjing had never been so worked up before. Watching his dragon scales being taken, he couldn't help but panic. Whoa, Dude, did you actually embed this dragon scale into your flesh? Why is it so hard to pry off? Su Yun crouched on top of the shimmering Gyarados, his chubby little claws tirelessly digging at the teal dragon scale. However, the scale seemed to have fused seamlessly with the Gyarados' body, refusing to budge. Still, his efforts weren't entirely in vain. Each time he exerted force, glowing orbs would burst forth from the scale dragon attribute essence, dragon-type energy, and in considerable amounts too. Suddenly, a golden orb shot out, instantly catching his attention. Wow, a golden legend. He licked his lips, eagerly picking up the orb. The system's notification chimed in. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of Rayquaza's Bloodline 1. Su Yun froze in place. Rayquaza's Bloodline. That was a legendary Pokémon on par with Reshiram. This meant he now possessed a second legendary Pokémon bloodline. Quickly opening the system interface, detailed information appeared. Fragment of Rayquaza's Bloodline 15, containing a trace of the Sky Sovereign Rayquaza's power, can be activated in critical moments. More notifications followed in rapid succession. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of Rayquaza's Bloodline 15. The Sky King title has been upgraded to Sky Sovereign title. Sky Sovereign. While equipped with this title, you will receive blessings from the sky. Dragon-type skill power is increased by 50, and damage reduction from flying-type moves is increased by 50. Congratulations. You have gained weather control abilities. In battles, there is a 20 chance to negate weather effects. Sky Sovereign. Su Yun murmured to himself. This was Rayquaza's exclusive title. Not only did it boost Dragon-type skill power and Flying-type resistance by 50, but even without Dragon attributes, his Dragon-type skills would still achieve 150 effectiveness. What excited him even more was the newly acquired weather control ability, resembling Rayquaza's signature airlock effect. Although it currently had only a 20 activation rate, if he managed to collect all the fragments of Rayquaza's bloodline, he might unlock the complete airlock ability. The final system notification lit up his eyes. Congratulations! You now possess dual legendary bloodlines. The number of dragon attribute essence required for activation has been reduced to 600 points. This meant activating dragon attributes would now only require 600 points of essence, nearly having the original 1,000 points. Moreover, the amount of essence seemed to have a certain connection with the number of divine beast bloodlines. If he could find more bloodlines of Reshiram or Rayquaza, perhaps the required amount of dragon-type essence would decrease. Su Yun's mind raced as he noticed this subtle connection. Both Reshiram and Rayquaza carried dragon bloodlines, and the combined proportion of their bloodlines was precisely 25, which coincided with the reduction ratio of the dragon-type essence required for activation. This coincidence made him suspicious. Calculating in his mind, he immediately opened the information panel to check his current status. Name, Su Yun. Species, Charmeleon. Base stats total, 460. HP, 7012. Attack, 66-2. Defense, 62. Special attack, 105-25. Special defense, 68-3. Speed, 91-11. Gender, male. Level, 26 rising star. Type, fire. Ability, Sacred Dragon mode. When HP falls below 12, enters Sacred Dragon state, temporarily gaining Dragon type and increasing Fire type power boost to 250. Held item, none. Moves, Scratch proficient, Growl proficient, Ember mastered, Smokescreen proficient, Dragon Pulse expert, Dragon Breath proficient, Flamethrower mastered, Fire Fong mastered, / proficient. Attribute energy, Water 280, Grass 80, Ground 100, Flying 150, Fire 80, Electric 30, Dragon 80. Essence, Water 170, Grass 20, Ground 60, Bug 60, Poison 40, Dragon 60, Flying 50, Electric 15. Attribute power boost, Fire 200, Dragon 150. Damage reduction, Flying 50. Evolution energy, 10. Special bloodlines, Reshiram Bloodline 15, Rayquaza Bloodline 15. Special title, Sky Sovereign. Su Yun frowned slightly inside. What a pity. My Dragon-type essence storage is far from enough, still a long way to go before reaching 600. He silently resolved to engage with more Dragon-type Pokémon in the future. Only through battles could he quickly accumulate the necessary amount of Dragon-type essence. As he pondered his next steps, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him and fell heavily. Damn it, my dragon scale is gone. Su Yun looked down, his expression changing drastically. His prized shiny Gyarados dragon scale had vanished into thin air. Without the shiny Gyarados, how could he continue extracting Rayquaza's dragon scale? Su Yun. At that moment, a furious voice came from not far away. Su Yun instinctively turned his head and locked eyes with Zhou Tiansheng's blazing gaze. Zhou Tianzhong, with a face darkened by anger, glared at him, his expression hostile and his eyes practically spitting fire. TCH, so stingy. It's just a dragon scale. Is it worth getting this upset over? Su Yun muttered under his breath, feeling a little guilty. Seeing the pokeball in Zhou Tianjing's hand, he quickly realized what had happened and dared not act too smug anymore. In truth, Su Yun knew his actions were indeed underhanded. He shouldn't have taken the dragon scale right in front of Zhou Tianzhang, should have picked a quieter moment to act. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to get that scale. He sighed helplessly. Even so, the unexpected acquisition of Rayquaza's bloodline left him somewhat satisfied. Next time he had a chance to spar with Zhou Tianjing's shiny Gyarados, he would still look for another opportunity to borrow a dragon scale. He couldn't shake the feeling that the scale was destined to be his. He decided privately to send Zhou Tianjing a small gift later, hoping to smooth things over, and that Zhou wouldn't hold too much of a grudge over this matter. Charizard, you're being naughty again. An Zhixin watched as Su Yun wagged his tail and hopped back to her side. Unable to resist, she pinched the chubby little creature's cheeks. This mischievous rascal had just gone off to pry at the shiny Gyarados' scales, leaving her both amused and exasperated. What do you mean, naughty? I was handling important business. Su Yun pouted, protesting indignantly. But An Zhixin ignored his defense, continuing to knead his cheeks until the little guy looked like a squishy baby dragon. Luckily, Principal Wen Guanchen and Zhou Tianjing arrived just in time, allowing Su Yun to escape her clutches. An Zhixin, congratulations on becoming the champion of this year's freshman tournament. Principal Wen Guanchen said with a warm smile, handing over the prizes. Here is your cash reward and your prize. An Zhixin carefully accepted the prizia, token marked with 500,000, and an exquisite brocade box and thanked him repeatedly. She immediately turned to Su Yun, her eyes sparkling with joy. Charizard, we're rich now. When we get back, I'll buy you plenty of energy cubes. This prize money was more than enough to cover her expenses for a long time, and she finally didn't have to worry about funding Su Yun's training. You promise? No takebacks. Su Yun quickly confirmed, his mind already savoring the memory of the last batch of Charizard exclusive energy cubes. They had been so delicious, but knowing An Zhixin's financial struggles, he hadn't dared to ask for more. Now, with this money, he could finally indulge to his heart's content. Don't worry, An Zhixin said, poking Su Yun's soft little belly. This time, I'll make sure you're stuffed. Hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but lick his lips, his face full of anticipation. An Zhixin, aren't you going to check what's inside the brocade box? Principal Wen Guanchen reminded her. Only then did An Zhixin remember there was another prize she hadn't looked at yet. She had been too dazzled by the 500,000 reward. Brimming with curiosity, she opened the brocade box, revealing a piece of jet black charcoal. This is a charcoal item? An Zhixin's lips parted slightly in surprise. Charcoal was a type of held item for Pokémon, capable of boosting the power of Fire-type Mavisa, perfect fit for her Fire-type Pokémon, Su Yun. This is no ordinary charcoal. It's of exceptional quality, Principal Wen Guanchen added. His words made An Zhixin feel the weight of the charcoal in her hand grow significantly. Held items were categorized into 4 quality levels: basic, fine, superior, and legendary. The higher the quality, the stronger the effect. While basic quality charcoal only increased Fire-type move power by 5, superior quality charcoal boosted it by a remarkable 15A threefold improvement. If she wanted to buy a piece of charcoal of the same quality from the market, it would cost her at least 200,000. Charizard, quickly put this on. An Zhixin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly and gently placed the charcoal accessory around Su Yun's neck, her movements both careful and slightly hurried. Su Yun lowered his head to look at the piece of charcoal hanging on his chest. The black crystal shimmered faintly under the sunlight, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Not bad. With this piece of charcoal, my Fire-type abilities will get an extra boost. On the award podium, Wen Guanchen walked steadily over to Zhou Tianjing and presented him with his prize. However, as the runner-up of this freshman tournament, Zhou's rewards were noticeably inferior to An Zhixin's. The cash prize was only half of what she received, and the accessory he was awarded was of rough quality, far less valuable than An Zhixin's prized piece of charcoal. After the award ceremony concluded, Wen Guanchen raised his hand to signal the two to stay, then gestured to a composed-looking middle-aged man standing next to him. This is Xiao Xi, a mentor from Jinghang Academy. He has something to discuss with both of you. An Zhixin and Zhou Tianjing immediately turned their attention to Xiao Xi, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had already heard of Xiao Xi's reputation from Wen Guanchen and had been hoping to gain his recognition, which could grant them the opportunity to study at Jinghang Academy. With the tournament now over and An Zhixin crowned champion, her entry into Jinghang Academy seemed certain. Zhou Tianjing, on the other hand, was silently anxious about whether he would get the same chance. As the two stood there with different thoughts running through their minds, Xiao Xi's lips curved into a faint smile. I watched your performances earlier, and both were impressive. Therefore, I would like to invite both of you to join Jinghang Academy. What do you think? Zhou Tianjing was momentarily stunned, but quickly lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that. Even after losing to An Zhixin in the finals, he could still earn Xiao Xi's recognition. Without hesitation, he replied, Mentor, I would be honored to join Jinghang Academy under your guidance. Xiao Xi nodded in satisfaction. unsurprised by Zhou Tianjing's response. He then turned to An Zhixin and asked, "What about you, An Zhixin?" Standing tall with a resolute gaze, An Zhixin answered firmly, "I would be honored as well." Jinghang Academy, being one of the nation's top 4 institutions, attracted countless talented trainers. If she wanted to grow stronger and hone her skills, enrolling in Jinghang Academy was undoubtedly the best choice. Excellent. Zhang Xing burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing across the podium. From his pocket, he took out 2 metallic Jinghang Academy emblems and handed them to the two. "Keep these safe. 1 month from now, bring these with you to report at Jinghang Academy." 1 month from now. And Zhixin and Zhou Tianjing exchanged puzzled glances. Noticing their confusion, Zhang Xing smiled and explained, "That's right, 1 month later. That marks the end of Jinghang Academy's enrollment period. After all, Jinghang Academy recruits students from across the country, not just from Kanglan City. The selection process in other regions also takes time." The two nodded in understanding, their doubts resolved. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Xing continued, "How you use this month is up to you. You can venture into the wild for training or challenge the gym in Kanglan City. I won't impose any restrictions on you." His tone then turned serious as he added, "However, considering the overall level of Jinghang Academy's freshmen, I do have one requirement. Within this month, you both must train at least 2 additional Pokémon." His sharp gaze swept over the pair. At Jinghang Academy, students your age typically already have at least 3 Pokémon each. While you may be top tier at Kanglan Academy, compared to the students at Jinghang Academy, you're far behind in both strength and the number of Pokémon. Having just a single starter Pokémon is nowhere near enough. Zhang Xing's words left the two deeply shaken. They were just beginning to train their initial Pokémon, while the students of Jinghang Academy already had 3 Pokémon each. Jinghang Academy truly lived up to its reputation as one of the nation's 4 top-tier institutions, a place teeming with talent and brilliance. And Zhixin furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze falling on Su Yun beside her. She murmured softly, "It seems I need to start thinking about my next Pokémon." Zhang Xing's words were like a heavy hammer, silently weighing down on her. Known as a dazzling prodigy at Kanglan Academy, she realized that if she were placed in Jinghang Academy, she might barely count as the lowest-ranking student. Su Yun blinked, rubbing his tiny chin with his claw. Does that mean I'll have new companions?" Far from being resistant to the idea of training other Pokémon, he seemed genuinely excited. His mind was already racing with possibilities. What kind of Pokémon would An Zhixin capture to be his playmate? While Su Yun was lost in these pleasant musings, Zhang Xing suddenly locked his gaze onto him. Those piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing straight through him. Zhang Xing shifted his focus back to An Zhixin, his voice steady and resolute. "An Zhixin, your Charmeleon is extraordinary. I need to set an additional goal for you. Over the next month, you must attempt to evolve your Charmeleon into a Charizard. I know this might sound challenging, but as the inheritor of the Viridian Force, I believe this is something you can accomplish." Su Yun shivered all over, as though all his secrets had been laid bare. He quickly hid behind An Zhixin, clutching her leg tightly with his small claws, warily eyeing Zhang Xing inwardly. He thought, this guy is no ordinary person. And Zhixin glanced at Zhang Xing in surprise, clearly not expecting such a sudden request. However, she didn't hesitate and nodded decisively. "All right, I'll do my best." She mentally calculated that Su Yun was already at level 26, just a step away from level 27. Reaching level 36 and evolving into a Charizard within a month would be difficult, but not impossible. Besides, Su Yun had always leveled up much faster than other Pokémon. Good. If there's nothing else, we'll leave it at that, Zhang Xing said with a satisfied nod. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to them. "This is my contact information. If you encounter any difficulties during this time, feel free to reach out to me. They'll check your progress in a month." With that, he turned and left with Wen Guanchen. At that moment, Zhou Tianjing suddenly stepped forward, his eyes burning as he stared at An Zhixin. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "An Zhixin, 1 month from now, let's have another match. My shiny Gyarados won't lose to you again." His face was full of determination, and without waiting for her response, he turned and strode away. "That guy is so full of himself," Su Yun scoffed, crossing his tiny arms over his chest. "I haven't even evolved yet, and I still beat you. After I evolve, beating you will be a piece of cake. You'll never get the upper hand, not in this lifetime." And Zhixin quietly watched Zhou Tiansheng's departing figure, unbothered by his challenge. Her thoughts had already shifted to a more pressing matter: capturing 2 more Pokémon. Where could she find suitable ones? The Academy's breeding center? She shook her head lightly. The Pokémon there had long been picked over, leaving behind only the unfit and undesirable, which didn't meet her requirements. "Zhixin, congratulations on successfully earning a spot at Jinghang Academy." The voice of her homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, came at just the right moment, as An Zhixin was fretting over the mentor's request for a second spirit. He walked over to her side at a measured pace. "I overheard the mentor's requirements for you just now. Judging by the worried look on your face, you're struggling to find a second spirit, aren't you? Well, I happen to have a pretty good recommendation. Want to hear it? An Zhixin's eyes lit up. What recommendation? Wang Deming gave a mysterious smile. Ren Shui's abandoned Vaporeon. 10 minutes later, in the Academy's infirmary, a cheerful cry of "Va!" broke the silence. The moment Vaporeon saw An Zhixin, it dashed toward her like an arrow, affectionately rubbing its head against her leg. Su Yun, standing nearby, rolled his eyes at the scene. Hey, keep it low-key. That's my trainer, mine, not yours. Watching his trainer being monopolized by Vaporeon, Su Yun looked like a bystander left out in the cold. And Zhixin, however, didn't seem to mind. She gently stroked Vaporeon's head and said, Vaporeon, you've recovered quite well these past few days, haven't you? Her evergreen power had already sensed that the hidden ailments in Vaporeon's body had completely healed. Va, Vaporeon chirped happily, as if expressing its gratitude to An Zhixin. Raising her head, An Zhixin looked at Wang Deming with a slight frown. Teacher, are you certain this Vaporeon really contains energy from 18 different attributes? On their way here, Wang Deming had briefly introduced Vaporeon's situation, and the revelation had left her in disbelief. Absolutely. Wang Deming promptly handed her a detailed report. After reviewing the report, An Zhixin fell into deep thought before finally speaking. So, is there anything particularly special about this Vaporeon? As of now, it appears to be no different from an ordinary Vaporeon, Wang Deming replied, shaking his head, before shifting the tone of the conversation. However, Jinghang Academy has experts who specialize in studying multiform evolutions. While rare, evolutions with multiple forms do exist. The Academy even houses one that has 5 forms and contains energy from 5 different attributes. Although the number of attributes is fewer than this Vaporeon's, the energy density far surpasses it. He continued, since this Vaporeon has other attribute energies within it, there's a possibility it could evolve into a multiform evolution in the future. Multiform evolutions, in terms of both power and rarity, can rival pseudo-legendary spirits. When you go to Jinghang Academy in a month, you could consult the specialist mentor there. They might be able to unlock Vaporeon's latent potential. Does Jinghang Academy have researchers studying multiform EV? And Zhixin asked in astonishment, her eyes widening slightly. This was completely new information to her. Her gaze shifted back to the Vaporeon, which was cautiously hiding behind Wang Deming, peeking out with just half its head visible. If what Mr. Wang said was true, then judging by the current state of this Vaporeon, it indeed had the potential to evolve into a multiform EV, possibly even more so than most regular EVs. The strength and potential of a multiform EV needed no further explanation. And Zhixin quickly imagined the possibilities in her Minda Pokémon capable of switching forms and types freely during battle would be nearly invincible. How could it possibly be weak? She bit her lower lip lightly, considering a more conservative possibility. Even if this Vaporeon couldn't evolve into a multiform EV, its potential for growth was still impressive in her eyes. After all, Vaporeon was a Pokémon on par with the starter trio. Moreover, she was currently in dire need of a capable Pokémon. Even an ordinary Vaporeon would be an excellent choice for her. With that thought, An Zhixin lifted her head and looked at Wang Deming with a resolute expression. Mr. Wang, I'm willing to take this Vaporeon. Huh? That doesn't make sense. How can it have energy from all 18 types? Su Yun muttered as he stared intently at the Vaporeon, his brows furrowing. He had overheard the conversation between An Zhixin and Wang Deming, which only deepened his suspicions about the Vaporeon's identity. During his earlier battle with the Vaporeon, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about it. So, the question remained, where did the other type energies in its body come from? This little guy? Could it have stolen Arceus plates? A wild thought suddenly popped into Su Yun's mind. If there was anything in this world tied to all 18 types, it would undoubtedly be the plates of Arceus, the creator deity. But that doesn't make sense. If it had the plates, how could it be this weak? Su Yun quickly dismissed his own theory, scratching his head in frustration as he struggled to figure it out. At that moment, the Vaporeon noticed his gaze and trembled slightly, asking timidly, "Why are you staring at me like that? You're not thinking about burning me again, are you?" It vividly remembered how Su Yun had tried to burn it the last time they met. Su Yun scoffed, rolling his eyes. TCH, as if I have time for that. But his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he stared at the Vaporeon like it was a treasure. Suddenly, he changed his tone. However, I am very interested in the secret you're hiding. Tell me, where did the other type energies in your body come from? The Vaporeon flinched at Su Yun's sudden interrogation, quickly retreating behind An Zhixin's legs and stammering. What energy? You don't know what you're talking about. Su Yun sneered. Don't know? That's easy to fix. Come here, let your big brother Su check you out. He extended a claw, his eyes gleaming with a probing curiosity. The secret of this Vaporeon might be hidden somewhere on its body. No, stay away. The Vaporeon cried out in fear, backing away quickly. You don't get a choice. Su Yun grabbed the Vaporeon in one swift motion. Ah! The Vaporeon let out a terrified wail. Charmeleon, stop bullying Vaporeon. Thud. Just as Su Yun was prying open the Vaporeon's mouth, a light punch landed on his head. He instinctively looked up to see An Zhixin glaring at him angrily, her eyes flashing a warning. Who's bullying it? I was just helping it with a little checkup, Su Yun muttered, his face flushing with embarrassment as he tried to defend himself. Still, he reluctantly withdrew his claw from the Vaporeon, clearly caught in the act. Xiao Xi, Xiao Xi, Xiao Xi. The Vaporeon let out a series of urgent cries as it dashed behind An Zhixin, clutching tightly onto her leg with its small paws, while continuing to call out, as if it were complaining. Su Yun's face darkened instantly. This Vaporeon had no qualms about tattling on him to An Zhixin. Seeing this, An Zhixin immediately crouched down, gently stroking the smooth, blue head of Vaporeon with a soft tone. I'm sorry, Vaporeon. My Charmeleon must have scared you earlier. But please don't be afraid. He might be a little unruly sometimes, but he's kind at heart. I believe once you spend more time together, you'll grow to like him. Xiao Xi, Vaporeon let out a contented sound, clearly enjoying An Zhixin's touch, though its eyes revealed a look of disagreement. In its mind, it thought, no matter how much time passes, even if it's a lifetime, it will never like a Pokémon that constantly thinks about burning it. Never. Once Vaporeon had calmed down, An Zhixin looked directly into its eyes and asked sincerely, Vaporeon, would you like to become my partner and fight alongside me from now on? Without a second thought, Vaporeon nodded its small head vigorously like a bobblehead. It had been waiting for this day. An Zhixin was the kindest human it had ever met, and it couldn't wait to become her Pokémon. That's wonderful. Thank you for trusting me, Vaporeon. Please take care of me from now on. An Zhixin's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes curving into crescents. She then turned to Su Yun with a serious expression. Charmeleon, from today onward, Vaporeon is your teammate. You're not allowed to bully it anymore, got it? Hee hee, no way, I always treat my teammates with absolute loyalty, Su Yun said, grinning while scratching the back of his head, putting on an innocent look. An Zhixin turned back to Vaporeon and gently reminded it. Vaporeon, you need to get along well with Charmeleon too, okay? Xiao Xi, Vaporeon nodded firmly, but couldn't help sneaking a glance at Su Yun. In its heart, it thought, as long as Su Yun doesn't try to burn me, I'll definitely get along with him. Alright, now why don't you two shake hands and let bygones be bygones? An Zhixin nudged Vaporeon gently and winked at Su Yun. Fine, fine, you're the trainer, so I'll listen to you, Su Yun said with a shrug as he walked over to Vaporeon and extended his small claw. After a brief hesitation, Vaporeon also reached out its blue paw. The two Pokémon shook hands in midair, officially making peace. Seeing this, An Zhixin laughed happily. That's the spirit. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Su Yun's mind. Ding. Detected a teammate Pokémon eligible for binding. Would you like to bind it now? Friendly reminder. Binding grants additional light orb rewards. Additional light orb rewards. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't fully understand what it meant, additional rewards could only be a good thing. Bind, he responded decisively in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the teammate Pokémon Vaporeon. Battles, training, and strength improvements by the bound Pokémon will generate additional light orb rewards for you. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Yun's eyes widened. Wait, so it's like having someone work for me for free, and I don't even have to pay them. This meant that even if he did nothing, he'd still earn light orbs. Vaporeon was practically a light orb generator for him. The next moment, a cascade of system notifications flooded his vision like a waterfall. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Water Attribute Energy 100. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Water Attribute Essence 50. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Battle Experience 200. It turned out he was absolutely right. As Su Yun's view filled with an array of dazzling system notifications, his heart swelled with indescribable joy. Looking at the numerous glowing orbs appearing before him, Su Yun's breath caught, and a flash of uncontrollable astonishment flickered in his eyes. Hiss! So many light orbs? This Vaporeon is practically my walking treasure vault. His eyes lit up instantly, and the flame on his tail danced with excitement, leaping nearly a foot high. The orbs brought by Vaporeon were far more powerful than anything he had painstakingly collected himself. They not only contained elemental energy and essences, but even battle experience and base stats. A full 200 points of battle experience and 5 points of blank base stats. This was beyond thrilling. And as for the blank base stats, this was his first time encountering them. According to the system's explanation, blank base stats were points that could be allocated freely whether to special attack or speed. It was entirely up to him. As a Pokémon destined to scorch the heavens, Su Yun didn't hesitate to max out his special attack. System, allocate the points to special attack. Ding. Congratulations, you have used 5 blank base stat points. Your special attack base stat has increased to 110. In an instant, Su Yun felt a surge of energy flood his entire body. The flames within him seemed to ignite, and the boost to his special attack made him tremble slightly, his blood boiling with excitement. The 200 points of battle experience were also enough to level him up. With fortune coming in pairs, Su Yun didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly used the remaining 200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have used 200 battle experience points. Your level has increased to 27. The exhilaration of leveling up coursed through him like an electric current, making Su Yun shudder with delight as a wave of comfort spread throughout his body. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened his information panel and stared intently at the lines of updated data, his heart brimming with joy and satisfaction. Name Su Yun. Species Charmeleon. Base stats 465. HP 7012. Attack 662. Defense 602. Special attack 11,030. Special defense 683. Speed 9,111. Gender male. Level 27 Rising Star. Type Fire. Ability Sacred Dragon Mode. When HP falls below 12, enter Sacred Dragon state, temporarily gaining Dragon type and increasing Fire type power boost to 250. Held item Charcoal. Outstanding skills Scratch Proficient, Growl Proficient, Ember Mastered, Smokescreen Proficient, Dragon Pulse Expert, Dragon Breath Proficient, Flamethrower Mastered, Fire Fong Mastered, / Proficient. Elemental Energy Water 380, Grass 80, Ground 100, Flying 150, Fire 80, Electric 30, Dragon 80. Elemental Essence Water 220, Grass 20, Ground 60, Bug 60, Poison 40, Dragon 60, Flying 50, Electric 15. Elemental Power Boost Fire 200, Dragon 150. Elemental Damage Reduction, Flying 50. Evolution Energy 10. Special Bloodlines Reshiram Bloodline 15, Rayquaza Bloodline 15. Special Title Sky Sovereign. Just by bonding with Vaporeon, such a dramatic transformation had occurred, filling Su Yun with a deep sense of satisfaction and joy. Vaporeon, you're truly my great companion. A future orb-producing machine, I must treat you well. Su Yun chuckled softly as he looked at Vaporeon, his gaze growing more complex, filled with admiration yet tinged with a hint of unspoken plans. Vaporeon, sensing the change in its master's eyes, cautiously took a step back, as if aware of the subtle shift in his intentions. When someone suddenly shows you kindness, they're either up to no good or have ulterior motives. Su Yun's sudden change in attitude was so drastic that it completely caught it off guard, leaving it a bit uneasy. Deep down, an unshakable fear lingered, making it feel as though Su Yun was hiding some kind of sinister plan. It watched warily and suddenly noticed something unusual. The Charmeleon's strength had increased again. At that moment, An Zhixin, standing nearby, keenly sensed the change in Su Yun's energy fluctuations. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she was witnessing. Su Yun was simply standing there, motionless, yet he had somehow managed to level up. The phenomenon was utterly baffling. Her mind raced. Could it be that Su Yun not only leveled up through breathing, but could also level up without even breathing? An Zhixin's lips parted slightly in astonishment, momentarily lost in thought. Zhixin, if everything's fine, why don't you take the Vaporeon to the breeding house and register its information now? Wang Deming's voice abruptly interrupted her train of thought. This Vaporeon may have been abandoned by Renua and is now an unclaimed Pokémon, but if it's not registered, Renua, as its first trainer, still has the right to reclaim it. And Zhixin snapped back to reality and nodded. All right, I'll head there now. She gently picked up the Vaporeon, gesturing for Su Yun to follow her, and turned to leave. She was already familiar with the process, as Su Yun's initial Pokémon registration had been done at the breeding house's machines. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Azure City, Renua was clinging tightly to her father's arm, whining. Daddy, I want to study at Jinghang Academy too. Please help me, she pleaded in a sugary tone. The middle-aged man was none other than her father, Ren Bufan. Ever since her loss to An Zhixin in the freshman competition, which cost her the chance to showcase her abilities to Jinghang Academy mentor Zhang Xing, Renua had been harboring resentment. She firmly believed her skills were on par with An Zhixin and Zhou Tianzheng. She just hadn't been as lucky. Since both of them had been chosen by Zhang Xing and granted admission to Jinghang Academy, she felt she deserved the same opportunity. Ren Bufan looked at his pampered daughter and felt a headache coming on. You're always causing me trouble. Can't you let me have a moment's peace? Jinghang Academy is one of the nation's top 4 elite schools. It's not somewhere you can just waltz into. Although the Ren family held some influence in Azure City, they were insignificant compared to the towering prestige of Jinghang Academy. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere else but Jinghang Academy. Renua stubbornly turned her head away, throwing a tantrum like she always did. You. Ren Bufan's forehead veins bulged in frustration, but he couldn't bring himself to scold her harshly. In the end, he let out a resigned sigh and capitulated. Fine, I know someone at Jinghang Academy. They'll see what I can do. Years ago, he had sponsored a student who, through talent and hard work, had successfully entered Jinghang Academy and was now doing exceptionally well there. Rin Bufon wasn't sure if that person would be willing to help, but for his daughter's sake, he took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and stared at the long and used number. Finally, he mustered the courage and made the call. In the Academy's breeding house, An Zhixin had just completed the registration process for her Vaporeon, her face radiating undisguised joy. She knelt down and gently stroked Vaporeon's sleek fur. Vaporeon, from today onward, we're family, she said, her voice brimming with delight. At this moment, Vaporeon officially gained a legal identity. Even if Rin Shui discovered it later, she would no longer be able to take it away. Vaporeon let out a cheerful cry, squinting its eyes in contentment as it enjoyed An Zhixin's touch. Compared to Rin Shui, this new trainer in front of it brought an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth. And Charmeleon, you are my closest companions too, An Zhixin said, shifting her gaze to Su Yun, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Without warning, her hands reached for his cheeks. Sensing the impending danger, Su Yun instinctively flinched, trying to avoid the incoming assault. But An Zhixin was quicker. Her fingers had already pinched his cheeks and were skillfully kneading them, instantly turning the once majestic Charmeleon into an adorable baby dragon. Vaporeon watched from the side, laughing gleefully as it realized that the menacing dragon, who always bullied it, also had such a cute side. How humiliating me dignity as a dragon, Su Yun thought, almost in tears. He had hoped to establish a more authoritative image in front of Vaporeon, but now it was completely shattered. By evening, An Zhixin brought Vaporeon back to her residence. Tata, this is your new home. Do you like it? She asked with a smile. Vaporeon looked around the modest but tidy room. Although it couldn't compare to the opulence of Rin Shui's home, this place gave it an unmatched sense of safety and warmth. It chirped happily, expressing its joy. You and Charmeleon can rest on the sofa for now. I'll go prepare some food, An Zhixin said before heading to the kitchen. She had used her prize money to buy premium Family Size energy cubes. Though more expensive than the portable ones, they tasted much better. Now that she had the funds, she was determined to treat her Pokémon well. As soon as An Zhixin left, Su Yun turned to Vaporeon with a meaningful smile. He was still deeply curious about the secrets hidden within Vaporeon and wanted to uncover them. You better not bully me, Vaporeon said, shrinking its neck and mustering the courage to speak. We're family, we're partners. If you dare bully me, I'll tell the trainer. Despite its words, Vaporeon still harbored a fear of Su Yun, not just because of its previous defeat, but also because of the intimidating aura he exuded that instinctively unsettled it. The innate suppression rooted deep in its genes and bloodline made it instinctively want to bow at Su Yun's feet. Vaporeon's body trembled slightly as it lowered its head out of instinct. Absolutely not. You're my closest companion, my brother-in-arms now. Su Yun waved his hand decisively, his gaze firm and voice resolute. I just want to ask you something. No lying, okay? Hearing this, Vaporeon's tense body gradually relaxed, and the vigilance in its eyes softened. It cautiously edged closer to Su Yun, each step tentative, until it finally lay down beside him. Its moist eyes still held a trace of wariness. Su Yun carefully examined Vaporeon, his gaze sweeping from its azure fur to the tip of its tail. After confirming there were no visible abnormalities, he got straight to the point. Did you know that you possess 18 different elemental attributes within you? Huh. Vaporeon jerked its head up, confusion written all over its face. Unlike Su Yun, it couldn't fully understand human language, only grasping bits and pieces of what An Zhixin said. It had no comprehension of the conversations in the infirmary involving Wang Deming and the others. I'm talking about energy like the flames on me or the water flowing through you, Su Yun explained patiently, gesturing with his fingers. Normally, a Pokémon would only have 1 or 2 types of energy within them, but your body has been detected to carry all 18. Vaporeon's jaw dropped in shock as it glanced down at its tiny belly, as if it could see the energy inside through its skin. I have that many types of energy in me, but I never knew that. Its innocent, wide eyes blinked as it looked both worried and scared. Will I die because of this? It instinctively touched its belly, as if worried that the energy might cause it to explode. You won't. In fact, you'll become stronger because of it, Su Yun quickly reassured, his tone full of certainty. Vaporeon's eyes lit up immediately, shining like 2 tiny stars. Really? Will I be stronger than you? Su Yun chuckled and mercilessly burst its bubble. In your dreams. There's no way you could ever surpass me in this lifetime. Vaporeon's hopeful gaze dimmed, a trace of disappointment flashing across its face. But curiosity quickly replaced its dejection. Tilting its head, it asked, Then, Brother Dragon, why are you so strong? Is it because you also have a lot of elemental energy in you? To Vaporeon, Su Yun's strength was almost absurd. If not for the times it had been intimidated by him, it might have even idolized him. Faced with this question, Su Yun cleared his throat and adopted an air of mystery. Slowly, he said, Because I have a cheat code. Vaporeon looked utterly baffled, its expression practically sprouting 3 question marks above its head. Energy cubes are ready. Charmeleon, Vaporeon, come and try these out. And Zhixin's voice rang out at just the right moment as she walked in, carrying 2 plates of beautifully prepared energy cubes. Wow! The instant Vaporeon caught the aroma, it leapt up like a streak of blue lightning and darted to An Zhixin's side, eagerly burying its face into the food. Back at Rensua's place, it had eaten energy cubes, but Renshue never considered its preferences, let alone handcrafting such exquisite cubes. Those had tasted average at best, nowhere near the aromatic delicacies An Zhixin had painstakingly prepared. You little rascal, you're faster than me, Su Yun remarked with a sigh before eagerly joining in. After just one bite, his eyes lit up with excitement. This flavor's hands down the best energy cube I've ever had in my life. Me too, me too. Vaporeon chimed in, its cheeks puffed up like a little balloon, its mouth stuffed full but still trying to express its agreement. Seeing the 2 Pokémon enjoying themselves so much, An Zhixin's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her heart filled with warmth and satisfaction. After dinner, An Zhixin brought out the little nest she had previously made for Su Yun. The edges of the nest were adorned with a fiery red tail, designed to mimic the features of Su Yun, the Charmeleon. Vaporeon, how about sleeping here tonight? An Zhixin said softly, pointing to the little nest with a gentle tone. Vaporeon tilted its head, its gaze shifting back and forth between the nest and Su Yun, hesitation evident in its eyes. This was clearly a sleeping spot tailor-made for Su Yun. Would it be inappropriate to take it over? What if this fire-type Pokémon got annoyed and decided to retaliate with a burst of flames? Su Yun seemed to notice Vaporeon's concerns. Raising its head, it waved a claw in a magnanimous manner. Go ahead and sleep there. Don't worry about me. Your dragon bro has always treated companions with utmost generosity, nothing but the best. Hearing this, the naive Vaporeon's eyes lit up, a warm feeling welling up inside. Su Yun was actually willing to give up its own sleeping spot for it. This act of kindness deeply touched Vaporeon. Dragon bro, how about we share the nest and sleep together? Vaporeon shyly suggested, its tail swaying lightly. The nest looks big enough for both of us. Su Yun, however, casually shook its head. No need, it'll be fine anywhere. With that, it leapt effortlessly onto An Zhixin's bed and settled into a comfortable spot. Vaporeon's eyes widened in shock. A Pokémon could share a bed with its trainer? It thought back to Renshue's strict demeanor. If it dared to do such a thing, it would have been kicked off the bed in no time. Judging by Su Yun's nonchalant behavior, this was clearly a routine occurrence. Va 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 va, Vaporeon let out a series of urgent cries, trotting over to An Zhixin's side. It looked up at her expectantly, its tail wagging non-stop, clearly expressing its desire. An Zhixin noticed Vaporeon's eager gaze, and her expression turned a bit peculiar. Do you also want to sleep with me, like Charmeleon? She asked softly, wondering why her Pokémon seemed so fond of sharing her bed. Was it something about her that attracted them, or were they simply drawn to the unique verdant force she possessed? Without delving too deeply into the thought, An Zhixin reached out and gently patted Vaporeon's head. All right, but no running around at night, okay? Va! Vaporeon cheered, clumsily climbing onto the bed. It sprawled out beside Su Yun, looking utterly content. Although An Zhixin's bed wasn't particularly large, it was more than spacious enough to accommodate her and the 2 small-sized Pokémon. In fact, she found that sleeping this way helped strengthen their bond, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. Watching Vaporeon's happy expression, An Zhixin couldn't help but smile. She then climbed into bed as well. However, instead of resting right away, she pulled out her phone and began browsing the Adventurer Forum of Azure City. Zhang Xing had given her clear instructions she needed to have at least 3 Pokémon before reporting in. Now that she had Su Yun and Vaporeon, she still needed to capture 1 more to meet the requirement. The Adventurers Forum in Azure City is a unique hub for Pokémon intelligence, where adventurers gather daily to share updates about the latest sightings of wild Pokémon. It has essentially become a real-time, evolving guide to the Pokémon distribution in Azure City. Any trainer looking to catch a specific Pokémon would naturally visit this forum first. At this moment, An Zhixin was deeply engrossed in browsing the forum's content when a pinned post caught her attention. Breaking. Wild Gardevoir spotted in Azure Forest. A wild Gardevoir in Azure Forest. An Zhixin's eyes widened. Gardevoir, a Pokémon that combines fairy and psychic types, is renowned for its serene and graceful demeanor, often likened to the girl next door. Male trainers affectionately refer to it as wife Pokémon. Although she didn't agree with the nickname, as a trainer, An Zhixin was well aware of Gardevoir's incredible strength. Psychic and fairy-type Pokémon are both rare and powerful, and Gardevoir's ability to Mega-Evolve makes it even more formidable, capable of rivaling pseudo-legendaries and even some legendary Pokémon. If I could make Gardevoir my 3rd Pokémon. An Zhixin's heartbeat quickened as she quickly clicked on the post. The first thing she saw was a clear photo taken in the wild. On a grassy field stood a snow-white Ralts pre-evolution of Gardevoir calmly gazing ahead. An Zhixin immediately recognized the background of the photo. Having trained in Azure Forest for over a week, She was thoroughly familiar with its terrain. There was no doubt this was indeed Azure Forest. As she was about to search for more specific location details, a slew of embarrassing and inappropriate replies appeared before her. Some users were eagerly asking for the location to carry on the lineage. Others were excitedly discussing raising their wife Pokémon. And a few were fantasizing about having Ralts, Curlia, and Gardevoir as their three-tiered wives. Feeling both puzzled and uncomfortable, An Zhixin quickly skimmed past these replies. At last, she found the crucial information in the original poster's response. The wild Ralts had been spotted in the 5th zone of Azure Forest, accompanied by a Gardevoir as its guardian. The 5th zone was none other than the core area of the forest, divided using a grid system. The Azure Forest, Area 5. An Zhixin softly repeated the name, her willow leaf brows knitting slightly. That was the core region of the Azure Forest, home to a variety of powerful wild Pokémon with extraordinary strength. Even her Charmeleon would struggle to handle the dangers lurking there. As a native of Azure City, An Zhixin was well aware of the peril that Area 5 posed. It was no place for a novice trainer like her to venture into. However, if she didn't go, she wouldn't be able to capture a Ralts. How else could she find her third Pokémon? She sighed softly, weighing the pros and cons for a brief moment before making up her mind. Though it was dangerous, the thought of catching a Ralts made all other difficulties seem insignificant. To minimize the risks, she decided to prepare thoroughly. A glimmer of determination appeared in her eyes as she murmured, with proper preparation, I can reduce the risks to the minimum. Charmeleon, Vaporeon, tomorrow we're heading to the Azure Forest to find our third companion, she said, turning to inform Su Yun and Vaporeon of her plan. Vaporeon blinked and perked up its ears, clearly thrilled at the prospect of an adventure in the wild. It was its first outing, and it couldn't hide its excitement. Su Yun's eyes flickered with a hint of light before dimming again. Its tail swayed gently as it muttered to itself, the third Pokémon. Huh? I wonder which one An Zhixin will choose to catch. From her tone, it seemed she had already made up her mind, which only fueled Su Yun's curiosity. Perfect timing. It's been a while since I've checked on my little brothers. I can visit them along the way, it thought to itself as it stretched lazily. It would be a busy day tomorrow, so getting a good rest tonight was a must. In a cabin on the outskirts of town. Boss, the post is gaining traction. The fish are biting. A young man with a sharp nose and a thin face exclaimed excitedly in front of a computer. His name was Maho, a professional Pokémon hunter. Good, that's exactly what we want. The more people we attract, the easier it will be for us to act, a middle-aged man remarked as he approached, a sinister grin curling his lips. His name was Lone Wolf, another professional Pokémon hunter and Maho's partner. Their team had one more member, known as Xiangma. All three went by code names, not their real names. That Ralts post was our doing, Lone Wolf said coldly. Not long ago, we were near Area 5 of the Azure Forest searching for rare Pokémon to capture and sell. We stumbled upon a Gardevoir with a group of Ralts feeding. To our surprise, one of the Ralts was a shiny. As Pokémon hunters, we know better than anyone the value of a shiny Pokémon, especially a Ralts, which is so popular. Unfortunately, we were careless and alerted the Gardevoir, missing our chance, Maho added. Not only did we fail to catch the shiny Ralts, but we also ended up scaring the entire group away. That Gardevoir led the Ralts into Area 5 of the Azure Forest, Lone Wolf said with a cold snort, his eyes flashing with malice. It's a place swarming with powerful wild Pokémon, so even we wouldn't dare venture too deep. Maho nodded slightly. But it doesn't matter. The post is up, and plenty of hunters are already eager to act. It seems our target is drawing a lot of attention. Lone Wolf's grin widened into a cruel smile. Perfect. This way, we can take advantage of the chaos and make a tidy profit. Moreover, they were unprepared at the time and had to retreat hastily. However, they managed to successfully attach a tracker to the shiny Ralts. The tracker indicated that the target was located in the core area of Zone 5. This area is too dangerous. We can't venture in recklessly, Lone Wolf muttered, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. How about we post online and spread the word about the regular Ralts? His plan was simple. Use unsuspecting trainers as cannon fodder to draw the attention of the wild Pokémon. Meanwhile, their team could sneak into the core area and capture the shiny Ralts directly. Won't someone else get to it first? Monkey asked anxiously. Humph, Rogue sneered. With the tracker in our hands, who could find it faster than us? Besides, we only released information about regular Ralts. No one else knows there's a shiny one there. A Gardevoir, several Ralts, and one of them is shiny. Monkey counted on his fingers, grinning from ear to ear. If we pull this off, we'll be set for life. Don't get ahead of yourself, Lone Wolf interrupted. Save the celebration for when we actually capture that shiny Ralts. We'll move out early tomorrow morning. It's time to close the net. The next morning, An Zhixin woke up early and made sure to drag the sleepy Su Yun and Vaporeon out of bed as well. While eating breakfast, she continued browsing through yesterday's posts, hoping to gather more information about Ralts. Noticing her actions, Su Yun perked up when he learned the target was Ralts. Ralts is great, he exclaimed excitedly. When it grows up, it can be a perfect wife. As the pre-evolved form of the wife Pokémon, Ralts was just as appealing to him as any white-haired beauty. Especially now that he had turned into a Pokémon himself, his preferences leaned even more towards the wife Pokémon. If An Zhixin managed to catch one, his life would undoubtedly be delightful. I'm done eating. Su Yun quickly finished his meal and urged impatiently. Let's head to the Azure Forest to catch some Pokémon. Of course, he silently reminded himself to carefully help An Zhixin screen their catch to ensure it was a female Ralts. After all, the group included plenty of males adept at disguising themselves. The last thing he wanted was for some seemingly pure Gardevoir to one day shout at him, "Brother Long, come spar with me." Just imagining that scenario was enough to make him shudder. On the other side, in front of a private mansion, Zhang Xing stood outside the iron gate, his eyes scrutinizing the grand structure. The phone call from last night still echoed in his Ursa Rising Star from the prestigious Jinghang Academy had actually requested him to make an exception for a girl named Renua. As a mentor at Jinghang Academy, Zhang Xing was well aware of the academy's strict selection process. Let talent speak for itself had always been an unyielding rule. Yet, in a society built on connections, even the strictest rules could sometimes be bent. Still, for Zhang Xing, principles were principles. However, it was hard to turn down a favor from such a prominent talent. After some discussion, they reached a compromise that satisfied both sides. Renua would be given a chance to showcase her abilities. If she performed well, she could earn her place at Jinghang Academy openly and fairly. This way, the talented student's request was honored without breaking the academy's rules. "Professor Zhang, please come in." Ren Bufan greeted him warmly, welcoming him into the villa. In the living room, Renua had been waiting anxiously. Learning that she might have a chance to enter Jinghang Academy had left her too excited to sleep the night before. Zhang Xing carefully observed the girl in front of him. "You're Renua." "Yes," Renua replied humbly with a nod. "How did you perform in the freshman competition?" Zhang Xing already knew she was a student at Kanglin Academy, which was why the talented student had approached him in the first place. Renua lowered her head, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "I was eliminated in the second round. Didn't even make it to the top 8. Zhang Xing frowned, his tone filled with disappointment. "I was just unlucky," Renua hastily explained. "I went up against An Zhixin and her Charizard." "Oh, that explains it," Zhang Xing said, understanding dawning on his face. "Indeed, you wouldn't stand a chance against An Zhixin." The remark stung Renua's pride. She clenched her fists, holding back her frustration. An Zhixin's strength only comes from her Charizard. Without it, she would have lost. "I'm not inferior to her." "Oh," Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow. "Do you also possess Viridian power?" Renua shook her head. Zhang Xing let out a dismissive chuckle. "Then what makes you think you're stronger than An Zhixin? Not only does she have a powerful Charizard, but her command skills are exceptional, and she wields the Viridian power." Renua opened her mouth to respond, but couldn't find the words to argue back. She had never felt so stifled before. After learning about the situation, Zhang Xing had already formed an opinion about Renua in his mind. This person really didn't seem up to the mark. He interrupted Renua's explanation with a blank expression. "Enough. Let's proceed directly to a strength evaluation. Use your starter Pokémon to spar with me, and it'll determine whether you're qualified to enter Jinghang Academy based on your performance." "What?" Renua froze in place, her wide eyes filled with panic. She was in an extremely awkward position ever since her defeat on the day An Zhixin was injured. She had abandoned her Vaporeon. Even the Squirtle she had treated like a servant had been forcibly taken back by the academy. At the moment, she didn't have a single usable Pokémon. Although she had already asked her father for help in getting a new one, there was no progress yet. "What else would you suggest?" Zhang Xing shot her a slightly mocking glance. After all, the reason he had come to Renua's house today was precisely for this matter. Standing frozen in place, Renua clenched her fists nervously, unable to say a word. She had no idea how to explain herself. She couldn't possibly tell Zhang Xing that she had discarded her starter Pokémon, right? If she did, she could kiss her chances of entering Jinghang Academy goodbye. At that moment, Ren Bufan, who had been observing quietly from the side, stepped in to smooth things over. "Instructor Zhang, raced the situation. Renua's starter Pokémon was incompatible with her personality, and they struggled to get along. To avoid hindering its development, she chose to release it. She's currently looking for a more suitable partner. Could we possibly postpone the sparring session?" "Yes, exactly," Renua quickly echoed. "I was worried that Vaporeon wouldn't reach its full potential with me, so I chose to release it voluntarily." She forced herself to appear calm, trying to make her words sound more convincing. Zhang Xing frowned in thought. While releasing Pokémon wasn't uncommon among trainers, it was highly unusual for a rookie trainer to do so. What raised even more suspicion was the nervous expression that Renua couldn't fully hide. It didn't look like someone who had simply released a Pokémon, but rather someone who had abandoned their partner. "This Renua has issues. I need to investigate further," he noted silently. If it turned out she had indeed abandoned her Pokémon, there was no way Jinghang Academy would accept someone like her. Outwardly, Zhang Xing maintained a polite smile. All right then, he'll come back in a few days. After sending Zhang Xing off, Rin Bufan turned to his daughter with a stern expression. From now on, you are not allowed to abandon your Pokémon so casually. Do you understand? Got it, Dad, Rin Shui responded, sticking her tongue out playfully and putting on an obedient look. Seeing his daughter's acknowledgement, Rin Bufan's expression finally softened. He'll handle the Pokémon situation. Just be patient for a few more days. I promise he'll find you a stronger Pokémon to ensure you pass Instructor Zhang's test and get into Jinghang Academy. The Azure Forest. An Zhixin, accompanied by Su Yun and Vaporeon, ventured into this mysterious woodland. Along the way, she had carefully packed all the essentials for a wilderness expedition: antidotes, awakening medicine, insect repellent sprays, and more, all neatly stored in her backpack, making it particularly well-stocked. The 500,000 yuan prize money from the freshman tournament had certainly saved her a lot of trouble, allowing her to prepare with ease. Charmeleon, want to go check on your little buddies? She said with a slight smile, glancing back at Su Yun. They were now not far from where they had previously set up camp for training. There, a group of Croagunk's Su Yun's little companions still resided. Since it was still early, they could definitely pay them a visit and let Su Yun reunite with his friends. Of course, we have to go, Su Yun exclaimed excitedly, quickening his pace as he headed toward the pond. The Croagunks, who had once helped them a great deal during training, held a special place in his heart. Vaporeon followed close behind, curiously observing its surroundings. It was its first time here, and though it didn't quite understand what kind of creatures the Croagunks were, seeing Su Yun so thrilled made it quicken its steps as well. After spending a night together, Vaporeon was no longer as resistant to Su Yun's presence as it had been before. On the contrary, it had started to enjoy being around him. When they arrived at the pond, Su Yun heard the distant sound of frogs croaking. It seemed as though the Croagunks had also heard the familiar sounds, for they promptly leaped out of the pond and bounded towards Su Yun. It's the boss. The boss has come back to see us. The Croagunks cheered excitedly, hopping toward him in a frenzy. Su Yun was quickly surrounded, a warm feeling spreading through his heart as the little creatures crowded around him. Wow, boss, you've evolved? You look way cooler than before. Boss, your aura is so much stronger now, it's like you're a completely different person. Boss is truly the boss, growing so fast. It's only been a short while, and you've already surpassed us. The Croagunks chattered in awe, showering Su Yun with praises. Hearing their admiration, Su Yun felt a sense of pride, but even more, he felt gratitude toward his companions. By the way, boss, you wouldn't believe it. After you left, some guy came and bullied us. He gave us quite a beating. The Croagunk leader suddenly recalled, speaking with indignation. Su Yun furrowed his brows. Zhou Tian and his shiny Gyarados? How dare he bully you guys? What nerve? But don't worry, I've already dealt with that Gyarados. I turned it into a scale-down Gyarados, with scales flying off left and right. As he spoke, he embellished the story of how he had defeated the shiny Gyarados in the tournament. Hearing this, the Croagunks were overjoyed, as if they had been greatly reassured. Did you hear that? I knew the boss would get revenge for us. Boss is so mighty. That shiny Gyarados was nothing but trash in the boss's hands. Boss is amazing. Absolutely unbeatable. The Croagunk's cheers erupted one after another, their admiration for Su Yun seemingly boundless. Su Yun's mood lifted even further. At that moment, Vaporeon finally caught up with them. When the Croagunks saw Vaporeon, they froze for a moment, their gazes fixed on it. Boss, is this your new underling? The Croagunk leader asked curiously. Underling? Call her the boss's partner. The Croagunk leader quickly corrected, having caught a whiff of Vaporeon's aura. I'm not an underling. Charmeleon and I are partners, we're family. Vaporeon interjected. That's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Vaporeon explained. Her face flushed as she glared in embarrassment and anger at the group of blue Toxicroaks surrounding her. Her tail flicked nervously against the ground. The Toxicroak exchanged confused glances before turning their puzzled eyes to Su Yun. Clearing his throat, Su Yun pointed to Vaporeon beside him. This is the second Pokémon I've recently caught as a trainer. It's not what you think. Realization dawned on the Toxicroak as they quickly bowed apologetically to Vaporeon, their blue bodies tilting forward awkwardly. Vaporeon shook her head, choosing not to hold a grudge, but when she turned to Su Yun, her eyes were filled with curiosity. Why do you have so many underlings, and why are they all the same type as me? Su Yun shrugged, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Maybe it's because I'm just that strong? The strong naturally attract the weak to follow them. He suddenly leaned closer, his face near hers, his eyes sparkling mischievously. What about you? Do you want to be one of my underlings too? Vaporeon immediately shook her head vigorously, backing away several steps, her eyes filled with resistance. No way, she thought. If she became Su Yun's underling, wouldn't that mean being at his beck and call? She wasn't about to fall for that. At that moment, An Zhixin emerged from the forest path, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her as she walked. Spotting the familiar group of Toxicroak, she broke into a delighted smile. Quickly removing her backpack, she pulled out a box of neatly arranged poke blocks. The Toxicroak's attention was immediately captured. They abandoned Su Yun and crowded around An Zhixin, their eyes glued to the box in her hands, drool nearly dripping from their mouths. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone, An Zhixin said with a sweet smile, crouching down to distribute the colorful poke blocks one by one to the Toxicroak. Her slender fingers handed out the treats carefully, showing her gratitude for their help in Su Yun's earlier training. TCH. How pathetic, betrayed by a box of poke blocks, Su Yun muttered with disdain, watching his underlings defect in an instant. Despite his complaints, he didn't stop An Zhixin and even nodded inwardly at her generosity. That was until An Zhixin turned to him with a playful smile and winked. By the way, this box of poke blocks is coming out of your stash. Su Yun's face darkened, his expression collapsing instantly. You wicked woman. Using my stuff for your good deeds, this dragon won't stand for it, he cried dramatically, feigning outrage. But before he could unleash his dragon's roar, An Zhixin grabbed his cheeks and began to pinch and knead them with her fingers. Just kidding, she laughed, secretly pondering whether Su Yun looked just as cute when he was angry. As it turned out, she was absolutely right. Vaporeon watched this scene unfold from the side, silently judging. This trainer of hers was definitely not serious. Boss, are you planning to keep training here? The leader of the Toxicroak asked, chewing a poke block contentedly while curiously glancing at Su Yun. The blue pouch on its throat puffed out with each chew. Su Yun shook his head, his gaze drifting deeper into the forest. No, we're heading further in, to catch a wife. The Toxicroak leader froze, its round eyes blinking in confusion. After a brief moment of thought, it concluded that wife must be some kind of female Pokémon. That wasn't its concern. However, there was something it needed to warn Su Yun about. Boss, the forest hasn't been safe lately. You should be careful, the Toxicroak leader said gravely. Just yesterday, I saw humans hunting Pokémon all over the place. Su Yun's expression stiffened, his brows furrowing. Hunting? The Toxicroak leader nodded solemnly. Yeah, I saw them holding some kind of special device. With just one press, it shot out an electric net. Any Pokémon caught in it dropped to the ground instantly, unable to fight back. A chill ran through Su Yun. A device that could shoot an electric net? That wasn't a tool ordinary trainers used to catch Pokémon. No, this sounded like equipment used by Pokémon hunters. He had seen reports about them on TV before, hunters who used high-tech gadgets like electric net launchers to capture Pokémon. Pokémon hunters in Azure Forest? Su Yun's eyes grew sharp as a thought crossed his mind. Could they be here for Ralts? Pokémon hunters often targeted areas with rare Pokémon, capturing and selling them for profit. And Ralts would undoubtedly be a prime target. I have to tell An Zhixin about this and warn her to be cautious. Su Yun's expression turned grave as he realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly turned to An Zhixin, using gestures and a tense gaze to convey his concern. Spirit hunters not only specialize in capturing rare wild Pokémon, but they sometimes even steal them directly from other trainers. Considering his current talent and strength, being targeted by spirit hunters could lead to unimaginable consequences. Spirit hunters? An Zhixin hesitated for a brief moment before speaking, her lips parting slightly as a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She finally understood Su Yun's warning. In a low voice, she said, I didn't expect even spirit hunters to be drawn here. It seems we'll need to be more careful moving forward. She shared Su Yun's concerns, clearly believing the spirit hunters were here for Ralts. However, she also knew she would never abandon her plan to capture Ralts because of these threats. This mission had to continue. After lingering briefly by the pond, An Zhixin led Su Yun and Vaporeon deeper into the forest. They were still a considerable distance from Zone 5, the area where Ralts frequently appeared, and their ultimate destination. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing had returned to Azure Academy. He sought out Renshue's homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, to inquire about her. Upon hearing Zhang Xing's question, Wang Deming immediately responded with anger. That student is unfit to be a trainer. He went on to recount Renshue's misdeeds, including abandoning and abusing her Pokémon. Zhang Xing felt a surge of indignation as he listened, a cold sneer forming on his face. As I suspected, her starter Pokémon wasn't released into the wild, it was outright abandoned. Someone like her dreaming of entering Jinghang Academy? Utterly delusional. Wang Deming's tone softened slightly as he offered a reminder. Instructor Zhang, there's no need to get too worked up. The Squirtle that Renshue mistreated has already been retrieved by the Academy. It's now living safely in the care facility. That's a relief. Zhang Xing's anger subsided somewhat. Then, another thought crossed his mind. What about the Vaporeon? I remember Renshue had abandoned it as well. He asked with a hint of concern in his voice. Wang Deming smiled, his tone tinged with satisfaction. It's doing even better. It's been taken in by An Zhixin. That little one will surely be very happy with her. Oh, An Zhixin took it in. Zhang Xing was visibly surprised, a glimmer of amazement flickering in his eyes. Originally, he had considered contacting a talented individual from the Academy to expose Renshue's wrongdoings and crush her aspirations of entering Jinghang Academy. However, upon learning that Vaporeon had been adopted by An Zhixin, his thoughts shifted. A subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his face as he envisioned a better plan. The idea of a Pokémon abandoned by its trainer ultimately defeating that very person in Battlelite was an exquisite kind of poetic justice. Zhang Xing's gaze grew resolute. He believed that An Zhixin could make it happen. An Zhixin, I trust you. After all, you're the inheritor of the Viridian Force, he murmured to himself before dialing Rin Bufin's number. The opportunity, I've set it up for you. At the same time, it was also to help Shui Yibu, An Zhixin's Vaporeon, overcome its inner demons. Every Pokémon abandoned by its trainer carries scars that are hard to heal, and this pain becomes the greatest obstacle on their path to growth. Only by removing these mental barriers can they fully liberate themselves and unleash their true potential. In a private villa, Rin Shui received a call from Rin Bufan. Upon learning that Zhang Xing had given her a month to prepare and arranged a 3v3 Pokémon battle between her and An Zhixin, Rin Shui's mood soared to its peak. A sly smile tugged at her lips, and a glint of smugness shone in her eyes. Huh. As expected, even Mentor Zhang Xing thinks I'm stronger than An Zhixin. Otherwise, why would he set up this match? She let out a cold chuckle, secretly reveling in her thoughts. An Zhixin, so what if you won first place in the freshman competition? A month from now, you'll still lose to me. Just wait. He'll personally crush you and your little Pokémon beneath my feet. As she imagined the scene of her triumph, she couldn't suppress a sneer, completely dismissing An Zhixin as a worthy opponent. As noon approached, An Zhixin entered Zone 5 with Su Yun and her Vaporeon. The danger level of this area far exceeded her expectations. Shortly after stepping in, they encountered a fierce wild Pokémon, Ariados. This Ariados, at level 25, had a blackened body that seemed to emit a deadly aura. Its fangs trembled slightly in the air, ready to strike at any moment. Its enormous, grotesque spider-like form clung to a web, its sharp gaze fixed on An Zhixin as if it had already marked them as prey. Faced with such a formidable opponent, An Zhixin showed no trace of fear. She quickly turned to Su Yun and Vaporeon beside her. Which one of you will take it on? Su Yun didn't respond immediately, but instead took a couple of steps back. There was a time when he would have stepped up without hesitation, but since forming a bond with Vaporeon, he had gained an ability to earn light spheres without relying on battles. He hadn't had the chance to test this ability until now, and he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away. Vaporeon, noticing this, stuck out its tongue in disdain. Su Yun clearly had more strength than it did, yet he was pushing it to face the Ariados. How irresponsible. This was a moment to prove that with great power comes great responsibility, and running away was simply unacceptable. Su Yun smiled helplessly, understanding Vaporeon's doubts. He explained, what are you looking at? This is your chance to show off your strength. Don't waste it. His tone was earnest, though his expression betrayed no embarrassment. Vaporeon widened its eyes, clearly skeptical. But as it studied Su Yun's sincere demeanor, it began to waver. Since An Zhixin had taken it in, it had never truly demonstrated its power, and now seemed like the perfect opportunity. A thought struck it, an understanding dawned. Really? Vaporeon asked hesitantly, though it had already made up its mind to give it a try. Su Yun's earnestness was undeniable, and besides, this was indeed a chance to prove itself. Su Yun patted his chest, grinning as he reassured, Scout's honor. Vaporeon tilted its head, still a bit uncertain, but in the end, it chose to trust Su Yun. Holding its head high, it strode confidently to stand before An Zhixin, its gaze firm and its spirit unshaken. It stood taller, as if declaring, leave this to me. Seeing her Vaporeon suddenly brimming with determination, An Zhixin couldn't help but smile. All right, I'll leave it to you, she said with a nod, her eyes filled with anticipation and trust. Huh, Vaporeon, are you stepping up? An Zhixin looked at Vaporeon, who had volunteered to come forward, with a hint of surprise on her face. After all, this Ariados was clearly at a higher level than Vaporeon, and Su Yun, being a fire-type Pokémon, would obviously have an advantage against a bug-type. From every angle, Su Yun seemed like the better choice. Vaporeon nodded firmly, its eyes gleaming with confidence. Seeing this, An Zhixin sighed lightly. Since it was so determined, she decided not to argue further. All right then, you, just as she was about to issue a command, Ariados suddenly shot a stream of white silk toward them. Clearly, it intended to entangle and capture them as potential prey. Luckily, both An Zhixin and Vaporeon reacted quickly, dodging Ariados' sneak attack. Su Yun, however, remained motionless, standing like a statue without even blinking. Perhaps Ariados sensed the powerful aura emanating from him and felt threatened, which was why it chose to target An Zhixin and Vaporeon instead. Vaporeon, use water gun. An Zhixin ordered without hesitation, her mind remaining vigilant for Ariados' next move. Vaporeon puffed up its cheeks and unleashed a powerful jet of water that shot straight toward Ariados. However, its aim was slightly off. Ariados nimbly dodged, and the water gun only managed to blast a hole in the intricate web it had spun. This completely enraged Gyarados. It swiftly crawled down from the web, the sharp spikes on its head gleaming coldly as it charged at Vaporeon. This was a signature bug-type move, Poison Sting. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it was still stronger than Vaporeon's water gun. Jump onto that tree to dodge it. An Zhixin quickly pointed to a low tree and issued her command decisively. Hearing her instructions, Vaporeon bent its legs without hesitation and leaped gracefully onto a tree branch, narrowly avoiding Gyarados' Poison Sting attack. Now's your chance. Use water gun again. An Zhixin seized the opportunity and immediately directed Vaporeon to launch another attack. Va! Vaporeon puffed up its cheeks once more and fired another water gun. This time, its aim was much more precise. The powerful stream of water struck Gyarados directly, forcing it to stagger backward under the impact. At that moment, Su Yun, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, suddenly had a glint in his eye as if he had noticed something. Ding! Congratulations! Your bound partner, Vaporeon, has brought you additional orb rewards through Battlebug Energy 10. Ding! Congratulations! Your bound partner, Vaporeon, has brought you additional orb rewards through Battle Poison Energy 10. Ding! Congratulations! Your bound partner, Vaporeon, has brought you additional orb rewards through Battle Experience 20. Vaporeon's battle was actually generating orb rewards for him. Su Yun's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Nice, this is great, he thought to himself with delight. This meant he didn't have to lift a finger. He could just stand quietly on the side and reap the rewards. Vaporeon had become his orb-generating machine. The feeling of effortless gain was so satisfying that he couldn't help but feel addicted to it. Su Yun sat on the ground with his legs crossed, humming a carefree tune. While counting the glowing spheres that Vaporeon had brought back, he kept critiquing its battle performance with exaggerated gestures. That move had the wrong angle. This one lacked power. And this one, well, it was okay, but still just a little worse than what I'd do, Su Yun said, striking an expert pose with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Vaporeon was fuming, its tail bristling with anger. It had given its all during the battle, only to have its efforts dismissed so casually by this guy. Even An Zhixin had praised its performance. As Vaporeon fumed over Su Yun's remarks, its opponent, Gyarados, seized the momentary lapse. With a sudden burst of energy from its 8 legs, Gyarados launched a non-typical move, Sucker Punch, lunging straight at the unsuspecting Vaporeon. Va! Vaporeon snapped back to attention, but it was too late. It turned hastily in an attempt to evade, but the attack was already within a meter of striking. An Zhixin watched in panic, her heart racing as Gyarados' attack closed in. In the nick of time, a fiery red figure darted in front of Vaporeon like a flash of lightning. It was Su Yun. Flames roared around him as he took a bold step forward, intercepting Gyarados' attack heat-in. Trying a sneak attack? Looks like you're underestimating this dragon. Su Yun grinned, unleashing a sharp slash that forced Gyarados to retreat. Without missing a beat, he breathed a torrent of fire, engulfing Gyarados in an instant. The attack left Gyarados charred and motionless on the ground. Su Yun smugly patted the horn on his head and turned to Vaporeon with a confident smile. The great Charmeleon always saves his teammates from danger. Vaporeon stared blankly at the scene, its heartbeat quickening. It had to admit, Su Yun's heroic intervention had been undeniably impressive. But then it remembered the reason it had been in danger in the first place because of his incessant, distracting chatter. At that moment, An Zhixin rushed over to check on Vaporeon. Once she confirmed it was unharmed, she turned to Su Yun with a grateful look. Charmeleon, thanks so much for earlier. If it weren't for you, Vaporeon would have been in real trouble. Su Yun adopted a nonchalant demeanor, mimicking An Zhixin's gesture as he patted Vaporeon on the head. You still have a lot to learn. Vaporeon glared at him, its anger bubbling up again as it noticed his smug expression and the way his tail flicked proudly. Unable to hold back, it lunged forward and bit down hard on his tail. Not there. Su Yun's smugness vanished in an instant. Just now, I saved your life, and this is how you treat your savior? It was you constantly belittling me that distracted me and put me in danger. Let's keep things fair. Let go. Not letting go. Vaporeon stubbornly held onto Su Yun's tail with its teeth, refusing to release it. Su Yun's temper flared instantly. His face hardened as he threatened. If you don't let go, I'll burn you. Fine, I'll let go. Vaporeon's lips twitched as it finally caved in, quickly releasing its bite. With a swift motion, it darted behind An Zhixin, peeking out with only half its face visible and watching Su Yun warily, as if afraid he'd actually use his fire-type moves to roast it. Su Yun, meanwhile, was rubbing his tail with a frown, feeling sorry for himself. The soft scales on his tail now bore a few faint bite marks. He grumbled, what kind of skill is biting the softest part of a dragon? If you've got guts, try biting the hardest part. I've got a big, tough one somewhere on me. He paused, his gaze shifting to Vaporeon with a mischievous glint. How about trying my horn? Bet it'll break all your teeth. The two Pokémon bickered back and forth, their playful banter laced with a hint of rivalry, like a quarrelsome pair. An Zhixin stood to the side, watching the scene with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She opened her mouth as if to comment, but, in the end, couldn't find the right words and simply shook her head with a sigh. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the faint sound of movement came from deep within the bushes, like countless tiny legs scurrying across the forest floor. Before An Zhixin could react, a swarm of wild Spinarak emerged from all directions, their numbers overwhelming, easily numbering in the dozens. These were the pre-evolved forms of Gyarados. An Zhixin's expression darkened immediately, her brows furrowed tightly. While Spinarak were individually far weaker than Gyarados, their sheer numbers were terrifying. Even with Charmeleon and Vaporeon working together, they wouldn't stand a chance against this tide of spiders. Charmeleon, Vaporeon, we need to get out of here now. And Zhixin wasted no time, pulling a bottle of repellent spray from her backpack. She waved it towards Su Yun and Vaporeon before quickly dashing away. Vaya! Vaporeon yelped as the spider swarm drew closer, its fur standing on end. With a panicked cry, it bolted after her. Su Yun, though not particularly intimidated by these small creatures, couldn't deny the nuisance of their numbers. Without another word, he sped off, following closely behind. The three of them darted through the dense forest, one leading and two following. The thick foliage cast flickering green shadows as they rushed past, but the Spinarak swarm, seemingly relentless, continued to pursue them with an almost manic determination. After what felt like an eternity of running, the swarm finally began to thin and fade into the distance, as though they had finally managed to shake them off. And Zhixin collapsed against the trunk of a large tree, supporting herself on her knees as she panted heavily. Beads of sweat trickled down her temples and dripped to the ground. Her chest heaved with each labored breath, the intense motion almost making her modesty escape her neck-clinian unintentional but striking sight. Under normal circumstances, Su Yun would have been unable to resist sneaking a glance, perhaps even cracking a cheeky comment. But right now, his attention was entirely elsewhere. Not far ahead, a faint pink glow hovered quietly amidst the trees. Huh. Su Yun's eyes lit up. It was a floating orb of light, emitting a soft, warm pink radiance as it swayed gently, almost as if beckoning him closer. While finding light orbs in the wild wasn't unusual, this pink one was something he'd never encountered before. Could it be a type I've never seen before? A spark of anticipation ignited in his heart. With a thought, the orb slowly drifted toward his outstretched palm. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 5 units of Fairy-type Essence. The familiar system notification caught Su Yun off guard. Fairy-type Essence? Could this mean there were Fairy-type Pokémon in this area? Fairy types were exceptionally rarer even than Dragon types. Pocketing the orb, Su Yun began searching the area more carefully. Before long, he discovered another light orb near a cluster of shrubs. This one was darker in color, its glow tinged with a steady, purplish-pink hue. He stepped forward and picked it up. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 10 units of Psychic-type energy. Whoa! Su Yun clicked his tongue, his face showing a mix of surprise and excitement. This place was turning out to be a treasure trove. Su Yun keenly noticed the unusual traits in this area, first the fairy attribute, and now the psychic attribute. His eyes lit up as a sudden realization struck him. Could this be the territory of Gardevoir? Gardevoir is a psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, and its pre-evolved forms, Ralts and Kirlia, also share these attributes. If we follow these light orbs, we might just find Ralts. And Zhixin noticed the change in Su Yun's expression and couldn't help but ask, Charmeleon, did you figure something out? Su Yun immediately shared his deduction with her. After listening, and Zhixin's eyes widened with excitement. Are you saying you know how to find Ralts? Su Yun nodded firmly and gestured for her to follow. Trusting him completely, and Zhixin followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a nerve-wracking scene was unfolding. 3 Pokémon hunters had just subdued a powerful Gardevoir using an electric net gun. Damn, this Gardevoir was tough. Almost gave us a hard time, said Maho, patting his electric net gun with a smug grin. Good thing we had this Babai. No matter how strong a Pokémon is, it has to surrender. Not long ago, the hunters had tracked this location and discovered Gardevoir resting with a group of Ralts. They had employed a capture-the-leader-first strategy. Though the process was risky, they ultimately succeeded in locking Gardevoir in a containment cage. The small Ralts huddled together, trembling as they watched their mother imprisoned. All right, Gardevoir is just the appetizer, said Lone Wolf, pointing at the group of Ralts nearby. That shiny Ralts over there, that's the main course. Xiangma, go capture them all. You got it. Xiangma sneered as he approached the Ralts. Don't be scared, little ones. Uncle's here to take you to your mommy. At that critical moment, the Gardevoir in the cage let out a sharp warning cry, urging her children to run. Xiangma immediately pulled the trigger, and the electric net shot out with a whoosh. Just as it seemed hopeless, the shiny Ralts unleashed a powerful burst of psychic energy, freezing the net midair. At the same time, It sent a telepathic signal to its companions, urging them to escape. The small Ralts let out sorrowful sobs as they watched the shiny Ralts fight desperately to buy them time to escape. Their hearts were heavy with reluctance, but they could only hold back their tears and scatter in all directions. Well, a shiny Pokémon indeed, the bandit sneered, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears while a mocking smile played on his lips. Such a noble spirit of sacrifice, it's enough to bring a tear to the eye of a Pokémon hunter like me. Before his words even faded, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. He raised the electric net gun in his hand and fired repeatedly at the fleeing Ralts. The nets expanded midair, effectively capturing each small Ralts that had attempted to escape. The shiny Ralts let out a heart-wrenching cry as it witnessed its companions being captured. Its efforts had been in vain. Every member of its kin had fallen into the clutches of the Pokémon hunters. Don't worry, your turn is coming soon, the bandit taunted, shaking the electric net gun in his hand as a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the trapped Gardevoir emitted a piercing, soul-shaking scream. The sound startled the three Pokémon hunters, making them flinch and instinctively turn toward Gardevoir. Seeing it thrash violently but still securely confined within the electric cage, they relaxed slightly. Damn it! The shiny Ralts. Lone Wolf suddenly realized and spun around to check the spot where the shiny Ralts had been, only to find it gone. Gardevoir's scream had been a diversion, giving the shiny Ralts the opportunity to use teleport and escape. You two stay here and guard these Pokémon. They'll go after it. Lone Wolf barked, grabbing his gear and rushing off. They had already placed a tracker on the shiny Ralts, ensuring it couldn't escape their grasp even with teleport. In the dense forest, the shiny Ralts ran, tears streaming down its face. Its mother, siblings, and entire family had been captured, leaving it utterly alone. It deeply wished to save them, but the anguished scream of Gardevoir had made it clear it was powerless to rescue anyone and could only run for its life. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps closing in caught its attention. The shiny Ralts glanced back and saw Lone Wolf's towering figure rapidly approaching. Fear surged through its body, making its legs go weak. It stumbled and fell to the ground. Keep running. Let's see how far you can go. During this brief moment, the Lone Wolf had already caught up with long strides. Seeing the shiny Ralts collapsed on the ground, a cold smirk played on his lips. Without the slightest hesitation in his steps, he slowly approached it. Ralts. The shiny Ralts trembled with fear, letting out hurried cries as if pleading for help from some unseen force. However, the Lone Wolf remained indifferent, scoffing at its desperation. He sneered in his heart, "Scream all you want, no one is coming to save you. You're nothing but a tool for me to make money." With a mocking expression, he pulled out a net gun and aimed it at the shiny Ralts lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Ralts. The shiny Ralts sensed the chilling silence of that moment and shut its eyes in despair, fully aware that its fate was sealed. It would meet the same end as its mother and siblings, vanishing forever in this forest. But just as the net was about to descend, the shiny Ralts suddenly felt a wave of heat above its head. Then, with a deafening boom, an explosion reverberated through the forest. Ralts. The shiny Ralts snapped its eyes open in shock to find that the net that was supposed to entrap it had vanished without a trace. Instead, standing before it was a fiery red figure. It was a tall, muscular creature radiating a blazing aura, like flames dancing across its body. It seemed like a hero descending from the heavens, shielding the Ralts from harm. The shiny Ralts stood frozen, staring at the figure in awe. A deep, unfamiliar feeling welled up inside it, as if this moment had etched itself into its memory forever. It had never dared to hope that, in its moment of despair, a creature like a divine savior would appear to rescue it from the brink of doom. The fiery figure made its heart race, its eyes glimmering with a mix of confusion and gratitude. When the creature turned its sharp profile toward the Ralts, its chiseled face softened with a warm smile, causing the Ralts' heart to skip a beat, as if a fluttering deer had taken residence within it. A shy blush spread across its face, partially hidden beneath its blue hair. Well, a shy little girl, huh? I like that. Su Yun remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes as he noticed the blush on the shiny Ralts' face. But in an instant, he suppressed his smile, his expression turning serious as he shifted his gaze to the Lone Wolf. A hunter of Pokémon it was indeed him. Su Yun had already suspected that the Lone Wolf's pursuit was aimed at capturing this rare Ralts. What he hadn't anticipated was that it would be a shiny Ralts. This was beyond his expectations. While the Azure Forest was home to many Ralts, the shiny variant was exceedingly rare, even more so than Zhou Tiansheng's shiny Gyarados. At this critical moment, Su Yun had arrived just in time. If he hadn't intervened, the Lone Wolf would have taken the shiny Ralts away, adding it to his collection of private trophies. A shiny Pokémon. The realization struck Su Yun like a bolt of lightning. Amid his astonishment, a sense of satisfaction surged through him. His eyes lit up, recognizing that he had stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. At that moment, An Zhixin also arrived. When she saw Su Yun protecting the shiny Ralts, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her original goal had simply been to capture a regular Ralts, but through a twist of fate, she had encountered a shiny Ralts instead. Her luck was so extraordinary that even she found it hard to believe. And Zhixin gazed at the rare shiny Ralts before her, and a sudden shift in her thoughts occurred. She realized that encountering such a precious Pokémon was no coincidence. It was all thanks to Su Yun's guidance. Although she was curious about how Su Yun knew a shiny Ralts could be found here, there were more pressing matters to deal with at the moment. Ralts, come over here. And Zhixin called out to the glowing Pokémon, beckoning it with her hand. I'll protect you. Even though the Pokémon wasn't hers yet, as a trainer with a strong sense of justice, she couldn't allow the Pokémon hunters to succeed. Ralts hesitated, glancing between An Zhixin and Su Yun, as if waiting for direction. It wasn't until Su Yun gave a gentle nod and said, "Go ahead. She's my trainer," that the small Pokémon felt reassured. It rose and quickly ran to An Zhixin's side. Ha ha ha, a cold laugh echoed from Du Lang, his eyes gleaming with contempt. How amusing. A student, a half-evolved Charmeleon, and two useless creatures trying to ruin my plans and steal the shiny Ralts from me? Should I commend your bravery or mock your sheer stupidity? Humph. And Zhixin stood tall, her voice unwavering. You Pokémon hunters harm rare Pokémon and steal from trainers. Your crimes are beyond forgiveness. No righteous trainer would ever stand by and let this happen. Du Lang sneered. Righteousness, you say? Protecting righteousness comes at a cost. His gaze swept over An Zhixin's Charmeleon and Vaporeon. And with those two pathetic Pokémon, you think you can stand against me? His tone suddenly grew icy. Today, I'll show you the price of opposing a Pokémon hunter. I'll take your Pokémon and that shiny Ralts for myself. Come out, Honchcrow. Du Lang drew out a Pokeball, releasing a crow-like Pokémon wearing a gentleman's hat. It appeared in midair, letting out a commanding cry. A mere Charmeleon, playing the hero? Even a fully evolved Charizard wouldn't intimidate me, let alone you. Su Yun's eyes locked onto the imposing Honchcrow, his expression growing increasingly serious. This guy's level is ridiculously high. The leader of the Murkrow pack under Lone Wolf has shockingly reached level 45. That's elite tier strength, a full 18 levels higher than it. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the opponent. The gap between them was insurmountable. The sheer intensity of the energy was suffocating. At this level of disparity, even Charmeleon would struggle to stand a chance. And Zhixin also noticed the overwhelming aura radiating from the Murkrow leader. Her expression turned grave, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead involuntarily. Hell, what's the matter? Feeling scared already? Lone Wolf noticed An Zhixin's reaction and smirked smugly. Hand over the shiny Ralts and your Pokémon obediently, and I might just give you a dignified ending. Otherwise, He didn't rush to finish them off. Instead, he leisurely offered her a chance to surrender, as if victory was already in his grasp. Vaporeon. The Vaporeon sensed the tense atmosphere and leaped forward without hesitation, assuming a battle-ready stance. Its determination was clear. It would stand alongside Su Yun to protect the shiny Ralts and An Zhixin. Vaporeon, don't. This level of battle is beyond your capability. An Zhixin quickly reached out to stop it. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. She didn't want to discourage Vaporeon, but the harsh reality was undeniable. The Murkrow leader's level was far too high. The only one who stood a chance was Su Yun, and even then, only with the support of her Viridian force. If Vaporeon rushed in recklessly, it would only serve as a distraction for her and Charmeleon, without contributing anything meaningful. Poor Vaporeon lowered its head, its ears drooping as it dejectedly retreated to An Zhixin's side. Deep down, it longed to fight alongside Su Yun, but it also understood the vast gap in strength between them, let alone the terrifying Murkrow leader that even Su Yun and An Zhixin were wary of. This sense of helplessness stirred a deep sense of guilt within Vaporeon, alongside an intense desire to grow stronger. That determination burned brighter and brighter, causing the energy within its body to surge. However, it was unaware that the energy bubbling inside it wasn't just water-type energy. A small, dazzlingly bright light flickered within it, triggering the agitation of other energies as well. At that moment, An Zhixin's full attention was on Su Yun, completely oblivious to the unusual changes occurring within Vaporeon. She took a deep breath and decisively played her trump card. A stream of pure, pale green energy flowed from her body, like a gentle current, into Su Yun. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, and his level skyrocketed to 32. What? The Viridian Force? Lone Wolf's eyes widened in shock, his confident expression giving way to disbelief. You're a wielder of the Viridian Force? He couldn't have imagined that the seemingly ordinary girl standing before him was actually a rare and extraordinary ability user. No wonder you dared to stand in my way. Turns out you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Lone Wolf quickly regained his composure, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But even if you're a Viridian Force wielder, you'll still hand over your Pokémon today. I'll admit, People like you are rare geniuses with limitless potential in the future. But a genius is just theta genius, not a powerhouse until they've fully matured. Compared to me, you're still far from being my equal. His confidence stemmed from a simple fact. Even with Su Yun's significant boost in strength from the Viridian Force, the gap between him and Lone Wolf's level 45 Murkrow leader remained insurmountable. This was the source of Lone Wolf's unwavering confidence in his victory. The words of Lone Wolf plunged An Zhixin into deep thought. If Su Yun were just an ordinary Charmeleon, it would indeed be difficult to stand against their opponent. However, the Reshiram bloodline coursing through Su Yun's veins was the key to defeating Lone Wolf. Charmeleon, this battle may be tough, but let's fight side by side. An Zhixin said resolutely. As long as I'm here, I won't let him take you away. Don't worry, Su Yun said, the flame on his tail suddenly surging a foot higher. The bluish-white fire reflected in his sharp eyes. My strength far exceeds your imagination. Feeling the surge of determination radiating from Su Yun, An Zhixin's confidence grew stronger. Stubborn fools. Seeing their refusal to surrender, Lone Wolf lost all patience. Murkrow leader, use wing attack. Caw. The Murkrow leader spread its wings wide, enveloped in a blinding white light, descending like two sharp blades slicing through the air. Charmeleon, use slash to block it. In a battle of this intensity, evasion was no longer an option, and Zhixin had no choice but to face the attack head-on. Su Yun clasped his hands together, forming them into a blade as he collided fiercely with the Murkrow leader. A sharp clang echoed as the tremendous impact sent Su Yun skidding back several meters, leaving deep marks on the ground before he barely managed to steady himself. This guy's strength is terrifying. Su Yun winced, shaking his numbed hands. Even with the 50 damage reduction from his Sky Sovereign title, the blow still hit hard. Without mitigating part of the force with Slash, his health would have likely dropped below half. He actually managed to block my Murkrow leader's wing attack. Lone Wolf stared in surprise at Su Yun. Still standing, this was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Charmeleon. The level gap is still too large, An Zhixin said helplessly. Charmeleon, you'll have to unleash your stronger power, or we won't stand a chance. I was thinking the same thing. Su Yun grinned, flames surging from his mouth. If his regular form couldn't hold up, it was time to awaken a greater power. With a sharp slash, Su Yun used Scratch on himself, deliberately lowering his health below half. This self-inflicted move left Lone Wolf stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Before he could react, Su Yun's body became engulfed in an intense bluish-white flame, blazing brighter than ever before. The flames burned with an extraordinarily high temperature, scorching the ground beneath Su Yun's feet until it turned fiery red, resembling molten lava. The surrounding weeds withered and carbonized instantly under the intense heat, crumbling into black powder. Then, an overwhelming aura of dragon energy surged out of Su Yun's body like a tidal wave, as if a long-slumbering dragon had finally awakened. Lone Wolf witnessed the scene, his pupils contracting sharply. How could an ordinary Charmeleon unleash bluish-white flames? Even more shocking was the pure dragon-type aura radiating from Ida presence he had only ever felt from legendary Pokémon. Could it be the offspring of Reshiram? A bold thought flashed through Lone Wolf's mind. As an experienced Pokémon hunter, he vividly recalled that some predecessors in his field had indeed succeeded in capturing the descendants of legendary creatures. The traits Su Yun displayed bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Reshiram. Honchkrow, quick, use feint attack. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lone Wolf immediately issued a command. His instincts, honed from years of surviving on the edge of life and death, warned him that Su Yun was now extremely dangerous. Honchkrow darted forward, launching a sudden attack on Su Yun. Charmeleon, use Dragon Breath. An Zhixin responded swiftly. Dragon Breath was the perfect counter to such sneak attacks. Su Yun opened its mouth and unleashed a mighty Dragon Breath. The powerful stream of energy instantly slowed Honchkrow's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun stepped back to create distance, skillfully evading the feint attack. Clever little thing. Honchkrow used Swagger. Seeing that brute force wasn't effective, Lone Wolf quickly adjusted his strategy. Honchkrow's Swagger took effect, throwing Su Yun into a state of confusion. While its attack power increased by 2 levels, this boost provided little advantage to Su Yun, who was not adept at physical attacks. Watching this unfold, An Zhixin felt her heart sink. She was well aware of the dangers of confusion. There was a 1 in 3 chance of Su Yun hurting itself with every move it attempted. While refraining from using moves could prevent self-inflicted damage, it would also leave them defenseless, which was no better than waiting to be defeated. Dodging Honchkrow's earlier attack had been pure luck. Avoiding further assaults seemed nearly impossible. Even so, An Zhixin refused to give up hope. After all, the odds of confusion taking effect were only 1/3, and the advantage still leaned slightly in their favor. She silently prayed, hoping for a turning point to emerge. Charmeleon, use Dragon Pulse. An Zhixin commanded sharply, seizing the moment right after Honchkrow had finished its move to launch a fierce attack. Roar! Su Yun let out an earth-shaking dragon's roar, so realistic and terrifying that it rivaled the sound of actual dragon-type Pokémon. Opening his mouth wide, a surge of immense dragon energy rapidly condensed in his throat, transforming into a zaped shockwave that shot forward with incredible speed, aiming directly at the circling Honchkrow in the sky. Huh! Lone Wolf's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the battlefield in disbelief. This Charmeleon knows Dragon Pulse. And this aura, it's terrifying. Could it have truly become a dragon-type Pokémon? Feeling the overwhelming power of Su Yun's move, the calm expression on Lone Wolf's face shattered, replaced by sheer astonishment. A Charmeleon not only capable of performing a dragon-type exclusive move, but also unleashing it with a force surpassing most dragon-type Hestus creature seemed like the very embodiment of a dragon. Honchkrow, use wing attack to slice through it. Lone Wolf's face darkened with determination, his gaze towards Su Yun undergoing a complete transformation. He had always looked down on Su Yun, thinking of him as nothing more than an unevolved Charmeleon, not worth much even if sold in the market. But after witnessing Su Yun's true strength, he suddenly realized how wrong he had been. Su Yun wasn't just any Charmeleon, was an extraordinarily rare and unique Pokémon, possibly even connected to the legendary Reshiram. A Pokémon of this caliber would be a coveted treasure in the Pokémon market, attracting countless buyers. It might even surpass the value of a shiny Ralts. From that moment on, Lone Wolf's goal shifted. The shiny Ralts no longer held the same importance. His priority now was to capture Su Yun at all costs. Boom! As Lone Wolf's mind raced, Honchkrow's wing attack collided with Su Yun's Dragon Pulse. The immense wave of dragon energy surged forth, crashing into Honchkrow with unrestrained force. The impact sent its dark feathers trembling violently, with some drifting down from the sky. Despite its significant level advantage, Honchkrow suffered considerable damage from the direct clash with Su Yun's Dragon Pulse. However, it was no pushover. Its wings, sharp as blades, sliced through the energy beam of Dragon Pulse and transformed into a streak of white light, slashing towards Su Yun. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. An Zhixin quickly commanded. Flamethrower had a wider range than Dragon Pulse and was easier to land at close range. If Honchkrow dared to charge indirectly, she was determined to make it feel the power of Su Yun's flames imbued with the blue-white fire of Reshiram. Su Yun's ultimate trump card, capable of melting even steel. Ahem. Watch me roast you, you scruffy bird. Su Yun cleared his throat and opened his mouth, ready to unleash the fierce flames building up inside him. But at this critical moment, he suddenly felt a heavy weight in his head, a strong wave of dizziness overwhelming him and throwing his consciousness into disarray. The flames that had been gathering in his mouth were abruptly suppressed, retreating back into his body. He had fizzled out. Su Yun's fiery blast not only missed its target, but, in his state of disarray, ended up injuring himself. Lone Wolf witnessed the scene and threw his head back in triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, looks like your luck ran out. My intimidation skill worked perfectly. And Zhixin's face turned pale in an instant. Su Yun was already low on health, and this counter damage only made matters worse. As panic welled up within her, Crow Leader's attack was already upon them. Its blade-like wings, glowing faintly with a white halo, struck Su Yun with devastating force, sending him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground and could no longer stand. Charmeleon, Vaporeon, Ralts, and Zhixin, her Vaporeon, and the shiny Kirlia all cried out in unison, as if their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Charmeleon, hang in there. An Zhixin's face was filled with desperation as she immediately rushed towards Su Yun, ready to use her Viridian power to heal him. Vaporeon and the shiny Kirlia followed closely behind, worried that something might happen to Su Yun. Stay right where you are. Lone Wolf sneered, signaling Crow Leader to block their path. Little lady, that Charmeleon's probably your strongest Pokémon, isn't it? Now that it's down, are you still planning to resist? Hand over that shiny Kirlia and take your Vaporeon with you. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll spare your life. Keep dreaming. And Zhixin refused without hesitation. I will never abandon my Pokémon. Lone Wolf crossed his arms, his smirk turning icy. Well then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Crow Leader, finish them. Vaporeon had already stepped forward, shielding An Zhixin protectively. The shiny Kirlia stood its ground as well, its eyes blazing with anger. If not for saving it, Su Yun wouldn't have fallen, and An Zhixin and the others wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Its savior was down, but it was determined to carry on Su Yun's will and protect An Zhixin. Crow Leader let out a piercing screech, preparing to launch its attack. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. The seemingly defeated Su Yun abruptly rose to his feet, his entire body engulfed in blue-white flames that burned more fiercely than ever. His eyes now flickered with two unquenchable blue-white fires, and an overwhelming dragon energy emanated from him, whipping up powerful winds that tore through the grass and trees around them. Lone Wolf sensed the change and turned to look. His pupils shrank in terror, and it seemed as though his very soul was about to flee his body at the sight of this fearsome transformation. This is impossible. Du Lang cried out in terror, stumbling backward with unsteady steps, completely losing his composure. His gaze was fixed on the scene before him. Su Yun, the Charmeleon who had just been knocked to the ground by the leader of the Murkrow, was now standing tall once again, not in a feeble, struggling way, but in an instant, regaining a battle-ready stance as if he had never been injured. What sent chills down Du Lang's spine was that the flames on Su Yun's body had not weakened. Instead, they had grown more intense, at least twice as fierce as before, casting a fiery red glow over everything around him. His aura had also become sharper, an oppressive force so overwhelming that Du Lang felt as if he could hardly breathe. That power again, Du Lang muttered under his breath, his legs involuntarily retreating. In his eyes, the creature before him was no longer an ordinary Charmeleon, but a primordial beast, awakened from ancient slumber. Standing nearby, An Zhixin appeared unusually calm. This was not her first time witnessing Su Yun unleash this mysterious power. Back when they were surrounded by Poliwhirls, Su Yun had used this force to protect her, descending like a war deity and scattering their attackers in utter panic. She knew the cost of this power. It took a tremendous toll on Su Yun's body, essentially draining his life force. It was not something to be used lightly. Yet, to protect them, Su Yun had still chosen to take the risk and unleash it. Thinking of this, An Zhixin's eyes reddened, and a deep sense of guilt surged in her heart. If it weren't for her insistence on coming here to capture a Ralts, they wouldn't have encountered the Pokemon hunters, and Su Yun wouldn't have been forced into such danger. She felt she had let Su Yun down. Vaporeon, the water-type Pokemon, exclaimed in astonishment, its eyes wide with shock. Unlike An Zhixin, this was its first time witnessing Su Yun's power. It had always thought Su Yun was strong, but it had never imagined he could be this strong. Vaporeon had once believed that, with enough effort, it could one day surpass Su Yun. But now, it was horrified to realize that the real battle only began when Su Yun seemed to fall. At this moment, Su Yun radiated an oppressive presence that made Vaporeon feel as if it was standing before an insurmountable mountain. Silently, it accepted its fate. Perhaps it was destined to remain Su Yun's subordinate, and its dream of ever surpassing him was now utterly shattered. Ralts, the shiny Ralts, gasped, its tiny mouth agape in awe at the scene unfolding before it. As Su Yun's newest admirer, it already held deep reverence for the one who had saved its life. But now, witnessing Su Yun in his godlike state, that admiration soared to new heights. Hidden beneath its hair, its eyes sparkled with pink hearts, its adoration unmistakable. And yet, this was only the beginning. The power within Su Yun continued to rise. Another force, distinct from yet equally formidable as the first, was awakening within him. Hush! A fierce wind suddenly swept through the area, churning the clouds in the sky. The once clear heavens were quickly consumed by thick, heavy storm clouds, as if nature itself was responding to an ancient, primal call. Drip, drip. Light rain began to fall from the sky, piercing through the clouds and landing on everyone below. At the same time, faint golden markings began to appear on Su Yun's body. These markings, resembling ancient runes, exuded an imperial majesty, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a legendary dragon. The cool raindrops on An Zhixin's face brought her out of her stupor. She stared at Su Yun, his form cloaked in golden patterns and rainwater, and an incredulous thought arose in her mind. Is this still the same Charmeleon I once knew? At this moment, she unexpectedly felt a faint sense of unfamiliarity emanating from Su Yun, something that should not exist. An Zhixin furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed on the strange phenomenon before her. A faint golden aura enveloped Su Yun, with intricate dragon patterns flickering faintly across his skin. Even the surrounding weather began to undergo dramatic changes. The intensity of this power was no less than the Reshiram's force she was familiar with, yet its aura was entirely different. Could it be? An Zhixin's pupils contracted as a bold thought emerged in her mind. The bloodline of Rayquaza, the Sky Sovereign. The mere idea caused her cheeks to flush slightly. If this were true, it would mean that the Charizard's mother not only had ties to Reshiram, but also to Rayquaza. She shook her head, unwilling to think further. The reaction of the lone wolf was even more pronounced. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. The awakening of Reshiram's bloodline had already left him astounded, and now the emergence of Rayquaza's power completely shattered his understanding of what was possible. How could someone possess the bloodlines of two legendary Pokemon at the same time? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Honchkrow grew increasingly restless. As a flying-type Pokemon, it instinctively felt the oppressive presence of Rayquaza's bloodline. Even though this power was far from that of the true Sky Sovereign, it still triggered a deep, primal fear. Honchkrow, stay calm. Lone Wolf forced himself to regain composure. No matter how strong it seems now, we still have the upper hand in levels. Use Night Slash. Suppressing its fear, Honchkrow charged at Su Yun. But Su Yun was in a peculiar state. his body brimming with overwhelming energy that felt as if it would tear him apart. He desperately needed an outlet to release it. Watching Honchkrow rush toward him, a cold smirk appeared on Su Yun's lips. Feathered nuisance. Let's use you to test my new power. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to crack instantly. A surge of draconic energy rapidly gathered in his mouth, and in the next moment, it erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. The ferocious dragon breath swept across the area, leaving destruction in its wake. Grass and trees were obliterated wherever it passed. Honchkrow couldn't even get close before being blown away by the force, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground like a ragdoll, completely incapacitated. As powerful as Honchkrow was, it couldn't withstand even a single strike from Su Yun. No, this is impossible. Lone Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his crow leader plummet to the ground like a kite with a severed string. He was completely unhinged. How could you take down my crow leader in just one move? His voice trembled with shock. That was a level 45 crow leader. Just moments ago, it had completely dominated Su Yun, leaving him no chance to fight back. And now, this powerful creature had been defeated in a single strike? It shattered everything he thought he knew. How is it even possible for you to take it out in an instant? Lone Wolf roared almost hysterically, clutching his hair with both hands. Even if it couldn't win, it should have been able to last at least one or two moves. Ah! Lone Wolf let out a furious scream, his eyes burning with frustration and madness. I don't believe it. I still have my mighty wolfhound. Let's see if you can take it down in one move too. With trembling fingers, he pressed the button on his pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a massive, ferocious mighty wolfhound, its strong frame radiating power and menace. This was his second ace Pokémon at level 40. Su Yun smirked coldly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. That's the most absurd demand I've ever heard. Fine, I'll grant your wish. A bluish-white flame began to gather in his mouth, the heat distorting the air around him. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted like a bursting dam, engulfing everything in its path. The surrounding air hissed under the searing heat. The mighty wolfhound didn't even have time to react before it was swallowed whole by the roaring inferno. When the flames subsided, its charred body lay motionless on the ground, showing no sign of resistance. True flames are unstoppable, Su Yun declared, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Lone Wolf's face turned from red to pale, yet he stubbornly grabbed another pokeball. I still have my Sly Houndoom. Another flash of red light, and the Sly Houndoom appeared, looking around in confusion at its surroundings. But before it could grasp the situation, it was consumed by another blast of fire from Su Yun. It didn't even have the chance to cry out before being sent back into its pokeball, defeated and humiliated, its loss entirely the fault of its trainer. Why? Why? Lone Wolf screamed hoarsely, his eyes filled with disbelief. If you're so great, do it again. He frantically reached for his belt, only to find it empty. Looking down, he realized all his strongest Pokémon had already been used up. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A Charizard, huh? Lone Wolf's survival instincts kicked in, his madness replaced by fear. He'll remember you. Just you wait while meet again. Before he even finished speaking, he turned and bolted, fleeing without hesitation in one swift motion. Humph, there won't be a next time for you. Su Yun sneered, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. He wasn't about to let his prey escape so easily, especially not when he had just awakened his dual divine powers. Letting him go now would be a waste of his newfound strength. In a flash, Su Yun's figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting after Lone Wolf at lightning speed. An Zhixin was still in awe of Su Yun's incredible power. By the time she snapped out of her daze, he had already taken off in pursuit. Charizard, wait for me, she called out, quickly chasing after him, her heart filled with worry. Something was clearly off about Su Yun's current state. If this was some kind of trap set by the Pokémon hunters, the consequences could be catastrophic. Vaporeon. Ralts. Her Vaporeon and shiny Ralts followed close behind, their short legs moving as fast as they could. They were completely captivated by Su Yun's commanding and heroic presence. They wanted to see more of his awe-inspiring strength. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, two other Pokémon hunters, Rogue and Monkey, were waiting for Lone Wolf to return. They looked up at the suddenly darkened sky as raindrops began to fall, lightly hitting their faces. What's going on? Why is it starting to rain out of nowhere? Rogue frowned. The rain had come so abruptly, catching them completely off guard. What made them even more uneasy was the deep, rumbling dragon-like roar echoing occasionally in the distance, sending chills down their spines. Could Lone Wolf have run into trouble? Monkey asked, a hint of worry in his voice. They were in the heart of the Azure Forest, where encountering powerful wild Pokémon was not uncommon. What kind of wild Pokémon do you think could have caused such a commotion? The bandit didn't directly answer Maho's question, but instead responded with a harsh counter-question. Maho opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words, unable to think of a fitting reply. As the two exchanged words, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Is Lone Wolf back? Maho and the bandit exchanged a glance, instinctively turning toward the direction of the sound. A figure came rushing toward them, stumbling as though being pursued by something. It was Lone Wolf. However, Maho immediately noticed something unusual. Lone Wolf seemed to be running for his life. Before he could ask what was going on, Lone Wolf shouted urgently, "That monster is coming! Quick! Use the electric net gun to catch it." Maho and the bandit froze, completely baffled. Monster? What monster? As they hesitated, a figure burst out from the depths of the forest, surrounded by pale blue flames. The figure was none other than Su Yun. The scene before them left Maho and the bandit utterly stunned. The figure radiated an aura so chilling it made their hair stand on end. Wherever it passed, grass and trees withered instantly, and the ground was scorched black. Holy crap! What the hell is that? How is it so terrifying? Maho screamed in panic, his voice trembling with fear. Damn it! Isn't that a fire dragon? He cried out in horror. The bandit squinted, carefully examining Su Yun, who was cloaked in pale blue flames. His expression grew even more grave. What the hell? That's a fire dragon? Then what the hell is my Charizard? This thing is way scarier than my Charizard. Maho stood there, mouth agape, unable to believe what he was seeing. He muttered to himself in disbelief. A fire dragon? But why does it have pale blue flames? Its aura is ridiculously strong. Even my Charizard can't compare. This is insane. Stop yelling like an idiot. This fire dragon is not something you can judge by normal standards, the bandit growled, pulling out his electric net gun and aiming it at Su Yun. For now, let's just capture it. Yes. A fire dragon this powerful, if we catch it, will be unstoppable. Maho quickly agreed, fumbling to ready his own electric net gun and aiming it at Su Yun. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out as their electric net guns fired high-voltage nets towards Su Yun. The nets expanded midair, crackling with electricity, and closed in on Su Yun. But Su Yun merely glanced up, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. What a pathetic toy, he said icily. Then, with a surge of power, flames erupted from his mouth. In an instant, a torrent of pale blue fire roared upward, engulfing the two nets. Sizzle! The moment the nets touched Su Yun's flames, they melted away completely, leaving not even a trace. The electric currents fizzled and disappeared into the blaze. Maho and the bandit stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The nets they had fired were made from the most advanced heat-resistant materials, capable of withstanding temperatures of thousands of degrees, practically fireproof. Yet with just one blast of Su Yun's flames, the nets had disintegrated without a trace. Just how terrifying must those pale blue flames be? Maho couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Damn it! Even the electric web gun is useless against him. Lone Wolf watched as Su Yun effortlessly neutralized their prized Pokémon, hunting weapon a single breath of fire, reducing the electric net to ashes. His face darkened instantly as he turned to his two companions. Rogue, Monkey, release all your Pokémon immediately and attack together. Lone Wolf knew perfectly well that even he was no match for Su Yun, let alone the weaker Rogue and Monkey. At this point, their only chance was to gang up on him. Rogue and Monkey exchanged a glance before decisively pulling out 3 Pokeballs each. With a series of sharp clicks, 6 powerful Pokémon materialized, their imposing presence surrounding Su Yun completely. Boss, where are your Pokémon? Monkey asked in confusion, noticing that Lone Wolf hadn't made a move. Lone Wolf's expression turned grim as he shot Monkey a furious glare. Gritting his teeth, he spat out. They were all taken down by that guy in seconds. The revelation hit Rogue and Monkey like a bombshell. They were well aware of Lone Wolf's Strength 3 elite-level Pokémon, with his Honchkrow on the verge of reaching gym leader-level power. It was this formidable strength that had elevated Lone Wolf to the top of the Pokémon hunters, making him their leader. And yet, even he had been utterly defeated by Su Yun? Shit, this guy's a freak. No wonder we need to attack together, Rogue muttered, his expression tense. Freak? This is beyond Thade's totally cheating. Monkey snorted, steam practically puffing out of his nostrils in a mix of shock and fury. Lone Wolf's right, this guy's a total hacker. Enough talk. Just take him down. Lone Wolf barked sharply, cutting off their chatter. The 6 Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously. Absol's Quick Attack, Skuntank's Venoshock, Weevil's Coordinated Assault. A storm of multicolored energy beams rained down on Su Yun like a relentless downpour. But instead of fear, Su Yun's eyes lit up with excitement as he faced the barrage. Good, very good. This is what I want. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Now it's time. Blast Sphere. A deafening dragon's roar erupted from his throat, so powerful it left Lone Wolf and his companions clutching their ears in pain. Whoosh. Pale blue flames danced wildly, their menacing tongues of fire spreading furiously from his body. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the flames surged forth like a raging tsunami. Everything around was instantly ignited, the air thick with scorching heat. The enemy's powerful attack disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the pale blue flames, evaporating like snow under a blazing sun. Those who dared to approach were met with a tragic fate, consumed by the roaring fire before they could get close, collapsing in severe injuries, rendered incapable of fighting. At the heart of the battlefield, Su Yun stood like a god of flames, battling 6 opponents at once with ease. Not only was he holding his ground, but he was also dominating them, showcasing extraordinary strength. Damn it, is this guy really just a Charmeleon? Maho muttered in disbelief, drawing a sharp breath. If it evolves into a Charizard, wouldn't it be capable of slaying even gods? 6 against 1, and we're losing? Xiangma roared with a twisted expression. Houndoom, use Burn Up. Incinerate it. His Houndoom, with its flash fire ability, was naturally resistant to fire-type attacks, even seemingly impervious to Su Yun's pale blue flames. The Houndoom let out a chilling growl, flames boiling in its mouth as it formed a mighty fire dragon that charged directly at Su Yun. Playing with fire in front of me? How laughable. Su Yun scoffed coldly, inhaled sharply, and unleashed an even more ferocious pale blue fire dragon. The two dragons collided, flames surging and painting the sky a blazing red. But in just a second, the Houndoom's fire dragon was utterly obliterated, crumbling into nothingness. How is this possible? My Houndoom's special attack stats were boosted, and it still couldn't match his. Xiangma stared in shock, his voice trembling. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, an imposing dragon's roar echoed around Su Yun, and an overwhelming draconic aura swept across the battlefield. The remaining Pokémon trembled under the pressure, as if on the verge of bowing down in submission. Damn it, his dragon aura is just as strong as his fire aura? Du Lang and the others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the immense dragon's might transformed into a zigzagging shockwave, hurtling towards Houndoom. Houndoom tried to retaliate, but the crushing pressure pinned it in place. The dragon pulse struck it with full force, sending it flying through the air, smashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt, defeated and unable to continue fighting. Another key player on Du Lang's side had fallen. Has Charmeleon already started fighting them? Amidst the fierce battle between Su Yun and the Lone Wolf gang, An Zhixin hurriedly arrived at the scene with her Vaporeon and shiny Ralts. As she caught sight of Su Yun fighting valiantly on the battlefield, like a war god, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Ralts, at that moment, the shiny Ralts suddenly noticed Gardevoir and other Ralts trapped in an electric cage. It cried out anxiously and tugged at the white ribbon on An Zhixin's leg. An Zhixin looked down at the shiny Ralts beside her, startled for a moment. She almost mistook it for Su Yun calling her after all. Whenever Su Yun needed something, he had a habit of tugging at her ribbon to get her attention. Ralts, the shiny Ralts called out again, its small paw pointing toward the electric cage behind the Pokémon hunters. Following its direction, An Zhixin's gaze landed on the cage, and she froze in place. Inside the cage were several Ralts and a Gardevoir. A realization struck her: this Gardevoir was likely the mother of the shiny Ralts, and the other Ralts were probably its siblings. The shiny Ralts was pleading for her help. At that moment, An Zhixin also understood that the Gardevoir possessed immense power, even surpassing the Pokémon under the command of the hunters. This was no coincidence. Gardevoir must have been caught off guard and ambushed by Lone Wolf and his group. She quickly assessed the situation. If she could free Gardevoir, the hunters would have to face the wrath of a psychic queen. At that point, even if Su Yun lost Reshiram's power, Gardevoir alone would be enough to subdue the hunters. Her resolve grew stronger as she softly reassured the shiny Ralts. Don't worry, I'll save your mother and siblings. Ralts, the shiny Ralts' eyes glimmered with gratitude. An Zhixin turned to the still battling Su Yun and said gently, Charmeleon, hang in there a little longer. I'll find reinforcements to help you soon. With that, she quietly retreated into the forest with her Vaporeon and the shiny Ralts. The battlefield was too chaotic for a direct rescue of Gardevoir. It was far too dangerous. She decided to take a detour and approach the Pokémon hunters from behind. Circling around to the enemy's rear, An Zhixin seized the moment when the hunter's attention was entirely focused on Su Yun. She carefully crept closer to the electric cage, holding Gardevoir. Sensing the shiny Ralt's presence, Gardevoir suddenly stood up, a trace of worry in her eyes. Seeing that the shiny Ralts was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing this, An Zhixin quickly made a quieting gesture and whispered to Gardevoir, Shoo, don't make a sound. I'll get you out of here. She knew that if Gardevoir made any noise and excitement, it would immediately alert the hunters. Gardevoir was about to speak, but then closed its mouth and stood obediently in place, quietly waiting for An Zhixin's rescue. An Zhixin pointed to the motor at the top of the electric cage and whispered to the Vaporeon beside her, Use Swift to attack that. The small motor was the core of the electric cage, connected to the high-voltage currents that made it impossible for the trapped Pokémon to escape. As long as it was destroyed, the cage would completely lose its function, allowing Gardevoir to easily break free. Vaporeon nodded, lifted its head, and locked its gaze on the motor before launching a swift attack. Hundreds of glowing stars shot out like a torrential rain, striking the motor in an instant with a violent explosion. Crackle, the electric currents immediately ceased, and the power source of the cage was utterly destroyed. The loud noise caught the attention of Lone Wolf, who whipped around. His eyes flashing with shock. Gardevoir had already used its psychic powers to effortlessly distort the cage and gracefully stepped out. Damn it, we've fallen for a diversion tactic. Lone Wolf's expression darkened as he grabbed the electric gun strapped to Monferno's back, preparing to recapture Gardevoir. However, the moment he pulled the trigger, a powerful psychic force pressed down on him, binding him with an invisible grip. His feet left the ground as he was suspended midair. Gardevoir's eyes glowed faintly pink, the flames of rage burning within. It extended a hand, and Lone Wolf's body began to contort violently. Bones were forcibly twisted, emitting horrifying cracking sounds. Agonized screams erupted from Lone Wolf's mouth. "Ah, it hurts. Stop it." His face turned pale, drained of all color. "Oh no, Gardevoir has gone berserk." Bandit and Monferno shot venomous glares at An Zhixin before, without hesitation, turning to flee. They knew full well that once Gardevoir was completely unleashed, their fates were sealed. If they didn't run now, they might not leave alive. However, before they could take more than a few steps, they were horrified to find their escape route blocked by a figure wreathed in bluish-white flames. In the blink of an eye, Su Yun had already taken down their Pokémon with ease. Monferno froze, stunned as he realized his doom was near. Bandit, on the other hand, made a desperate move in an instant. He shoved Monferno towards Su Yun, shouting, "Monferno, your life is mine to use." Before Monferno could react, the searing heat engulfed him, setting his clothes ablaze. "Ah!" Monferno screamed in panic, rolling on the ground frantically in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. But Bandit didn't stop. He took the opportunity to sprint in another direction. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he stepped forward, he felt an immense force pulling him back. His body was lifted off the ground, completely immobilized by Gardevoir's psychic powers. Gardevoir clearly had no intention of sparing any of them. Meanwhile, Su Yun coldly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the now suspended Bandit. A cruel smirk played across his lips as he extended a hand and gripped Bandit's leg tightly. "This one is mine." Bang! Su Yun exerted his strength and forcefully yanked Xiangma out of the sky. His sheer power tore through the psychic barrier that Gardevoir had placed on Xiangma with ease, leaving no room for resistance. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Gardevoir's eyes, but inside, it was utterly shaken. A Charmeleon, capable of countering its psychic powers barehanded? What kind of terrifying strength was this? No wonder Lone Wolf and the others had been completely overwhelmed by him. Gardevoir pondered silently. Even if it stepped in personally, it would likely be no match for Su Yun. Realizing this, it promptly withdrew the psychic barrier surrounding Xiangma. Su Yun slammed Xiangma heavily onto the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. He planted one foot firmly on Xiangma's head and pointed angrily at An Zhixin, his voice hoarse with fury. "What did you just call her?" An Zhixin frowned, looking at Su Yun in confusion, not understanding why she was suddenly dragged into this conflict. Xiangma clearly couldn't understand Su Yun's words. The scorching air burned his throat, causing him to cough violently. He glared at Su Yun with hatred, cursing angrily. "A mere Pokémon dares to step on my head? You damn." Boom. Before he could finish, the flames on Su Yun's body suddenly surged, and the azure-white blaze engulfed Xiangma in an instant. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as Xiangma's body twisted in agony within the inferno. Su Yun was about to deliver an even harsher punishment to the man who dared to insult An Zhixin when a sudden dizziness hit him. His strength drained away like a receding tide, and his consciousness began to blur. "TCH, time's up. Once this dragon wakes up." Thud. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yun's eyes closed, and his body collapsed backward, slamming heavily into the ground. Gardevoir, who had been prepared to watch the spectacle unfold, was stunned. The fierce, unstoppable little Charmeleon had suddenly fallen? It had been curious to see how Su Yun would deal with that human. Charmeleon. An Zhixin's heart clenched at the sight, and she rushed toward the fallen Su Yun in a panic. She knew this condition all too well. It was a dangerous sign of Su Yun's exhaustion, and immediate treatment was crucial, or the consequences could be dire. Carefully, she placed Su Yun's head on her lap, her hands trembling as she released the emerald green power of Vidian to heal him. This time, Su Yun had used the forbidden power for much longer than before, and he had simultaneously wielded two completely different forces, which had greatly increased the strain on him. Her fears were quickly confirmed. Su Yun's skin began to show severe burn marks, cracking, and even charring in some areas. The azure-white flames he wielded were so intense that even his own body couldn't fully withstand them, something that had never happened before. Even more terrifyingly, Su Yun's body was absorbing her Vidian power like a bottomless pit. She didn't even need to actively release it. Her energy flowed uncontrollably into Su Yun. This was clearly a desperate, instinctive reaction of a body on the brink of collapse, desperately drawing life energy to repair critical damage. This isn't just an injury, An Zhixin realized with growing horror. He's burning through his own life force. Seeing Su Yun in such pain, An Zhixin could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. She hugged Su Yun tightly and choked out, "I'm so sorry, Charmeleon. I failed to protect you. I'm such a useless trainer." She was overwhelmed with guilt, wiping away her tears as she tried to calm herself. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with firm determination, "Don't worry. Even if it costs me every ounce of my evergreen power, I will heal you." With those words, An Zhixin clenched her teeth, her body trembling slightly as she summoned the evergreen energy within her. Golden light radiated from her palms, enveloping Su Yun's body. His body, like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbed the life energy, yet there was no sign of awakening. Swa, Larue, Vaporeon, and the shiny Curlia ran over, anxiously lying beside Su Yun. Their eyes were filled with worry as they stayed protectively by his side. After all, Su Yun had ended up like this to protect them, leaving them riddled with guilt and concern. Vaporeon gently patted Su Yun's cheek with its paw, its voice choked with emotion. "Dragon Bro, please wake up, okay? I promise, I'll even be your little sidekick from now on if that's what it takes." Still, Su Yun showed no response, lying there motionless as if trapped in an eternal slumber. Vaporeon blinked, a sudden thought crossing its mind, bringing a hint of bashfulness to its face. Or do you want me to agree to that thing they called me before? Big Sis-in-law. It recalled the nickname the Toxicroaks had used for it earlier, its ears twitching slightly. "If you wake up, I might even agree to that." For Su Yun's safety, it was willing to go to any lengths. Unfortunately, Su Yun seemed utterly uninterested in Vaporeon's sacrifice, not even twitching an eyelid. The shiny Curlia stood nearby, tears welling up behind its hair-covered eyes. Clenching its tiny hands, it looked up at its mother, Gardevoir, its gaze pleading. Larue, Su Yun had once saved it like a hero, and now it wanted to repay that kindness. Gardevoir looked at her heartbroken daughter, deeply grateful to Su Yun for his heroic act, but she could only shake her head helplessly. She was neither Ho-Oh nor Xerneas and lacked the power to bring someone back from the brink. More than Su Yun's condition, she worried about the human girl in front of her. The continuous flow of life energy radiating from her was both astonishing and enviable, yet Su Yun's body seemed like an endless void, consuming it all. If this went on, An Zhixin might collapse before Su Yun woke up. Time trickled by, and after what felt like an eternity, Su Yun's eyelids fluttered open. A piercing beam of light hit his eyes, making him instinctively raise a hand to shield them. His claw brushed against something incredibly soft, and before he could process what he had touched, a thrilled cry rang out beside him. "Ah, Charmeleon, you're awake? Thank goodness." I thought, and Zhixin, overjoyed, burst into tears. Ignoring Su Yun's accidental offense, she threw her arms around him tightly, as if afraid he would slip back into unconsciousness. Swa, Larue, Vaporeon, and the shiny Curlia were equally ecstatic, leaping onto Su Yun in celebration of his recovery. What's going on here? Su Yun was utterly bewildered. Why were the shiny Curlia and Vaporeon snuggling against him the moment he woke up? And what was with An Zhixin's overly tight hug? He could distinctly catch a faint fragrance and feel an unmistakable softness pressing against him. Wait a second, An Zhixin used Thunderbolt on me again, didn't she? Thunderbolt? Moving his claw, Su Yun suddenly realized something awkward. His face flushed red as he quickly withdrew his claw. He had just touched somewhere he absolutely shouldn't have. What baffled him more was that An Zhixin didn't seem to notice or mind at all. This doesn't feel right, Su Yun thought. Well, whatever, might as well enjoy it while it lasts. Closing his eyes contentedly, he let all his questions drift away, savoring the rare and unexpected comfort of the moment. However, it didn't take long for Su Yun to notice something unusual about An Zhixin. Her tightly clasped hands were icy cold, a stark contrast to the warmth he remembered when she used to pinch his cheeks. Why are An Zhixin's hands so cold? A wave of doubt surged in his mind. Su Yun shook his head, forcing himself to break free from the embrace of her arms. As he looked up, the sight before him left him stunned. An Zhixin's face was alarmingly pale, devoid of any trace of color, exuding an air of frailty and illness. Though a smile lingered at the corners of her lips, it was faint and powerless, like the sun in the depths of winter, nothing like her usual radiant, dazzling smile. Su Yun's chest tightened suddenly. Is she sick? That was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Charizard, why? Why are you staring at my face like that? And Zhixin, noticing his gaze, immediately grew flustered. Her eyes began to dart away, avoiding his, and her voice was so soft it was barely audible, each word laced with weakness. This strange behavior only solidified Su Yun's suspicion something was definitely wrong with An Zhixin's health, and she was trying to hide it from him. Look me in the eyes. Su Yun fixed his gaze on her, his expression unusually stern, his eyes filled with an undeniable authority. I need to know what's going on with you. An Zhixin caught the meaning in his eyes and waved her hands in panic. I am fine, really. You don't need to overthink it. She tried to muster a smile, but it was more pitiful than reassuring, a smile that anyone could see through. She's like this because she saved you. At that moment, Gardevoir, unable to stand by any longer, revealed the truth to Su Yun in a language An Zhixin couldn't understand. Hearing this, Su Yun's heart jolted as he stared in disbelief at the frail woman before him. To save him, An Zhixin had drained all the Celadon energy within her, and even pushed her body to its limits just to wake him up faster? She was willing to risk her life for his sake. Foolish woman. Su Yun cursed inwardly. I just got carried away and overdid it a little. There was no need for you to go to such extremes. You could have healed me the same way you did last time. Why push yourself so hard? My body is so resilient. There's no way I'd be in any real danger. It's just a matter of waking up sooner or later. Though his words were reproachful, Su Yun's heart was overwhelmed by a warm surge of emotion, deeply moved by An Zhixin's sacrifice. He couldn't help but turn his head to the side, subtly rubbing his stinging eyes. What's with this damned place? Why is there sand everywhere? He muttered under his breath. I am really okay, An Zhixin said softly, though she couldn't understand what Gardevoir had said. Seeing Su Yun's reaction, she realized her secret had been exposed. She forced herself to look a little more composed. Don't worry about me. They'll be fine after some rest. She paused, her voice even gentler now, tinged with unease. It's just, I might not be able to use Celadon energy for the next few days. Can you not dislike me for that? Some truths are impossible to conceal. An Zhixin decided not to deceive Su Yun and chose to come clean instead. The power of the evergreen force within her was now completely depleted, having been entirely used up to heal Su Yun. An Zhixin lowered her head, gazing at her hands, and let out a soft sigh. She knew she needed to rest properly for a few days to recover that mystical energy. At this moment, she couldn't even think about helping Su Yun level up during battles. Even her basic healing abilities were gone. The only capability she retained was sensing the emotions of Pokémon. In truth, she was now no different from an ordinary trainer. As for Su Yun, the powerful Charmeleon, even without the support of divine power, he still exuded an awe-inspiring presence. This stark contrast stirred a wave of unease in An Zhixin's heart. She feared she wasn't worthy of Su Yun and worried that this mighty Pokémon might leave her due to her perceived inadequacy. Hey, what do you take me for? Su Yun, sensing her shift in mood, rolled his eyes at her in exasperation. You think I chose you because of your evergreen force? Su Yun's tone carried clear disapproval as he addressed An Zhixin's baseless worries. Even if you've temporarily lost the evergreen force, so what? Even if you lost it completely, what difference would it make? The Charmeleon puffed out his chest with a nonchalant air. Worst case, I'll just take care of you from now on. His expression as he said this was endearing, almost like a wealthy benefactor declaring his intention to sponsor a human trainer. An Zhixin couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch his cheek. A warm feeling surged through her, filling her heart with gratitude. Thank you, Charmeleon. It's an honor to be your trainer. She silently expressed her thanks in her heart. Having lost her parents at a young age, An Zhixin felt, for the first time, truly cared for and cherished by someone, even if that someone was a Pokémon. This precious bond was something she held dearly. TSK, there you go pinching my cheeks again, Su Yun grumbled, though this time he didn't resist as he usually did. Her attitude seemed to please him. If she liked pinching his cheeks, he would begrudgingly allow it just this once. After all, he had pinched her cheeks earlier, so it seemed fair. Brother Dragon, too was just joking earlier. Please don't take it seriously. Vaporeon timidly approached, head lowered, stammering as it spoke. At most, I'll be your little sidekick, but that kind of relationship, it's way too soon. Su Yun glanced at it in confusion. What on earth are you babbling about? He couldn't make sense of Vaporeon's rambling. Something about being a sidekick and that kind of relationship. He had no idea what was going on in Vaporeon's head. Huh? You mean you didn't hear what I said earlier? Vaporeon looked up at him in surprise, its mouth slightly agape. What did you say? Su Yun asked curiously. Nothing at all. Vaporeon quickly shook its head, sighing in relief internally. If Su Yun hadn't heard, it didn't count. Besides, now that Su Yun was awake, breaking its promise shouldn't be a big deal, right? If it came out, and Su Yun wanted it to be his big sister, what would it do? Agree? Or refuse? Thump, thump, thump. Vaporeon's heart raced wildly, and a rare blush appeared on its dewy face. Ralts, just then, the shiny Ralts appeared out of nowhere, holding a small red flower it had picked. With a shy expression, it approached Su Yun and gently offered the flower to him. For me. Su Yun was taken aback, clearly flattered. This was the first time a Pokémon had given him anything. Ralts, the shiny Ralts nodded bashfully, lowering its head as it stood awkwardly, like a shy little girl unsure of what to do. Well, Charmeleon, looks like you've got some admirers. An Zhixin teased with a chuckle, immediately recognizing that the shiny Ralts had a crush on her Charmeleon. A little cutie, huh? Interesting. I like it, Su Yun said with a faint smile as he reached out to accept the small red flower. All right then, I'll gladly accept your flower. Huh? Where's my hand? Su Yun blinked in confusion, then froze in shock. His right hand seemed disconnected from his body. The commands from his brain were like stones sinking into the ocean. His arm didn't budge an inch. Panic surged through him like a tidal wave. He hastily tried moving his left hand and found it could barely move. However, any larger motion sent a sharp, searing pain through it, as though his entire arm might fall apart at any moment. It was in this moment that Su Yun fully realized the extent of the damage to his body. TSK, this is bad. Su Yun clicked his tongue bitterly, his brows tightly furrowed. If it weren't for An Zhixin giving it her all to heal me, I probably wouldn't have woken up at all. The thought of how close he had come to death sent a chill crawling up his spine. He turned his head to look at An Zhixin, who was pale and visibly drained. Only then did he truly understand the price she had paid to save him. She had exhausted every ounce of her evergreen energy. Had it not been for her sacrifice, he might have already bid farewell to this world. A stark truth settled in his mind. He owed An Zhixin his life. The power of two gods is far beyond what I can handle at this stage, Su Yun muttered heavily, his head lowered. I'll have to be more cautious with it from now on. Enjoying the thrill in the moment often comes with dire consequences. The fight against the Pokémon hunters had been exhilarating, but his body had paid an almost catastrophic price. Worse still, he had indirectly caused An Zhixin to lose her evergreen power. Waves of regret crashed over him. Should have exercised more restraint and avoided recklessly using both Reshiram's power and Rayquaza's power simultaneously. That dual power mode had indeed made him a near-invincible force on the battlefield, but the cost was nearly fatal. If something like this happened again, even Arceus itself might not be able to save him. With a resigned sigh, Su Yun switched to using his left hand to accept a small red flower offered by the shiny Ralts. Big hero, thank you for saving me, the shiny Ralts stammered, summoning all its courage to add. I'll repay you properly in the future. The little Pokémon's eyes sparkled with admiration. From the moment Su Yun descended from the sky like a true hero and rescued it from the Pokémon hunters, its heart had been filled with nothing but awe for his towering figure. Oh, do you know how to repay a life-saving favor? Su Yun raised an eyebrow and couldn't resist teasing. A little girl wanting to repay him? This could be interesting. No, I don't know, the shiny Ralts answered, shaking its head. Do you, big hero? A mischievous smirk played on Su Yun's lips. Of course it's by offering yourself in marriage. Eh? The shiny Ralts blinked, its eyes half hidden behind its hair, and looked at Su Yun in confusion. Then it turned to its mother. Mommy, is that true? Gardevoir, standing silently nearby, showed no expression. She simply fixed Su Yun with a cold, piercing stare, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Under her icy scrutiny, Su Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He forced an awkward laugh. Just kidding, he said hastily. Only then did he realize his blunder teasing someone's daughter in front of her mother was indeed inappropriate. He's not wrong. What Su Yun didn't expect, however, was Gardevoir's unexpected agreement. The shiny Ralts blinked its big, watery eyes innocently. After confirming her mother Gardevoir's attitude, she shyly nestled into Su Yun's arms. Tilting her small face upward, she gazed at Su Yun with pure curiosity. Hero big brother, does offering myself to you mean this? Su Yun was completely dumbfounded. Wait, hold on, this isn't right. I was just joking. How did you agree so easily? He glanced at Gardevoir. Are you sure about entrusting your daughter to me? Aren't you worried that I might? Halfway through his sentence, a thought struck Su Yun. Could Gardevoir have seen his potential and decided to secure a future for her daughter in advance? On second thought, this was like an unexpected windfall for Hema little wife to guide and nurture. Don't worry, Madame Gardevoir, Su Yun said with a determined face, awkwardly raising his left hand to confidently hold the shiny Ralts. I promise I'll take good care of her. This scene left An Zhixin utterly speechless. Had Charmeleon really just managed to win over the shiny Ralts so effortlessly? She had been racking her brains trying to figure out how to convince Gardevoir, but Su Yun had resolved the issue in no time. So cool, she murmured, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Su Yun. Meanwhile, Vaporeon was far from pleased. It had just been relieved to escape the fate of becoming Su Yun's subordinate or wife, and now the shiny Ralts had swooped in and claimed the spot first? What irritated it even more was Su Yun's casual remark. What are you staring at? Call her sister-in-law. I won't. I'm not your lackey. Vaporeon huffed, turning its back to Su Yun in protest, its tail flicking indignantly. Just then, a system notification chimed. Detected an uncollected light orb about to disappear. Would you like to retrieve it now? Su Yun suddenly remembered the light orbs dropped after his battle with the Pokémon hunters. Little Ralts, watch as your big brother performs a magic trick, he said with a mischievous grin. Come to me, orbs. In an instant, countless light orbs flew toward him, and the system notifications followed one after another. Acquired Dark Energy 30. Acquired battle experience 200. Acquired fire-type skill Scorch Cleanse. Su Yun's aura began to soar rapidly. The shiny Ralts gasped, pressing her tiny hands against his chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat that roared like a volcano. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Hero Big Brother is amazing. At that moment, Su Yun lay with his head resting on An Zhixin's lap, his strength continuing to grow at an astonishing rate. She looked down at the boy who never ceased to surprise her, a mix of exasperation and amusement on her face. You little rascal, you always find the most unexpected ways to leave me dumbfounded. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to 29. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to 30. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to 31. The consecutive system notifications echoed in Su Yun's ears, each one striking his heart like a heavy hammer, leaving his breathing rapid and uneven. His eyes remained fixed on the glowing orbs of experience surging before Hyman, abundant reward from the fierce battle against the Elven Hunter. Although the fight had left him battered and bruised, the immense gains made it all worthwhile. The countless experience orbs poured into his body like a vast river of stars, each one bringing a tangible boost in power. Level 32. Su Yun stared at his level panel in disbelief. In just a few breaths, his level had skyrocketed by a staggering 5 levels. This rate of progression was on par with the effect of An Zhixin's evergreen power. This feeling is incredible. Su Yun clenched his fists, relishing the surge of strength within him. He couldn't help but imagine, if An Zhixin could use evergreen power on me again right now, my level would shoot straight to 38, surpassing the threshold for evolution. I wonder if that would allow me to evolve into a Charizard. Unfortunately, An Zhixin could no longer use evergreen power, so this idea would have to be shelved for now. But the battle experience was only part of the reward. Su Yun's attention shifted to another equally valuable Prizia brand new skill, Burn Up. Originally a move belonging to Houndoom, he had been fortunate enough to obtain it as a drop during the fight. While Burn Up lacked the raw power of Flamethrower, it had a unique effect. It could burn away an opponent's held berry, rendering it unusable. This unexpected ability could prove critical in specific situations. System, max out the proficiency of the Burn Up skill, Su Yun commanded decisively. The fire energy reserves he had accumulated, combined with the drop from Houndoom, were more than enough to fully upgrade the skill to its peak level. Ding. Congratulations, your Burn Up skill proficiency has reached the mastery level. In the blink of an eye, the Burn Up skill became as natural to Su Yun as breathing. His mastery of the move was now flawless, as if it had always been a part of him. Use the remaining 50 points of fire essence to boost my stats as well, Su Yun added with a wave of his hand, relishing the thrill of the increased firepower. Eagerly, he opened his information panel. Name, Su Yun. Species, Charmeleon. Base stats, 471. HP, 7012. Attack, 76. Defense, 62. Special attack, 110-30. Special defense, 75. Speed, 9111. Gender, male. Level, 32 elite tier. Type, fire. Abilities. Sacred Dragon mode. When HP falls below 12, enters Sacred Dragon state. Temporarily gains Dragon type, and Fire type move power increases by 250. Water Absorb. When hit by a Water type move, takes no damage and restores 14 of maximum HP instead. Su Yun checked his belongings and skills. Charcoal, several perfected Fire-type abilities, and various Dragon-type skills with differing levels of proficiency. His attribute energy and power boosts spanned multiple types, including water, grass, and ground, with particularly notable enhancements of 205 firepower and 150 dragon damage reduction. What excited him even more was the enhancement of his special Bloodline Reshiram and Rayquaza, each accounted for 15, along with the title of Sky Sovereign. This intense battle not only granted him an increase of 4 points in physical attack and 2 points in special defense-based stats, but also pushed his total base stat to 471, crossing the 470 threshold. Once I evolve into Charizard, my base stats will increase by another 129 points, Su Yun calculated with a slight smile. Exactly 600 points, reaching pseudo-legendary status. Only 4 levels of experience separated him from evolution, which wasn't a daunting task for someone like him who could gain experience by collecting energy orbs. However, his mood turned heavier as he glanced at the pale-faced An Zhixin beside him. Injured while protecting him, An Zhixin needed proper rest, which meant his plans for further strengthening would have to be delayed for a few days. With his significant level advancement, Su Yun finally regained control over his body. Although every movement was accompanied by sharp aches, he was at least able to move freely again. Charmeleon, congratulations on getting one step closer to evolution, An Zhixin said with joy as she noticed Su Yun's condition improving. She no longer dwelled on Su Yun's unique leveling method, knowing it was his special ability was enough. Tired, Su Yun lay flat on the ground, patting his soft belly. You've always let me enjoy your lap as a pillow. This time, It's your turn to enjoy the comfort of this dragon's belly pillow. Seeing her hesitation, Su Yun gave her a commanding look that left no room for argument. Lie down. Rest. That's an order. Blushing, An Zhixin carefully lay down on Su Yun's warm and soft belly. Under the glow of his tail flame, the pallor of her face gradually gave way to a healthier flush. Thank you, Charmeleon, An Zhixin murmured with gratitude, closing her eyes as she finally allowed herself to rest. As evening fell and the sky gradually darkened, An Zhixin woke from her deep sleep. The first thing she saw was the fiery glow of the sunset in the west, its golden red light filtering through the trees and scattering across the ground. It was then she realized she had overslept. She quickly looked down and saw Su Yun lying motionless in the same position as before, clearly staying still so as not to disturb her rest. I'm sorry, I slept for too long, An Zhixin said, a wave of guilt and gratitude welling up inside her. She was the trainer, yet she was the one being taken care of. My belly makes a pretty comfy pillow, doesn't it? Su Yun said with a sly grin, patting his stomach. Seeing that An Zhixin had regained her energy, he felt completely satisfied. Compared to all that she had done for him, this small sacrifice was nothing. Very comfortable, An Zhixin nodded, her cheeks flushing. Su Yun's belly felt like a warm, soft cushion, so comforting that it allowed her to drift into a peaceful sleep. Thanks to that, she had fully recovered and could walk without any trouble now. Xiao, the Vaporeon, and the shiny Ralts happily ran over, nuzzling against An Zhixin's legs. She gently stroked them and said, I'm sorry for worrying you both, but I've rested enough now, so it's time to go home. It was indeed time to leave, as the night was approaching and they hadn't brought any camping gear. Su Yun called out to the shiny Ralts, waving it over. Hey, little Lalu, give me a hand here. After staying in the same position for so long while supporting weight, his body had become stiff and sore. Hero brother, I'm coming. The shiny Ralts hurried over to help, but seemed to struggle a bit with the effort. Seeing this, An Zhixin quickly stepped forward to assist. Ugh, still hurts a little, Su Yun muttered as he stretched, his body aching all over. The strain he had endured earlier was too much, and even with An Zhixin's healing, he hadn't fully recovered. Letting her carry him or relying on the Pokémon to support him didn't seem like viable options. Finally, he pointed to the Pokeball on An Zhixin's waist, sighing in resignation. Just recall me into the ball. It's more comfortable in there anyway. All right, I'll let you out as soon as we get home, An Zhixin assured him, knowing how much Su Yun disliked staying in the Pokeball. She carefully took it off her belt and recalled him inside. She turned to the Gardevoir standing nearby and said, Lady Gardevoir, I'm taking the shiny Ralts with me now. There was a trace of reluctance in her voice. After this farewell, who knows when they'll see each other again. The shiny Ralts stood by its mother's side, its small hands clutching tightly. This was its first time leaving its mother, making the farewell especially significant. Gardevoir gently nodded, its elegant figure casting a graceful silhouette under the sunlight. Though its eyes glimmered with unshed tears of reluctance, it made no move to stop them. As a mother, it understood that the shiny Ralts would have a broader future following An Zhixin and Su Yun. It knew it couldn't selfishly keep its child by its side, but instead, it should bless and silently support it in finding its own path to happiness. Ralts, at the moment of parting, the shiny Ralts threw itself into Gardevoir's embrace, its tiny body trembling as it sobbed uncontrollably. It lingered in its mother's warm arms for a long time before reluctantly letting go, waving its small hands repeatedly to bid farewell to its mother and siblings. Ralts. Gardevoir stood with the remaining Ralts, the golden glow of the setting sun casting a warm light over them. They watched An Zhixin and her companions walk away, their silhouettes stretching longer and longer under the sunset until they finally disappeared beyond the horizon. Wait, how come I didn't see those Pokémon hunters earlier? On the way back, An Zhixin suddenly recalled and turned to ask the Vaporeon and the shiny Ralts beside her. She remembered that when she woke up, the hunters who had been lying on the ground were nowhere to be found. Could it be that they all escaped? Ralts. The shiny Ralts clenched its tiny white fists, an expression of resolute anger that seemed beyond its years appearing on its young face. Seeing this gesture, An Zhixin immediately understood what it meant and chose not to press further. She knew in her heart that during her unconsciousness, Gardevoir must have dealt with those hunters. As for how exactly it was done, she had no idea, but she was certain that those hunters would no longer have the chance to harm other Pokémon. By nightfall, An Zhixin finally returned home, exhausted, with Vaporeon and the shiny Ralts in tow. As soon as she stepped inside, she retrieved a Pokeball from her belt and released Su Yun. The four of them collapsed onto the couch in a heap, their bodies covered in dirt and sweat, looking utterly drained. Despite their disheveled state, a satisfied smile spread across An Zhixin's face. This adventure had cost them a lot, but the rewards were just as great. Not only had they exceeded their goals by successfully catching the shiny Ralts, but Su Yun's strength had also undergone a significant transformation, something that weeks of rigorous training couldn't have achieved. After resting for a while, and Zhixin took the three little ones for a bath. Of course, it wasn't a shared soak in the tub, but rather her helping each of them get cleaned up one by one. Vaporeon and the shiny Ralts thoroughly enjoyed the experience, relaxing their bodies under the warm water. Soon, they were clean and fragrant, happily returning to the bedroom. When it was Su Yun's turn, things were a bit different. Being a fire-type Pokémon, its aversion to water was almost instinctual. It sat in the tub, pitifully clutching its tail, its eyes full of reluctance. But when it met An Zhixin's determined gaze, it finally chose to give in, allowing her fingers to gently work through its fur and clean it. Su Yun knew that if it continued to resist, An Zhixin might just ban it from the bed later. Over the next few days, An Zhixin and Su Yun stayed home to rest, as their physical injuries were a significant hindrance. Adequate rest was necessary for their gradual recovery. Su Yun, in particular, would need at least 2 or 3 days to fully regain her energetic and lively state. In comparison, An Zhixin's recovery was much faster. After just 1 day of rest, her body was almost back to normal, and her complexion had returned to a healthy glow. The only thing she found disappointing was that the energy of the Everstone within her was still at a low level, rendering her unable to use its power. Nonetheless, this didn't stop her from taking advantage of this rare downtime to start planning her next steps. Her first priority was addressing Su Yun's evolution. Thanks to her rapid progress last time, Su Yun's level had already reached 32, just 4 levels away from evolving into a Charizard. Given Su Yun's remarkable leveling speed, An Zhixin estimated that it would take less than half a month for her to evolve successfully, significantly boosting her strength. At that point, An Zhixin would have completed the final task assigned to her by Zhang Xing. However, Su Yun's physical state was still poor, and evolution would have to wait until she fully recovered. For now, the most important thing was ensuring Su Yun got the rest she needed rather than rushing her evolution. Next, An Zhixin turned her attention to the issue of Vaporeon's multiform evolution. She recalled her homeroom teacher, Wang Deming, mentioning that Vaporeon possessed as many as 18 latent elemental energies within its body. While it was clearly unrealistic for Vaporeon to exhibit all 18 forms simultaneously, exploring 1 or 2 forms was entirely feasible. Over the past few days, An Zhixin had been diving into research on multiform evolutions, aiming to deepen her understanding and prepare for unlocking more possibilities for Vaporeon. However, as she first started going through the materials, she found herself overwhelmed by the complexity of the concepts. Despite this, she managed to grasp the basic principles. Eevee's evolution genes were highly unstable and easily influenced by external factors, resulting in different traits. Much like human stem cells, these genes could differentiate into various forms depending on external stimuli. For instance, using a water stone would allow Eevee to evolve into Vaporeon, while a fire stone would lead to Flareon. A sudden idea struck An Zhixin. Perhaps she could purchase a few evolution stones and have Vaporeon wear them to stimulate its other elemental genes and see if it could achieve multiform evolution. According to the information she found, ordinary evolution stones cost tens of thousands of yuan. In the past, such an expense would have made An Zhixin hesitate, but things were different now. Thanks to the prize money from the freshman tournament, she no longer needed to worry about finances. With this in mind, she immediately opened the Pokémon Store's website, selected, and ordered a Fire Stone. This is one of the most common evolution stones, and its price is relatively cheaper compared to other rare evolution stones, making it very suitable for experiments on Vaporeon. An Zhixin calculated in her mind, and then turned her attention to the final goal, the evolution problem of Charmeleon's little partner. After completing her notes, An Zhixin turned to look at the shiny Ralts snuggling beside Su Yun. The pink little Pokémon was enjoying its private moment with Su Yun, its small face radiating happiness. The results of yesterday's full body examination had confirmed that the shiny Ralts was currently at level 19, just 1 level away from evolving into Kirlia. An Zhixin bit her lip gently, contemplating the fastest way to level it up. A few Pokémon battles would be enough to trigger its evolution. This was the easiest option at the moment. How about taking it to challenge the gym? An Zhixin's eyes lit up as the idea became clearer in her mind. Pokémon gyms are public facilities established by the league to test trainers' strength. Passing the challenges earns trainers gym badges, which are not only symbols of their strength, but also prerequisites for participating in official large-scale competitions. As a result, nearly every trainer with sufficient strength would challenge their city's gym. Azure City had 3 Pokémon gyms in total, and the one closest to her residence was the Fire-type gym. An Zhixin glanced at the calendar. Today was Sunday, and the gym was closed, so the challenge would have to wait until tomorrow. However, she could use the remaining time to train and improve her coordination with the shiny Ralts. After all, since obtaining this shiny Pokémon, she had never formally commanded it in battle. With this in mind, An Zhixin got up, walked over to the shiny Ralts, crouched down, and smiled gently. Ralts, I'm planning to take you to challenge the Fire-type gym tomorrow so you can evolve into Kirlia sooner. But before that, we need to train and work on our coordination. What do you think, Ralts? The shiny Ralts blinked its round eyes, seemingly not understanding what evolution meant. It turned to Su Yun with a puzzled expression, seeking an explanation. Su Yun spoke gently. Evolution means becoming much stronger. He explained, right now, shiny Ralts has a very low base stat total of only 198, not even half of mine. Even though it's a shiny Pokémon with excellent potential, it's hard for it to unleash significant power. But once it evolves into Kirlia, its base stat total will increase to 278. Although still low, it's a significant improvement over its initial form. Stronger? Like a hero brother? The shiny Ralts lifted its little head, wearing a thoughtful expression, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, strong like me. Su Yun softly patted its hair with a warm smile, his tone filled with affection. Upon hearing this, the shiny Ralt's eyes immediately lit up as if stars were twinkling inside, its little face brimming with longing. When I asked you this question before, you didn't say it like that. Vaporeon chimed in from the side, unable to stay quiet after hearing Su Yun's response and his unusually tender tone. It pouted and muttered, recalling how it had asked Su Yun a similar question before and received the dismissive reply. What nonsense are you thinking? This stark difference in treatment convinced Vaporeon that Su Yun was deliberately picking on it. Fair is fair. Little LaRue is your future sister-in-law, so of course, I have to spoil her, Su Yun explained calmly, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness. Vaporeon scoffed and retorted, Tisich, I never said I wanted to be your little brother. She's not my sister-in-law. With that, she turned her head away disdainfully, completely dismissing Su Yun's words. Fine, but don't come crying and calling me Dragon Bro later, Su Yun said with a smirk, his eyes glinting with amusement. He then chose to ignore the defiant little tsundere. As the two exchanged words, shiny Ralts suddenly spoke up, her tone filled with uncertainty. Hero brother, will I change after I evolve? Do you prefer me the way I am now, or after I evolve? Her gaze was full of anticipation, as if she feared Su Yun might dislike her after her evolution. If that were the case, she'd rather give up evolving altogether. Just focus on evolving. Leave the liking part to Dragon Bro, Su Yun assured her confidently, patting his chest with conviction. In truth, it wasn't shiny Ralts' appearance that mattered to him, it was the waifu Pokémon species itself. Whether it was Ralts, Kirlia, or Gardevoir, he adored them all. Besides, compared to Ralts with its eyes obscured, the clear, innocent gaze and youthful face of Kirlia, coupled with her twin tails, were undeniably more appealing. And those twin tails even boosted speed. How could he possibly resist? Hearing his words, shiny Ralts nodded resolutely, clenching her tiny fists with determination. If Hero Brother likes it, then I'll do my best to complete my evolution. Seeing the unwavering determination in shiny Ralts' eyes, her gaze brimming with trust and devotion towards Su Yun, her resolve seemed to inspire everyone present. An Zhixin was momentarily stunned, her heart stirred. Shiny Ralts, who had been so hesitant before, was now wholeheartedly following Su Yun's guidance onto a steadfast path. Is this the power of love? An Zhixin mused to herself, a tinge of envy creeping into her thoughts. She stood in a daze for a moment before snapping out of it and nodding slightly. All right. Then, she turned to the sulking Vaporeon nearby. Vaporeon, could you be Ralts' opponent later? Vaporeon, who had been lying down to cool off, rolled her eyes at this request, feeling utterly speechless. Just looking at Ralts was infuriating enough, wanting to be her sister-in-law was bad enough, and now she was being asked to be her sparring partner? What a joke. But when she met shiny Ralts' gaze, those pure and sincere eyes softened her heart. Ugh, fine. I don't even like that guy, and I'm not going to be his little brother. What does it matter to me what Ralts evolves into? She let out a quiet sigh and muttered, all right, I'll help you this once. Shiny Ralts' eyes lit up upon hearing Vaporeon's response, and she excitedly jumped up. Thank you, Vaporeon sister. Please help me. I want to evolve quickly so Hero Brother will like me even more. Vaporeon let out a faint huff, but felt her resolve waver slightly. The earnest longing in Ralts' eyes to evolve was something she simply couldn't turn down. In this quiet moment, shiny Ralts seemed to have made up her mind. She was ready to face the challenge ahead with all her might. Perhaps, just like the power of love, this gave her the courage and drive to move forward. Vaporeon pouted slightly, but eventually convinced herself. Just then, the shiny Ralts came bounding over cheerfully, extending its tiny hands to wrap tightly around Vaporeon's neck. Hee hee, Vaporeon sis is the best. Ralts' voice was filled with joy. Vaporeon tilted her head slightly, her gaze deliberately drifting to the side as she adopted a cold and aloof demeanor. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just following the trainer's orders, that's all. Su Yun observed the scene with amusement, unable to hold back a chuckle. People often said that Vaporeon was soft all over, but in his opinion, at least this Vaporeon's mouth was pretty tough. All right, let's go train on the rooftop, An Zhixin said, smiling as she glanced at the two Pokémon bonding so warmly. She led them toward the door, but before stepping out, she turned and gave a word of caution. The house is small, and it can't handle the chaos you two might cause. Charmeleon, you stay here and rest to recover from your injuries. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yun had already nimbly climbed off the bed. No way, I can't miss Ralts' first battle. Although his injuries hadn't completely healed, walking was no longer an issue. All right then, I'll carry you up, An Zhixin said decisively, crouching down and motioning for Su Yun to climb onto her back. There's no need. I can walk perfectly fine. Su Yun declined, worried about her physical condition not being fully recovered. But An Zhixin grabbed his small claws firmly, her tone resolute. Get on. That's an order. Her commanding voice mirrored the tone Su Yun had used when insisting she lie on his belly before. TCH, fine if you insist. But don't think I'm afraid of you, Su Yun muttered, reluctantly giving in as he climbed onto her back. His little claws gently wrapped around her neck, and his head rested on her shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted to his nose, and her silky hair grazed his face as a gentle breeze swept through the stairwell. If someone were to look from behind, they'd surely notice Su Yun's tail swaying proudly from side to side. Once they reached the rooftop, An Zhixin carefully set Su Yun down and then turned her attention to training the shiny Ralts. Ralts, you must stay focused during battles and respond to my commands promptly, she instructed seriously. Now, try using Confusion Beam on Vaporeon. Confusion Beam was the most powerful move in shiny Ralts' current arsenal. Not only did it boast strong offensive power, but it also had a chance to confuse the opponent. As someone who had suffered from the move before, Su Yun was all too familiar with how annoying its side effect could be. Ralts, the shiny Ralts raised its hands and launched a spiraling beam of mystical light toward Vaporeon. Va! Vaporeon reacted instantly, countering with a water gun attack. Thanks to her significant advantage in level and base stats, she easily neutralized Ralts' move. Ralts. A deep sense of defeat washed over the shiny Ralts, and it lowered its head dejectedly. The powerful attack it had unleashed with all its strength had been effortlessly blocked by Vaporeon. It couldn't help but feel inadequate. If it had been Su Yun instead, surely Vaporeon wouldn't have been able to counter so easily, right? Ralts, don't worry about winning or losing. This is just training. And Zhixin gently comforted the shiny Ralts, noticing its dejected expression. You haven't evolved yet, and the road ahead is long. Vaporeon has already completed its evolution, so it's normal that you can't beat it right now. There's no need to feel too upset. The shiny Ralts lowered its head, its eyes, hidden by pink bangs, losing their usual sparkle. While Vaporeon wasn't as overwhelmingly strong as Su Yun, being a fully evolved Pokémon meant its base stats were more than double those of the shiny Ralts, giving it a significant advantage in strength. There's really no need to feel inferior just because you lost in your first battle, An Zhixin continued. When you evolve into Gardevoir in the future, that will be the time to truly showcase your power. If you still can't defeat Vaporeon then, you can feel discouraged but not now. Really, the shiny Ralts slowly lifted its head, a faint glimmer of hope returning to its eyes. An Zhixin smiled and nodded before turning towards Su Yun, winking playfully. Hey, Charmeleon, isn't this your future little wife? Aren't you going to comfort her? Su Yun cleared his throat, then offered words of encouragement to the shiny Ralts. Little Ralts, the fact that you managed to take a hit from Vaporeon is already impressive. Vaporeon is really strong, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. What you need to do now is learn from its battle techniques. As for defeating it, that's something to think about later. Hearing this, the shiny Ralts immediately clenched its tiny fists, confidence quickly returning. Got it, hero big brother. I'll do my best to last a few more rounds against Sister Vaporeon. It had initially wanted to impress Su Yun by defeating Vaporeon, but after hearing his advice, it adjusted its goals. Beating Vaporeon was now an unrealistic dream it no longer clung to. Instead, it focused on lasting longer in battle to avoid disappointing its hero. TCH, you're actually praising me? That's unexpected, Vaporeon remarked with a glance at Su Yun, pretending to be indifferent but secretly feeling smug. Su Yun had actually called it strong? That was something it never thought it would hear. Humph, so Dragon Bro really is all bark and no bite, huh? Deep down, you must really respect me, Vaporeon thought proudly, lifting its tail high. Well, since that's the case, I suppose I can do you a favor and go easy on the kid. Vaporeon launched another water gun attack, but this time, the move was noticeably weaker. The stream of water appeared much less forceful and more dispersed. This wasn't just holding back, it was practically flooding the battlefield with leniency. Huh. An Zhixin's eyes lit up as she seized the opportunity. Now's your chance, Ralts. Use Confusion to control the water and send it back. Under normal circumstances, Vaporeon's water gun attack would be far too powerful for the shiny Ralts to manipulate with Confusion. However, with the attack's strength deliberately reduced, the shiny Ralts now had a real chance to take control of the water stream. Lala the shiny Ralts keenly seized the opportunity to counterattack. A powerful psychic energy surged within it, instantly taking control of the water gun attack fired by Vaporeon. The cool stream of water abruptly froze in midair, held still by the invisible force. Then, In an eerie twist, the water reversed direction and shot straight back toward Vaporeon. Having never battled a Psychic-type Pokémon before, Vaporeon was completely unprepared for its own move to be turned against it. By the time it snapped out of its shock and tried to dodge, it was too late. The redirected water gun hit it squarely. Fortunately, the attack wasn't very powerful, or the damage could have been significant. Drenched from head to tail, water dripped steadily from Vaporeon's soaked fur. It shook its head vigorously, trying to dry off. While it wasn't hurt, its bedraggled appearance was undeniably comical. "Good job, little Ralts. That was awesome." Su-Yun immediately began to praise it. "As expected of my little star. You actually managed to get the upper hand against Vaporeon. Just look at that, it's like a wet dog now thanks to your move." The shiny Ralts blushed furiously at the compliment, its face turning bright red. It stood in place, nervously fidgeting with the hem of its skirt, too shy to respond. Meanwhile, Vaporeon stared wide-eyed in utter confusion. It replayed the events in its mind. Su-Yun had been praising it just moments earlier, but now he was using it as a foil to highlight Ralts' success. Wasn't it Su-Yun who had begged it to hold back? It had even gone out of its way to make its attacks look more intense as a gesture of goodwill, only for him to completely betray it? Watching the shiny Ralts brim with newfound confidence, Vaporeon suddenly realized the truth. Su-Yun had orchestrated the entire situation to boost Ralts' self-esteem. And it was nothing more than a prop in this elaborate performance. "You sneaky dragon. Traitor." Vaporeon fumed, its teeth clenched in frustration, and its face darkened with rage. Quietly, it approached Su-Yun, its gaze fixed intently on his tail. "What are you doing?" Su-Yun noticed the fury radiating from Vaporeon and shot it a wary glance. Vaporeon didn't answer, its eyes still locked on his tail. A sense of dread crept over Su-Yun. "Stay back. Don't come any closer," he shouted, attempting to escape. But before he could move, Vaporeon lunged forward, jaws wide open. "Don't bite, Tia." And so began a ridiculous game of tail chasing. Vaporeon clamped down on Su-Yun's tail, while Su-Yun retaliated by biting Vaporeon's tail in turn. Neither was willing to let go. "Let go of my tail." "No way. If you don't, it'll set you on fire." "Go ahead, I won't let go. I mean it'll really do it." Flames flickered on Su-Yun's tail, their reflection dancing in Vaporeon's dark eyes. "Let go of my tail." Vaporeon roared angrily, silently vowing that one day, it would evolve into a form immune to fire. Then Su-Yun wouldn't be able to threaten it anymore. When that time came, it would bite his tail every single day. Why the tail specifically? Perhaps because it simply couldn't think of a better way to get even. An Zhixin looked at the two troublemakers and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Su-Yun always seemed to provoke Shuai-Yibu, who would get so angry it looked like it might bite him. Yet, Shuai-Yibu was a paradox. Furious as it might be, it was also inexplicably afraid of Su-Yun. Every time Su-Yun spoke, it would obediently back down. And Zhixin had grown used to their constant bickering and playful fights, usually choosing to ignore them. Deep down, she understood that fighting could be a form of affection and teasing could show care. She believed that one day, Shuai-Yibu and Su-Yun's love-hate relationship would bind them together, making them inseparable parts of each other's lives. The next day, An Zhixin received a package she had been eagerly awaiting. Opening the packaging, a fiery red gemstone radiating the essence of fire appeared before her eyes. The fire stone. She had purchased it with a clear purpose in mind, to assist Shuai-Yibu in experimenting with multiform evolution. "Woman, have you lost your mind? This dragon doesn't need a fire stone to evolve." Su-Yun, thinking the fire stone was meant for him, curiously scratched at it with his claws. "Stop playing with it. This isn't for you." And Zhixin gently patted his paw, and then called out to Shuai-Yibu, "Shuai-Yibu, come over and see what I got for you." "Not for me." Su-Yun froze, his gaze instinctively shifting to the obedient Shuai-Yibu trotting over. Could it really be for Shuai-Yibu? What a joke. What use could Shuai-Yibu possibly have for a firestone? Just as he was thinking this, a sudden realization struck him, and he stopped in his tracks. "Don't tell me you're planning to use this firestone to unlock Shuai-Yibu's fire form?" Su-Yun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Shuai-Yibu's body contained energy from 18 different types, making it theoretically easier for it to evolve into multiple forms compared to other Yibus. But Su-Yun didn't believe a simple firestone could activate its second form. If it were that easy, there would already be countless multiform Yibus around. Shuai-Yibu walked up to An Zhixin, its ears twitching at Su-Yun's mocking tone. It snorted arrogantly, clearly still unwilling to reconcile with him. Determined to prove itself, it glared at Su-Yun, filled with the desire to unlock its second form and show him up. "Let's give it a try and see if you feel anything unusual. If you feel uncomfortable at all, make sure to let me know, okay?" And Zhixin carefully picked up the firestone and gently pressed it against Shuai-Yibu's body. As the warm, fiery energy from the stone spread through its body, Shuai-Yibu let out a soft whimper. However, after a long moment, nothing about its body seemed to change. "I told you, There's no way the second form could be activated so easily, Su Yun sneered dismissively. Hearing this only made Shui Ibu more determined. It silently vowed to prove Su Yun wrong. Just as it was about to lose its temper, An Zhixin suddenly noticed a subtle shift in Shui Yiba's aura. It felt as though some dormant energy within it was starting to awaken. Huh. She furrowed her brows in surprise. At the same moment, Su Yun also sensed the change. He quickly turned his gaze to Shui Ibu, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. No way did it actually manage to stumble into success. As a fire-type creature, Su Yun was especially attuned to fire energy. He could clearly sense a faint trace of fire energy quietly rising within Shui Yiba's body. What shocked him even more was that this energy didn't seem to come from the fire stone. This Ibu is just that amazing. Now you see, don't you? Shui Yiba's mood was visibly triumphant as it shot a proud glare at Su Yun. Seeing the astonishment on Su Yun's face, Vaporeon immediately raised its head with pride, its smug expression seemingly saying, finally regained some dignity. However, this sense of triumph didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Its aura shifted abruptly, and the sudden surge of fire energy dissipated just as quickly and quietly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Gone. An Zhixin and Su Yun exclaimed almost in unison. Both of them sharply noticed the subtle change in Vaporeon's aura. That mysterious fiery energy fluctuation had disappeared in an instant, as though suppressed by some unknown force. This Vaporeon, Su Yun's eyes glimmered with a thoughtful light as his gaze locked onto the Pokémon with a complex expression. He murmured, there's more to this little guy than meets the eye. I need to find some time to have a proper talk with it. Vaporeon felt the intensity of Su Yun's stare and its heartbeat quickened. Misunderstanding his intentions, it panicked and stammered. Why are you looking at me like that? Even if you like me, too won't. It couldn't finish the sentence, the last part stuck in its throat out of sheer embarrassment. After all, deep down, it knew those words weren't entirely sincere. Stop being so full of yourself, Su Yun chuckled dismissively. Let's talk after you evolve into a Sylveon. Sylveon? Vaporeon blinked, looking back at Su Yun in confusion. From his tone, it could tell Sylveon must be something special. If it could evolve into that form, would it gain more of Su Yun's attention? A strange sense of pride and excitement welled up within it. Determined, it thought to itself, I, Vaporeon, will definitely evolve into a Sylveon. By then, that pesky Charmeleon will be completely smitten with me. Vaporeon couldn't help but grin foolishly, as if it could already see its moment of triumph. Meanwhile, An Zhixin held the fire stone in her hand, lost in thought. She had detected the subtle changes within Vaporeon. Although the fiery energy fluctuation was faint, it was undeniably real. The Firestone's energy might not be strong enough to fully trigger Vaporeon's secondary form, but perhaps its weakness was why no significant transformation had occurred. After pondering for a moment, she decided to let Vaporeon wear the Firestone for a while to observe if there would be any new developments. If there's still no clear reaction after some time, it would confirm that the Firestone's energy is indeed too weak, she decided silently. Vaporeon didn't object. On the contrary, it was thrilled. The Firestone's appearance was beautiful, and wearing it made Vaporeon feel quite stylish. If it could help it evolve into a Sylveon, then there was absolutely no reason to refuse. With Vaporeon's situation temporarily settled, An Zhixin turned her attention back to the shiny Ralts. After the intense training from the previous night, she and Ralts had developed a strong synergy. It was time to take it to challenge the Pokémon gym. Charmeleon, I'm planning to take shiny Ralts to challenge the gym. Do you want to stay home and rest, or come with us? An Zhixin glanced at Su Yun, who was lounging lazily on the bed. Su Yun lazily lifted his eyelids, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. Do you even need to ask? Little Ralt's first real battle off course. They'll be there to cheer it on. Besides, I've pretty much recovered now and can keep up just fine. Without further discussion, the two prepared everything they needed and set off in the direction of the gym. And Zhixin nodded, stood up, and began packing her things. Half an hour later, she walked out the door with the Pokémon. The shiny Ralts looked nervous, clinging tightly to Su Yun's hand and refusing to leave his side. Hero big brother, will the opponents at the gym be really strong? Can I beat them? If I lose, will you think less of me? The shiny Ralts asked softly, her eyes filled with unease. Such a clingy little one, Su Yun said with a gentle smile, patiently reassuring her. A battle is just a battle, don't overthink it. We'll give it our all together, and even if we lose, you could never disappoint me. Hearing this, the shiny Ralts relaxed a little, clenched her tiny fists, and encouraged herself with newfound determination. I'll give it everything I've got. Even if I lose, I won't let hero big brother down. Before long, they arrived at a vivid red building with the Pokémon League emblem shining brightly on its roof. This was the Fire-type gym. If you're ready, let's head in and take on the challenge, An Zhixin said, looking down at the shiny Ralts with a warm smile. The shiny Ralts puffed up her cheeks and nodded firmly. I'm ready. All right, let's go. An Zhixin stepped forward and headed toward the gym. As soon as they entered the gym's doors, a red-haired girl suddenly emerged and bumped right into An Zhixin. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and An Zhixin's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of surprise appearing on her face. Renua? She asked softly. Renua let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms as her sharp gaze swept over An Zhixin, finally landing on the shiny Ralts behind her. For a moment, a flash of shock flickered in her eyes. You're here to challenge the gym too? Her expression suddenly turned piercing. Is that your Pokémon? The moment Renua saw the shiny Ralts, her face changed abruptly, disbelief written all over her features. This is a shiny Ralts. You, someone with nothing to your name, actually managed to get such a rare Pokémon? How is that even possible? She stared intently at the shiny Ralts, utterly unable to believe what she was seeing. This was a Pokémon she herself coveted, so how could An Zhixin of all people have it? If you have no other questions, step aside, An Zhixin said coldly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Don't block my way. Renua's expression darkened instantly, and she retorted angrily. What's that supposed to mean? Don't think you're so great just because you have a shiny Ralts. My Pokémon now are definitely on par with yours. An Zhixin's indifference completely infuriated her. Renua reached out abruptly, ready to release her own Pokémon, but An Zhixin didn't give her the chance, cutting her off directly. Whatever Pokémon you have is none of my concern. I'm not interested. Who says it's irrelevant? Renua snapped, her face twisted with rage. In a month, we'll have a 3-3 match. Doesn't that matter? You're not interested, huh? Hypocrite. I don't believe you aren't curious about how strong my Pokémon are. Before An Zhixin could respond, a self-assured, icy smirk appeared on Renua's lips, as if she were eagerly awaiting her reaction. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. She refused to believe that An Zhixin didn't care about her as an opponent. An Zhixin frowned and looked at Renua in confusion, completely clueless about what she meant by 3v3 duel. Renua noticed her reaction, and her expression froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She quickly adjusted her posture, her expression turning strange. No way. Did Mentor Zhongxing really not tell you? Her voice carried clear astonishment. The two of us will have a 3v3 Pokémon duel in a month. If I win, he'll earn the qualification to study at Jinghang Academy. An Zhixin stood rooted in place, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Renua spoke with such certainty, yet Zhongxing had never mentioned anything like this to her, not a single word. Renua burst into laughter upon seeing the confusion on An Zhixin's face, her eyes gleaming with triumph. You really didn't know? As I thought, Mentor Zhongxing has more faith in me. He probably thinks you're no match for me, so he didn't even bother telling you about something this important. An Zhixin, you've already been abandoned. An Zhixin's heart sank, her mind racing with countless questions. Why would Zhongxing do this? Had he accepted some sort of bribe from the Ren family? She needed to confront Zhongxing and get to the bottom of this. Just then, Renua's gaze fell on a small figure behind An Zhixin. A Vaporeon. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. An Zhixin, why would you choose the same Pokémon I used for your third one? In Renua's eyes, Vaporeon was nothing but a complete waste of time to train. But as she took a closer look at the Vaporeon, her expression suddenly shifted. Wait a minute, why does this Vaporeon look so familiar? What? This is the one I abandoned. Renua's laughter grew even more unrestrained. An Zhixin, you're killing me. Even if you're too broke to assemble 3 Pokémon, you didn't have to pick up the trash I threw away. I wouldn't even spare a glance at this reject. And here you are treating it like some kind of treasure. She feigned sympathy, blinking theatrically. If you can't afford a Pokémon, you could have just told me. We're classmates, after all. If you beg me a little, I might have even given you one. Vavava. The Vaporeon trembled, hiding behind An Zhixin in fear. Each of Renua's insults pierced its heart like sharp needles, causing unbearable pain. It lowered its head deeply, too afraid to even look at Renua. That's enough, Renua. An Zhixin narrowed her eyes, her tone turning sharp and icy. Vaporeon is my Pokémon now, and I expect you to watch your words. To me, Vaporeon is exceptional and strong. It is far from trash. Insult her if you must, but insult her Pokémon? Absolutely not. Oh really? Renua sneered, raising an eyebrow as she gestured dismissively toward Vaporeon. Hey, reject, can't even greet your first trainer? You really are nothing but a... Before she could finish, a low, menacing growl cut her off, silencing her instantly in fear. Enough of this nonsense. A voice suddenly interjected, dripping with sarcasm. Suyin stepped forward, his tone sharp and unrelenting. He hadn't planned on intervening, but An Zhixin's overly polite demeanor was no match for Renua's taunts. If anyone was going to put Renua in her place, it had to be him. Renua stumbled backward, her expression shifting rapidly from anger to fear. She stared intently at Suyin standing before her. Although she couldn't understand the elvish words he was speaking, his aggressive tone and disdainful expression made it clear was undoubtedly using the most demeaning insults to humiliate her. If it had been any other elf trainer, she would have rushed forward to argue her case. But facing Su Yun, she felt as though she were nailed to the spot, unable to summon the courage to take even a single step closer. The bitter defeats she had suffered at his hands in the past had left an indelible shadow in her heart. While she often boasted about trampling both Su Yun and An Zhixin underfoot, when it came down to it, she couldn't even muster the nerve to speak up. Seeing her cowering demeanor, Su Yun grew even more smug and continued his taunts in Elvish. Huh, a weakling who only bullies those weaker than herself. What right do you have to criticize Vaporeon? If we're talking about uselessness, you're the most pathetic one here. Since you're so eager to provoke me, why not have a match with me? If you can last 3 rounds, I'll admit defeat. Ren Shui trembled with rage, but couldn't utter a single word. Su Yun's attitude was downright thuggish, but he firmly believed that villains are best dealt with by other villains. For someone like Ren Shui, only a stronger and more domineering approach could put her in her place. Otherwise, she'd just see it as an invitation to take advantage. Gentle-natured An Zhixin was clearly too soft, which was why Ren Shui kept coming back to stir up trouble. Damn you, Charmeleon. Ren Shui fumed silently. Insulting me is one thing, but threatening me too? Just you wait. In a month, they'll make you pay and crush you completely. She had just received her starter Pokemon from Ren Buffon, and her current strength was nowhere near Su Yun's overwhelming level. Picking a fight now would only end in humiliation. But a month from now, in the upcoming 3v3 match against An Zhixin, she was determined to settle the score and reclaim her dignity. Throwing a parting remark at An Zhixin, Ren Shui snapped, 1 month from now, I'll personally defeat you and your Pokemon. With that, she hurriedly fled, afraid that staying even a second longer would result in further humiliation from Su Yun. An Zhixin frowned, silently watching Ren Shui's retreating figure with a pensive expression. After a moment, she looked down at Vaporeon with concern and asked softly, Vaporeon, are you okay? Vaporeon shook its head lightly, letting out a faint sigh. It was clear that it was still shaken from the earlier confrontation. Seeing her partner in such a fragile state, An Zhixin felt a pang of heartache. She had thought that simply keeping Vaporeon away from Ren Shui would solve the problem, but reality had proven her wrong. Vaporeon's fear of Ren Shui had become a deep-seated trauma. Though it rarely showed under normal circumstances, the mere presence of Ren Shui was enough to trigger it instantly. If An Zhixin cannot help Shui Yibu completely overcome its inner struggles, its future growth will be severely hindered. Don't worry, Ren Shui is no longer your trainer. From now on, I will protect you, An Zhixin said softly, crouching down to gently stroke Shui Yibu's head. Helping Shui Yibu overcome the psychological shadow left by Ren Shui was no easy task. An Zhixin understood that this would take time and careful thought. Shui Yibu gently nudged her with its head, the fear in its expression finally easing a little. It glanced at the shiny Ralts beside it, feeling both grateful and guilty. Despite being at a higher level than the shiny Ralts, having bonded with An Zhixin earlier, and even being something of an older sister to it, Shui Yibu now found itself needing comfort from the shiny Ralts. How could it accept this? It shouldn't be this fragile. It needed to pull itself together. Taking a deep breath, Shui Yibu tried hard to let go of its fears. It looked up at An Zhixin to signal that it was fine now, then said, we have more important things to do. It knew that today they were here to challenge the gym and help the shiny Ralts evolve, not to console it. All right, let's head inside, An Zhixin said with a nod, seeing that Shui Yibu's emotions had stabilized. She led them toward the gym. Brother Long, thank you, Shui Yibu said shyly as Su Yun caught up with them. Lowering its head in guilt, it continued, I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have bitten your tail. Shui Yibu recalled how Su Yun had stood up without hesitation earlier, fiercely scolding Ren Shui and silencing her after she humiliated it. Shui Yibu was deeply moved. Although they had a minor disagreement last night, Su Yun had still protected it without a second thought. Shui Yibu felt a pang of guilt. It had been petty enough to bite Su Yun's tail over such a small matter. It's fine. I've already forgotten about it, Su Yun said nonchalantly, waving it off with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Shui Yibu felt even more remorseful. Su Yun might have said he forgot, but Shui Yibu had been dwelling on it all day. Compared to Brother Long, it felt so immature. Quietly blaming itself, it murmured, I'm really not a good Pokemon. It stole a glance at Su Yun's tail and noticed faint bite marks still visible from its teeth. A wave of heartache swept over it. Silently, it vowed to repay Su Yun properly once it evolved into a Sylveon. For now, though, it needed to focus on improving itself and strive to evolve as soon as possible. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym, An Zhixin said as she approached the registration desk. All right, which level of Pokemon would you like to use for the challenge? The staff member asked politely. The gym leader would choose opponents based on the challenger's Pokemon levels to ensure a fair and engaging battle. This one, An Zhixin replied, gently lifting the shiny Ralts in her arms. A shiny Ralts. What an adorable little Pokemon, the staff member exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she cupped the shiny Ralts' tiny face affectionately. Let me check its level. With that, The staff member took out a device to scan the shiny Ralts level. Su Yun, watching from the side, couldn't help but comment. Why do all these women love pinching Pokemon's cheeks? Just like An Zhixin's always pinching mine for no reason. Level 19 already? That's truly impressive. After confirming the level of the shiny Ralts, the staff handed An Zhixin a challenger token with the bold number 19 engraved on it. Miss, just take this token and head straight to our gym leader, the staff member said politely. An Zhixin accepted the token, holding the shiny Ralts in her arms, and turned toward the arena inside the gym. Ralts, you'll be on the stage soon. Do your best, okay? She bent down to encourage her shiny Ralts, her voice filled with hope and excitement. The shiny Ralts waved its tiny snow-white hand, its eyes gleaming with determination. It glanced at Su Yun beside it, full of anticipation. Hero Big Brother, do you think I can win the upcoming battle? Not wanting to dampen its confidence, Su Yun smiled warmly and raised a claw in encouragement. Go for it. I believe in you. The shiny Ralts nodded firmly, brimming with confidence. Yes, I won't let you down, Hero Big Brother. Before long, An Zhixin found the fire-type gym leader. After handing over the challenge token to him, the two headed directly to the gym's arena. In the upcoming battle, I'll evaluate your performance. If you're good enough, I'll award you the fire badge. Of course, if you can defeat me directly, that would be even better, the fire-type gym leader, Mobu, said calmly. Casually, he pulled out a Pokeball adorned with a flame sticker. Let's begin. With a gentle toss, the Pokeball opened with a snap, and a lithe fox-like Pokemon with white fur and yellow accents appeared gracefully, standing firmly on the arena floor. Rayquaza, Mobu announced loudly. The Pokemon stood elegantly, its tail resembling a blazing flame, exuding an intense fiery aura. It was the second evolution of Fennekin, boasting formidable strength. Tsh, this is going to be tricky, Su Yun muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow as he eyed the Rayquaza. If it were just a Fennekin, it wouldn't be too tough. But a Rayquaza. Its evolved form has a base stat total of 409. His gaze assessed the opponent, noting that the Rayquaza was at level 20, close to the shiny Ralts' level. However, the Rayquaza's base stats gave it a significant advantage. Without the system's support, Su Yun wouldn't dare to challenge it so easily. Moreover, since the shiny Ralts hadn't yet evolved into a Gardevoir, its strength still appeared relatively fragile compared to many Pokémon. Your turn, Ralts. And Zhixin's eyes sharpened as she decisively sent the shiny Ralts into battle. She knew this fight would be tough, but she was determined to use strategy and precise commands to compensate for the power gap. Rayquaza, use Ember. Mobu commanded without hesitation, initiating the attack. Rayquaza swung the branch from its tail lightly, and flames burst forth, sending a blazing fireball hurtling toward the shiny Ralts. Ralts, use Teleport to dodge. And Zhixin quickly issued her command. The shiny Ralts disappeared in a flash, effortlessly evading the Ember attack. Although the shiny Ralts successfully avoided the fiery assault, it didn't counterattack immediately. At this moment, the positioning wasn't ideal for an offensive move. It could only wait patiently for the right opportunity. Therefore, she had to rely on the shiny Ralts' teleportation ability to evade the attack from the Delphox and swiftly reposition herself. The shiny Ralts let out a delicate cry, and its small figure vanished instantly from where it stood. The Delphox's attack struck empty air as Ralts reappeared at its side. It was at this precise moment that determination flashed in An Zhixin's eyes, and she issued a counterattack command. Use Psybeam. The shiny Ralts crossed its hands over its chest, and in the next instant, a beam of mysterious energy shot out rapidly, heading straight for the Delphox. The Delphox, undaunted, responded decisively. Use Mystical Fire. Mobu's strategy was straightforward and fearless, opting for a heating clash rather than dodging. Flames surged around the Delphox, turning it into a blazing fireball as it charged directly at the beam of light. In the ensuing violent collision, sparks flew, and the power of the Psybeam was torn apart and instantly dissipated. The Delphox, engulfed in roaring flames, charged menacingly toward the shiny Ralts. Use Psychic on yourself to fly into the air. And Zhixin calmly commanded. The shiny Ralts was instantly enveloped in psychic energy, its body becoming as light as a feather. With a sudden leap, it soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the Delphox's ferocious charge. This was the advantage of flight. Only flying Pokémon could enjoy such a unique privilege. Pokémon that could never take to the skies would never know the feeling of such freedom. When I evolve into a Charizard, I'll be able to fly like little Ralts, Su Yun thought to himself, filled with envy. Watching the shiny Ralts float gracefully like a fairy in the air, a strong desire surged in his heart. He yearned to evolve into a Charizard soon. Then, not only could he soar freely, but he would also gain real wings, worthy of the title Sky Sovereign. But for now, a Pokémon that can't fly, how could it call itself the Sky Sovereign? That would be as ridiculous as tying a balloon to a Groudon's head. It was utterly embarrassing to even think about it. Ding. The system notification sound interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations. You have received additional orb rewards from your bound partner, Shiny Ralts. Battle Experience 10. Congratulations. You have received additional orb rewards from your bound partner, Shiny Ralts. Fire Energy 10. Congratulations. You have received additional orb rewards from your bound partner, Shiny Ralts. Fire Essence 5. As the series of system notifications chimed, Suyun's spirits lifted, and he thought to himself, little Ralts' hard work is finally paying off. Ever since capturing the Shiny Ralts in the Azure Forest, the system had automatically bound it to Suyun, just like with his Vaporeon. The Shiny Ralts could also provide him with additional orb rewards. Go, little Ralts. I believe in you. Suyun cheered, pumping his fist in excitement as he watched the continuous stream of orb rewards. He couldn't help but marvel. Gaining strength while just sitting back, this is amazing. I have to encourage it to keep earning more orbs for me. Lalu. Encouraged by Suyun, a determined glint flashed in Lalu Leisai's eyes, and an even stronger fighting spirit radiated from its entire body. It quickly gathered energy, releasing a precise Psybeam that struck the long-tailed fire fox directly. The opponent's movement faltered, clearly suffering significant damage. Mobu raised an eyebrow at the scene. The performance of this shiny Lalu Leisai was undoubtedly surprising. Had been expected that the battle would conclude in 3 rounds at most. Yet now, 3 rounds had passed, and the opponent still stood spiritedly on the arena. He couldn't help but recall a previous challenger named Renua. That person had possessed a rather impressive rare water-type Pokémon and had the advantage in type matchups, ultimately securing victory. However, Renua's poor command skills and chaotic on-the-spot decisions had left Mob reluctant to award the gym badge. In contrast, An Zhixin's display of tactical prowess in the current battle was a breath of fresh air. Long-tailed Fire Fox, use Fire Spin. Mobuyu's expression suddenly turned serious, signaling that he was now taking this match earnestly. Fire Fox, the long-tailed Fire Fox skillfully waved its branch, sketching a blazing circle in the air that quickly engulfed the shiny Lalu Leisai. The flames converged into a vortex, continuously scorching the vulnerable Lalu Leisai. Lalu, trapped within the fiery vortex, Lalu Leisai let out a panicked cry. The move not only inflicted damage but also had a binding effect, preventing it from using teleport to escape. And Zhixin's face darkened as she quickly devised a strategy. Lalu Leisai, use Psychic to break through the fire spin. She recalled a prior moment on the rooftop when Lalu Leisai had successfully controlled Vaporeon's water gun, though that had been due to the opponent's deliberate concession. This time, however, facing the long-tailed Fire Fox at full strength, it was uncertain whether the tactic would succeed. But they had no other options. Lalu Leisai desperately concentrated its psychic energy, attempting to dispel the flames surrounding it. Yet, the power of the fire far exceeded the limits of its psychic control. Realizing it couldn't overcome the predicament, the little Pokémon grew so anxious it was on the verge of tears. At this critical moment, Mobu pressed the advantage and issued the final attack command to the long-tailed Fire Fox. Long-tailed Fire Fox, the opponent is trapped in the vortex of flames we've created. It's time to deliver the final blow. Use Ember repeatedly and bring it down in the blaze. The long-tailed Fire Fox responded promptly, waving the branch in its hand. Instantly, clusters of flames coalesced in the air, shooting toward the shiny Ralts like fiery arrows. The fire spread rapidly upon contact, transforming into a roaring inferno that completely engulfed the shiny Ralts. An Zhixin watched helplessly, her hands dropping limply to her sides as a look of clear defeat crossed her face. We've lost. The searing flames not only consumed the shiny Ralts, but also extinguished her last glimmer of hope. With such an overwhelming fire attack, there was no way the shiny Ralts could withstand it. Little Ralts still has a lot of training ahead, Suyun murmured with a sigh, though he didn't seem particularly surprised. In truth, from the moment the long-tailed Fire Fox entered the field, he had foreseen this outcome. The shiny Ralts was highly likely to lose. What exceeded his expectations, however, was how well the shiny Ralts and An Zhixin had coordinated and held their ground for so long. Haha, looks like the battle is over. We've won. Mobu remarked with a confident smirk, his tone filled with the composure of victory as he prepared to recall the long-tailed Fire Fox into its Pokeball. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the battlefield. The raging flames that had enveloped the shiny Ralts were suddenly lifted by an invisible force, compressed tightly in midair. What? How is this possible? Mobu's eyes widened in shock, staring fixedly at the arena, his face a picture of disbelief. On the battlefield, the shiny Ralts, which should have been incapacitated, was now standing unscathed. Even more astonishing was that the flames surrounding it seemed unable to harm it in the slightest. It was as if the fire had become its loyal servant, entirely at its command. With a mere wave of its hand, the flames soared skyward, compressing into a massive, crimson fireball. Incredible! Such terrifying psychic power. And it's coming from a Ralts at only level 19? This is unbelievable. Mobu was utterly dumbfounded, staring agape at the shiny Ralts as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He had never witnessed such immense psychic power emanating from a Ralts. Power that seemed boundless and far beyond what its level and form should possess. Ralts, does it truly harbor such astonishing psychic strength within? An Zhixin was equally taken aback. Even as its trainer, she had no idea her shiny Ralts could unleash such a fearsome ability. She noticed its lips moving slightly, as though it was murmuring to itself, but she couldn't hear or understand what it was saying. Su Yun, however, keenly caught the whispered words, freezing in place as the realization struck him. He heard the shiny Ralts clearly. Ralts likes Hero Brother. Ralts cannot let Hero Brother down. Ralts must win this battle. Boom. The shiny Ralts' hair floated upward as if lifted by an unseen force, revealing its half-hidden eyes glowing with an eerie pink light. Its white gown billowed dramatically, exposing slender, alabaster legs. At that moment, its immense psychic power erupted fully. The fireball in the sky plummeted like a blazing meteor, crashing into the long-tailed fire fox and engulfing it entirely. In an instant, the entire battlefield became a sea of flames, leaving only the diminutive figure of the shiny Ralts. Floating in midair like a queen of psychic power, it stood alone, unyielding. Firefox. The long-tailed fire fox collapsed to the ground, shockingly defeated by its own flames in an instant. Gym leader Mobu stood frozen in place, his eyes unfocused and his expression blank. His voice trembled as he struggled to believe what he had just witnessed. The long-tailed fire fox was actually countered by that little one. He swallowed hard, raising a hand to rub his dry eyes, as if doing so could change the reality before him. Just moments ago, his fire fox had unleashed a powerful flame, completely enveloping the shiny Ralts. The scales of victory should have tipped heavily in his favor. Under such circumstances, the shiny Ralts should have had no chance of resistance. And yet, against all odds, a miracle occurred. A surge of immeasurable psychic energy erupted from within the shiny Ralts. With a simple, graceful motion, it overturned the entire battle. Mobu's expression grew more complicated. His brows furrowed deeply as he questioned himself. Had the shiny Ralts been hiding its true strength all along, possessing such incredible power inherently? Or had it unlocked its potential in the face of desperation? We didn't lose? We actually won. An Zhixin stared in astonishment at the shiny Ralts hovering midair, her lips slightly parted in disbelief. In this moment, the shiny Ralts exuded an aura of unparalleled supremacy, like a queen of psychic power. An Zhixin never could have imagined that her Pokémon had such a formidable ace up its sleeve. Could this be the true potential of a shiny Pokémon? Su Yun, however, had a different perspective. Narrowing his eyes, he fixated on the shiny Ralts on the battlefield, his heart pounding wildly. When the shiny Ralts unleashed its extraordinary psychic energy, he felt a sudden surge of heat and emotion within himself, like boiling water coming to life. In that instant, he sensed a mysterious, indescribable connection forming between him and the shiny Ralts. The essence of this connection was their emotions. Su Yun recalled the description of the Ralts species known as the emotion Pokémon. It has the ability to convert its emotions into psychic energy. The stronger its emotional bond, the more powerful its psychic energy becomes. Typically, this emotional bond refers to the relationship between the Pokémon and its trainer. Yet with the shiny Ralts, something unusual was happening. The emotions fueling its psychic power did not originate from its trainer, An Zhixin, but from Su Yun himself. Remembering the shiny Ralts' earlier whispers, Su Yun became even more convinced of this fact. The shiny Ralts erupted with such incredible psychic energy because of might didn't want to lose in front of me. Realizing this, Su Yun felt a mix of emotions. Although the shiny Ralts often clung to him, he had always assumed it was merely admiration for his strength. He never imagined that its feelings for him could run so deeply. If this keeps up, the shiny Ralts might turn into a Yandere in the future. The thought of a Yandere Gardevoir sent a chill down Su Yun's spine, and he shuddered involuntarily. No way. I need to correct Ralts' perspective on emotions right away. I can't let it go down the wrong path. His tone was firm. The idea of having a Yandere Gardevoir by his side in the future filled him with dread. Ding. Congratulations. You've received an additional energy orb reward from your bound partner, Shiny Ralts. Skill Fire Spin 1. Just then, the system notification rang out, abruptly pulling him from his thoughts. Fire Spin? Isn't this the same skill the long-tailed fire fox just used? Su Yun froze for a moment before his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Xiao Lalo, you're amazing. You even managed to help me pick this up. He couldn't help but praise. The Flame Vortex skill was an exceptionally powerful fire-type move. Earlier, the long-tailed fire fox had used it to trap the shiny Ralts, proving its extraordinary power. Now that he had learned this move, it not only enriched his skill set, but also opened up new tactical possibilities for future battles. Su Yun looked up at the shiny Ralts standing in the center of the arena. He wanted to personally express his gratitude, but suddenly froze in place. His pupils contracted sharply, and an uncontrollable excitement surged in his eyes. The shiny Ralts was now completely enveloped in a dazzling white light evolution light. This meant that its level had reached 20, and it was about to evolve into a Kirlia. The twin-tailed little girl is finally coming. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, his anticipation evident. Ralts is evolving. An Zhixin's gaze also flickered as she focused intently on the shiny Ralts, ready to welcome its new form. About 2.5 minutes later, the white light surrounding the shiny Ralts gradually faded. A charming little Pokémon appeared before everyone. It had 2 circular red horns on its head, twin-tailed hair framing its cheeks, and wore an elegant long dress. Its overall aura was pure and graceful, and its slender, straight legs resembled 2 jade pillars, making people instinctively want to reach out and touch them. The shiny Kirlia had officially arrived. Kirlia. The shiny Kirlia slowly opened its eyes, looking down at its brand new form with curiosity and excitement. It clearly remembered Su Yun once saying he liked its evolved form. So now, it must be more likable to Su Yun, right? KIR. The shiny Kirlia felt a burst of joy in its heart, a sweet smile unconsciously spreading across its face. It turned and quickly ran off the stage, eager to show Su Yun its new form. Ding! Congratulations, you have received an additional light orb reward from your bonded shiny Ralts. Evolution Energy 10. The system's notification interrupted Su Yun's thoughts, leaving him momentarily stunned. Evolution Energy? He was baffled. Apart from the time he had collected evolution energy while watching Rayquaza and Deoxys battle in the Azure Forest, he had never obtained this rare resource again. Back then, he was just a Charmander and didn't need evolution energy, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, as he was nearing evolution into a Charizard and unlocking higher-level evolutionary forms, the importance of evolution energy had skyrocketed. Unexpectedly, the shiny Kirlia had directly brought him this crucial resource for the future. This little Laluno, this little Kirliarially, is my lucky star, Su Yun murmured with a faint smile. At the same time, he began to understand the method of obtaining evolution energite could only be acquired during a Pokémon's evolution. Back in the Azure Forest, it was likely Rayquaza's Mega Evolution that had caused evolution energy to drop. After all, Mega Evolution was a form of evolution. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.